In this world, some folks are just born under a lucky star. They stumble upon amazing opportunities everywhere they go, their cultivation skyrockets like a rocket, and they ascend to godhood step by step. Then there's our dude, Shen Tian. Just a regular transmigrator, nothing special. Shen Tian doesn't have heaven-defying talent, nor is he a chosen one. But he does have one special ability. He can see through other people's luck and fortuitous encounters. So, he decided to latch onto the glow of those mighty figures with dazzling destinies. He doesn't fight, he doesn't contend, he just quietly follows along, and the fortuitous encounters of the main characters naturally fall right into his lap. But things aren't that simple. When word spread, the entire cultivation world wanted to pull him into their own sect as a lucky mascot. From a nobody, Shen Tian suddenly became a treasure that various sects fought over. And even peerless heavenly talents had to butter him up just to tag along with him. This is the story of a mortal playing with destiny. No need to defy the heavens. Just find the right people to follow, and you can stand at the peak of the cultivation world. The story opens with a young man opening his unfocused eyes. He looks at the water bubbles in front of him and thinks to himself, "My name is Shen Tian." Shen Tian closed his eyes, relaxed, and sank deeper underwater. "Even though I've forgotten why, I know I'm dead." He slowly fell through the water, his heart filled with confusion, thinking, so this is what the world is like after death. There's really nothing at all. Suddenly, a halo of light appeared before him, and strange information popped up. Transmigrator, Shen Tian. Transmigration target, Shen Tian. Location, World Line 1086. Eastern Desolate Great Yan Kingdom. Time, Great Yan Calendar Year 58. Shen Tian panicked at the sight, his mouth agape. What's going on, transmigration? Strange sounds emanated around him, and small, floating screens appeared. Transmigrator, Shen Tian. He watched the small screens as the sounds continued. Transmigration target, Shen Tian. The small screens densely surrounded him. Location, World Line 1086, Eastern Desolate Great Yan Kingdom. He deduced an alarm. This is a memory. Time, Great Yan Calendar Year 58. On the screen appeared an image of a young man with a blackened body, surrounded by a fierce red flame. 13th Prince, Shen Tian, of Eastern Desolate Great Yan, 56 years old, died on the path of cultivation, 88th time, key deviation. Shen Tian was surprised to see this, his eyes shining brightly. This is a prince. The system's introductory voice continued. The moment Shen Tian was born, his birth mother, concubine Lan, died due to difficult childbirth. He felt awkward and sorrowful upon hearing this. He lost his mother right after birth. How pitiful. The screen showed an image of a young boy kneeling before a tree, and the narration continued. When Shen Tian was 6 years old, he once raised a very beautiful spiritual bird as a spirit pet, but it drowned in the imperial garden. When Shen Tian was 8 years old, he once planted a precious purple dream udambara, but it was uprooted by a bear cub. Shen Tian immediately panicked, sweat pouring down his face. Hey! The more I transmigrate, the more wrong this feels. The screen then showed a scene of the boy standing before a burning city. When Shen Tian was 9 years old, he entered the Imperial Academy to study with the other princes, and as a result, the Imperial Academy burned down that very day. He immediately collapsed upon hearing this. This is... Shen Tian's eyes widened in fear, and he shouted, "This is way too unlucky." With that, he was sucked into a halo of light. He said in extreme panic, "I'm not going to transmigrate into this unlucky body, am I?" Shen Tian cried continuously, shouting, "Wait." The light around him gradually faded, and then extinguished. The scene shifts to a palace. Shen Tian had finally transmigrated, lying motionless on a luxurious bed. A voice called from outside. "Your Highness!" He woke up in a fright, drenched in sweat. He vaguely looked out the window. The voice continued to call out, "Your Highness." Shen Tian groaned, burying his face in his hands. "Looks like I'm still stuck in this unlucky body." The eunuch beside him was constantly worried. "Your Highness, you're awake. Please, have some water." Shen Tian, staring blankly at the green halo above Gibai's head. Am I seeing things? At this moment, Shen Tian was extremely puzzled. Do people have halos above their heads? Seriously. The eunuch was overjoyed and immediately cried, "It's so good that your Highness has finally woken up properly this time." Shen Tian hesitated and said to Giba, Giba, could you bring me a mirror, please?" Giba happily replied upon hearing this, "Yes, your Highness." Shen Tian looked into the mirror with suspicion and stammered, This is me," the eunuch asked with a puzzled look. "Is something the matter, your Highness?" Shen Tian cracked a satisfied smile, stroking his chin, and said, "The problem is huge." Shen Tian looked at himself in the mirror and smugly said, I'm just too handsome. Shen Tian happily reached out, continuing to compliment himself. Only 16 years old, and already displaying the elegance of an unparalleled beauty. Seeing this, Giba called out in confusion, "Your Highness?" Shen Tian looked at himself in the mirror and changed the subject. "That's not the point." Shen Tian looked in a panic at the black orbs floating above his head and thought, "So I'm not hallucinating. I've got this game going on above my head too." Then Shen Tian became depressed, thinking of those black balls. All dark and gloomy. This kind of toy can't be good at all. Thinking about how unlucky that 13th prince was, could this be the rumor? Shen Tian thought about Giba's halo, then his own, other people's halos, and then his own. Shen Tian immediately started crying as his yin-tang turned black. Giba stood beside him worriedly and asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong? Could this be the 89th time you've suffered a she deviation?" Shen Tian covered his face with his hands and ordered, "Giba, you may leave." Giba respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes. This old servant will go brew medicine for your Highness." Shen Tian slumped onto the bed, dejectedly complaining, "People who transmigrate get the protagonist's halo. What's this on my head?" Tears streamed down his face. Shen Tian said aggrievedly, "It's even emitting black smoke. I feel like I'm more likely to get struck by lightning if I wear this outside." Shen Tian angrily yelled out in frustration, "Am I a fake protagonist?" Shen Tian sadly lay on the bed and thought, "Wearing this unlucky halo, I still have to cultivate, experience trials and tribulation. Forget it. Someone even slightly careless could choke to death while eating." Shen Tian rested his hand on his forehead and decided, "All right. First, I'll rest peacefully in bed for a month. Going outside is impossible. Before I fully recover, I can only stay safely in bed to protect my life." Shen Tian lay quietly asleep on the bed. The scene was extremely peaceful. Sunlight shone into the room as Giba respectfully entered carrying a bowl of medicine. "Your Highness, it's time to take your medicine." Shen Tian immediately threw up after drinking it, cursing inwardly, "What the heck is this stuff? It's so bitter." Giba was worried, and he hesitated and said, "Your Highness, would you like to get out of bed and take a walk?" Shen Tian, exhausted, with a darkened face, refused. "No need, I'm fine like this." Shen Tian propped up his chin smugly, his eyes shining brightly. "As long as I don't get out of bed, bad luck can't catch up to me." Time passed slowly. From morning, when there were a few servants carefully guarding the door, to the late afternoon, when there were still people waiting, until late at night, when everyone left, returning the quiet space. Shen Tian hugged his legs while sitting on the bed, feeling bored. "Damn it, I want to play on my phone so badly." Shen Tian slumped onto the bed lifelessly, complaining, "No phone, no computer, no internet, life is meaningless, I might as well just die." Suddenly, Shen Tian sat up straight and shouted, "No way!" Shen Tian clenched his fist, a fire blazing in his heart. "Life is precious, but freedom is even more valuable." Shen Tian happily and quickly put on his gorgeous clothes. "This young master will." Shen Tian gleefully opened the door and ran outside. Stepping outside, a nearby eunuch saw him and exclaimed in a panic, "Hey, the 13th prince is out!" But he was still happily strolling around the courtyard. At a group of maids and servants quickly knelt down to pay their respects. "Greetings, 13th prince." Shen Tian glanced at the glows above their heads and thought, "They all have halos. So many halos. Is this the special skill that came with my transmigration?" He gritted his teeth in anger, muttering to himself, "Which damn author gave me this cheat skill? You rotten bastard, are you messing with me?" The palace maids, upon seeing him, were frightened. "It's the 13th prince." He was avoided wherever he went, making him frown and think, "Everyone avoids me like the plague. It's like I'm possessed by a god of misfortune." Shen Tian's face darkened, wondering how the previous owner of this unlucky ghost had survived for the past 16 years. He quickly looked at the two palace maids nearby, observing them carefully. The halos above their heads were different. These ordinary palace maids had white halos. He turned his head to look at two people in another direction. The chief eunuch and Giba both have green halos. Shen Tian rested his chin on his hand, speculating. "So, ordinary people have white halos, and those with better luck have green halos." He nodded repeatedly, thinking cheerfully, "Could that saying from my previous life be true? To live smoothly, you need a little green on your head?" What a hilarious setup. As soon as he said that, he burst into tears, sobbing, "I'm the epitome of bad luck. What right do I have to laugh at others?" Suddenly, Shen Tian noticed an eunuch who just walked past. He stared blankly. Glancing back, he saw the intense red halo glowing above Qin Gao's head. He was extremely surprised. A little eunuch, and his halo is so awesome. Shen Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately guessed. Unless this is the legendary child of great fortune. Qin Gao glanced at him worriedly, standing behind him. Why does the 13th prince keep looking at me? Shen Tian suddenly approached him, scaring him. What does he want to do? He collapsed to the ground in fear, stammering, "Your Highness, don't be afraid of me. What's your name?" He looked up in horror, begging for forgiveness. "This servant is Qin Gao. If this servant has offended you in any way, please forgive me, Your Highness." Shen Tian leaned closer to him and said, "Little Gaozi, lift your head so I can see." Qin Gao, his face full of tears, tremblingly raised his head. The halo above his head immediately emitted a dazzling light. Blinded, Shen Tian immediately covered his face. The halo was too strong. Suddenly, he was stunned by the image before his eyes. In the light, a series of images flashed. Is this His Majesty's Imperial Study? The image zoomed in on a bookshelf. This is the bookshelf. A wrapped book appeared. The Great Yan Chronicle. Suddenly, a chain snapped, and he was immediately pulled out of the vision, his face dazed. Yi Ba, standing nearby, said anxiously, "Oh no, is His Highness suffering a qi deviation again?" He kept calling out, jolting Shen Tian awake. Your Highness, are you all right?" Yi Ba was overjoyed and wiped away tears. "Your Highness, you're all right, that's great," Shen Tian immediately thought seriously. "There must be a big secret in the Great Yan records. Maybe it's related to Qin Gao's halo items." He turned and walked away. Yi Ba worriedly followed. "Your Highness, where are you going?" he replied concisely. The Imperial Library. Shen Tian stood in front of a bookshelf in the Imperial Library. He reached out and grabbed a book, saying, "Found it." He looked at the book in front of him and pondered. This book might be Qin Gao's great opportunity. Shen Tian's face was full of cunning, and he smiled happily. If I snatch this little eunuch's opportunity, will my luck get a little better? He happily ran to the mirror, the book already in his hand, to see if his bad luck was still there. Looking at the dark cloud above his head, he asked angrily, "Why is it still black?" He seriously opened the book. Could it be because I haven't grasped the opportunity yet, so my luck hasn't changed? I have to unlock the secret in this book. After some time, 3 days later, Shen Tian angrily gripped the book in his hand. This is a history book. There are no illustrations, no appeal at all. Even the words are about to crowd into a ball. Is it because my face is too dark that I can't discover the secret of this book? Yi Ba stood beside him hesitantly. Your Highness, you haven't been out for 3 days. Shen Tian tiredly pressed his face against the book and replied, I won't go out until I find the secret of this book. He darkened his face and speculated. Based on my unlucky luck, maybe as soon as I go out, the book will disappear. 3 hours later, Shen Tian slumped on the table in frustration, sighing, no way, I can't find anything. Yi Ba hesitantly called, Your Highness, you. He suddenly thought of something. That's right, find someone else to try. He happily ran to him, cheerfully begging, Yi Ba, please take a look at this book. I feel like this book definitely has an opportunity, he asked doubtfully. This book has an opportunity. He took the book, worriedly saying, No way. If your Highness can't find it, this old servant is even less likely to find it. Suddenly, a strange object fell out of the book. Looking at the glowing jade in front of him, Yi Ba said awkwardly, It's actually true. Shen Tian held the jade in his hand, feeling dejected. I searched for 3 days and couldn't find it, and someone else just touched it and found it. Does it have to be so real? Suddenly, Yi Ba seemed to realize something, and he respectfully said to Shen Tian, Congratulations, Your Highness, for finding the jade scroll for transmitting skills. He looked at the paper in front of him and read, Sunflower Manual. He immediately excitedly said, My bad luck is finally. Suddenly, Yi Ba interrupted him. Your Highness, look, there is a small line of text on this paper. At this time, the line of text appeared. If you want to practice this divine skill, cut it off. Shen Tian angrily threw the book on the table, pointing. Like this, Yi Ba hurriedly comforted him. Your Highness, don't be angry. He was furious, his eyes bloodshot, pointing and saying, I studied this tattered book for 3 days. 3 days. And it shows me, Yi Ba muttered, as if he realized something. Sunflower Manual. Why does the name sound familiar? Shen Tian heard this and looked up at him, asking, What? So you know the origin of this secret manual? Suddenly, he seemed to recognize it, hesitatingly saying, This is... Yi Ba remembered the image of a man surrounded by a strong light and said, Could this be the demonic art created by the Sunflower Demon Lord who once dominated the eastern wilderness? Shen Tian asked immediately in confusion. Sunflower Demon Lord. Who is that? He continued. I also read it in an ancient book. He rested his chin and continued, The Sunflower Demon Lord was an unparalleled fierce person 3,000 years ago. Image. A group of eunuchs kneeling in the palace. He was originally just an ordinary little eunuch in the eastern wilderness Great Qin Kingdom Imperial Palace. His status was low, and his aptitude for cultivation was extremely poor. Image. The eunuch standing in front of a bookshelf. But this person had great luck and found the long-lost remnant of the great Sun Emperor scripture in the imperial library. Image. The eunuch began to cultivate, surrounded by dark power. But this remnant was indeed the most important thing. Ordinary people couldn't cultivate it. The eunuch painfully clutched his chest. Normal people would suffer chi deviation and burn themselves to death if they forcibly cultivated. The eunuch solemnly wrote on the book. But not only did he have immense luck, but also comprehension and willpower. He understood. Unbelievably, he used himself as a test subject, merging several demonic cultivation techniques and forcibly modifying the Sun Emperor scripture. Images of men practicing martial arts appear. This demonic art not only has incredibly fast attack speed, but it can also affect the enemy's desires and inner demons, finding openings to kill in one strike. This might be one of the most bizarre and wicked demonic arts. The eunuch sits amidst raging blue flames. And so, an ordinary little eunuch transformed into a disheveled-haired eunuch, bright eyes, powerful flames in his hands. The Sun Fiend Sovereign. Giba happily waved his hand and continued, "Most importantly, this technique has extremely low requirements for talent and aptitude, and the cultivation speed is extremely fast." He thought of the image of the man standing in the flames, and continued. The Sun Fiend Sovereign, with his extremely poor aptitude, cultivated to the nascent soul realm in just 50 short years thanks to this demonic art. This technique is truly worthy of being called the peerless demonic art. Your Highness can finally change your fate. Giba clapped his hands in joy. Excellent, excellent. Consort Lan will surely smile in the afterlife knowing this. Shen Tian, filled with resentment, cursed inwardly. If my mother knew I was cultivating this, she'd probably be so angry she'd come back from the dead, he thought with a nonchalant expression, smirking. Afterlife, my ass. Change fate, my foot. Giba anxiously called out. Your Highness. Shen Tian's face darkened. A day of bad luck. A lifetime of bad luck, he said dejectedly. Sigh. It seems my physique is beyond saving. Shen Tian handed the book back to Giba and said, Since it's so precious, then you should take it, Giba, and try your best to cultivate. Seeing this, he panicked and asked, How could that be? He nervously held the book in his hands, trembling as he said, This is your Highness's secret manual. How can it be given to this old servant? What virtue or ability do I have to deserve to cultivate this peerless technique? Shen Tian sighed upon hearing this. He picked up the piece of paper from before, Giba asked in confusion. This is. The words on the paper reappeared. To practice the divine art, cut off your own manhood. Shen Tian's face darkened, and he asked unhappily, You're not going to cultivate it? You think I'm going to cultivate it? Giba held the paper in his hands, hesitatingly saying, Your Highness, this, he nonchalantly ordered. Just take it if I tell you to take it. He looked at the paper in his hand, deeply moved. He immediately knelt down, causing him to panic. Giba, you. This was Giba crying, thinking of the image of a woman as he said, 20 years ago this old servant was framed for stealing palace treasures. It was Consort Lan who saved my life. He respectfully clasped his hands and continued. Although this old servant hasn't read many books, I know clearly that kindness must be repaid. Your Highness has bestowed upon me the Sun Fiend Codex, and this old servant will surely cultivate diligently day and night, daring not to be negligent. Giba solemnly declared loudly, I swear to the heavens that as long as I still have a breath left, I will definitely use my life to protect your Highness's safety. At another location, in the imperial garden, a eunuch and a palace maid watched in Shen Tian's direction and said, His Highness is here again. He turned his head to look around and thought, Even though I've obtained the Sun Fiend Codex, I'm still a pile of bad luck. He remembered the image of Giba kneeling down and pondered. But Giba is so loyal and devoted to me. He clenched his fist excitedly. Let him cultivate this Sun Fiend Codex. Who knows, it might even help me change my luck. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Your blind eyes, you damned servant. Shen Tian looked in the direction of the crowd in the distance and thought, Isn't that the direction of the 6th Prince Shen Ao's palace? That guy is bullying servants again, he added. I still don't know what kind of luck aura that 6th brother has. The palace maids standing around pitied each other and discussed. Qin Gao is too miserable. That's right, he's about to be beaten to death. Shen Tian was startled when he heard this. Qin Gao, how could I forget about him? After all, I did steal his luck. A eunuch nearby scolded. Do you know how precious that pot of 9-leaf immortal orchid is? Even if you had 9 lives, they wouldn't be worth a single root of it, another person said sympathetically. Too miserable. An angry voice came out. Everyone else, watch closely. Next time, if anyone is careless, this will be your example. Shen Tian looked at the eunuch tied to the rack and wondered, didn't Qin Gao have extremely good luck? Qin Gao was tied to a wooden rack, his face bruised and battered. How did he encounter this calamity? Looking at Qin Gao, Shen Tian was taken aback, lost in thought. Qin Gao's aura isn't as dazzling as when I first saw him. His fortune has been partially plundered. But Qin Gao's eyes are blazing now, filled with hatred. Seeing this, Shen Tian was startled, thinking, isn't that the revenge-seeking look of the main character in a novel? A montage of scenes flashed through his mind. The main character experiences all sorts of hardships and difficulties. He started to feel that something wasn't right. Surviving a disaster, killing the enemy. Suddenly, a strange image flashed in his eyes. Wait a minute. Surviving a disaster, killing the enemy. A man standing amidst the bodies of tens of thousands of people. He turned his head, his sharp eyes glaring at him. He clenched his teeth, terrified. No way! It can't be like that! Shen Tian charged towards the crowd, calculating, I must nip this ending in the bud. A whip flashed before him, and he immediately shouted, Stop! Everyone around was shocked. He approached the eunuch in front of him. Xiao Li Zi stammered. 13th Prince, Shen Tian, silently stared at him. He tremblingly clasped his hands, asking, 13th Prince, is there anything you need? He angrily scolded. How dare you? You dare to speak to this prince like that? Hearing this, he knelt down in fear, begging, This servant knows his mistake. Please forgive me, 13th Prince. He turned his head and said, I want to take him away. Xiao Li Zi tremblingly raised his head and explained, He ruined the 6th Prince's 9-leaf immortal herb. That's a capital crime. Shen Tian angrily asked, You dare to defy me? He fearfully lowered his head, saying, This 9-leaf immortal herb, after all, is one of the ingredients for refining a high-grade foundation establishment pill. He fearfully cried out, 13th Prince, please don't make things difficult for this servant. Hearing this, he pondered. For a cultivator, this 9-leaf immortal herb is indeed more important than a useless little eunuch. I don't need to make things difficult for him. He turned his head and waved his hand, saying, So that's how it is. Then I'll go find 6th brother to discuss it myself. Xiao Li Zi watched Shen Tian leave, thinking strangely. This 13th Prince, always eccentric, has never bothered with matters in the palace. Yet he cares about such a small eunuch. Shen Tian walked and pondered. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized something, looking up. From what I know, this 6th Prince isn't an easy person to talk to. He immediately imagined a scene of a man attacking him. If, according to the usual development in immortal novels, there would definitely be a great battle right now. He frantically widened his eyes, thinking, With this weak body of mine, I'm simply no match for him. Shen Tian awkwardly wiped away sweat, saying, Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've seen 6th brother. No wonder I miss him so much. Can you spare him for my sake? Suddenly, a voice came from inside the room. What's done is done. Since you want me to spare him, I will grant it. Around Shen Ao, enveloped by a raging flame, Xiao Li Zi, see the guest out. Hearing this, he felt strange, wondering, I heard that this 6th Prince has a bad temper, right? He confusedly frowned, thinking, I was expecting a battle, but is that all? Qin Gao stood beside him, worriedly bowing his head and calling out, 13th Prince, your face is covered in wounds. He remained silent. Shen Tian looked at his face, startled. So many injuries. They really beat you mercilessly. He turned his head, hesitantly saying loudly, 6th brother, look how miserably this little eunuch has been beaten. Won't he die? His face darkened as he earnestly suggested, How about 6th brother gives him some healing elixir? Suddenly, an object was tossed out from inside the room. A pill flew out of the room, and Shen Ao's voice rang out. This is the rejuvenation healing pill. Take it. Shen Tian reached out and grabbed the pill, then cheerfully clasped his hands together and said, All right, thanks, 6th brother. Xiao Li Zi looked on in panic. 6th Prince, this rejuvenation pill is extremely precious. How can it be used on such a lowly servant? Hearing this, he glared angrily. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? He trembled in fear. This servant, no, wouldn't dare. Shen Tian scolded, then turned to leave. Then shut your mouth. The 6th Prince's voice echoed from the room. Xiao Li Zi, see the guest out, he quickly replied. Yes? Shen Tian happily waved as he left, then loudly said, Farewell, 6th brother, I'll visit you again next time. Xiao Li Zi watched him leave, puzzled and bewildered. When did 13th Prince become so formidable? He hesitated, bowing his head as he spoke into the room. Your Highness, this servant has a question, but I don't know if I should ask. The voice echoed from within. Speak, he said to Shen Ao, puzzled. That servant Qin Gao committed a capital crime, yet your Highness so easily forgave him. He earnestly declared, If word gets out, this servant fears it will damage your Highness's prestige. Shen Ao majestically explained to him, On this long and arduous path of cultivation, worldly disputes and imperial majesty are nothing but fleeting clouds. Why bother paying them any mind? This prince is about to break through to foundation establishment. Once successful, I can join the Tai-Bai Grotto heaven. From then on, my path of cultivation will be smooth and unparalleled. He thought of Shen Tian's image, then said, 13th brother has a peculiar destiny. At this crucial moment, we shouldn't create any conflicts with him. Xiao Lizi immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully proclaiming, Your Highness's vision is so profound this servant is deeply impressed, I understand. He quickly commanded. Since you understand, then you may leave. A eunuch came out of nowhere, respectfully asking, Eunuch Li, what did 6th prince mean by saying so much? Xiao Lizi cheerfully explained. In reality, it's that 13th prince is plagued with bad luck. He's just too unlucky. 6th prince doesn't want to get involved with him. The eunuch burst out laughing upon hearing this, causing him to get angry. What are you laughing at? Laugh again and I'll slap your mouth. In a room elsewhere, Shen Tian sat beside Qin Gao, who was lying on the bed, looking worried. How should I deal with this guy? He stared at Qin Gao, thinking, take him as a personal servant. Eunuch Qin Gao lay unconscious on the bed. People with the aura of a protagonist always come with an aura of animosity. It's got to be a different father, different mother, different master, different sect, otherwise how would you even call them a protagonist, you know? Shen Tian thought of the image of Qin Gao beating people and panicked. No, I can't be killed by him. Qin Gao woke up, stammering. Your Highness, 13th prince. Shen Tian smiled slyly, holding the pill towards Qin Gao. Come, take the rejuvenation pill first. Be good, open your mouth. He looked panicked, pointing at his face as he hesitantly asked, Your Highness, this servant dares to ask you a question. Why did you save me? Shen Tian shoved the pill into Qin Gao's mouth, then repeated, Why did I save you? He cheerfully explained. Because you and I are fated. Hearing this, Qin Gao's face turned red and he said nothing. He stammered to Shen Tian. Your Highness, are you teasing this servant? Shen Tian indifferently asked back. Who's teasing you? He put his hand on Qin Gao's shoulder and said, From now on, you'll stay in the Langxin Palace. You don't need to work either. Just stay here obediently so I can find you whenever I want. Shen Tian looked at the terrified Qin Gao in front of him, then thought, this rejuvenation powder is really effective. Just one pill, and his complexion has become rosy again. He happily propped his chin and planned, first settling him here, then slowly studying methods to increase his luck. Qin Gao's face turned pale in panic. No need. Work obediently here, and your highness can find me whenever you need me. He thought of Shen Tian's cunning image and frantically scratched his head. This won't do. Qin Gao froze. Your highness, this servant. He hugged his head, crying and shouting. This servant really can't do it. Shen Tian looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with him? He got out of bed and turned to Giba, saying, Forget it, Giba. Go back and transcribe a copy of the sunflower manual for little Gao to cultivate. He continued to instruct him. Also, go prepare a room for little Gao. Qin Gao gratefully kowtowed on the bed and shouted, Thank you, your highness. This servant will definitely work like a horse to repay you. Shen Tian was terrified to see this. He worriedly stepped forward, saying with concern, The injuries on your body haven't recovered yet. Quickly rest. Shen Tian helped Qin Gao up, secretly thinking, Anyway, this sunflower manual is his opportunity. I'm just going with the flow. If he really rises up in the future, then I'll have one more comrade in arms to help each other out. Suddenly, he realized something. His expression filled with panic. He looked at the halo above Qin Gao's head in confusion. This is... Qin Gao panicked. The halo becoming increasingly red, Shen Tian suspiciously picked up a mirror. Could it be said? He stared intently into the mirror. Sure enough, he looked at the halo slowly fading, and was overjoyed. It's really not completely dark anymore. He puzzledly propped his chin and speculated. Could it be because I returned the opportunity to Qin Gao? Or is it because of sharing the cause and effect with him? Shen Tian turned his head sternly. It seems like I should do some more experiments. He spun around and said to Giba, Never mind, Giba. Don't teach him the sunflower manual anymore. He quickly replied. Yes, your highness. Looking at Qin Gao's halo gradually turning green, he affirmed. Sure enough, the halo is fading. He looked at the dark halo above his own head again. Mine is still as dark as before. Shen Tian turned his head and said to the two people, I've changed my mind. We should still transmit it. If I'm not wrong, the halo above Qin Gao's head is happily turning bright red. The halo will become brighter. He clenched his fist in satisfaction. Sure enough, that's it. Shen Tian said again, Never mind, we still shouldn't transmit it. The two people's expressions darkened upon hearing this. He repeatedly repeated, Or, we should transmit it, I've changed my mind again, we should still give up, no. Or we should just transmit it. Giba frowned in confusion, thinking, has your highness messed up his brain from cultivating? Qin Gao caught Shen Tian's terrifying smile, thinking, why is your highness looking at me with his weird gaze? He nervously knelt in front of Shen Tian. But in fact, Shen Tian was looking at Qin Gao's halo, he thought to himself. What did I do wrong? He then said in confusion. That, your highness, if it's not appropriate, then maybe we shouldn't transmit it anymore. Shen Tian glanced at him. He patted Qin Gao on the shoulder and said, transmit? We must transmit it. He happily continued. Not only will I bestow upon you the Qi refining manual, but also the foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul manuals. Qin Gao, with a bruised face, said, but, your highness, this servant. Shen Tian angrily pointed at his face and shouted, your life was saved by this highness. You're not allowed to refuse, otherwise this highness will kill you. Suddenly he paused. He was surprised to see the ring on Qin Gao's head light up. This is, Shen Tian glanced aside, bored, an aura upgrade. Xiang Meng widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this be the correct way to increase luck? A strong surge of energy emanated from his body. Sharing opportunities with someone with great luck. Their luck can increase. And my luck can also increase. Even Giba's luck can increase. Shen Tian looked straight into the mirror in his hand, as expected. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face as he muttered to himself, I've been busy for so long, finally I see hope. Qin Gao and Giba stared blankly at him. Seeing this, Qin Gao spoke up. Your highness, please don't cry. This servant will cultivate. This servant will cultivate, I promise. He continued to affirm. Your highness, rest assured, this servant will definitely work hard to cultivate, Shen Tian said in satisfaction. That's more like it. His face flushed as he explained. Furthermore, I'm not crying. This is excitement. Excitement. Giba immediately muttered to himself. That's right. His highness is just excited. Not suffering from qi deviation. Still worried, he wondered. But why is he so excited on a beautiful sunny day? At the entrance of Shen Tian's residence, he stood and said to himself, too good. I've finally found a way to solve it. He crossed his arms and walked out, continuing to think. But with my current luck, I can't rashly cultivate. Shen Tian came up with an idea. It seems the only way now is to find more people with great luck. In the past few days, Shen Tian has been looking for all kinds of people who are likely to have great luck. He was helpless in the face of the words he received. Left the palace, not free, not feeling well, not here, in seclusion. But because Shen Tian was very unlucky, everyone was unwilling to meet him. Suddenly, Shen Tian noticed a girl. Looks like something's up. Shen Tian walked around the palace in a daze, suddenly seeing a little maid with white luck. He rested his chin and stared at her. Picking up a luminous pearl, Shen Tian saw a wisp of opportunity light on the little maid. Shen Tian held up the pearl and called out loudly, hey! So Shen Tian picked up the pearl and gave it to the maid first. The maid was very happy. It turns out you don't have to be someone with great luck to encounter an opportunity. Shen Tian suddenly kicked the door open. Giba spoke out. Your highness. He grabbed his and Qin Gao's hands. To the astonishment of the two men, Giba, Zhao Gao, follow me. The two were dragged away and blurted out the same question. Your highness, where are you going? A place with houses nestled among towering stone peaks. The myriad spirit garden, spirit stones, are consumable materials for cultivators, used for cultivation to enhance cultivation speed. The Myriad Spirit Garden is the largest spirit stone mine trading market, a place full of limitless possibilities and serendipities, people bustling back and forth, cultivators digging spiritual ore from the veins, removing the rough embryos, and then processing them to form spirit stones of standard size. Everyone was busily buying and selling. But not every piece of spiritual ore here can be cut into spirit stones. Mining is gambling. It's all about luck. Gi Bao said, Your Highness, this Myriad Spirit Garden is a spirit stone trading market. He added, Good spirit stones aren't something you can just buy with money, you know. Qin Gao chimed in as the three of them walked inside. I heard you can find top-grade spirit stones here, but it all depends on your luck. Gi Ba continued to tell Shen Tian. Forgive this old servant for speaking bluntly, but finding spirit stones relies even more on luck than you have, young master. He looked around, thinking, Looks like the water runs deep in this Myriad Spirit Garden. But Shen Tian opened his fan and said, It's all right. He grinned, confidently stating, Today, this young master is luck incarnate. Rows upon rows of tables displayed all kinds of stones, and amidst the bustling crowd, Shen Tian and his group entered the shop, ready to try their hand at spirit stone mining. The wide-eyed merchants asked, Which spirit ore would the young master like to open? Shen Tian realized something and thought, wait a minute, why do I get this feeling I'm being scammed? A voice suddenly yelled, Zhao Lingxian is here. They scrambled to compete. What? Zhao Lingxian's mining again? Brothers, grab me a good spot, wait for me, I'll be over there after I finish this one. Shen Tian, upon hearing this, wondered. Zhao Lingxian. He grabbed someone and asked, excuse me brother, could you enlighten me? Who is this Zhao Lingxian? The guy replied. You don't know Zhao Lingxian, you're such a country bumpkin. The guy, blushing, said about a pretty girl. In our myriad spirit garden, she's the most amazing spiritual vein master for finding spirit ore, another person added. Not only that, but she's an unbelievably gorgeous beauty too. He continued about the girl. Whoever gets Zhao Lingxian is going to strike it rich. Not only will they have a beauty in their arms, but they'll also have a lifetime supply of spirit stones. Just then, a stunning girl walked in. Shen Tian observed her. Ah, Shen Tian assessed. Yep, sporting a red aura, so that must be this Zhao Lingxian. Let's see her fated opportunity. He saw the red halo above her head as she walked through the door. Why can't I see her fated opportunity? Shen Tian rested his chin and thought. Logically, if she has a fated opportunity, it should be showing up above her head. He continued thinking it through. Could it be that she has no fated opportunity? Looks like she's not destined for good spirit stones today. Suddenly, Shen Tian's eyes widened as he recognized. Wait a second, Gimba looked at him questioningly. Or, does my ability not work on her? Seeing this, he asked, Your Highness, are you interested in her? Qin Gao chimed in. This Zhao Lingxian is stunningly beautiful. One look and you know she's a match made in heaven for our young master. Suddenly, Shen Tian said loudly, giving an order. All right, let's go watch the fun. Following her radiant back, he said, I want to see if she's really the person I'm looking for. She turned around and smiled. And suddenly the crowd shouted, Zhao Lingxian's here. The guys pushed and shoved, causing Shen Tian to yell, Hey, don't push. He kept telling the people behind him, Stop pushing me, guys. Shen Tian inadvertently realized when he was pushed close to the girl, a beautiful girl with big, round eyes turned her face. Her face suddenly flushed red as she looked at Shen Tian. Shen Tian blushed and thought to himself, She really is an absolute beauty. Zhao Lingxian spoke up. Manager Song of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion has arrived. She greeted him friendly. Greetings, Manager Song. Shopkeeper Song was like, Immortal Maiden, what brings you here? She flashed a bright smile. Heard that old Song here got some new goodies in stock. Ling Shi just had to come check it out. He muttered to her. Last time you snatched that azure jade exquisite cauldron, it gave this old man a stomachache for half a month. Please, Immortal Maiden, show some mercy. She snapped back with a sassy tone. The spirit ore shop is open for business, isn't it? Shopkeeper Song not welcoming me. The crowd chimed in. What's this? Shopkeeper Song feeling the pinch in your spirit stones? Sounds like you've got a problem with our immortal maiden Lingxian here. What a scoundrel. Zhao Lingxian winked playfully. Shopkeeper Song, sweating bullets, replied, Wouldn't dare, immortal maiden, browse freely, browse freely. Zhao Lingxian gazed at the neat rows of ore stones on the shelves, her eyes gleaming as she scrutinized them. Shen Tian observed and thought, Turns out she's got golden light in her eyes. Interesting, he pondered. To develop such an ability at such a young age is quite intriguing. Could it be that the reason I can't see her opportunities is because she relies on her own skills to extract ores, rather than luck? Shen Tian continued to speculate, as she looked up at a stone, but he still felt like something was missing. Zhao Lingxian picked up that stone, and happily turned to Shopkeeper Song, saying, I want this one, he stammered. 15 spirit stones, she excitedly replied. Once chosen and paid for, no regrets, no takebacks. Shopkeeper Song, you hear? Shopkeeper Song sighed. All right, Zhao Lingxian. In that case, please help me open this stone, old Song. The crowd erupted with cheers, directed at a man holding a hammer. Open it up. They stared wide-eyed as the hammer struck. It's out. She watched as the stone emitted a dazzling blue light. The light from the stone grew more and more intense. The crowd cheered, babbling. It's really refined. Shopkeeper Song praised. Zhao Lingxian, you truly live up to your name, he added. Looks like there's spirit essence inside this ore stone, worth around 800 to 1200 spirit stones. Zhao Lingxian happily said, Then how about I sell it to Shopkeeper Song for 800 spirit stones? Shopkeeper Song replied, Then this old man won't charge you for opening the stone, immortal maiden. Wait a moment, I'll get the money. The crowd roared with endless praise. As expected of Zhao Lingxian, so generous, Shopkeeper Song's making hundreds of spirit stones on this deal. Our Zhao Lingxian is not only talented but also kind and beautiful, she coyly replied. Old Song runs a fair business. Ling Sir will definitely be back. Shopkeeper Song clasped his hands and said, "Please have mercy and don't come back." Xiao Ling Xian, beaming again, continued. "Old Song has some good stuff in stock this time," she explained. "Ling Ji once swore to open only one stone each day, so I can't open any more today. Fellow cultivators, if you're interested, you can try your luck." Xiao Ling Xian turned her face to continue. "You might even find a great opportunity." Upon hearing this, the crowd started to discuss. "Did you hear that?" She said there are still plenty of good opportunities in the Heaven's Spirit Pavilion. "Brothers, our chance to strike it rich is here." They rushed toward Shopkeeper Song. He exclaimed, "Everyone, don't push, don't push. There's enough for everyone." Shen Tian watched her leave, and couldn't help but wonder. This girl is definitely not simple, but why can't I see her opportunities? If something is strange, it must be sinister. He, Qin Gao, and Qi Bao watched her leave. Qi Bao piped up, "Shen Gongzi, if you like her, go after her." Qin Gao chimed in to encourage him. "That's right, Shen Gongzi, if you like her, be brave and go for it, or you'll regret it later." Shen Tian frowned, thinking, "What a bunch of nosy bystanders," he said confidently. "This Gongzi has such a noble status, why would I stalk a little girl? If that gets out." Qi Bao then spoke. "But this servant just saw someone secretly following little fairy maiden. They didn't look like a good person." Shen Tian, upon hearing this, immediately asked, "What?" He put his chin in his hand, contemplating. If someone's secretly following little fairy, with bad intentions, he imagined little fairy being attacked by a bad guy. Isn't this a common trope in novels? Then the bad guy says, "Flower maiden." She cries out in panic, "No, no!" A hero rushes out and attacks the bad guy. "You wanna die?" Then he turns to ask her, "Maiden, are you all right?" He continued to imagine the two of them pressed against a wall. Heavens! The hero's head is glowing with a protagonist halo. Shen Tian freaked out and yelled, "No way! Is that the aura of someone with massive luck?" Gilbao said with even more certainty, "Looks like your highness really does have feelings for that maiden." Qin Gao said urgently, "Shen Gongzi, if you don't go after her now, it'll be too late." Shen Tian turned to look at the two of them. Then he shouted, "Let's go, we're going now." Qin Gao replied, "Yes, sir." Little fairy leisurely left, and the three of them followed closely behind. The little fairy suddenly stopped. Little fairy recognized them and said, "Come out." Just then, a person jumped down from the roof. "A man landed in front of her," he said smugly. "Little fairy, hand over that thing." Her face remained unchanged as she looked at him. Seeing this, Qin Gao asked Shen Tian, "Your Highness, should we make a move?" He grinned and replied, "Not yet." Shen Tian thought of the person with the red halo, thinking now he just needed to wait. Wait for the truly lucky one to appear, the male lead. Ba analyzed meticulously. "Use your brain. This guy's just robbing for money, not for her beauty. If we rush out to save her now, we can only get—" He imagined little fairy thanking Shen Tian. "Great hero, you're such a good person." He made a judgment. Little fairy is so beautiful, this guy definitely won't be able to resist robbing her of her beauty. Ba continued to paint a picture. At this moment, His 13th Highness appears as a hero to save the beauty. No need to worry about the beauty not being moved. Qin Gao immediately praised. "Genius. Truly genius. This servant is still too inexperienced." Shen Tian rolled his eyes, thinking, "Are these two doing a comedy skit?" Xiao Ling Xian bargained, "Can't you heal me just a little?" That guy said, "Sure, as long as the immortal maiden spends a night with me, this whole bag of spirit stones is yours." Gibai cheered excitedly. "It's happening! The legendary attempted robbery for sex is here." He shook Shen Tian. "Your Highness, we can make our move," Qin Gao chimed in. "Your Highness, let's go," Shen Tian lazily said. "Hold on, it's not time yet," he thought to himself, waiting for the main character with great fortune to appear. Xiao Ling Xian threw a pouch at the man. He caught the pouch. Then it dropped to the ground with a thud. She blushed furiously and yelled, "You lecherous bandit! Go castrate yourself." Wishful thinking. After a barrage of insults, she turned on her heel and stormed off. Giba was taken aback. Why isn't this pervert chasing after her? Doesn't he have any professional ethics? Shen Tian was also surprised. What's going on here? This isn't right at all. Why doesn't even the main character with great fortune get a chance to appear? He bitterly gritted his teeth. Looks like I have to make my move myself. Shen Tian swooped down towards the two of them, landing and declaring, "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you harass an innocent maiden in broad daylight?" He valiantly protected Xiao Ling Xian. "What's your crime?" Shen Tian smiled confidently. "Young lady, rest assured, as long as I'm here, I won't let this rogue harm a single hair on your head." The man was confused. Rogue? Who's harassing a maiden? Xiao Ling Xian also shouted, "Maiden? Where am I a maiden?" She puffed out her cheeks in anger. Shen Tian thought to himself, "Hey lady, you're missing the point. What's with this train of thought?" He pointed at the man and roared, I'll give you one chance to return the spirit stones to her. If not, the man challenged. Or what? Xian tugged at his sleeve and said softly, Young master, this has nothing to do with you. You should leave, Shen Tian asked, puzzled. As a cultivator, how can I stand by and watch someone die without helping? The man immediately channeled his energy and bellowed, How strange. He charged aggressively toward Shen Tian, meddling in other people's business, trying to be a hero saving the beauty. Go die. Energy surrounded him. Shen Tian was startled, thinking to himself, he's actually at the qi refining stage. Xian cried out, Don't fight, please don't fight. Shen Tian confidently stated, Young lady, don't be afraid, this kind of trash isn't even worth my attention. Giba descended from above. Shen Tian shouted in alarm. Go, Giba! He fiercely attacked the man, yelling, You audacious scoundrel! Daring to be disrespectful to His Highness the Prince. He added a palm strike full of internal force, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches on him. Giba confidently said, Your Highness, the miscreant has been subdued. Shen Tian exclaimed in admiration. Amazing! This sunflower demonic manual is truly powerful. He turned to Xian. Young lady, you're safe now. He blushed and scratched his head, saying, No need to thank me. This is something every moral and cultured cultivator should do. Suddenly she ran towards the man who was lying battered on the ground and gently asked, Are you okay? The man said, Li shu lap hak ti hak? Shen Tian asked, confused. What is he saying? Zhao Lianhe explained. He's saying you're a despicable little man, even if your methods are despicable, he continued. Lai Fei Fei, I won't forgive you. She continued to translate. He says, You just wait, I won't let you guys off the hook. Shen Tian angrily shouted, Who told you to harass an innocent girl in broad daylight, and you dare to threaten me? Do you have a death wish? Giba chimed in. Your Highness, calm down, we can beat him up again. The man continued to mumble incoherently. X Sheng Sai, XEP XA Yang. Shen Tian said, annoyed. Okay, I understand this sentence. Mercy, heroic sir, mercy, mercy your ghostly head. Today I must behead this lecher. Xiao Lianhe stopped him. Are you gonna kill him? Or just let it go, show some mercy, let him go. Shen Tian revealed a confused look. He's a leecher. He was just messing with you, and you still want to let him go. He blushed and thought to himself, Is this the legendary Mary Sue? Xiao Lianhe retorted. It's not like that. It's not like that. I'm just. She sighed helplessly. Forget it. She turned to face him and said, I'll tell you the truth. Xiao Lianhe said shyly. Actually, I'm just acting. Shen Tian gaped in astonishment. Acting? Ah. He was beaten to the point of serious injury, and fell limply on the ground, his chest heaving non-stop. And then he used his battered face to accuse this woman of being a fraud. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, pointing at Lianhe and shouting, She's not a spirit vein master at all. Lianhe, feeling wrongly accused, retorted resentfully, Don't you know shame? You still have the nerve to talk about me. Then she turned to look at Shen Tian and explained everything. Actually, he's the son of storekeeper Song. His father asked me to trick him earlier. Seeing this, I also spoke up and said, Young master, this woman is always doing this. She always joins forces with the stores to put on shows for customers to attract everyone. The two of them kept arguing back and forth, causing Shen Tian to frown and secretly complain. No wonder I couldn't see her fortune. After all that trouble, she's just a salesperson. A fortune that can be seen must be some kind of ghost. Thinking of this, he turned around and left, saying in frustration, Waste of my time. But before he could leave, he called him back. Wait. Then he pointed at his face and said, You guys beat me up like this and you want to leave? Giba, seeing that he was being disturbed, darkened his face and signaled, Your Highness, how about we silence him for good? The words he spoke startled both of them in terror. At this time, Lianhe timidly said, It's not to the point of killing someone, is it? Then she added bashfully, I still want to continue working with storekeeper Song. Shen Tian also shook his head in response. Let's forget about killing someone. Today it was just a misunderstanding. This young master thought you were harassing innocent women, so. Hearing this, Lianhe suddenly blushed and chimed in affirmatively. I'm a maiden, okay? Seeing her acting all sulky like that, he just casually replied, All right. Guess it serves a young miss right for messing around and getting beat up. Thinking carefully for a moment, he finally gave the order. All right then. Consider this me teaching you a lesson in place of your dad today. Are we cool now? Hearing that guy retorted unhappily. You think you can just brush it off like that? Shen Tian narrowed his eyes at him, making him flinch back in fear. That's some intense killing intent. But Lianhe blushed and thought to herself, So handsome. Suddenly he reached into his chest pocket and added, feeling dissatisfied. Abruptly he pulled out a badge and shouted, I, Shen Akuo, 6th Prince of the D1 Kingdom, am here. From now on, Xiao Liangor is under my protection. No one is allowed to look down on her. Xiaoling was shocked and surprised by what she heard. To add even more drama to the situation, Shen Tian continued, if anyone has a problem with it, feel free to come find me at the palace. After saying those words, he snorted coldly, turned his back, and gestured to Giba, let's go, leaving a lingering impression on everyone present that they couldn't shake off. After leaving the alleyway, Giba walked alongside him, comforting him. Your Highness, don't be upset. Today was just an accident. Yes, just an accident. Shen Tian only laughed after hearing that, replying, are you sure it's really just an accident? Giba immediately blamed himself because of that statement. Is it really just an accident? Your Highness's luck for the past 16 years probably doesn't count as an accident either. Your Highness has a hard life. But as they were walking, Shen Tian suddenly stopped and started chuckling like he caught a disease, confusing Giba, who was standing to the side as he called out, Your Highness, Shen Tian explained, resting his chin on his hand. Although Plan A failed, I've already thought of Plan B. And so, a poor Taoist appeared in the town Shen Tian was in, setting up a stall at the end of the street. To increase credibility, this poor Taoist even attached a fake beard, stroking it every now and then. Seeing that he had prepared everything, Shen Tian finally dared to yell, Come and take a look, everyone! Come and take a look! Come and take a look! Then he started flailing around, introducing himself non-stop. This Taoist is Shen Tian, a disciple under the Venerable Tianji. From Black Death Cave of Mountain Thudunhe, I'm here by order of my master to descend the mountain to train and find spiritual minds for people with fate. Who would have thought that his deceptive words could attract so many glances from passers-by? So Shen Tian shouted even more confidently, I guarantee that every mining attempt will definitely yield spirit stones, and after opening the spirit stones, I won't take a single penny, I'll give it all to the fated one. But that wasn't MLM enough, so Shen Tian had to conclude with one last sentence. Buy spirit stones from this Taoist, and next year, your cultivation will advance like the sea. Seeing him flailing around like this, Qin Gao whispered to Giba in confusion, Does His Highness really know how to sense spirits and appraise minds? Giba frowned as he received the question and answered, Sensing spirits and appraising minds is profound and intricate. Without guidance from a famous teacher, it would be difficult for His Highness to understand. Hearing this, Qin Gao panicked even more and asked, Could it be that he went crazy from the shock earlier? With His Highness's luck, it will be a long time before he finds a spiritual mind. Being cut off like that, he could only stutter and explain, If that's the case, the chance of the spiritual vein not being chosen by His Highness will be a little higher. Perhaps realizing that he couldn't explain it, Qin Gao excitedly commented, This move is great. His Highness is indeed intelligent. But while they were engrossed in gossiping, Shen Tian suddenly angrily interrupted. I said, you two don't even know how to help this Taoist shout out slogans. You only know how to watch the fun. Just then, someone came to check out the goods and asked him, Hey, if I open a spirit stone, you really won't take a single penny. Seeing that he didn't answer, he frowned and asked again, Are you telling the truth? Shen Tian rested his chin on his hand and nodded. This Taoist always keeps his word, not a single penny. But he still didn't believe him and continued, Then if I listen to you and choose a spiritual ore, what happens if I lose money? You won't scam me, will you? Because of these unpleasant words, his momentum dropped, and he thought, Everyone trusts scams like Xiao Lianhe, but I'm met with countless doubts. What kind of world is this? Afterward, he had to confirm one more time. This Taoist is only accumulating merit and doing good deeds. If I open a treasure, I won't take a single penny. If I can't open anything, I will compensate accordingly. He didn't beat around the bush and asked, Then please, immortal master, help me choose a good mineral. But Shen Tian was secretly annoyed, thinking, If it were so good, wouldn't this guy be an idiot? He used his ability to assess him. A white halo, better forget it. Shen Tian immediately changed his tone to one of regret, replying, What a pity. You are not fated with this poor Taoist. Seeing his disdainful attitude, the guy angrily cursed. Are you kidding me? Shen Tian shook his head. When I was successful, I already said, I'll only help those who are destined to find spiritual ore. Hearing this, he became even more furious, grabbing Shen Tian by the collar and yelling, You swindler, you want to die! Giba, seeing Shen Tian being attacked, also felt uncomfortable and gritted his teeth, saying, Could it be? But Shen Tian raised his hand to signal Giba to stop. Then, he calmly explained, Brother, if you make a move in this myriad spirit garden, you'll be fined. Do you really want to do it here? The management of the spirit garden isn't just sitting around. Shut up by Shen Tian. He could only swallow his anger and say, Damn it. Then he angrily left, shouting, "You swindler, just you wait. Someone will come and deal with you." But his threats only made Shen Tian mutter. The white halo of Qi luck seemed to just drift away. "You don't get the opportunity and blame me." And so, time flew by, and the sun had already climbed to the top of the mountain. Shen Tian continued his work, but after searching all morning he could only utter 2 words. "Sorry, sorry, sorry. You are not fated with this poor Taoist," causing some passers-by to start gossiping. Is that Taoist a swindler? He only knows how to repeat, "No fate, no fate." I think this person is like an otherworldly expert, extremely mysterious. But the person next to him spoke up in defense. He doesn't take a single spirit stone, so what's he swindling, what's he plotting? Which made the other person agree, makes sense. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out, clearing the way for a group of people entering. "Get out of the way! Everyone out of the way! Move! Get out of the way, you guys!" These people were just flattering Shen Tian, but now they were giggling and watching the drama. Wow! Are those people from the management of the spirit garden? The Taoist background is finally about to be revealed. Time for some melon seeds. When the group from the management committee stood in front of Shen Tian, everyone fell silent. The scumbeard he had just chased away now shamelessly ran over and asked, "Little punk, you haven't left yet." Seeing that Shen Tian had no reaction, he became even more arrogant, saying, "Bold, huh? Figured it out, huh? Now you can't say anything." Shen Tian helplessly opened his mouth. "I didn't expect you to actually call people over." Scumbeard, having backup, didn't hold back anymore, pointing at Shen Tian and saying, "Fairy, look, it's this guy who dares to deceive people in the Myriad Spirit Garden." Shen Tian also raised his eyes to assess his support. Turns out it was a beautiful young lady with a well-rounded figure, mountains and peaks. She also noticed his gaze, so she frowned and sized him up as well. Yi Ba, worried about Shen Tian, whispered a reminder, "Your Highness, be careful." According to this old servant's observation, this young lady is, at least at the foundation establishment stage. I'm afraid this old servant is no match for her. Seeing his teammate caring about him, Shen Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he quickly regained his composure to reassure him. "It's okay." Lilian here moved her face close to Shen Tian's, and then she confidently stated, "This fellow Taoist doesn't look like a bad person. Is there a misunderstanding?" "No," Scumbeard, getting an unsatisfactory answer, angrily shouted, "Fairy, don't be fooled by his appearance. I swear he's definitely a swindler." But he didn't expect that these words would cause the majority of the female fans here to scream, "How can someone so handsome be a swindler?" That's right, he already made it clear that he only helps those who are destined to find spiritual ore. You're just not destined. Yeah, anyway, I don't believe there's any swindler who's so handsome. Shen Tian didn't know why, but when he glanced at Lian Sher, his eyes fell upon those 2 fruits. She, because she was falsely accused by Scumbeard, confidently introduced herself. "I am Lian Her, a direct disciple of the Taibai Cave Heaven. May I ask which sect fellow Taoist belongs to?" Hearing this, Shen Tian bowed his head in reply. "Disciple of the Heavenly Secrets, honored one, from the Yuhei Cave of Mount Chu Ming, Shen Aotian, greets Lian Kier Fairy." The moment he said that, she blankly asked, "Fudan Mountain, Huihei Cave, Venerable Tianji." Then, she quickly covered up her surprise by pouting and retorting, "Lian Kier doesn't seem to have heard of him before." Seeing this, the dude with the facial hair was even more convinced. "Who knows if he's making it up? Fairy, definitely don't believe him." Shen Tian wasn't willing to admit defeat, so he tried to salvage the situation. "My master doesn't like to socialize with others. He enjoys his own company in his room. It's normal that the fairy hasn't heard of him." Lianfear didn't argue further and just nodded. "So that's how it is. So, Taoist really can find spirit ore." He nodded confidently upon hearing this. "Absolutely genuine," Lianhair then asked. "How can you prove it?" he explained. "If the fairy is willing, I, the poor Taoist, can find a piece of spirit ore for the fairy to open and reveal its spirit." Seeing this, she rested her chin thoughtfully. "Didn't Taoists say that those without fate can't obtain it, even with 10,000 gold? But he smiled and replied, "Of course, that's because." Then he gently gestured, and the petals began to flutter around him, accompanied by a cheesy line, "The fairy is fated with this poor Taoist." This whole scene left everyone there dumbfounded. Lianer immediately blushed, stammering, You're saying we have fate." Seeing how easily she believed him, the man immediately tried to dissuade her. "Fairy, please don't be deceived by this kid's sweet talk. This kid is definitely not a good person." But she didn't pay much attention, just pretending to cough a few times before retorting, "This maiden knows what she's doing." Then she shyly approached him and asked, "Is it true what Taoist said, that you're fated with Lian Hair?" At this point, Shen Tian nodded gleefully. Of course it's true. Lian Geyer no longer hid her excitement and openly enjoyed it, while the men watched her in fear. After she spaced out for a while, she began to sway her body, saying, "My intuition tells me that Brother Shen is definitely not lying. Lian Hair naturally believes him." At that moment, the dude with the facial hair chimed in, "Fairy. Interrupting a woman's joy is the biggest mistake," because Lian Hair gave the men a sharp look and asked, "Why are you slandering people?" causing Shen Tian, standing on the side, to be surprised and assess. "The enforcement officer of Myriad Spirit Garden, you guys solve cases this casually." Then, he propped his chin up and pondered his own beauty. "When did I become Brother Shen? Does that mean it's because I'm handsome? So being handsome means you can do whatever you want." At this moment, a servant standing in front of Lianer tried to persuade her. "Miss, the truth hasn't been clarified yet. We can't handle cases so carelessly." Shen Tian stroked his chin and spoke up. "May I ask, how can this poor Taoist prove my innocence?" Hearing this, that guy began to argue illogically with him. "If you claim to be fated with Miss Lianer, then it's simple." Then, he pointed towards Lianer and continued. "Please find 3 spirit ore stones for Miss Lianer. Open the stones to prove it. If the total value of the spirit stones within the 3 spirit ore is more than the initial purchase price by 1 portion." The more he spoke, the more provocative he became towards Shen Tian. "Then it can be proven that you're not lying. The enforcement team will give Taoist justice." I wonder what Taoist thinks. Hearing this, he immediately shook his head and refused. "I'm afraid that won't do. The fairy and this poor Taoist are fated, but this poor Taoist can only choose 1 spirit ore stone for the fairy," causing him to ask in confusion, "Why?" At this moment, Shen Tian began to act the part, looking up to the sky and uttering ancient words. "The heavenly Tao has its order. All things have their rules. Words cannot be fully spoken. Journeys cannot be fully traveled. Blessings cannot be fully received." Then he used 3/4 of his most handsome face to utter charming words. "Excessive appropriation will lead to an early end." Seeing this, the young girl screamed madly, "Brother is so handsome, so skilled." Lianer had higher qualities, so she didn't scream like them. She only knew how to sway and think to herself. "The heavenly Daoyo has its order. All things have their rules. These words are so true. He definitely isn't a liar." Suddenly, Giba leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Since your highness is willing to open ore for her, why not choose a few more spirit stones? That way, you can increase the young lady's affection for you." Receiving advice from him, he frowned and thought, "I want to, but how can I do it?" Then, he looked up at Lian Hair's head and continued to think. There's only one halo of opportunity above her head. That guy, because he was jealous of Shen Tian, challenged him loudly. "Taoist is so confident, are you not worried about making a mistake?" Hearing this, he instantly shook his head. In this poor Taoist's cultivation methods, there is no such thing as the word mistake. Then, he suddenly stood up, making everyone look up in surprise. Shen Tian solemnly declared, "Fairy Lianier, please follow me." And so she hastily followed, much to the crowd's anticipation. After a bit of moving, the two finally arrived at the Saint Spirit workshop. The shopkeeper, Xiao Li Zi, was diligently cleaning the spacious room. Noticing the approaching figures, he immediately switched his attitude. He greeted them with enthusiasm. Esteemed guests, our Saint Spirit workshop is a reputable, long-standing establishment in the Myriad Spirit Garden," he happily continued. "We've had quite a few good spirit stones show up here," completely oblivious that Shen Tian had zipped past him. Then, Shen Tian gazed upon the display counter. Seeing this, Xiao Lizi was about to speak, when Li Lianshare snapped, "Shut your mouth. Don't bother senior brother." Abruptly, Shen Tian began chanting, combining strange movements with a verbal incantation. "O Chaman, Avatar, Dragon Armor Warrior, Kakos, Vegeta." Watching his spectacular performance, the onlookers were speechless. One of the onlookers even whispered, "Miss Lian Hair, you study at the Tai Bai Cave. Can you understand what this Tao friend is chanting?" Making her sweat as she explained, "It's likely some profound spirit-summoning secret art. Listen carefully and try to comprehend it. Don't disturb me." On the other side, Shen Tian continued his performance, shouting, "Shark, AI, Buha, Holy Mother Maria, Paris, King's Canyon, Antenna, I can't open it." After rambling for a while, he finally clasped his hands together, concluding, "Taishang Lao Jun, hurry, hurry, as the laws command." As soon as he spoke, Shen Tian's eyes suddenly turned red, and he pointed forward, exclaiming, "This poor Taoist sees it. It's that one." At that moment, all eyes turned to where he was pointing, which was a mystical blue spirit ore. The onlookers' jaws dropped as they struggled to find words. Someone even stepped forward in disbelief, asking, "Dapio friend Apio Tian, are you certain you want to choose this ore? Unless you haven't heard the story about this spirit ore." Hearing this, Shen Tian calmly asked, "Tell me about it." Seeing that he was allowed to explain, the man immediately said, "This stone is called the Azure Purple Immortal Gourd. It's the treasure of Saint Spirit Workshop." As he said this, the scene of the past began to unfold. Back then, when the owner of Saint Spirit Workshop dug up this ore, the entire myriad spirit garden was shaken. He clicked his tongue and continued. At the time, almost all the dignitaries, officials, and true immortal cultivators of the Great Yan Dynasty came clamoring to our door, offering sky-high prices, hoping to buy this ore. Then, he didn't hesitate to show a price comparison. The Azure Purple Immortal Gourd once soared to over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, Shen Tian swallowed, listening intently. But when the Spirit Vein Grandmaster examined and measured this ore, everyone was enlightened. The Grandmaster of the past sighed after examining it, saying, "This spirit ore was once very precious, concealing a great immortal aura, but over the long years the source of this great immortal aura has been completely exhausted." At this moment the man could no longer remain calm and shakily finished. "So this Azure Purple Immortal Gourd is worthless? Don't even mention 1,000,000 spirit stones. You couldn't sell it for 10,000. Shen Tian listened to the whole story, a mysterious thought suddenly popping up in his head. Finally, all three of them looked thoughtfully at the blue spirit ore. Seeing this, Zhao Lizi immediately shouted, "Azure Purple Immortal Gourd, don't even mention 1,000,000 spirit stones. You couldn't sell it for 10,000. Hearing this, the immortal faction burst out laughing, retorting, "This swindler can really put on an act. Even the immortal nearly got scared." The bystanders shouted happily, "Immortal, the truth is clear. Hopefully, you guys will deal with this swindler." But when her nature of being attracted to handsome guys awakened, no one could stop her. Liang Guer, because of this, sweetly smiled and said to Shen Tian, "Even a spirit vein master occasionally makes mistakes. It's normal." After that, she even put on a cute and innocent little white act, creating an opportunity. "Shen Gej, how about we change to another one?" Shen Tian blushed because of this, thinking to himself, "Is this little sister protecting me?" Thinking of this, he couldn't help but close his eyes and indulge in his imagination. Since that's the case, he suddenly opened his eyes, reached out towards her, and started saying cheesy lines. "This humble Taoist has never regretted his choice. Please, fairy, begin the excavation." The group of men became even angrier after hearing this, rolling up their sleeves and gritting their teeth, replying, "The fairy offered you a step down, but you didn't take it. You're courting death even at this point." But one of them hurriedly stopped them. "Wait." Then he hurriedly ran in front of Lianer and advised, "Miss, do you really want to open this stone? Spending 10,000 spirit stones is no small amount." After advising the young lady, he immediately pointed at Shen Tian, Shen Aoshan. "Things aren't serious yet. If you involve 10,000 spirit stones, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Seeing that he didn't say anything, he seized the opportunity to push further. "Right now, you haven't caused any bad influence. The maximum consequence is just damage to your reputation." Then he scolded with an angry look, "But if you really swindle away 10,000 spirit stones, then you could only go to jail." As soon as these words were spoken, a chemical reaction occurred between the two, making that Han A even more bitter, and saying, "This fraud actually scammed me in front of the enforcement team. I'll be waiting for the show of you, fraud." But while the chemical reaction was happening, a catalyst was poured in. It turned out to be shopkeeper Liu, smiling and saying, "Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." As he entered, he conveniently grabbed some snacks in his hand, his mouth smiling from ear to ear. Then, he looked at Shen Tian and asked, "Little brother, do you really feel that this purple-green immortal gourd is fated?" After hearing this, he hesitated a little and nodded. Seeing this, he blushed and laughed heartily with excitement, then hurriedly ran to his side, patted him on the shoulder, and praised, "Little brother, you truly have eyes like torches. Your views are exactly the same as mine." At the same time, shopkeeper Liu turned his attention to the stone and sang praises in a plagiarizing manner. The purple and green on the body of this immortal gourd was naturally carved, and it also has a peerless immortal cliff formed naturally. Speaking of which, he lifted the Liu stone like a lover with both hands and sighed, adding that ordinary people only feel that the origin has been exhausted, turning into waste. Then he held the stone tightly in his chest and whispered, "I have always felt that only truly fated people can discover a trace of life hidden in the immortal gourd." After that, Shopkeeper Liu looked down at the stone and sighed. This is truly an impermanent grand opportunity. After rambling about the three kingdoms for a while, he finally got to the main topic, warmly shaking his hand and saying, "Little brother, meeting you is too late. We met too late." Shen Tian also considered this lucky, and hurriedly turned to the one who had just ridiculed him and provoked. "It seems that there are still people who believe in this humble Taoist." Seeing how confident he was, he immediately poured cold water on him. "This person is the owner of Holy Spirit Emporium, Shopkeeper Liu." Then the crowd fell into silence again as before. The group of onlookers couldn't hold back any longer, and launched a rebellion together. "I know it, director. This guy is definitely an actor. You're the actor hired by Shopkeeper Liu. Fraud, fraud." They even dragged Shopkeeper Liu in to scold. "So that's how it is. I thought he was just a normal fraud, but it turns out he's being helped by the Holy Spirit Emporium. Using this kind of trick, I'll never come here again. This kind of unscrupulous merchant should never be tolerated," causing Shopkeeper Liu to explain in fear and helplessness. Everyone, I really don't know this little brother." Seeing that his words were useless, he had no choice but to raise his hand and swear, "I guarantee with my character, if I know this little brother, I will definitely be struck by lightning." Shen Tian also sighed and spoke in agreement. "If I and Shopkeeper Liu are really accomplices, why not just accept a few fake exploded mine orders? That would attract customers even more easily." After explaining, he began to reason things out. "If you want to choose fat sheep, why would I choose you, people from the enforcement team? Or do you think that the enforcement team of Wanling Garden are all fat sheep who are both stupid and easy to deceive?" Hearing his rebuttal, that guy only knew to lower his head, unable to speak. Then he immediately spoke up to refute everything. Then what do you take to prove that you have nothing to do with Shopkeeper Liu?" Cornered, Shen Tian could only reach out and ask, "Then please prove that this humble Taoist is not your biological parent," he roared upon hearing this. "You," he turned to Li Liner and said, "this humble priest has said before, if you have fate, I won't take a penny. If you don't, I won't calculate it, even with 10,000 gold. If Fairy Li Liner trusts me, I naturally won't let her down." He even put on a sulky face and complained, "If you guys don't trust me, you can imprison me, but I'll still stand by my words." But in the end, he pointed at the stone and affirmed, "There's a great opportunity in this ore." Lian Hare, infatuated with him, didn't look angry at all, and looked at him expectantly. She even patted her chest and asserted, "I believe him." Lianer turned to chat with Shopkeeper Liu. "I believe in Shen Gige, but Lianer only has 50 spirit stones with her." Then she drew her sword and bargained, "This sword of Lianer's." But before she could finish, he shook his head. No need. Sold. At this time, he put on a calm face and replied, "Fairy Lianer trusts Shen Daoyu so much. This old one is willing to take a loss." But his hand still pointed to the spirit stones and said, "Fairy Lian Hire, Shen Daoyu and I are like old friends at first sight. I only hate that we met so late. Believing in him is believing in me." So the bargaining was successful, and the two shook hands and expressed goodwill. "To show my sincerity, this old one will send the best stonecutters to cut the stone for free for the fairy." Noticing her interest, Shopkeeper Liu stroked his beard and added fuel to the fire. "This old one swears, even if a shocking great opportunity is opened, this old one will definitely not charge half a spirit stone. This is my sincerity." Then, he nodded to the blacksmith beside him. The guy received the order, and immediately raised the hammer high and smashed it hard on the stone, cutting it in half. The crowd watching this scene held their breath. As Shen Tian predicted, a spirit essence appeared from the stone. Seeing this, Lian Hanger happily rubbed her 2 melons against his chest and shouted, "Gurge, something appeared!" making his face turn red, secretly thinking her way of expressing herself wasn't very appropriate. At this time, the spirit essence became brighter and brighter. The crowd that had been mocking him could only shrink their necks in fear, and Shopkeeper Liu could only yell, "How is this possible? It shouldn't be like this." Then he turned to look at him and wondered, "There's clearly a great opportunity in this ore. Why is there only a rotten gourd?" The crowd burst into laughter after hearing these words, mocking, "This guy is indeed a scam. Great opportunity, my ass." Someone even pointed directly at Shopkeeper Liu and said, "See, I said these two are in cahoots. Let's see what you have to say this time." Shen Tian also stood in a corner and added, "Shopkeeper Liu is joking. With your eyes as bright as torches, you must have seen it clearly long ago. Why bother joking like this?" Then he turned to look at Lian Hare and asked, "Fairy, can I borrow your immortal sword?" Seeing this, Lian Hare immediately threw the sword towards him. Shen Tian caught the sword and praised, "Truly a good sword." Then, He gripped the hilt tightly and slashed hard. Thus the gourd was also chopped into 2 pieces, creating a dazzling golden light, blinding the onlookers. At this time, the gourd stone began to crack into pieces. Then it spontaneously emitted dazzling light again. Seeing this, shopkeeper Liu blurted out, "This is. The gourd from earlier has begun to change shape, constantly shining, attracting the praise of the crowd. Unbelievable. I've never seen such a dazzling aura. It seems a great treasure has been opened." Shen Tian then lowered his hand to pick up the stone, then gently placed it into Lian Qi's hand, reminding her, "This humble Taoist has said it before. I won't let the fairy down." Lian Qi gazed at the stone in her hand and giggled. "Is this a seed?" Everyone around started buzzing. "Didn't they say the spirit ore contained a scrap of used-up magic tool with depleted essences?" Another person explained, "A used-up scrap can't produce a seed, so this isn't from a magic tool, it's a gourd that just appeared from somewhere." A young woman chimed in, "I told you, Taoist Gerge is so handsome he can't be a scammer." She even preened, making up a theory. "How could you commoners understand Taoist Gerge's realm? It's laughable." Seeing that the guy didn't react, she had to blow a kiss as bait. "You agree, right, Linger?" Seeing her flirting, Shen Tian angrily reminded, "No winking at Gerge." At this moment, shopkeeper Liu had to butt in and change the topic. "Why does this thing look so familiar?" As if he remembered something, his mouth stammered. "This is the treasure that emits dazzling light." Then he pointed at the stone and explained, "Could this be the 7 treasures immortal gourd, ranked 36th on the list of legendary spiritual objects?" Afterwards he muttered to himself in a panic, "This is a priceless treasure. I've been in this business for over a decade, and I've never seen such a supreme treasure. I messed up. Hearing this, Shen Tian stepped forward and said, "Although this seed is precious, it needs to be attracted and nurtured." Finally, he used his handsome face to remind, "If taken care of, it can protect your entire Tai Bai Grotto heaven." Lian Fair, with her inherent infatuation with good-looking guys, had no way to escape, so she stated her heart, "If this seed is so precious, Lian Fair is willing to give it to Shen Gege." The crowd was stunned and asked, "Giving away something so valuable just like that?" Seeing this, Shen Tian immediately refused. "Absolutely not. This is Fairy Lian Tier's fortune. This humble Taoist can't take it." Hearing this, Lian Ker's heart suddenly fluttered, throbbing like spring was approaching. She shyly nodded and said, "Thank you, Gerge," making Shen Tian both blush and cry inside. "It's not that I don't want it." Afterwards he rationalized the reason. "It's just that with my cultivation level, I can't afford to nurture this seed at all." Thinking of this, he suddenly clasped his hands and sighed. But thankfully, this fortune isn't completely black anymore. At this time, Lian Jie was celebrating with everyone and didn't notice that Shen Tian and shopkeeper Liu were bawling together. When Nirvana gave birth to a trace of life force destroying Nirvana from this Qingling gourd, Nirvana gave birth to the 7 treasures immortal gourd. Truly, unbelievably shocking. The more he spoke, the louder he cried. "Among countless living beings, only you and this humble Taoist saw its essence. Not only did you not increase the price because of this, but you also gave a 50% discount and free stone cutting." As the sadness quickly turned into a bitter smile on their faces, "You are truly the epitome of a merchant, a role model of morality in the cultivation world, so touching that it moves people." The clueless crowd outside clapped and exclaimed. As expected of the manager of Holy Spirit Pavilion, he can see through the inside of the spirit ore. Truly admirable. Someone even teased and cheered, "I'll come to Holy Spirit Pavilion to buy spirit ore in the future." Shopkeeper Liu is so kind, he definitely isn't a profiteer. Causing him to cry and thank them, "It's my duty, this is what this old man should do." Afterwards, he found a hidden corner and muttered to himself, "Supreme treasure is seen in the sky again. Finds its master. This old man is truly moved." On this side, Lingar still excitedly praised him. "Shen Gerge is truly a gentleman. Lingar admires you." After praising for a while, she offered the seed back to him and continued, "But I already said just now, I can't take this seed." After speaking, she even blushed to express further. "This is the spirit ore that Shen Gege chose. How can all the fortune be mine?" Shen Tian, because of his face-saving nature, had to switch course and reply, "This humble Taoist has said it before. I replace the fated to seek spirit ore and cut ore. I won't take a single cent. Fairy doesn't need to be polite." Hearing this, the initially gleeful face dropped, but right after, she flashed a smile and said, "I've got it." Lian Kara quickly used her adorable and charming face to explain, "How about this? We split this seed in half. Each of us gets half, how's that sound?" Shen Tian felt like he was struck by lightning when he heard this, just blankly thinking, half for each of us. Is she serious? Then he quickly imagined, what can you even grow with half a seed? Suddenly he got a little curious. Isn't half a gourd still a gourd? But he immediately stopped himself and pleaded with her. Fairy Leander is mistaken. Even though the seed is priceless, fate is even more priceless. He even carefully reminded her when everyone else was suspicious. This humble one only has Fairy Leander who believes in me. He even put on a frowning, innocent young man's face and continued, kindness begets kindness. Or does the fairy think the fate between you and me isn't worth this 7-treasure immortal gourd seed? Leanfear's head was spinning because of his handsome face. She clutched her chest and avoided his gaze, replying, so this is the crystallization of fate between me and Brother Shen. After thinking about it for a long time, she misunderstood him again and asked, or is this a love token that Brother Shen is giving me? Seeing that he didn't say anything, which she took as a silent confirmation, she happily said, don't worry, Manhwa will definitely take good care of this immortal gourd seed so that it can grow strong and healthy. Manhwa won't let Brother Shen's feelings down. Shen Tian didn't argue anymore and went with the flow. Right, hurry up and take this treasure. But before he could get too excited, an old voice butted in. If neither of you wants this immortal gourd seed, how about giving it to this old ancestor? Causing Shen Tian to exclaim in shock, where's that voice coming from? The small fry standing next to Leanfear immediately reminded her, Miss, be careful. Just at this moment, a cloud of purple mist appeared in the high sky, and glittering light like stars appeared in the cloud. The gossiping crowd, sensing something ominous, started shouting, why is there a cloud of mist in the Holy Spirit ward? He didn't care about everyone, but only targeted Linger and said, the treasure is mine, quickly swooping down to snatch it. But before he could attack Linger, he was blocked. The attack was accompanied by a shout, what rat dares to cause trouble in my Holy Spirit ward? After hearing that, Linger hurriedly opened her eyes to observe the situation, but before she could do anything, someone ran in front of her and took the blow for her. Not only did he shield her, but he also used both hands to twist the black-clothed man's arm. His eyes stared straight at his prey without a trace of compassion. Instantly, he unleashed his ultimate skill, and blue flames appeared surrounding the space. The man in black wasn't to be outdone, and quickly used his flexible body to dodge, so the two of them fought in the air, causing Linger to stare up in astonishment. Then, she startled and looked down. Because the two of them had moved to a lower position to fight, the man in black wanted to end it quickly, so he landed a powerful blow on the other man, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Feeling that he had won, the black-clothed man couldn't help but laugh loudly. No wonder it's the Holy Spirit ward, it even has an early-stage golden core true person stationed here, he smugly continued. It's a pity you're still too inexperienced to face this old ancestor. At this moment, Linger could only stand still amidst the dust, looking at the black-clad man, and he chuckled, commenting, the Supreme Immortal Seed, ranked 36th on the spiritual wood chart, truly lives up to its reputation. Finishing his sentence, he rushed towards her, grinning. From now on, this old ancestor won't need to struggle anymore. But little did he know that Shen Tian was here, and he was already responding. Oh, really? Then, he quickly shouted his ultimate technique. Yellow river water flows from the sky, eternal green lotus. One sword cleaves the bloom. But the dust from earlier flew up with his words. And he added, immortal road of longevity. Unwilling, ambrosia of the 4 seas, toast to Tai Bai. The black-clad man, struck by Shen Tian's move, spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the petals flying before him, he commented, good wine, good wine. Suddenly, the petals burst open everywhere, like daggers seeking their target. A series of slashes were unleashed, shattering those petals to pieces. The target the petals aimed for was precisely the black-clad man trapped within the ultimate technique. If he slipped up even slightly, another flower would instantly rush in and immediately explode before his face, causing him to scream in terror. The light from the explosion engulfed the black-clad man's entire body. The explosion painted the entire city with the rosy glow of the petals. At this moment, all 3 were enveloped in a cloud of dust. Witnessing such a scene, Linger could only exclaim, this is beneath Li Cheng's feet. The black-clad man's mask was removed. Seeing that he had defeated the black-clad man, Cheng smiled in satisfaction. Then he picked up his gourd and took a relaxed swig. After drinking, he wiped his mouth with relish, even stomping on the black-clad man and shouting, good wine. The young ladies who were previously lamenting Shen Tian's appearance are now lamenting Cheng's appearance. Next is him, the #1 genius of the Tai Bai Grotto Heaven. Seeing the girls calling his name, he even struck a suave pose to introduce himself. Then, the girls looked down at his feet and continued. This person, could he be the heretical cultivator from beyond the realm, known as Dark Ancestor Ni Guaher? Hearing the name Ni Guaher, the crowd was even more surprised. What? This is a late-stage golden core powerhouse. They continued to gossip. To defeat Niguaker at such a young age, how terrifying. Seeing Change continue to drink, the girls went wild again. So suave. Although his looks are slightly inferior to Senior Brother Immortal, his vibe is still handsome. I still prefer someone like Senior Brother Immortal. I don't like men who drink. Speaking of which, the direction of the crowd's opinion shifted again. Actually, men who like to drink are all philanderers. They might even beat their Dageo companion, making one feel insecure. Sure enough, Senior Brother Immortal seems more reliable. Change, hearing this, angrily stomped on Niguanir's body, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he angrily walked towards Lianjie and called out Lianhe. Then, his jealous instincts flared, and he pushed in front of Shen Tian and said, "As long as Big Brother is here, no one can threaten your safety." Then, he added with a chuckle, "Even if a nascent soul old monster makes a move, unless they step over Big Brother's corpse, don't even think about touching a single hair on your head." But before he could finish speaking, Lianhe sent him flying and said, "Gazia, I can protect myself, you help me protect Shen Lang," and sees his sister embrace Shen Tian. Making him see red, he yelled, "Shen Lang!" Cheng Jie, who was all cool just a moment ago, was now flailing his arms, demanding, "No way, how long have you even known him?" Then, he leaned his face in close and whispered, "Our Ling family's young lady can't be so reckless. You gotta be super careful. This time, I secretly brought you to Wanling Garden to find Grandpa, you know." Even mentioning Grandpa, Linger's expression remained indifferent. Making him even more frantic, he cried, "If Dad finds out you were lured by some stinky brat of unknown origin, he'd totally beat me to death." Then he told his sister no. Cheng Jie angrily turned to Shen Tian and yelled, "Hey, you stinky punk, stay away from my little sister." Just then, Ling Jie hugged him tightly and tried to calm him down. "Big brother, what are you doing?" "Oh, Shen Lang." Seeing his sister was totally boy crazy, his last resort was to drag her away. He tried to scold her. "Ling Singer, stop messing around, listen to me, let's just head back." Suddenly, Linger blushed and asked, "Big brother Cheng?" Then, with a love-struck expression, she asked, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Hearing these words from his sister, Cheng Ge's face subtly stiffened. Linger still didn't get it, and continued to show the seeds, saying, "Shen Lang and I have a destined connection, big brother. See, this is the crystallization of our fate." Shen Tian, hearing this, powerlessly tried to interject, "That's not it, miss." But Cheng He didn't even let him finish before roaring, "Dad and Mom won't agree to this." Linger huffily turned away and shot back, "If they don't agree, I'll just run away from home with Shen Lang." Cheng Zheng was furious, scolding, "Linger, you don't even know this brat's background, or if he already has a Dao companion and you already want to elope with him." Seeing the two of them bickering back and forth, he still managed to say in a low voice, Could you just listen to me for a second?" Before he could finish, Linger cut him off. "So what does that matter? Didn't Grandpa have a few Dagyo companions too?" Linger argued back. "You're not like that," Shen Tian, seeing his words were completely useless, immediately turned around and walked away. At this moment, Gi Ba, who had been watching from the sidelines, sneered a few words. "His Highness Invincible truly lives up to his name. Even the little princess of Taibai Dongqian is rushing to elope with his highness." Then he even pretended to wipe away tears, continuing, "If Consort Lan in the Yellow Springs knew, she would definitely be smiling in the underworld." Qin Gao also flushed with approval. "Such a good young lady, your highness. You should agree quickly." But Shen Tian just coldly snorted back, "Can you guys please stop messing around?" Cheng Ge's face suddenly darkened upon hearing these words from the crowd. Then Cheng Ge slowly turned around. He cupped his hands towards everyone and said respectfully, "Everyone, this is a private matter of my Lin family. I hope you won't spread rumors." After saying that, he immediately unleashed his flashy technique, and with his veiny hand he grabbed her sleeve tightly and yelled, "Come home with Big Brother now!" But the boy crazy Linger shook her head. "No, I won't. I want to stay with Shen Lang." Finally, she couldn't take it anymore, and raised her hand, ready to slap him. Seeing that, he immediately yelled back, "Linger, stop being so willful." Then he continued to lecture his sister, "If you keep this up, he'll die, you know? Have you forgotten that Dad broke the legs of every single guy who ever tried to pursue you?" But a girl who had fallen so hard in love at first sight could only retort, "If Dad really wants to beat him to death, I don't care. If he dies, I'll willingly die with him." While the siblings were heatedly arguing, Shen Tian angrily shouted, "Ahem." Seeing both of them turn their gaze towards him, he sighed and said, "Stop it." Then, he finally dared to voice his opinion. "Do I care? No, this poor Taoist cares." Cheng Ge, annoyed, asked him directly, "What did you say? You want to care about my little sister, huh?" Seeing his reaction, he stammered in reply, Big brother Lily, what I mean is, I'll really get beaten to death." HMPH. He immediately shot a threatening glare. Unless your luck is heaven-defying, you'll definitely die a miserable death. Hearing the phrase, heaven-defying, Shen Tian couldn't help but narrow his eyes, assessing, heaven-defying luck, huh? With my absolutely abysmal luck, I'm totally screwed then. Then he had to sigh and explain everything. Fairy maiden Tianer, you've misunderstood. Actually, when it comes to romance, I'm the slow burn type. Honestly, I'm not comfortable with things moving too fast. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow threateningly. What do you mean? You think you still have the chance to develop slowly? This attitude left him speechless. He then hastily waved his hand in refusal. No. What I mean is, the connection between me and the fairy maiden is only about this ore, nothing to do with feelings. Yet Lian Krier stubbornly threw herself into his arms and cried. Just like you said, we already have the crystallization of fate. You, Shen Tian, frowned helplessly, not knowing what to say. He could only explain. With sincerity, I already said, this is just the crystallization of fate. It really has nothing to do with romantic love. His words caused the two of them to have two different emotional states. Looking at him in her imagination, Lian Kar couldn't stop thinking, between us isn't love, isn't love, isn't love. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Shengej must have his reasons. Her rosy thoughts suddenly turned black, and she thought further, if you dare harass my little sister, I'll castrate you. Among them, Shen Tian cried aggrievedly. We are not related to love, Lian Her Mei, sorry, farewell. If it's not love, then what is it? The image of Shen Tian being pressured by her older brother to leave her appeared clearly in her mind. Thinking of this, Lian Weir couldn't help but grit her teeth angrily and curse inwardly. It must be Gurge who forced Shen Lang. Then, she fearlessly drew her sword and warned Shen Lang. Don't be afraid. Even if father and Garage don't like you, I will protect you. Then she pointed her sword at her own brother and lowered her voice. If you threaten Shen Lang to leave me, I'll die for you to see. Causing both Shen Tian and Zhang Ji to look at her in bewilderment. He couldn't believe his ears and thought, is my method of opening the immortal cultivation world wrong? He quickly thought of the girls he had met before to evaluate. Not only mineral veins, but also obsessive fans. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but nod. In my past life, I thought those obsessive fans who would risk their lives just to meet their idols were all shills. Then Shen Tian observed Lian Ger and concluded, now it seems that this fairy maiden Lian Ger is even more extreme than them. Looking at Lian Ger's emotional development, he sighed softly. I've only met her once, and we haven't even been together for an hour. From Dao friend, Gurge, to Shen Lang, and now she's ready to die for love. The image of Lian Here's rosy face handing him the token of love appeared. Shen Tian looked at the scene of her holding the sword to her neck and he grimaced. This fairy maiden's love came too fast. Even a dragon couldn't catch up. But he quickly regained his pride and affirmed. As expected, being too handsome is a sin. I feel like I'm in trouble. Zhang Ji sighed when he saw his little sister's actions. Then he had to make a decision himself. How about this? Noticing that he was looking at him, Shen Tian lowered his voice to remind him, ahem. Then he asked, I wonder if Taoist Shen has a master yet, or joined any sect. Receiving the question, he explained like an old pro, I am Shen Aoshan, a disciple under the heavenly mystery venerable, from the Yu Ming Grotto, of Mount Qiu Ming. Hearing this, Zhang Ji asked in confusion, Mount Qiu Wai Ming. Then he smiled and replied, so Shen Hein is a disciple of the heavenly mystery. Venerable, no wonder you are so capable. I wonder how your esteemed master is doing these days. Hearing this, Shen Tian froze, not knowing what to say, because his head was running through a series of thoughts. What's going on? This is all made up by me. His face stiffened, and the lines on his face were obvious, as if a heavenly secret was about to be revealed. Could it be that this world really has a heavenly mystery venerable? Shen Tian immediately clutched his head in confusion, trying to find a way to explain. Then Zhang Ji wondered to himself, so how do I continue acting? It will be exposed sooner or later. Hearing this, Shen Tian blanked out and asked, You, how did you get into my inner world? Cheng Ji frowned and replied, This is voice transmission using secret techniques, don't tell me you don't even know that. Then suddenly he darkened his face and warned, If you don't want to be castrated by my dad, you better cooperate with me. Shen Tian immediately looked annoyed. This guy is so annoying. But Cheng Ji just smiled and commented, I can hear everything you're saying, you know. Cornered, Shen Tian could only agree. Thank you for your concern, Li Zhong. My master is doing well. Cheng Ji immediately got into his role. Then there's a solution to this situation. Lian Sher, you might not know, but Shen Gongzi's master, Tianji Zhenren, is a lifelong friend of my father. They have a great relationship. Hearing this, Lian Sher asked in disbelief, Shen Lang, is that true? But Shen Tian thought to himself, Of course it's fake. But Cheng Ji read his mind and warned. Hey, cooperate properly. My dad is Li Kenglan, the head of the Hajian sect. If you expose me, I'll castrate you right here. Receiving the warning, Shen Tian said obsequiously, My master often mentions Li Hajianzun. He always praises Li Qianbei's swordsmanship, and especially admires his noble character. Lian Care, even though she was holding a sword to her brother's neck, still chimed in eagerly. Admires my dad's noble character, Cheng Ji replied. I heard that when he was young, Dad was very refined and gentle. Then suddenly he whispered to Lian Shaker, He's probably going through menopause now, so his temper is a bit hot-headed. Then he continued to act, walking and saying, Tianji Yimai and our family are longtime friends. Of course we can't object to you two, but after all, my sister is an unmarried maiden. We have to pay attention to her reputation. After instructing her, Cheng Ji didn't even bother to look at his sister as he talked smoothly. We can't let the neighbors think that the Li family's Dajiaoji eloped. That would have a bad influence. Hearing this, Lian Hare had no choice but to lower her head remorsefully and ask, Then what should we do? Cheng Ji replied. First we'll go back to Tai Bai Dongtian. But Lian Hare stubbornly argued. Why, seeing that his sister wouldn't listen, Cheng Ji angrily scolded. You still have the 7 treasures immortal gourd seed on you. Then he quickly ran to block her sword again, advising, Think about it. If this news gets out, the demons and monsters within 1,000 miles will come looking for you and Shen Xiangdi, and even I won't be able to protect you then. Suddenly he let go and continued. Now Dad and I don't object to you and Shen Xiangdi dying for love, right? Lian Care was subdued by his words and pouted with a cold snort. Then she smiled and replied, I don't want to anymore. Realizing that his sister had been subdued, Cheng Ji happily added, Now you stay away from Shen Xiangdi for a while. We'll go back to Tai Bai Dongtian and plant this seed. While happily talking, he changed his attitude and looked at Shen Tian, asking, Shen Xiangdi, would you be willing to return to Mount Xiuming to find Tianji Qianbei to come forward and find a suitable day to propose marriage? Shen Tian was frightened by his gaze and could only helplessly reply, Okay. At this time, Cheng Ji happily added, When Shen Xiangdi comes to propose, the crystallization of your fate will have already sprouted. You'll also have a glorious marriage, wouldn't that be perfect? Linger changed her mind because of these words and promised Shen Tian, Then Shen Ge, you must come to Tai Bai Dongshan to propose to me. Linger will be waiting. Putting Shen Tian in a difficult position, he could only stiffly reply, Okay, I will definitely come. Then he thought to himself, Anyway, I didn't say when. It won't be too late to find her in 100 years. But then he suddenly thought of his own ascension and sighed. Before his luck is reversed, it's absolutely impossible to go to Tai Bai Dongshan. After all, doting on a Sheng New Year plus bad luck, he'd probably get beaten to death. So scary, Shen Tian stole a glance at Li Chengji, who was hugging Lian Jie's shoulders, and thought, This kid is so smooth-tongued and has amazing acting skills. Looking at Cheng Jie's enlarged face, he said to himself, Too bad there's no Oscar statue in the cultivation world. Li Chengji suddenly walked a few steps to Shen Tian and said, Now that your relationship with Lian Jie is settled, I don't need to stay here anymore. He offered Shen Tian a jade pendant, instructing, This swordmaster token was made by my father at a great cost, and it contains a sword Dao avatar with the strength of the early nascent soul stage, which can be controlled by dripping blood to recognize its master. At the same time, a 10,000-mile voice transmission formation is engraved on the token, which can transmit sound over 10,000 miles when activated. Shen Tian's expression became serious as he thought, This kid, this is a good thing. Is this Li Chengji suddenly being generous? But when he looked up, he was scared by Cheng Jie's expression. You, why are you here? Shen Tian's face turned pale. Voice transmission. But how can I accept this grand gift? Li Chengji said calmly. Don't think too much. This is a thank you gift for the 7 treasures immortal gourd. We at Tai Bai Dongshan don't casually take other people's things. After saying that, Li Chengji puffed up his nose and turned his back, leaving Shen Tian to respectfully thank him. Thank you very much, Li Qiong. Shen Tian held the jade pendant in his hand and pondered. The Swordmaster token is also considered a top-grade treasure worth a fortune in the cultivation world. For me right now, the Swordmaster token is even more useful than the 7 treasures immortal gourd. In Shen Tian's mind, he imagined the image of heroes from ancient times. This Swordmaster token can summon an early nascent soul stage guardian at any time, Shen Tian said to himself. With this Swordmaster token in hand, I don't have to worry about dying on the road. I can even travel freely throughout this vast land. Thinking that, he stretched out his hand to Li Lianier and said, Fairy Leonir, could this humble Taoist borrow your immortal sword for a moment? Leonir, with her boy-crazy nature, blushed shyly. Just call me Lian Fire, Shen Lang. Then, she decisively took out her immortal sword, the azure jasper water sword. This sword was a birthday gift from my father when I turned 16. If Shen Lang likes it, I'll give it to Shen Lang as a token of our love. Both Shen Tian and Li Chengge's faces darkened upon hearing this. He wondered. A token of love. I just want to borrow it to draw blood and recognize the sword's master with the sword master's order. But when he looked at Leonir wiggling her hips, he grimaced. Anyway, biting your finger hurts, and it's unsanitary. Could you maybe tone down this eye-watering act? Li Cheng was so shocked he couldn't speak, thinking, you're just giving away the azure water sword like that. The more he thought about it, the darker his face became, advising, raising a daughter is such a waste, Lianshur. Did you even consider your father's feelings? The azure water sword is a spirit artifact, a level above even magical artifacts. Recalling the two precious swords he meticulously analyzed on the cultivation market, a spirit artifact is worth at least several hundred ling-ling, equivalent to tens of thousands of spirit stones. The azure water sword is top quality among spirit artifacts, worth over 1 million. After careful consideration, he finally bowed respectfully and said, Brother Shen, this 7-treasure immortal gourd seed is very important. I will take Lian Haker away first. A blinding light enveloped Chengge, he said decisively. After you and your master have discussed it, my father and I will be waiting respectfully at the Qinglian Taibai Dongshanshan Palace. Soon, crimson Di flames engulfed Li Lianhe and Li Chengge entirely. She smiled and waved goodbye in the hazy light, then completely vanished before Shen Tian's eyes. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. It was just supposed to be extreme spirit stones. How did it turn into a romantic entanglement? After a moment, he fell into contemplation and simply said, the fairy and I are fated. As a result, her brain went into overdrive, and she took the initiative. It's definitely because I'm too handsome. Thinking of Leonir's fairy-like appearance, he pondered. Before obtaining the 7-treasure immortal gourd seed, Leonir's halo of fortune was already a deep red. He mentally pictured her then, and after obtaining the gourd seed, her fortune rose another level. Her level of fortune is even higher than Qin Gao's. Lin Chengge's halo also appeared in his mind. While Lin Chengge's fortune wasn't as high as Li Lianhe's, it was still a red halo with a hint of green. After analyzing, he concluded. Both of these people have rare fortunes. They are people with great fortune in the cultivation world, definitely not the type to die young. Shen Tian quietly watched from the ground as the dazzling light soared into the sky. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Hopefully, by then, I'll be a true son of fortune. He looked at it with a determined and serious gaze. Hopefully, by then, her father won't be able to beat me. Then, he bent down and slowly picked up the azure water sword. I'll take it. Slinging the sword over his shoulder, Shen Tian continued to walk, thinking to himself, damn it, this azure water sword is so heavy, that damned Li Chengge, you should have at least sent this crown prince home first. This crown prince hasn't even reached the qi refining stage yet, and doesn't know how to fly on a sword. Alone in the deep mountains, he suddenly turned his head, wondering, there shouldn't be any demon beasts on this official road, right? Usually, demon beasts don't casually run to the official road. Unfortunately, today this road is sealed off, and it can only be opened after all the demon beasts have been eliminated. But Shen Tian didn't know that. Shen Tian safely returned home, and as soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly, Gui Ba, I'm back! The bustling streets echoed with excited chatter. Have you heard? Our Wanling Garden has produced an immortal master who is extremely accurate in spirit detection of ores. I heard he opened the Violet Azure Immortal Gourd Ore of the Holy Spirit Workshop and opened a 7-treasure Immortal Gourd Seed. What? I heard it was like opening a doll in the Immortal Ore, with a 7-colored Immortal Gourd on its head, a natural supreme being. At a wooden house, a voice spoke. Autumn Name Mountain, one person sitting cross-legged, said to a bald, gloomy-faced person. He casually drank his tea and asked the other person, Shen Aoshan, a disciple under Tianji Sovereign? The bald man quickly replied, that's right. He snatched the Li family's immortal maiden, selected the Violet Azure Gourd Ore, and as a result, opened up a Gourd Great Emperor, willing to protect the Li family for 1,000 years, and help Taibai Dongtian ascend to a sacred land. Hearing this, he immediately spat out his mouthful of tea in shock. His face turned pale, he was sweating, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, Gourd Great Emperor, anyone who believes that is an idiot. Remembering Shen Tian, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Shen Ao. Then he turned around and asked the person behind him, do you think Dad said they're related? Shopkeeper Song finally spoke up. It's very likely they're the same person. Shen Ao also claimed to be a disciple of the Taibai Grotto Heaven. He lowered his head slightly, a bit fearful. Honestly, I just got beaten up and this happened. Could it be that the Lin family is warning us? He pointed and explained to his son. First, the Li family really got help from a so-called immortal master, uncovered something amazing, and is worried about attracting attention from those with ulterior motives, so they deliberately let people cause trouble. After hesitating for a moment, he frowned and continued. Second, maybe the Li family thinks that the little spirit fairy sales model is quite good, so they're planning to push out Shen Ayu to stimulate the purchasing desires of female cultivators. Shopkeeper Song stroked his chin, mysteriously saying, whether he's Shen Ao or Shen Ao Qian, if the Li family is protecting him, we absolutely can't defend this person. The other guy understood and gave him a dangerous look. Early morning, at a humble little house, Shen Tian wearily stretched and sat up from his warm, comfortable bed. He yawned endlessly, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the curtains. Your Highness, you were so tired yesterday, how about resting today? Giba cheerfully brought a basin of water to the bedside for him to wash his face. As he picked up the towel, he said, absolutely not. He wiped his face with one hand and waved the other to signal him. This time, your daddy-o's out of the palace for training. How can I be lazy just because I'm a little tired? Looking at the ring on his head in the small mirror, his eyes were filled with determination. I must get rid of these black rings as soon as possible. I don't want to endure this dark thing for even one more day. Admiring it for a while, he thought to himself, it seems like my efforts these past 2 days have been effective. A few white spots on the black ring have been cleared out already. Shen Tian gently reached out his hand, calculating. Just 2 more big lucky encounters, and I'll definitely be able to completely clear them out. At this crucial moment, how can your daddy-o be lazy? Then he pointed to the sword beside him, ordering, Giba, keep this sword for me. He jumped, somewhat worried. This is a love token the princess left for your highness. It's not good for this old servant to hold it. Shen Tian blushed and cried out, what Princess Giba, don't talk nonsense. Then he struck a casual pose, smoothing his hair. Your daddy-o hasn't trained in swordsmanship yet. This sword is really too heavy. Your daddy-o can't lift it. But remembering the past, he was already screaming inside. He carried this sword for 30 miles yesterday, and he almost went broke. If I have to carry it every day, I'm afraid this little life of mine won't last. Cut to a new scene. Shen Tian continued on his way. Arriving at Dawn Alley, he earnestly put up a sign in the middle of the crowd. Doing good deeds. Dao companion not accepted. Several young girls surrounded him, their cheeks flushed, shouting wildly, Immortal Master, look at me! Before long, all the women in the town had flocked to him. You are my immortal fox. I am your flower. You are my immortal master. I'll be entangled for life. Shen Tian kept a straight face and said loudly, helplessly, this humble priest is here only to do good deeds, finding spiritual ore for those who are fated. I hope the ladies are rational. Asking for a Dao companion shouldn't affect the order here, and shouldn't affect your normal lives. He was sweating, forcing a smile. You should normally drink more warm water, pursue idols less. It's good for your health and spirit. The girls became even more excited. Immortal Master is so warm, he cares about us, he's so gentle. I think I'm in love. Helpless, he raised his hand to direct everyone. Don't be noisy anymore. Line up one by one. Ignoring the noise below, he said alone above. Those who are fated with this humble priest, please stand to the left. Afterwards, I will take you to find spiritual ore. The girls heard this and quickly lined up obediently. The line was perfectly straight. The first girl who came up was excited. What? I'm fated with Immortal Master, that's great. He sternly reminded. Please wait a moment, miss. And afterwards I will take you to find spiritual ore. In addition, please don't touch me. It will have a bad influence. Another person covered his face and sobbed, unwilling. Why? Why am I not fated with Immortal Master? He reassured the other person. Young master, there is no need to be discouraged. This mystery cannot be understood by anyone. Today you are not fated with this humble priest. Perhaps fate will come tomorrow. After finishing with this person, he shouted again. Next, in a moment, in front of Shen Tian were 2 rows of young ladies, one side bright and radiant, the other conversely gloomy. He looked at his achievements with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This many people is enough for today. Then, he pointed, calling out numbers 1, 2, 8, 15. Then, like a god, he ordered them. You guys come with this humble Taoist to the Tianling Pavilion to observe. The girls shyly stepped inside, he thought. Even though I said to bring 4 people, Shen Tian looked back at the crowd surrounding him. He turned his head, unconsciously frowning, thinking, But the essence of people who watched the fun in the end still followed. The crowded streets focused entirely on Shen Tian's stall. Shopkeeper Song and his son hid behind a wall, spying on the situation. And he spoke up. "Father, it really is him." He gritted his teeth, frustrated. "Does he think I won't recognize him just because he's stuck on a beard?" The chief shopkeeper covered half his face with a fan, reminding him, "Don't forget the background behind him is the Lin family. Absolutely can't offend him," then waved his hand and stepped forward. "Let's go say hello to him." He put on a friendly smile, spreading his arms. "I didn't know Immortal Master Ao Tian would grace us with his presence. This old man didn't welcome you from afar, please forgive me." Shen Tian respectfully inclined his head slightly. Shopkeeper Song is too polite. He immediately spewed out flattering words. "I've heard that Immortal Master Shen not only has heaven-shattering spiritual techniques, but his appearance is even more ethereal and otherworldly, like a celestial being. Meeting you today proves the rumors are indeed true." The son behind him had an expression opposite to Shen Tian's. Seeing this scene, he thought in confusion, "Why is this old swindler being so polite today? I just beat his son up." But then he maintained his cautious attitude and replied, "Shopkeeper Song overpraises me. This humble Taoist sees that your son has an extraordinary appearance and outstanding talent. He will surely be a cultivation prodigy with a boundless future." The guy's face twisted, and he asked him, "I wonder if Immortal Master Shen has any instructions for coming here today?" A young girl behind Shen Tian quickly raised her hand and spoke. "The Immortal Master came to prospect spirit vein ore for us." Shopkeeper Song smiled wryly. "Welcome, welcome. Today, all the ore that Immortal Master Shen chooses, this shop will give a 96% discount." A series of speculations arose in his heart. Prospecting spirit vein ore, PR. That's not right. If it was PR, why didn't he receive any news? Anyway, he didn't prepare any special spirit stones here. How can he play it out now? Could it be that this kid really has the ability to prospect spirit vein ore? He squinted at him, then remembered Li Lianhe and Li Changzhe. In this cultivation world, if you can master the art of recovering spirit vein, there will be no shortage of opportunities. The great cultivation sects will all compete to invite you. If that's the case, then this guy's weight in the Li family's heart is absolutely terrifying. Finally, he smiled mysteriously and decided, "Observe first. Consider his level." Shen Tian spoke up. "Since Shopkeeper Song is so kind, then this humble Taoist will not refuse." He raised his index finger, decisively setting the next condition. "The ore that this humble Taoist chooses, your esteemed store will open it on the spot." Shen Tian led Shopkeeper Song to the 4 young ladies who had already chosen. There were also 4 corresponding stones on the table. A girl saw him and gently reminded him, "Immortal Master, are you really sure?" He was extremely resolute. Absolutely no mistakes. In front of them was a burly man wielding a knife, already in position. He raised his hand and said, "Please." He immediately received the order and swung the knife at the stone on the table. A dazzling light shone from the stone. In the middle of the stone, there were 3 small, glowing objects, along with a voice appearing. "It's out!" the 4 girls exclaimed in surprise, crowding together to observe. Shopkeeper Song, seeing the situation before him, turned pale and stammered. Unexpectedly, it condensed 3 spirit essences. This is worth at least 3,000 spirit stones, 16 times the profit." The girls were overjoyed and cheered. "We're rich. We're really rich." Shopkeeper Song rubbed his hands and smiled loudly. "This shop is willing to offer 3,000 spirit stones to buy this ore. I wonder what your opinion is." The girl was ecstatic and agreed immediately. Sold, I agree to sell. I'm rich. Without further ado, she dragged out several bags of gold coins, chuckling. "Each bag contains 1,000 spirit stones. You can take them back." Seeing the dazzling pile of gold, her eyes lit up, and she quickly dragged a bag to Shen Tian, saying, "This is a small token of my gratitude." Her face beaming, she smiled sweetly. "Open the bag of gold. Please accept it, Immortal Master." Standing in front of the heavy bag of gold, he was stunned. A small token, this is like 100 million small tokens. Shen Tian reached out to take a bag of gold. In the joyous gaze of the young lady beside him, he suddenly felt like he'd been hit by a 5 million kilogram hammer, coughing up blood as he hurriedly rubbed his head, imagining his inner self screaming, "I said I wouldn't take a single cent. How can you be tempted by this little bit of money?" But looking back at the pile of money, he peeked at it, rebutting, "But being gifted this much is a bit much." His inner self constantly lectured him. "Your reputation in the Wanling Garden isn't solid yet. If you take these spirit stones, you'll be a liar. Don't let temporary greed affect your reputation. If word gets out, who will dare to ask you to find spirit ore again?" He could only listen with his arms crossed, replying, Okay, okay, I understand. With that, he immediately let go of the bag, turned to point at the young ladies. With an air of integrity, this humble Taoist has already said, "You are fated, I won't take a single cent. What exactly do you mean by this?" They hurriedly waved their hands in explanation. "Immortal Master, we have no other intentions." Shen Tian crossed his arms and told them, "If you have no other intentions, then take the spirit stones back." One of the girls knelt down, earnestly asking, "Immortal Master exhausted your chi searching for spirit ore for us. How can we not offer compensation?" Shen Tian raised his index finger, reminding her, "What is the meaning of this? Your ore hasn't even been opened yet, has it?" Hearing this, she started sobbing. "Although my ore hasn't been opened yet, based on Immortal Master's abilities, it's definitely a good one. If Immortal Master doesn't accept my good intentions, I won't agree." The young lady beside her, seeing this, also knelt down, sniffling, "If Immortal Master doesn't accept, I'll kneel here forever, and won't get up." Shen Tian was bewildered, helpless. "Hey!" Another knee hitting the ground. All four girls knelt down in front of him at the same time. "Me too, me too." He jumped back, wanting to help them up, astonished. "I've seen people kneeling on the ground begging others to lend them money, but I've never seen anyone kneeling on the ground begging someone to take money." Then he helped the young lady up, flustered. "You're all making things difficult for this humble Taoist. Quickly get up." After struggling for ages, shaking all over, she didn't budge. "What's going on? Why can't I help her up?" Seeing this, the girls behind them whispered to each other, smiling, "Look, he can't help her up. With Immortal Master's cultivation, a light touch of a finger would be enough to lift us up, right? So Immortal Master still wants the compensation, he's just embarrassed. If he wants to be modest, then we'll cooperate." As for why Shen Tian couldn't lift her, it was entirely because he had no cultivation. He was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. "Do you have to kneel so hard?" The young lady didn't change her expression, respectfully saying, "Immortal Master comes from the Yuhao Cave, Mount Xiaoming, a disciple of Immortal Master Jianji, a descendant of a famous righteous sect. Although Immortal Master is transcendent and doesn't care about fame or fortune, the sect needs money to operate." Her eyes were extremely firm. "Immortal Master has done me a favor, which means your noble sect has done me a favor. Immortal Master can consider this money as a donation from us believers for the lamps of your noble sect, okay?" Shen Tian was helpless. "You've even come up with a reason for me to take the money." He felt annoyed after hearing this, rubbing his forehead. "You're all making things difficult for this humble Taoist." At this time, shopkeeper Song came over and said a few words of persuasion. "Planting good karma yields good fruit. If it weren't for the Immortal Master, they wouldn't have obtained these spirit stones. Just accept them." Shen Tian felt reluctant after hearing this, but he still reached out to take them. "All right. If this is your wish, then this humble Taoist will reluctantly accept a small amount on behalf of my sect." Holding the bag of gold coins in his hand, he said seriously, "But, for this humble Taoist searching for spirit ore for you, I will only accept 1 share of the reward from each of you." The young lady blurted out, pointing at shopkeeper Song. 1 share? How can that be? Even shopkeeper Song is taking a share. If I only give Immortal Master 1 share, wouldn't that be disrespecting Immortal Master? Seeing their insistence, he waved his hand in a pacifying manner. "You're all too kind, really. I don't need that much. At most. This poor Taoist will only take 2 shares, not even half a share more," she resolutely declared. "Immortal Master is of noble character. Let's just do it like this. I'll keep 3 shares, and Immortal Master takes 7. Please don't refuse." Internally monitoring Shen Tian, he scratched his head, feeling awkward. "Let's split it 6 parts, 4 parts, or 5 parts. Just 5 parts, I won't take any more." A sliver of doubt arose in his heart. Why is the plot developing in the wrong direction? Aren't Immortal Masters supposed to be like big fish eating small fish? In the world of cultivation, even a tiny bit of resources fought over fiercely, right? Why are these people so generous? As if they're worried they have too many spirit stones and need to give some away. Everyone continued to attentively open the glistening spirit stones. After Shen Tian agreed to split the spirit stones into 5 parts, he felt like the halos above their heads seemed to turn even greener. He secretly observed them. The girls happily chatted, but the change wasn't too obvious, so Shen Tian couldn't be sure if it was just his imagination. The girl happily picked up a spirit crystal, and the 4th destined one chose a spirit ore worth 10 small spirit stones. Upon opening it, there was a spirit crystal inside, which could be exchanged for 12,000 spirit stones, making him the person with the highest return among the 4. The pile of gold coins in front of him stacked up like a mountain. He almost popped his eyes out looking at it. The total profit of the 4 people was roughly 8,000 spirit stones. Just relying on these 4 destined people, Shen Tian's income today has exceeded 4,000 spirit stones. Saying it out loud could scare someone to death. You should know. The tax revenue for one day of the entire Great Yan Kingdom isn't even 4,000 spirit stones. Father and son Song, the shopkeeper, looked at him like a thorn in their eyes. He clenched his fist uncomfortably. He frowned and gnashed his teeth, as if he wanted to charge forward and start a fight. Seeing this, the shopkeeper quickly reminded him, "You little brat, I'm warning you, don't get any crooked ideas," he sternly warned. "If you offend the Li family behind him, our entire Song family will be buried with you." He then turned to Shen Tian with a fake smile and said, "Such a big bag of spirit stones, immortal master, carrying it around so conspicuously will naturally attract the attention of bad people." He nodded in agreement. "Indeed." He feigned goodwill, extending something in his hand and saying, "If immortal master doesn't mind, this old one is willing to offer it to immortal master." He looked at the thing and pondered for a moment. "They give me spirit stones because I help them find treasures in the ores. Why does Shopkeeper Song want to give me something? Could it be because I'm handsome?" Shopkeeper Song now held a ring in his hand, which he held up with both hands. Shopkeeper Song smiled lightly, covering the ring in his palm, and said, "Inside this magical artifact is a space of 100 square meters, worth as much as 10,000 spirit stones." He asked, puzzled. "Why are you giving me a magical artifact worth 10,000 spirit stones?" He gave another bright smile and explained, "Immortal master gracing my humble establishment with your presence has already given me face. This mere Qiankun ring is nothing." Shen Tian reached out and took the treasure. "If that's the case, then this poor Taoist won't be polite." He quietly reached out and touched the spirit stone on the ring, and finally put it on his index finger, admiring it briefly, before turning to leave, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Shopkeeper Song. Then this poor Taoist won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." Seeing him leave, he finally put his hand on his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. His son couldn't help but ask, "Father, why did you give him such an important thing?" He scolded. "You little brat, what do you know?" Then he slowly explained, "If I'm not mistaken, this person is probably the 6th prince, Shen Tian, of the Great Yan Kingdom." He exclaimed in surprise, "A prince? What?" He had carefully observed every detail, remembering what Giba had brought when he arrived. And the sword the servant boy was carrying on his back was none other than the Bishui sword of the Li family's little miss. Images of Li Lianhair and Shen Tian flashed through his mind, and he stroked his chin, speculating. Li Lianhair even gifted her personal sword, which shows that their relationship is definitely not just a rumor. Finally, he stated his main objective. Whether it's the Great Yan royal family or the Tai Bai Grotto Heavenly family, if we can climb onto either side, he will definitely soar like a kite in the wind. Shopkeeper Song pointed at his son, earnestly instructing, "Listen carefully. If you meet him again in the future, you must be respectful." Before he could react, he slapped him and shouted, "If you dare to offend him again, I will be the first to kill you." He reluctantly rubbed his face and glared at him. Scene change. In the bustling town, Shen Tian carefully took off the ring he had just put on, and decisively gave it to the person next to him. "Giba, this Qiankun ring belongs to you." Giba was confused. How can I accept this? This was given to you by Shopkeeper Song. How can this old servant possibly accept it?" He flashed a sunny smile and said, "Giba is like family to me. It's just a tiny Qiankun ring. Why wouldn't I give it to him?" Giba hesitated, but then accepted the ring. "Then this old servant thanks you for your grace, Your Highness," he said without hesitation. "Qiankun rings need a blood oath to bind them." "I'll take care of the ritual," Shen Tian thought to himself. "Finally, I don't have to offer my blood again." Just the thought of it made him want to faint. Didn't a blood oath only need a drop of blood? That sword order guy clearly took a whole cup today. Another time like that, and someone will actually die. Afterwards, he pointed to Qin Gao behind him, and instructed, "If the oath is successful, Guanba, accept these spirit stones for me as well." Shen Tian walked towards the crowd gathered in front of the store. As soon as they saw him, they hissed to each other, "Quick! Look, that senior brother is back." They excitedly rushed towards him, vying for his attention. "Immortal senior brother, is it my turn? Pick me, pick me." He scratched his head helplessly, and pointed out 3 people. "Turn around and start walking. Number 3, number 9, number 10, you guys follow me." A charming young woman tilted her head slightly and asked him, "Immortal senior brother, where are we going?" Shen Tian didn't answer, but quietly and elegantly walked towards a house. He shouted, "Chi Feng Valley." Everyone gathered. Behind him, the crowd watched the spectacle. He looked at the 2 stones placed on the table, and said, "I've made my choice." Immediately, the Taoist priest delivered a decisive palm strike, hitting perfectly between the 2 stones. The young women couldn't help but marvel in amazement, watching the 2 stones split into 4 pieces. They shouted, "He struck gold again." One excitedly praised him. "Immortal senior, You really are a god. The son of shopkeeper Song couldn't stand it any longer, and chuckled smugly. A god? I think he's just so-so, he sneered dismissively. So he opened a good one. What's so special about that? Hands on his hips, he confidently asserted. He's far inferior to our little spirit immortal. A banner was raised with the words, I will forever support the little spirit immortal. The son of shopkeeper Song stood with his arms crossed among his thug-like subordinates, and pompously said, What stone-breaking immortal? We already have a little spirit immortal in the myriad spirit garden. How dare this guy call himself an immortal? I think this guy just wants to leech off the little spirit immortal to climb up. He's utterly shameless. His followers continuously fueled the fire. That's right. I bet he was hired by the Spirit Stone Pavilion. What bottomless greed. I think he's a fraud. A young woman couldn't help but shout, You're not allowed to slander our immortal senior brother? Are you jealous because our immortal senior brother can open spirit stones? The young women also sneered back at them, full of profound meaning. This sour smell is really pungent. Shen Tian stood in the middle of the melee and couldn't help but scream in his heart, Oh my God, are these keyboard warriors? Sweating profusely, he quietly walked away. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Gotta scoot, gotta scoot. Shen Tian ordered Jano to step aside. Suddenly a voice behind him made him turn around. The little spirit immortal is here. A stylish girl ran towards the crowd. The little spirit immortal carefully observed while the thugs cheered wildly. Our little spirit immortal has finally arrived. Her outfit is even more beautiful than yesterday. When Shen Tian saw her, his eyes widened in panic. I'm done for. There's no escaping this time. Suddenly his inner self shouted, Wait, what am I afraid of? She's my ore vein. Why be afraid of a woman who specializes in scamming? The little spirit immortal began to walk towards him. Seeing Shen Tian in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, Damn it, why do I see him everywhere I go? He gave her a friendly wave. Hey, it's me. Fancy meeting you here again. Xiao Lingxian blushed, grumbling inwardly. I really didn't want to run into you. You beat up young Master Song, made me cough up a ton for medical bills, and I almost got on the bad side of the Song family. Last time you dissed me, calling me just some rockhound, and today you're practically copying my business. She slightly lowered her head, her face darkening and her body trembling a bit. This young lady already made an appointment with the proprietress of the Phoenix Spirit Pavilion days ago to come here and put on a product showcase today. Her thoughts got even more tangled. Now he's here, hyping up his own rock-cutting business. What am I supposed to do? Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and immediately screamed, Shen, you damned scoundrel! Shen Tian saw the situation and was instantly startled, thinking to himself, What in the world is going on? Did I provoke her or something? The other young ladies who saw this whole scene were utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening here? They immediately started imagining. Could it be that Xiao Lingxian was just shyly asking, Is that you? Shen Tian then leaned in close to her, whispering, It's me. We meet again. The petite woman then playfully slapped the man's chest, affectionately scolding, Shen, you damned scoundrel. The group of young ladies thought to themselves, then whispered to each other. Could it be that Xiao Lingxian and this immortal senior brother have some kind of secret past? Shen Tian immediately dismissed their inappropriate thoughts. Stop thinking such nonsense, all of you. Just then, another woman suddenly walked up, asking with a curious air, What's going on here? Why is it so lively? Xiao Lingxian saw this person and instantly got flustered again, exclaiming, Jade's sister! That woman looked at them, exuding a serious, powerful aura. Xiao Lingxian, still a bit flustered, went to her side and asked, Jade's sister, didn't you say we'd cooperate? Jade's sister confirmed. That's right. Xiao Lingxian then turned and pointed at Shen Tian, saying unhappily, Then what is this, sister? Isn't this just ruining my reputation? Jade's sister crossed her arms, feigning grievance as she replied, Oh, don't wrong me. It was Immortal Master Shen who came here himself. Hearing this single sentence made Xiao Lingxian feel as if she'd been struck by lightning. Immortal Master Shen. She couldn't believe her ears, and immediately asked again, You mean this guy is an immortal master? Jade's sister calmly replied. That's right. Taoist Shen is a true immortal master, Xiao Lingxian shrieked. How can that be? She looked at Shen Tian, who was behind Jade's sister, frowning and thinking to herself, This guy, an immortal master, he's clearly just here to snatch away other people's livelihoods. Jade's sister then spoke up, startling her. It seems you two know each other, huh? Jade's sister grabbed Xiao Lingxian's hand gleefully. Quick, tell me all about you two. Xiao Lingxian was completely dumbfounded, stammering, WH, what are you talking about? There's nothing going on. She angrily pointed at Shen Tian, asserting, Running into this guy is truly the worst luck I've had in 8 lifetimes. Shen Tian forced a wry smile, completely baffled. Did I provoke her or something? Why does she get mad every time she sees me? Jade's sister, however, disagreed immediately. How can you say that? Having a fated encounter with an immortal master is something countless people pray for and still can't achieve. Shen Tian could only give a wry smile, utterly speechless. Zhao Lingxian pointed a finger, bewildered. Fated encounter. Him. Jade's sister leaned in and whispered to her. It's true. He helped young lady Liancher from the 10,000 Spirit Garden use 10,000 spirit stones, cut from a green immortal gourd ore, to unearth a 7-treasure immortal gourd seed. He helped 7 fated individuals with their stone cutting, and none had a return rate lower than 10 times, with the highest even exceeding 100 times. He truly is an immortal master. Zhao Lingxian listened, then asked again in utter astonishment. Is this for real? She pieced everything together, and a startling realization dawned on her. Could it be that this guy intentionally messed with me today? He's really a master of spirit-perceiving ore cutting. Her inner thoughts roared relentlessly. A dignified Grand Master of Spirit Veins would actually mess with me, and even secretly laugh at me. Where's your integrity? Ugh, you hateful bastard. Seeing her standing motionless, Jade's sister spoke up, concerned. Lingxian, my dear, are you all right? Zhao Lingxian clenched her hands, trying hard to suppress her fury. I must endure. It wasn't easy to build up the reputation of little spirit fairy. I can't let it crumble now. Finally, she forced a bright smile and waved her hand. Jade's sister, I'm not feeling so well today, so I can't do any stone cutting. Let's do it another day, okay? Jade's sister smiled and replied, a response that completely petrified Zhao Lingxian. It's fine. Immortal Master Shen is here at my shop to cut stones today, so perhaps the results will be even better. Watching Zhao Lingxian's determined retreating figure, Shen Tian was utterly bewildered. What's up with her today? Did she swallow dynamite or something? She bowed politely to the rowdy bunch. Linger isn't feeling well today, so I'll take my leave first. Please excuse me. Seeing her run off, they started clamoring and shouting, Young Lady Linger! Young Lady Linger! Her wobbly figure dashed through the doorway. Shen Tian glanced over, his brow furrowed inwardly. This Zhao Lingxian. I just politely asked a question and she cursed me out, you darn brat. And after cursing me, she got all upset and just ran off. He rubbed his head, his face visibly darkening, grumbling to himself, are all women just so unreasonable? Overly emotional? Better to avoid interacting with them too much in the future. Right at that moment, he narrowed his eyes and called out, everyone. Then Shen Tian started hyping up the atmosphere again. That was just a little hiccup earlier. So let's keep mining. Over the next half day, Shen Tian continuously performed spirit ore divination for fated individuals. Each time a fated person successfully unearthed a spirit stone, the halo of fortune above their head would increase significantly. Meanwhile, the black key above Shen Tian's head steadily decreased, and the white area gradually grew larger. Furthermore, due to the spread and promotion of the fated fortune-sharing theory, these individuals naturally established the Immortal Master sect spontaneously, making the 5 parts split their sect rule. They called it Offerings to the Grand Cult Master, which honestly sounded just like a demonic cult. Those ladies, who were part of some demonic cult that Shen Tian somehow accidentally founded, were super happy because of him. Evening quickly arrived, and everything became hazy in the dim night. Shen Tian walked alone on the deserted road. Shen Tian arrived at a bookshelf, gently touching it, then stretched and yawned, muttering, finally done for today, I'm absolutely exhausted. Shen Tian looked in another direction and muttered to himself, gotta get back to my room quickly, and check on that halo above my head. The moment Shen Tian stepped into his room, he saw Zhao Lingxian already sitting there. Noticing his return, she turned her head to look at him with a meaningful gaze and called out, Shen Garage, you're back! Her sudden appearance startled Shen Tian, and his mind couldn't help but wonder, did I come to the wrong room? Full of doubt, he looked up at the door, then became even more certain, nope, this is definitely my room. Zhao Lingxian saw this and smiled, intentionally asking, what's wrong? Are you afraid to even step into your own room? She picked up a steaming hot cup of tea and said, you must be tired, right? Lianer specially poured this tea for you. Quickly drink it to quench your thirst. Looking at the steaming tea, Shen Tian was startled, his face turning red. What are you trying to do? Zhao Lingxian, as if nothing was amiss, smiled and ran closer, softly saying, you must be utterly exhausted, aren't you? Come on, sit. Despite still feeling a little scared, he sat down on the chair. Zhao Lingxian then ran over and offered, Lian Hair will give you a shoulder massage. She continued in a sweet voice. You just unearthed that phoenix stone. You must have used up a lot of energy. Hearing this, Shen Tian immediately became wary, spinning around to question her. Hold on, how did you know I just unearthed that phoenix stone? Didn't you already leave? Zhao Lingxian didn't panic, slowly explaining. Well, I just wanted to see if you were really that amazing, or just an ore thief, didn't I? Her eyes gradually softened, and her face flushed even more. So Shen Tian immediately recalled what happened earlier, and finished her sentence, "So you blended into the crowd and started following me." In reality, Xiaolingxian hadn't left at all. She'd put on a wig and mingled with the crowd, following Shen Tian all day, constantly thinking, "I have to expose you, you swindler." During the spirit or divination, Xiaolingxian always wore a look of disgust, her head filled with these dark thoughts. He must be a scammer. This is definitely a cheap trick to fool people. And he even hired so many passers-by, their acting isn't even good. 3 hours later, after watching him perform spirit or divination, Xiaolingxian's expression had changed, and even her thoughts had shifted. How did he hit the jackpot every single time? It doesn't even look like he's faking it. Could this guy actually be a spiritual vein grandmaster? 5 hours into watching him appraise spirit stones, she gaped in admiration. Holy crap, he's hitting it again. Little spirit fairy finally had to believe that she was just faking being talented, while Shen Tian was truly skilled. Gradually she got brainwashed by the crowd of destined ones, and couldn't help but join the Immortal Master fan club, even having little spirit fairies join the crowd holding banners buying Spirit Master's spirit mines. Next year, a mansion by the Big Sea. Back to reality at this point, little spirit fairy admitted. Actually, at first I always thought you were a scammer. Her gaze softened, filled with admiration, saying, "But later I discovered, you've got real skills." Shen Tian was freaked out by this series of expressions, hastily backing away, and said, "So you followed me, investigated my residence, and even ran to my room to wait." His face flushed red, full of panic. Just what exactly are your intentions? An idea flashed in Shen Tian's mind. She doesn't want to steal my virtue, does she? But little spirit fairy actually kowtowed to him. This action made him even more confused. What's going on here? Has this woman gone crazy? Faced with Shen Tian's cluelessness, little spirit fairy mustered her courage and said, "I beg senior brother Shen to accept Ling Ficther as a disciple." Hearing this, his mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Accept you as a disciple?" Little spirit fairy then acted very sincerely, grabbing Shen Tian's hand, and pleading, "Linger is very serious, please. Senior brother Shen, accept Linger as a disciple, and teach Linger the spirit detection and mineral appraisal art." Her eyes became glistening, her chubby face murmuring, "Please, please." Shen Tian was still in shock, inwardly marveling, "Oh my god." Then a suspicion popped into his head. If she knows that I rely on the ability to see the halo above people's heads to appraise spirit stones, Shen Tian completely understood. With her hot temper, the consequences would be unimaginable. For sure, little spirit fairy wouldn't be gentle anymore, insisting that he's a scammer. Thinking of this, he felt afraid, and immediately replied, "I refuse." Seeing him make a decision without hesitation surprised her. Why, little spirit fairy sat down on the floor, looking pitiful, and said, "Could it be that Linger is too ugly for senior brother Shen to bear looking at?" Shen Tian seriously said, "Miss Linger, you should know that I only seek those with fate," he said bluntly, like a bolt from the blue. "No fate with me." The heartless words caused little spirit fairy to feel sad, with tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Despite the reality before her, she kept denying it. Linger doesn't believe it, Linger seeks fate. Shen Tian then spoke to console her. "Miss Linger, why bother?" He tried to appease her. "With your beauty, there must be other spirit vein masters who would agree to take you as a disciple. Why beg this poor Taoist?" But little spirit fairy remained stubborn. In this myriad spirit garden, is there any spirit vein master more powerful than senior brother Shen? She stubbornly ran over and clung to his arm, repeatedly saying, I only want senior brother Shen." Little spirit fairy even added, "Moreover, those old geezers are all perverts. Linger doesn't like them." Shen Tian hurriedly seized on this to refuse. "Miss Linger, aren't you afraid that this poor Taoist is also a pervert?" But she smiled brightly, and then pounced to hug him tightly. "How can there be any pervert as handsome as senior brother Shen? If so, Linger will accept it." Little spirit fairy gave another reason. "Moreover, senior brother Shen seems like an honest and sincere person, definitely a good person, who won't bully Linger like those other famous masters, right, master?" Doubt rose again in Shen Tian's heart. Seems honest and sincere. Did I just get friend-zoned? He felt annoyed again, thinking, want to friend-zone me? No way. Therefore, Shen Tian said, Miss Linger has mistaken me. I'm not a good person. He glared at her and said, I am the Sea King. The little spirit fairy still smiled brightly, innocently asking, What is a Sea King? Could it be a prince from under the sea? Shen Tian then awkwardly replied, Sea King is, but he didn't explain further, instead raising his hand to shield his face, and refused, Forget it, miss. Please leave. This poor Taoist will not accept you as a disciple." Little spirit fairy then kept pestering, "I don't hear, I don't hear." She stubbornly sat on Shen Tian's bed and said naturally, "Master, Lingzher is so tired from appraising spirit stones all day today." The little spirit fairy gave him a mischievous look and said, "This bed is already mine, Lingers. Master isn't allowed to do anything weird, okay?" Then she winked at Shen Tian. "Linger's going to sleep first. Good night, master." And then she quickly snuggled under the covers and went to sleep soundly. Shen Tian stood there dumbfounded for a moment, unsure how to react, but after a while he angrily retorted, "Even if you take over this poor Taoist's bed, I absolutely won't accept you as a disciple." But there was nothing he could do about the little spirit fairy, so Shen Tian turned around and left, sighing in his heart, "Sigh, I really wish I was scum right now." Knowing he was gone, she opened her eyes, unable to hide the joy in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more excited the little spirit fairy became. "I knew I wasn't wrong. Master really is a good person." She sat up, her heart burning with determination. "Just you wait. This lady will definitely make you accept me as a disciple." The little spirit fairy clenched her fist, constantly encouraging herself, "Definitely." At the same time, in Qin Gao's room, he saw Shen Tian lying on the ground and suggested, "Why don't your highness sleep on the bed? This old servant will." He immediately refused. "It's cold on the ground, Qin Gao. You're old. I'm still young." Qin Gao still couldn't bring himself to do it, but Shen Tian closed his eyes and said sternly, "This is an order." Then, he suddenly asked, "Qin Gao, your cultivation has reached the 7th level of qi refining, right?" He confirmed. "That's right, thanks to your highness." His voice rang out again, full of suspicion, humming towards Qin Gao. "With your cultivation, how could you not know that the little spirit fairy sneaked into my room? Did you let her in, didn't you?" Qin Gao awkwardly gave a forced smile and replied. This old servant was also thinking about, "Your highness. Your highness, what a great opportunity. Why did you miss it?" He cried out helplessly, saying, "Even if you don't plan to take a concubine, you should still learn some pleasures. That Miss Linger is also an absolute beauty." Shen Tian's face stiffened, and he simply replied, "I know." He frowned, raised his hand to his head, and said tiredly, "In this world of cultivation, it's all just schemes. I'm tired, let's just destroy it all quickly." In the quiet of the night, only 3 rooms were lit. Shen Tian was asleep now, but his expression was uncomfortable, his eyes constantly furrowing. He struggled to change from lying on his side to lying on his back. Witnessing this scene, Qin Gao sat up and asked with concern, "Your highness, why don't you sleep on the bed?" His eyebrows furrowed tightly, muttering to himself, "Can't sleep, can't sleep." Then, Shen Tian suddenly asked again, "Qin Gao, your cultivation has been increasing very slowly recently. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Hearing this, he sat cross-legged, his whole body emitting a golden light, and said, "It's okay, this old servant is just meditating. As long as I can protect your highness, that's all that matters." Shen Tian continued to speak. "Qin Gao, you and Qin Gao each take 1,000 of the spirit stones I mined today to cultivate." Hearing this, Qin Gao immediately waved his hand and refused. "Your highness, absolutely not." Shen Tian then pulled up the blanket, turned his back to him, and waved his hand. "You just said you had to protect my safety. You also know my aptitude." A slight smile appeared on his lips. "So only when you become stronger can you protect this prince safely." Qin Gao was cornered, his face flustered. This old servant. Seeing him hesitate, Shen Tian said sternly, "No refusing." Which made Qin Gao obediently agree, "Yes, your highness." Suddenly at this moment, a beam of light pierced through his face, causing him to turn around. Qin Gao was sitting upright at this time, with a golden ring on his head emitting light. Seeing this, Shen Tian turned around, smiled gleefully, and praised repeatedly, "Not bad, not bad. It seems that sharing my opportunity for spirit stones with Qin Gao can also obtain a new opportunity." Suddenly, Qin Gao piped up, "Your highness, this old servant has a suggestion." Shen Tian blinked. "Huh, what is it?" The old guy just slyly reached inside his robes and whipped out the Xinhuo scripture. "Why doesn't your highness take this chance to cultivate the Xinhuo scripture?" he asked. Shen Tian took it, saying, "Right. How could I forget about this?" Back then, the previous owner of this body had such trash talent. Only this basic Xinhuo scripture wouldn't cause him to explode from cultivation, but cultivating it required a ton of spirit stones, and he was so dirt poor he couldn't afford it. So yeah, this scripture ended up gathering dust. Shen Tian chuckled. "Well, that's changed. I've got a mountain of spirit stones to burn now." A small pouch appeared in his hand, he thought. "Guess whether it's my old world or this cultivation one, Getting strong always comes down to having money. Shen Tian stood up, hands on his hips, and declared, Giba, get me 100 spirit stones. Tonight, I'm going to give this Xinhuo scripture a whirl. Giba was thrilled. Yes, Your Highness. This old servant will prepare them at once. Giba hurried out, thinking, Consort Lan Fei, Your Highness. He clenched his fist, and a teary, proud smile bloomed on his face. He's finally growing up. You can rest easy now. The night outside was still as quiet as a mouse. Shen Tian, in a thin bathrobe, sat in the tub, quietly and seriously focused on cultivation. Blue spirit stones surrounded him. His eyes snapped open. The previous owner of this body chose the golden core qi refining path and exploded 88 times trying. Shen Tian closed his eyes, brows furrowed with determination. I'm not going down that same road. If the golden core qi refining system sucks, he spread his hands, palms up to the sky, and thought, then I'll go with the body refinement of gods and demons. Shen Tian knew the most popular path was golden core qi refining. Taoists used few resources, cultivated fast, and could learn all sorts of mystical arts. It's called qi cultivation, and they focused on refining the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, nourishing it in their dantian to form spiritual power and magic power to kill enemies. The spirit stones at the bottom of the tub slowly floated up, surrounded by a blue light. However, the most ancient cultivation system was when humans copied the ancient divine beasts and devils, researching a body refinement system. The demon called body refinement. Cultivators directly use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to temper the strength of their bodies, without needing to enter the dantian, using the pure power of their body to kill enemies. Shen Tian's eyes blazed red, veins popping out. He looked ready to explode. A spirit stone suddenly stabbed into his neck. The first stage of body refinement, tempering realm, directly absorbs a massive amount of spiritual qi, tempering muscles, bones, and skin. The spirit stone slowly burrowed into Shen Tian's body. Pain hit him like a truck. He reached for his neck, screaming internally, "It hurts." Shen Tian's eyes went bloodshot. He could feel his body temperature spiking, like he was about to blow. Then, his body erupted in a massive explosion. But quickly, all that was left was a cloud of black smoke. Shen Tian sat silently in the crystal-clear tub, his whole body limping and drenched in sweat. I can feel the power of my muscles and bones increasing. But soon, Shen Tian was grinning, feeling excited, further confirming his thoughts. Money really is useful. He stepped back a bit, saying, Giba, hurry and give me more spirit stones. I'm almost touching that barrier. Shen Tian confidently said, just a little more power, and I should be able to break through it today. After giving him the spirit stones, Giba came out and bumped into Qin Gao. Seeing him, he worriedly asked, You've already given him 500 spirit stones. Can His Highness handle it? He won't suffer a qi deviation again, will he? Even though he was also feeling uneasy, Giba immediately dismissed it. Shut your crow's mouth. His Highness will definitely be fine this time. At this moment, he could only hope that His Highness would be all right. A moment later, the door to Shen Tian's cultivation room slowly opened. Shen Tian stepped out with his feet wrapped in white cloth, his body radiating a powerful aura, shrouded in rising smoke. Seeing this, the two people waiting outside were overjoyed. Giba spoke first with excitement. Your Highness, you've finally come out. Fresh out of cultivation, he immediately ordered, Qin Gao, go and collect a few wooden barrels. Receiving the order, he quickly left, while Giba rushed up to inquire, Your Highness, are you all right? Shen Tian raised his arms to show off his strong muscles, thinking to himself, I finally understand why so many cultivators go crazy. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face. This feeling is so refreshing. After a moment of basking in self-satisfaction, Shen Tian finally spoke. All right, Giba, come and take a punch from me. He then rushed forward, flames erupting from his feet. Shen Tian's entire body seemed to be on fire, as he charged at Giba as if he were his enemy. One was fire, the other was water, and they were about to attack. Shen Tian focused his power into his fist. Then, without any hesitation, he attacked Giba's stomach, who quickly used his hand to block this powerful attack. At this moment, it was as if an explosion had occurred in this place. Shen Tian continued to unleash punches with tremendous force, murmuring to himself, Giba can still block this punch without getting hurt at all, pondering the strength of the punch. Then, his eyes widened, and a smile involuntarily bloomed on his face, muttering, Body refinement, first heaven of body tempering. Shen Tian's punch was caught by Giba, surprising him. The two quickly disengaged, and he turned away, cracking his knuckles and praising. As expected of Giba, how do you feel? He smiled back. As expected of divine demon body refinement, in close combat you're truly invincible under heaven. Recalling Shen Tian's imposing manner earlier, he commented, "The power of this punch seems comparable to the fourth heaven of Qi refining. Now, those in the first heaven of Qi refining are no match for your highness." He rubbed his chin and sighed sorrowfully. "This cultivation session cost 500 spirit stones, plus some expensive medicinal baths. The total value is at least 800 spirit stones or more. It really hurts." Seeing this, Giba flattered him a bit. "With his highness's ability to mine rocks and extract ore, are you afraid of not earning spirit stones? Your highness is definitely bound for a limitless future." He scratched his head awkwardly, thinking, "That's right. Luckily I have assistance." Then, Shen Tian dressed neatly. Now it seems the divine demon body refinement technique can really be cultivated. Shen Tian carefully made a decision. For the time being, this prince will cultivate it. Giba, being the thoughtful guy he is, helped him get dressed. Next thing you know, Shen Tian's back home, peeking out the window. Morning's almost here, he thought, let's go out and grab some grub. The two happily strolled along, searching for food. He was practically bouncing, thinking, once we've chowed down, I can get back to finding more of that sweet, sweet fortune. But then, out of nowhere, he heard a terrified scream. He immediately burst open the door, ready to save the day. He saw a flickering light in the dead of night, and both he and Giba immediately took off running. Xiaoling Xian's figure was being snatched away by some mysterious person, her eyes all teary and pitiful, screaming helplessly. "Help me!" Shen Tian, absolutely horrified, bellowed. "What?" Giba quickly prompted him. "You mean Miss Linger, your highness? Should we go after her?" he said, sharp and furious. "Is that even a question?" With that, he bolted. "Of course we're chasing him. That guy's cultivation is only at Qi refining stage 7 or 8. How dare he act so brazenly in front of this prince?" His eyes were locked in a determined gaze as he thought, "She absolutely, positively cannot get hurt." Even though Giba was old, he immediately sprang into action at his master's command, secretly thinking, looks like his highness really does have a soft spot for Miss Xiaoling Xian after all. The masked dude was seriously fast. He'd already left them in the dust, leaping meters at a time with just a few strides. Shen Tian was struggling to keep up, his mind flashing back to just moments ago. He was more serious than he'd ever been. That image of destiny, it had been nothing but a fleeting glimpse. Xiaoling Xian with the glowing red bracelet flashed in his mind, making him even more certain. But I absolutely, positively did not see wrong. Shen Tian had a little mental calculation going on. If I was allowed to see this vision of destiny, then Xiaoling Xian probably won't be in any real danger. A strange smirk played on his lips as he muttered to himself. But hey, with a destiny this massive, why wouldn't I take full advantage? Suddenly, he saw Xiaoling Xian and that dude's backs getting closer. He skidded on the ground, kicking up sparks from the massive friction, finally stopping on a rather high rocky outcrop amidst the twilight. Shen Tian and his crew finally caught up. "You villain! Let Miss Linger go!" He still didn't release Xiaoling Xian, just standing there in silence, not bothering to reply. Giba, unable to hold back anymore, gripping the sword firmly in his hand, ready to unleash a strike, when the masked guy suddenly blurted out, "Purple Rain's soft sword." The masked guy sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "Old man, that toy isn't cheap at all. Is it really worth just 1 spirit stone?" He then burst into loud laughter, unceremoniously tossing Xiaoling Xian to the ground, making her cry out in agony. A hero always falls for a beauty. Completely within this venerable one's predictions, his masked face, revealing sharp, angular features, then spoke. "Shen Aoshan, you did chase me all the way here, just as expected." He stayed silent, analyzing the situation. Looks like this guy wasn't actually after Xiaoling Xian. His real target is me. Giba erupted, his anger blazing. "You audacious villain, how dare you harbor ill intentions toward his highness?" Belligerent as ever, he gripped his sword and charged headfirst into the fray. Die! With a wave of his sword, countless rays of light scattered, enveloping the guy. Suddenly, he grinned sinisterly. A quick move, and he shattered Giba's powerful attack. He kept rambling. "Not bad. For a Qi refining 7th stage, you have quite the destructive power. Your cultivation technique must be something special." He threw his head back and roared madly. "Hand it over, now!" The ground beneath him caved in, shattering and scattering rocks everywhere. "This old man might just let you die a comfortable death." Giba narrowed his eyes, uncomfortably assessing the situation. Just that guy standing still was enough to blow him away. He was sent flying with the rubble. Skidding past Shen Tian, he barely managed to stand, realizing, "Golden Core Dharmic Domain. You're a Golden Core cultivator." He couldn't help but cough up blood, stammering, Ugh! Despicable! You were deliberately hiding your cultivation." He stood up, continuously coughing blood, and clutched his body, protecting Shen Tian. "Your Highness, run! This old servant will hold him back. He heavily placed his hand on Shen Tian's shoulder. Finally, his hand slipped down weakly, and Shen Tian anxiously supported him. With this guy's cultivation, there's no way we can escape. The guy chuckled with glee, revealing his sharp teeth, and praised sarcastically with a complacent expression. I didn't expect you to be so insightful. Not bad. He kept yapping. From the moment you left the Wanling garden, your fate was sealed. Struggling is futile. Shen Tian carefully listened to every word he said. Rest assured, I don't want to kill anyone right now. He reached into his cloak, revealing, I've already set up the heaven-deceiving grand formation here, so you can see the invisible barrier he created around them. No one outside can see inside. Anything that gets close to the formation will die. Proven by a few white doves that touched it and were electrocuted instantly. The guy was beyond pleased. Shouting for help is useless, Shen Tian. Shen Tian went pale, confused. What's going on? I can't move my body. The other guy pulled something out of his pouch. Your spirit or detection ability is indeed not bad. Too bad your cultivation is too weak. As he spoke, he charged toward Shen Tian. I thought you were some hidden expert. Since I'm not fated with you, then I can only forcefully seek a fate. Shen Tian struggled to help Giba up. Your Highness, run. In an instant, he placed his hand on Shen Tian's shoulder. He smirked savagely, holding a spirit pill in front of him, which completely horrified Shen Tian. As long as you swallow this soul-capturing pill, you'll serve the holy sect for life and become dependent on me. Then, our sect's power in the great Yan nation will surely expand rapidly. Shen Tian was puzzled, widening his eyes and asking, Seek a fate. Then suddenly, so, looking at you, you do look a little familiar. In Shen Tian's mind, he saw an image of him looking like black blood. The guy who stood before him pretending to be an immortal. You dare say I have no fate? I am one with the mandate of heaven, of course. Opportunities abound. Shen Tian seriously waved his hand, rejecting him. You really have no fate with me, sorry. He Shu gnashed his teeth in anger, and strange black clouds appeared above his head. This black color, on his head, was as black as coal. And you say opportunities abound. Thinking of this, he suddenly shouted, remembering, I remember now. You're that guest named He Shu. The masked man still didn't lower his weapon, announcing his title. What's wrong, you finally remembered? This old man is the holy sect's Zhenren He Shu. Shen Tian exclaimed in surprise. Holy sect. He imagined a bunch of mysterious folks up on a mountain, saying, Our great Yan territory is under Taibai Dongxian's jurisdiction, and Taibai Dongxian answers to the divine firmament Holy Land. His brows furrowed slightly as he seriously confirmed. Within 100 zang radius, it seems there's no holy sect at all. Immediately, the two rushed into battle. That black blood true person launched a palm strike, saying, Just a measly Taibai Dongxian. The two fought for a bit, then were knocked back by each other's power. The guy stumbled on the ground, finishing his sentence. In front of my sacred spirit sect. What does that even count for? He took an attack stance, declaring, When my sacred spirit sect's sect leader descends, even the divine firmament Holy Land will be nothing but a hollow name. At this moment his face shroud fluttered, revealing a truly terrifying glimpse. With just a flick of his hand he could easily kill Shen Tian. Shen Tian was drenched in sweat, his face full of horror, thinking, Seriously, dude, delusions of grandeur are a sickness that needs curing. Giba, with his arms crossed behind his back, spoke up. Sacred Spirit Sect. He squinted his eyes, yelled loudly, and then realized, could it be the evil spirit sect? He then confirmed to Shen Tian. This guy is a cultist of the evil spirit sect. Shen Tian's eyes widened as he listened. Evil spirit sect. He finally squeezed his eyes shut, trying to rack his brain. My memory, it seems there really is such a name. Shen Tian's inner monologue explained. The cultivation world has countless sects and factions, 12 holy lands, 36 Dongxian, 72 blessed lands. He crossed his arms and clearly stated, even drawing it out on a whiteboard for easier visualization. Even though the relationships between these sects are super intricate and complex, on the surface, they all live in harmony with each other. He then put on a scary grimace. But besides these proper cultivation sects, there are still some evil forces lurking in the shadows. He felt a bit wary and afraid internally. And the evil spirit sect is one of the most powerful of them. He recalled the chaotic, bloody fight. When evil spirit sect cultists cultivate, they usually consume very few spirit stones, so they opt for blood sacrifices instead. His stomach churned at the thought of their savage, blood-guzzling ways. They devour the essence, blood, and spiritual souls of mortals or other cultivators just to power themselves up. In short, they're just a bunch of super evil freaks. Shen Tian's eyes were still closed, looking incredibly serious. Finally, his eyes snapped open, glinting with a fiery red glow as he addressed the masked guy. "Your target is me. Let Giba and Zhao Lingxian go." He gave a sinister smirk and refused. "Oh, that won't do. You've already learned this venerable one's identity." He also pulled out a spirit pill, saying, "There's only one of these soul-seizing pills, aside from you," he said, looking at Giba and Zhao Lingxian as he finished his sentence. "Those two must die." He looked at Zhao Lingxian, smirking suggestively. "This little girl is quite pretty. What a shame." Without the slightest hesitation, he bent down and stroked her head, utterly trying to provoke Shen Tian. "Brat, tell me, before I kill her to shut her up, should I do something? You won't mind, will you?" Shen Tian smirked, assessing the guy. This dude might have the face of a villain, but it seems he's a bit short on brains. He looked at the guy with exasperation, somewhat disdainfully. Since when does anyone blurt out all their plans right in front of their enemy? Even if he's an evil cult villain, his brain is way too simple. He confidently smiled and asked the guy back, "Are you sure you don't want to let Giba and Zhao Lingxian go?" He furiously clenched his fist, growling, "You have no right to bargain with this venerable one now. You're dead meat." Shen Tian smiled, calmly replying, "Ah, this is the cultivation world I remember, little Hay. You've totally put my mind at ease." He scoffed, in annoyed disbelief, putting on airs. "You think you can still turn the tables now?" Shen Tian crossed his arms again, a smirk on his face, as he reminded him, "Little Hay, aren't you curious?" He gave a mysterious smile. "Remember where Qin Gao, another one of my teammates, went?" He knew exactly who his uncle was talking about, but he didn't care at all. "I know you have 2 lackeys, but that guy's cultivation is as weak as a snail. He's no match for me at all." Shen Tian saw this and slowly asked, "Really?" He triumphantly raised his hand to the sky and pointed, "He's no match for me. What about them?" That guy looked up in the direction he was pointing and was shocked. What? In the sky, a bunch of his lackeys were floating around on their swords, shouting, "Immortal Master, we're here!" They lined up in a straight row, forming a battle formation. He was instantly scared stiff. They raised their swords to the sky, unleashing their magical powers, and electricity formed into bright sparks. The small swords combined to form a giant staff, incredibly powerful. Wanzuo, one of them, pointed the tip of his sword at the enemy, forming the word "exterminate," and a terrifying power rushed towards the tiny figure on the ground. He panicked, his eyes and mouth wide open, screaming, This is way too strong." The staff, along with blinding light, descended, creating a huge explosion. The billowing dust cleared, revealing that the guy was still intact, protected by a shield. He clasped his hands together, unleashing the underworld blood hand seal. The light grew stronger and stronger, and the rocks inside the formation were already shaking. He gritted his teeth with difficulty, shouting with all his might. No one knows what happened, only that the light was dazzling, and fragments flew everywhere. Shen Tian and Giba had to shield their eyes. He slowly lowered his hand, observing the situation, utterly amazed. The combined sword energy of 20-something law enforcers is indeed terrifying. The dust dissipated, revealing that the ground around He Shu had caved in. He collapsed in pain, immediately vomiting blood, barely managing to look up at the world. Shen Tian witnessed everything, his face expressionless. His subordinates stood in front of him, shielding him. "He Shu, I didn't expect you to be a member of the evil spirit sect. You can't escape. Surrender now." One of them turned around to reassure him. "Immortal Master, rest assured, this villain won't hurt you." He bowed slightly in reply. "Thank you for saving me." They stood guard with their swords in front of them, Shen Tian said loudly. "Based on the cultivation world's level of hatred for the evil spirit sect, this He Shu is definitely not going to survive." Qin Gao finally rushed over, tripping over himself. "Your Highness," he ran while worrying. "Your Highness, are Giba and you all right?" Giba cried, "Luckily you helped us in time. Otherwise this old servant would have gone to meet Consort Lan Fei." Qin Gao panted, blaming himself. "It's all my fault for being late?" Then he asked, "But how did you know we were in danger and go to find reinforcements?" Shen Tian quickly interjected to resolve the situation. "I told Qin Gao to go find the enforcement team." He crossed his arms, looking down triumphantly. "This is the Myriad Spirit Garden. How dare a normal little thief come here to snatch someone? Don't you want to live anymore?" He recalled Little Spirit Fairy with tear-stained eyes, and guessed. Moreover, if he wanted to catch Little Spirit Fairy, he could have done it quietly at night, but he waited until dawn to capture her in front of me. He's definitely targeting me. Then, after Khan praised Qin Gao, making him scratch his head shyly, he said, "So I secretly sent Qin Gao to find reinforcements. Not bad, perfect timing." Both Giaba and Qin Gao looked at him with admiration, thinking, "His Highness is truly all-knowing." The elder clasped his hands together, moved to tears. Lady Lan Fei in the afterlife will surely be delighted. Shen Tian pointed to the sanitation team behind him, praising them lavishly. Qin Gao, the captain of the law enforcement team of the Myriad Spirit Garden, rarely mobilizes. Xiao Gao being able to persuade all 3 captains to show up is quite impressive. He quickly recounted how he achieved the feat. I just casually found someone in the law enforcement team and said to them, His Highness might be in danger. Then the law enforcement officers on night duty all rushed over, even arguing with each other, saying something about contributing to the Immortal Master being a good opportunity to form a good karma. As he spoke, they greeted Shen Tian so enthusiastically that his face turned green with helplessness. The 3 captains even said, Don't tell the other captains. Too many of you coming here will dilute the share of karma. He was extremely puzzled, thinking to himself, what does this have to do with forming good karma? Suddenly, He Shu supported himself and sat up, laughing. He was in so much pain that his face was pale, yet he still provoked. As expected of the law enforcement team of the Myriad Spirit Garden, this evil-breaking sword formation is indeed powerful. The captain pointed and shouted, He Shu, surrender and be bound. He then reached out and licked his own blood in a perverted manner, sneering, Surrender and be bound. He still stubbornly threatened, This seat is an elder of the great Yan holy sect. Do you really think this seat has no trump cards? Shen Tian gritted his teeth. I didn't expect this He Shu to have a trump card. He's not easy to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, He Shu immediately slapped his hand on his other bicep, forming a small formation. Unexpectedly, he decisively slashed, causing blood to spurt from the crook of his arm. Shen Tian was startled by this scene. The blood formed streaks that soaked through his clothes, looking extremely terrifying. He covered the ground with his blood and shouted, Summon the Mother of 9 Ghosts. The scarlet liquid quickly spread out, forming a circular array with symbols, radiating demonic power. From the center of the circle emerged a pale hand with sharp, blood-soaked claws that gradually took the form of a female ghost crawling out. The guards saw this and shouted to each other. Be careful, He Shu summoned a complete corpse, laughing triumphantly. 2 wraiths holding silk surrounded the demon woman, and she stretched and flew into the air, gathering power. The faces of the wraiths were extremely terrifying, their eyes replaced by 2 clasped hands, and their tongues were grotesquely long. They successfully wrapped the female ghost with silk, clothing the female ghost into a 9 Deaths ghost mother. She laughed with satisfaction. The guards flying in the air on their swords stuttered. This is a half-step, nascent soul-level evil spirit, the 9 Deaths ghost mother. Shen Tian witnessed this in disbelief. 9 Deaths ghost mother. I didn't expect it to be the 9 Deaths ghost mother. Smiling savagely, though blindfolded, it said, This one is looking at me. It flirtatiously praised him. Handsome young man. Finally, my children. Then laughed loudly, extremely excited. Are about to have a father. Shen Tian was shocked and couldn't close his mouth for a moment. What is this? Have a father, my ass. He Shu took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. So the ghost mother likes this pretty boy. That makes it easy. As long as the ghost mother helps this seat hold back these law enforcers. He juggled the spirit pill in his hand, mysteriously saying, Once I catch that brat and make him drink the soul-seizing pill, the ghost mother can do whatever she wants. The ghost mother licked her lips greedily, smiling with satisfaction. Really, Qin Gao? Qin Gao, terrified, stammered. Your Highness, what kind of ghost is that? Is she even human? Yiba chimed in. This 9 Deaths ghost mother is a special artifact, refined by the higher-ups of the evil spirit sect. He described the jade ring. The method to refine this kind of artifact is extremely cruel, so... He hesitated before continuing. It's very evil. Being targeted by this thing isn't a good thing at all. Shen Tian frowned angrily. What the heck is this? This is the great opportunity I saw. If I knew, I wouldn't have bothered chasing after it. The ghost mother continued negotiating with Black Blood. Remember your promise. This is the best cauldron. I want to suck him dry. With that, she rushed forward with a sinister smile, preparing to fight alongside the 2 lost souls, Die. She was as fast as lightning, appearing before the 2 guards, exuding a terrifying demonic aura while laughing non-stop. A light palm strike was enough to send them flying. The enemies were sent flying far away, unable to even hold on to their swords. Shen Tian and Giba watched in horror. So strong, Black Blood stood up, grinning. Boy, accept your fate. You made me waste so much blood. See how I deal with you, he threatened as he shot forward. Shen Tian stood still, waiting for him to attack. Go to hell. Qin Gao and Giaba bravely rushed forward to shield his highness. Retreat. Let this old servant stop this rebel. Shen Tian, on the other hand, showed no fear, calmly pushing them aside, saying, Looks like there's no other choice. At this moment, he seriously cracked his knuckles. Why do you have to force my hand? His eyes closed, concentrating his power, his entire being surrounded by immense soul energy. Qin Gao, seeing this, worriedly called out, "Your Highness!" Black blood, rushing down from the sky, was also prepared. He gathered enough spiritual energy and then attacked with all his might. Fortunately, Shen Tian was quick enough to block the attack. He unleashed a continuous stream of moves. Take this. Caught off guard, Shen Tian actually reached out for him. Just as he was about to strike, he ducked to avoid it. Shen Tian grinned sinisterly, then struck upwards, catching his enemy off guard. Black blood was even more shocked. Is that Zhang He's sword intent? How is that possible? As he shouted, Shen Tian gave him a painful sword strike that sent him flying backwards. As the dust settled, Shen Tian stood tall, the yang sword imposing against black blood, and the sword transformed into a cyan command token. Shen Tian slumped down, exhausted after the fight. This swordmaster token is really powerful. Looking at the token in his hand, he couldn't help but think, but I didn't expect that summoning the sword from the token would consume so much energy. Looks like I need to go back and rest for a few days. In contrast, the small bag on his hand cried miserably, "Consuming energy or whatever isn't the most important thing. It cost me a whole 3,000 spirit stones. Looks like if you want to survive in the cultivation world, you have to go crazy and make money to live well." Giba then rushed over and asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Shen Tian casually stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and reassured him, "I'm fine, Giba. I'm perfectly fine." After that chaotic fight, he turned around and walked towards He Shu and that strange bracelet. But that mysterious bracelet was radiating a mystical black light, and he was like, "Whoa, did I just get a loot drop after killing a monster?" He stared intently at the bracelet, which was still hovering in that beam of light, and a thought popped into his head. Could this really be that major opportunity I saw? In front of a gate that led to a long staircase between two Mount Taibai peaks, inside the Dongfu, Li Chengge timidly clasped his hands and said to the fuming Li Chonglan, "Father, please calm down, just calm down." His eyes blazing with fury, he turned and snapped, "It's been so many days, and your cultivation hasn't improved at all, yet you have the nerve to drag your little sister around, causing chaos everywhere." He fumed. "You even dared to give my token to him, and then you actually had the gall to summon my sword lord's token." He glared at him furiously. "Are you trying to make your old man die of anger?" he pleaded, scared. "Father, please calm down." Li Chonglan turned his head, glanced down at the foot of the mountain, and commanded, "It just so happens that Xiangyang is familiar with the Great Yan Kingdom. Let her go and bring that kid back here." He got even angrier just thinking about Li Lianhe embracing Shen Tian. "I want to see who dared to trick my daughter." Scene change. Now Shen Tian was staring intently at the prayer beads in front of him. Giba saw this and immediately suggested, "Your Highness, these black prayer beads are seriously bad luck. Should we just toss them?" He thought back to the prayer beads radiating power and mused. After He Shu's true body died, the bead's power also began to weaken. The ghost mother shrieked miserably in pain. "What did you do?" she cried out in pain, as terrifying hands dragged her away. The ghost mother frantically screamed, "What did you do to me?" Then she vanished into the prayer beads. The soldiers let out a collective sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. The ghost mother is seriously terrifying. Normal attacks don't even faze her. Shen Tian thought for a moment, then made up his mind. "Gyoba, let's just keep these beads with me for now. I want to study them first, then I'll decide what to do." He turned his head, looking anxious, and asked, "Oh right, has Zhao Lingxian woken up yet?" Giba replied sadly. "Miss Lingxian is still in a coma, she hasn't woken up yet." He thought of Zhao Lingxian still being unconscious and stammered, "We've already invited several imperial physicians, but they couldn't find a way. This old servant fears she might not make it." Shen Tian was utterly baffled when he heard this. With Zhao Lingxian's luck, something like this shouldn't have happened. "All right, I'll go check on her myself in a bit." Giba bowed respectfully and replied, "In that case, this old servant won't trouble your Highness any longer. I'll take my leave." He suddenly brightened up. Looks like His Highness still cares a lot about Miss Zhao Lingxian. Tears of happiness streamed down his face. "Consort Lan, if you know about this from the underworld, you'll definitely protect Miss Lingxian." Shen Tian stared seriously at the prayer beads. "I spent 3,000 spirit stones just to get this toy." He saw the cracks on the beads and was instantly furious. "It's already cracked, it's not even smooth anymore." He angrily grabbed the string of beads, yelling, "This is pure junk, I've lost a ton." Suddenly the beads started glowing and shaking violently, and a voice came from inside. You, stop right now." Shen Tian was startled, then immediately threw the beads to the ground in fright, and backed away. "What the heck? These beads can talk. A stream of white mist started pouring out from the middle of the beads, and the ghost mother emerged from it, making him jump. Shen Tian, startled, pointed at her and demanded, "Why is it you again?" He looked at the ghost mother in front of him in a panic. "I'm screwed. With my current abilities, there's no way I can beat her, and I can't summon the token anymore either." The ghost mother screamed in pain. "Wait, she looks weaker than before." A raging blue flame emanated from her, making Shen Tian worried. "Looks like she's seriously injured, but still, this oppressive feeling is still." He frowned angrily and scolded, "Why did you come out? I'll say it again. I'm not interested in being a dad." The ghost mother silently looked at him without saying a word. She knelt on the ground shyly. "Aren't you curling up like that to prevent anyone from attacking?" Shen Tian was confused when he heard this, wondering. Curling up. So this bean is the Dharma artifact that the Nine Suns ghost mother is parasitizing in. He was delighted when he heard this, and waved his hand repeatedly. "You mean like this?" She immediately collapsed to the ground. He scolded angrily. "Your reaction is a bit of an overreaction." He sat down on the ground tiredly and comforted. "Can you please stop crying?" He angrily looked at the ghost mother cowering on the ground and scolded. "It's just a little curl up. Why are you crying so much? Anyone who didn't know would think I did something to you." Suddenly, she lowered her head to the ground, giving thanks. "Thank you," she kowtowed respectfully. "Thank you, immortal elder, for shattering the resentment with your sword and restoring Jushu's sanity." Shen Tian panicked when he saw this. The ghost mother cautiously raised her head. "Juvir has nothing to repay." He scratched his head embarrassedly and blushed. "If you're thinking of repaying me with your body, you don't have to." The ghost mother gritted her teeth cautiously. He looked at her and assessed. The ghost mother's resentment has increased. Shen Tian held up his sword with a serious expression and said, "Hey, it seems like one sword wasn't enough to cut away all of your resentment. How about I chop you again?" She cried out in fear. "Jumir's resentment is all gone, immortal elder. Please don't misunderstand. Please put down your sword." He put the sword on the table and replied, "That's good then." At the same time, in a city located in the mountains, a crane landed on the balcony of the city. A hand reached for the paper attached to the crane's leg. Zhang Wengxi silently took the paper in her hand. She indifferently read the information on the paper. "The Great Wei Kingdom has once again found traces of the evil spirit sect, and they have committed the heinous crime of slaughtering villagers." A few lines of text appeared on the paper. Wanling Garden, Immortal Teacher's Cave Dwelling, Qifeng Valley, Immortal Teacher Shen Tian. Wengaxi frowned slightly and thought, "A guy who bewitches people's hearts. It's best not to have anything to do with the evil sect." Then, her whole body burst into flames. The shining sword flew in front of her in a posture. The flames raged even more fiercely. She stomped her foot hard on the railing. Zhang Wengxi shot straight into the sky in the direction of the sword. She easily landed on the flying sword. Her whole body and the sword formed a ball of fire shooting across the sky. In a desolate and gloomy temple, thundering and dark clouds were gathering. A man stood in the middle of the temple. In his hand was an old wooden token. He looked vaguely into the distance. The soul tablet of black blood was killed in the Great Yan Kingdom. He thought about the perplexing demoness. With the Nine Suns ghost mother rosary in hand, not many in the Great Yan Kingdom could kill black blood. The man clenched the command token, crushing it, and coldly ordered his subordinates, "Hey Mu." He turned his head and said grimly, "You go to the Great Yan Kingdom and investigate the cause of black blood's death. If you find out the identity of the murderer, eliminate them immediately." "Yes." He suddenly thought of the image of the sixth prince and continued, "Also, if possible, recruit that sixth prince of the Great Yan Kingdom into the cult." The subordinate bowed his head and accepted the order. "Your subordinate obeys." Then he disappeared from the room. The man quietly pondered, "I heard that this sixth prince's talent isn't bad." He smiled with amusement. "If we can recruit him into the cult, he'll be excellent material for guiding the Holy Spirit to descend." The next day, warm sunlight shone into a bright palace. A man sat amidst a blazing fire, his face full of fatigue. Sixth Prince Shen Agayo. Almost there, almost there. Suddenly he became determined, his eyes sharp. After shouting that, he waved his hands powerfully. Shen Ao looked at his hands tiredly. Is this the power of the foundation establishment stage? It truly surpasses the Qi refining realm. He clenched his fists expectantly. True Man Xiang promised that as long as I break through to the foundation establishment stage, he'll accept me as his disciple. He got out of bed, thinking softly, I must go to the Myriad Spirit Garden to choose some good stuff, to prepare a gift for formally becoming a disciple. Suddenly he rested his chin and thought, but this Myriad Spirit Garden, the 13th prince got there before me. I hope his bad luck won't affect my good fortune. Shen Tian, at this moment, was full of worry. Troublesome, so troublesome. He looked at the demoness kneeling before him and complained. Big trouble, the ghost mother told him sadly. Inside this rosary are all innocent children, refined by evil magic and unable to find peace. Although Ju isn't their birth mother, they've lived together for many years, and she really can't bear it. She looked at the child crying and begged, "I only ask that the immortal master can grant these poor children salvation so they can be reborn. Ju is willing to serve the immortal master forever, as a slave to repay you." She suddenly grabbed his sleeve and said hesitatingly, "Even if the immortal master wants, after the game, Ju here will accept it." Shen Tian scolded angrily. "Who wants to wind you up to play with?" He glanced at her with disgust and said, "What kind of person do you take this prince to be?" Suddenly, the ghost mother's blindfold slipped, and the cloth immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, he opened his mouth in surprise. The pitiful ghost mother still held onto his clothes. Shen Tian blushed in shock, thinking, even female ghosts are this beautiful these days. Suddenly understanding why so many people in Liaozhai were bewitched by female ghosts, he looked at her with pity. Actually, she's quite pitiful. Not only was her entire family slaughtered, but she was also sealed inside this rosary, unable to be reincarnated. He pulled his clothes and reassured her. "Don't worry, no need to be a slave. Heaven and earth have righteousness. This prince will definitely grant these children salvation," he thought. "This female ghost is really strong." Hearing this, the ghost mother was immediately happy. Ju, on behalf of those children, will temporarily stay with the immortal master. Hearing this, Shen Tian suddenly stammered and scratched his head, saying, "That," he smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and asked, "How do you grant salvation?" The ghost mother looked confused. "Aren't you a Taoist priest? Don't you know how to grant salvation?" He rested his chin and hesitated. "That? How about physical salvation?" she asked suspiciously. "What is physical salvation?" Shen Tian seriously picked up his sword and explained, "It's like just now. Chop a few times, and you can chop away all your resentment." The ghost mother cried out in fear, stopping him. "Immortal master, please don't." He awkwardly scratched his head and said, forget it. I also feel like it's too risky. What if I accidentally chop up the prayer beads? You guys would be scattered into nothingness." He held the prayer beads in his hand, pondering, "How should I deal with this?" Shen Tian put the bracelet on his wrist, reassuring them, "Just wear it for now. I'll think of a way to help these kids reincarnate." Seeing this, the ghost mother was so moved she burst into tears. She joyfully cried and thanked him. "Then Ju thanks you." Seeing her reaction, he was surprised. "Why is your reaction so extreme?" Shen Tian suspiciously asked. "Right, you're not going to follow me around all the time, are you?" "Hey, that's not very convenient." The ghost mother happily pointed at the prayer beads in his hand and replied, "Of course I'm going back to the prayer beads. Ju is injured right now and needs to return to the prayer beads to heal." He confusedly asked. "Heal inside the prayer beads," she bashfully explained. "Ju can absorb resentment within the prayer beads to heal herself." Hearing this, Shen Tian frantically calculated. If she absorbs resentment and restores the prayer beads at the same time, the souls of Ju and those kids will continue to be eroded. The Nine Sons ghost mother will reappear in the world. With my cultivation level, wouldn't that be more bad luck than good? He worriedly held the pouch in his hand and asked, "If I let you absorb spirit stones, could you recover?" She happily smiled and replied, "Of course I can." The ghost mother quickly jumped into the pouch. Her image lingered at the opening of the pouch as a stream of white gas. Shen Tian excitedly held the pouch in his hand. Success! Ba, who was outside, anxiously entered. "Your Highness, has the matter of the prayer beads been resolved?" "It's done." He happily looked at the pouch in his hand. "I subdued Ju. This must be a great opportunity for me." Ba blushed, clenched his fist, and happily smiled. Thinking of a certain girl, he thought, now that His Highness is interested in female ghosts. Really, female ghosts or normal women, once the lights are off, what difference is there? If that's the case, just add a little bait, and it won't be hard to make this Highness interested in women in the future, and then marriage and children will follow naturally. Madame Lanfei will definitely smile from the 9 springs of the underworld if she knew. He then hesitated, and changed the subject. "Then should your Highness go check on Miss Lingxian?" Shen Tian wearily gritted his teeth. "How could I forget about this?" The scene shifted to another room in the courtyard, where the two were standing and looking at the unconscious little Lingxian on the bed. Shen Tian suspiciously asked, Hey, what should we do?" Ba put his hands on his hips and happily said, "It's not a good way for Miss Linger to remain unconscious like this. This old servant can only take out his household skills." Seeing this, he suspiciously asked, "Ba, what method do you have?" Ba excitedly replied, "Yes." Seeing Ba reach into his clothes, he suspiciously asked, "Ba, what do you want to do?" Ba's face was full of excitement, his cheeks were slightly red, and he smiled. Then he pulled out a few needles from his clothes. Shen Tian was extremely scared when he saw Giba preparing to act. He hurriedly stopped him, shouting loudly, "Stop!" He frantically stopped him. "Wait. Sticking a few needles in won't kill someone, right?" He disappointedly placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Just let me do it." In his head, he secretly thought of the first aid methods he had learned in his previous life. Hopefully it'll be useful. He then put his hands towards little Lingxian's body. Shen Tian gently placed his hands on her. Giba saw this and stammered, Your Highness." Shen Tian wearily pressed on her chest. "CPR. Why isn't she still waking up?" He was immediately confused. He wouldn't need to give her mouth to mouth, would he? Shen Tian thought it, did it, and leaned in towards her. Xiao Lingxian was lying wearily on the bed, her breathing ragged. She suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Seeing Shen Tian approaching, she panicked and yelled, "What's going on here?" She closed her eyes in disappointment. "I didn't expect him to be such a leech. All that respect I had for him," Xiao Lingxian thought, face red. "Wait a minute." She sat up, trembling in a corner. You, what are you doing?" Shen Tian moved towards her with a devious look. "Little lady, don't move, otherwise." She worriedly lay still. Oh no, what should I do? Maybe I should just play dead." Shen Tian, about to give her mouth to mouth, looked at her in surprise. He looked at Xiao Lingxian's gloomy expression and wondered, could it be this method isn't working? Her face is getting worse. Giba stood nearby, excited, raising his golden fist. Or should this old servant try? Shen Tian hurriedly stopped him. "Don't." He looked suspiciously at her lying on the bed, thinking, could that black blood thief have left something on this girl? That black blood stuff is super evil, it's not impossible. Shen Tian raised his sword and asked, "If I chop down with this sword, will it dispel the evil aura?" Giba hesitated, confused. Chop down." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "This old servant has heard that Virgin Boy P is the most yang substance, it can restrain evil." But Xiao Lingxian shouted in fear, "Stop, I don't want to. You guys just use needles, then a sword, and now you even want to use Virgin Boy P." She angrily pointed at Shen Tian, scolding, "Are you trying to kill me faster?" He awkwardly replied, Sorry. So you were awake all along." He slumped down, exhausted. "Why didn't you say you were awake? You scared me to death." She angrily scolded, You pervert." She shyly covered her chest with her hands, stammering, You touched this lady's chest." "You?" Shen Tian was surprised. "What? I was saving you." Giba, hearing this, blushed with delight and said, "If Miss Linger feels uneasy, she could marry His Highness, and His Highness would naturally take responsibility." Shen Tian, seeing this attempt to muddy the waters, glared at him. "Giba, can you stop talking nonsense?" Xiao Lingxian blushed and shyly scolded, Who wants to marry this pervert?" Then he closed his eyes, annoyed, and explained to her, "Whether you believe it or not, I was really doing that to save you just now. And the truth is, you did wake up." Xiao Lingxian angrily pointed at his face. "You think this lady will believe you?" Shen Tian, seeing it was a hopeless situation, asked wearily, "So what do I have to do for you to believe me?" She panicked, stammering for a long time before finally saying, Unless you die." Shen Tian stood up, looked down at her seriously, frowned, and asked in a cold voice, "Xiao Lingxian, really?" Seeing this, she happily mocked, "That's right. What's wrong? Are you scared?" He turned and walked away. "That's not a bad idea," Giba hurriedly asked. "Your Highness, where are you going?" Shen Tian turned his head happily and replied, "Of course I'm going to die." Xiao Lingxian's face darkened upon hearing this. Giba suddenly grabbed her hand. She panicked and asked, "What do you want to do?" He anxiously urged. "Hurry up and chase after him." Giba dragged her and ran fast. "Hurry up a little bit, what if something happens?" Xiao Lingxian angrily explained. "I was just joking." She crossed her arms angrily, pretending not to be worried, sarcastically. "He's not an idiot, how could he really go and die?" Giba seemed to suddenly see something. Widening his eyes, he pointed in the direction ahead and shouted, "Over there! I sense His Highness's aura over there." The two hurried in that direction, and saw Shen Tian standing before a deep abyss, just standing there silently, not saying a word. Xiao Lingxian frantically tried to stop him. You! Quickly come back." "I was just kidding just now." He put his hand behind him, ordering, "Giba, don't come over here." Shen Tian said to him with certainty, "If you believe in me, then don't interfere." He turned his head and said with a smile to Xiao Lingxian, "Today, Shenmu acted inappropriately toward you, but Shenmu only did so to save someone." He suddenly spread his arms wide, emotionally saying, "If you don't believe Shenmu, then the only way left is death, to prove my innocence." Xiao Lingxian fearfully raised her hand to stop him. "Wait. But she wasn't fast enough, and Shen Tian jumped straight into the abyss. Giba was shocked and shouted loudly, "Your Highness!" Zhao Lingxian looked at the life that had just been lost. Standing there in a daze, she blankly stared down into the deep abyss. Zhao Lingxian collapsed, sitting down on the ground, playing with the dirt. She was shocked, her eyes wide open. No way. He really died. She lowered her head, crying in heartbreak. Shen Gige is dead. As for Shen Tian, he was following the momentum as he fell into the abyss. He wasn't afraid, but gleefully gritted his teeth. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, I've been unable to suppress my desire to jump off a mountain. He looked up at the sky from the mouth of the abyss, calculating. Because all novels write it like this: if you don't die from jumping off a cliff, you're bound to find a lucky encounter. Actually, from the moment Zhao Lingxian woke up, I could see the image of the lucky encounter inside her halo of destiny. He thought about the image of Zhao Lingxian being thrown off the cliff and pondered. In theory, if I hadn't appeared, then Zhao Lingxian would have been captured by Black Blood True Immortal, resulting in her falling off the mountain. Maybe she'd even struggle and fall, or be humiliated and jump off herself, who knows. But the place she fell was undoubtedly this stone platform. But because I intervened, Zhao Lingxian was saved. After being saved, Zhao Lingxian naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to jump off a cliff again. If Zhao Lingxian wasn't going to jump, then I'd just have to do it myself. The problem was that Grandpa Guy and Qin Gao were protecting me. I couldn't suddenly jump down. It was hard to find reasons. Luckily, Zhao Lingxian told me to jump off a cliff to prove my innocence. How could I miss such a good opportunity? So I jumped down without hesitation. Just thinking about it made Shen Tian happily smile. After carefully analyzing the location and direction, jumping down according to this trajectory definitely won't be a problem. Suddenly, Shen Tian frantically turned his head to look at the rock face on the other side and complained. But the problem is, I didn't pay attention to the mold on my head. I jumped off course. He fearfully reached out his hand. Was it because I was too excited when I pushed off to jump just now and used a little too much force? His hand brushed past the rock face. He was scared, his face white as a sheet, cursing under his breath. Falling too fast, can't grab anything at all. Shen Tian screamed in fear as he fell into the abyss. If the mold on top of my head is still there, doesn't that mean my cliff jump is going to turn into a meat pie? Too careless. Someone save me. I don't want to die. His prayer beads suddenly lit up, and Ghost Mother came out of the prayer beads, worriedly saying, "Master, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you." She reached out and pushed Shen Tian, then shouted loudly, "I'm pushing!" He was pushed and slammed repeatedly into the two cliff faces. He tiredly sat on the rock face, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, Judair saved me. He looked up at the sign on the door of the Heavenly Water Immortal Abode. Shen Tian tiredly wiped the sweat off his face. Miscalculation, miscalculation. Sure enough, being careless is the way to go. At least wait until the top of my head turns green before I can risk my life. Zhao Lingxian stood, devastated, at the edge of the abyss. You really jumped. Why, do I disgust you that much? To avoid taking responsibility for me, you'd rather jump to your death. Or are you saying that I've offended your pride? She thought painfully, tears still lingering in her eyes. I remember now. Today I was captured by Black Blood True Immortal, and I fainted. So everything Shen Gage did was to save me. She sadly wiped away her tears, blaming herself. I deliberately caused trouble, forcing him to jump. Shen Gage, you're not afraid of death, so why would Lianer be? She mournfully raised her hand, standing on the edge of the abyss. Shen Gige, wait for me. Lianer will be with you soon, Giba shouted anxiously. Miss Lianer. Her foot slipped on the edge of the rock. She was about to fall into the abyss. Shen Tian's voice echoed from below. There's a suspended rock platform halfway down the cliff. Qin Gao rushed over in a panic. Eunuch Guy, is your highness all right? Giba turned his head in surprise. Xiao Gao? The three curiously peeked over the edge together. Shen Tian excitedly reached out his hand, shouting, Eunuch Guy, Zhao Gao, Miss Liangoer. I'm not dead. I landed on this platform, and I'm standing firm. He yelled from below. There's also a cave here. It's probably a dongfu opened up by an immortal cultivator. Quickly find a rope and lower it down here. Giba happily wiped away his tears. He didn't die from jumping, and even found a dongfu left by an immortal. His Highness hid his talent for 10 years, and finally his luck has turned. If Consort Lan knew in the afterlife, she would definitely smile. Soon after, the three of them went down to reunite with Shen Tian. Zhao Lingxian glared at Shen Tian angrily and scolded. You dared to jump off the cliff? This lady doesn't need you to take responsibility. Got it? What the heck, I clearly didn't do anything, so why do I feel like I've become a scumbag? He awkwardly turned his head, coughing. How about we go check out that dongfu? She angrily retorted. Don't you dare change the subject. The plaque above the entrance read, Celestial Waters Immortal Abode. Shen Tian looked at the large door dubiously. Celestial Waters Immortal Abode. The records in the palace don't seem to mention this place. The Celestial Waters Immortal Abode probably won't be so easy to open. He pointed to his hand and said, "That's right. There's a mechanism on the door. I just tried it. You guys try it too." He turned his head, pointed to the mechanism on the door, and said, "Place your hand on the mechanism on the bronze door. If you are fated, you can open it." Giba put his hand in the hole and said disappointedly, "Your Highness, I can't do it either." Qin Gao also regretfully withdrew his hand. "The door still won't open. I can't do it either," Shen Tian said disappointedly. "Looks like Eunuch Gi and Xiao Gao aren't the fated ones." He turned his head to look at Xiao Lingxian and suggested, "Miss Lianhair, it's up to you. Give it a try." She hesitantly reached out her hand and replied, "Let me try." Xiao Lingxian placed her hand on the 5 holes on the mechanism, and the mechanism immediately emitted a brilliant light. Shen Tian happily smiled broadly. "There's hope." The door slowly opened, emitting a dazzling light. He happily looked into the door. "Looks like Ms. Lianhair is the one fated to be with this Dongfu." Inside, the passage was lit by candles. Qin Gao looked around, assessing the situation. "This passage is very long. It's so gloomy here." Gibat anxiously walked ahead, saying, "Your Highness, be careful." Xiao Lingxian looked at the door in front of her and quickly said, "There's light ahead." Shen Tian looked inside with astonishment. This is the scenery inside. Majestic with flying mountains inside the Celestial Waters Immortal Abode. Xiao Lingxian was surprised. "I didn't expect there to be such scenery inside this cave." Giba called from a distance, "Your Highness Shen Tian, look quickly." He excitedly looked at the flowers in front of him and said, "Your Highness, those are world-cleansing white lotuses, precious medicinal ingredients that can be used to refine the cleansing ripple golden pellet. Even the most common grade 3 one can be sold for thousands of spirit stones, and there are at least 100 flowers here. There are even grade 5 ones, so many world-cleansing white lotuses, plus rare and exotic herbs all over the valley, are worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones." Xiao Lingxian looked at the flowers in surprise and excitement. If all of these world-cleansing white lotuses were sold, how much would they be worth? She suspiciously glanced at Shen Tian, thinking to herself, "Such a huge fortune, most cultivators would probably kill everyone who knew about it to keep it a secret. Can this guy withstand this kind of temptation?" Her face darkened as she looked at him in horror. "This huge pile of treasure he saw me, is he gonna off me to keep me quiet?" Suddenly, Shen Tian spoke up. "Take these white lotuses and spiritual herbs." Hearing this, she was shocked. She turned her head, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Do you know how many spirit stones these white lotuses and spiritual herbs are worth?" He casually replied, "Yeah, I know," Shen Tian said to her, full of self-satisfaction. "No matter how many spirit stones they're worth, they're all yours." The little spiritual fairy flushed with excitement, panicking. "Spirit medicines worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Shen Gage is just giving them to me like this." Sure enough, Shen Gage has feelings for me after all, right? Shen Tian stared intently at the hairpin on her head, making her turn away shyly. "Why are you staring at me like that now, making me so embarrassed?" "But it feels like he's looking at my forehead though." Feeling the hairpin dimming, he felt relieved. As expected, giving her all the spiritual herbs made her aura of luck turn red. "I also feel my body getting lighter, and my luck is increasing at the same time." Xiao Lingxian pointed at his face in alarm. "This isn't good. This Dongfu was only discovered because Shen Gage fell off a cliff. How can you give all the spiritual herbs to me? Shen Gage should take them." Hearing this, he grimaced and cursed inwardly. "My body's getting heavy again." This little girl, Shen Tian, annoyed, pointed at her and ordered, "No way. If it wasn't for you, Linger, opening the 9 profound iron gate, we wouldn't have been able to get in, so you're the one destined for this Dongfu." "These spiritual herbs should belong to you," Giba excitedly interjected. "Linger Gunyang, why don't you just marry His Highness? That way, whoever receives it is the same. Once you're through the door, aren't you all one big family?" Hearing this, the two were surprised. The little spiritual fairy turned her head shyly, saying, "Who wants to marry Shen Gage?" she shouted shyly. "How about this? Shen Gage discovered the Dongfu. I opened it, so let's split the stuff inside 6-4. I and Shen Gage get 4 portions each, and Giba and Xiao Gao Xiongdi get 1 portion. Shen Tian's face darkened as he calculated. "No way, I'd naturally give that 1 portion to Giba and Xiao Gao, but I can't take it from Linger Gunyang's share. Let's split it 5-5. You keep 5 portions, no refusing." Hearing this, she shyly covered her face. "Shen Gage is so domineering, so unyielding, so bad, I like it so much." Shen Tian coldly turned his head and walked away. "All right, no more refusing. There's a small stone chamber deep inside the mountain valley. Let's go take a look. He silently calculated in his heart. If I'm not wrong, these medicines are just scraps. The real great opportunity is still there. The three stood in front of a stone chamber. Shen Tian spoke. Here we are. This is the place. He gently opened the door, and the group stepped into the chamber. He then explained. All the spiritual energy in the mountain valley is converging on this stone chamber. This is the key to the entire valley. Inside the chamber was a tea table and a stone statue of a woman. A beam of purple light emanated from the statue. The light revealed the image of a woman. Shen Tian was surprised to see this. Spiritual Venerable Shen Shui spoke in a somber tone. The one who can enter this place later on means that this seat has probably already passed away. Ninth Elder of Jade Pool Holy Land, known as Spiritual Venerable Shen Shui. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Yiba shouted in panic. Ninth Elder of Jade Pool Holy Land. This identity is no ordinary. Shen Tian sweated in terror. Jade Pool Holy Land is at the top of the list of Holy Lands. As an elder of the Jade Pool Holy Land, she is definitely one of the top figures of the Eastern Wilderness. Spiritual Venerable Shen Shui opened her eyes, happily cracking a smile. She turned her head to look at the little spiritual fairy, startling her. The one who can open the Dongfu with their bloodline, it's naturally a descendant of our clan. Step forward and kowtow, you can receive my mantle. She looked fearfully, blushing, pointed at herself and asked, Shen Tian, Shen Geg, she's telling me to kowtow, should I? He replied indifferently. Go ahead, if you're a clansman of the elder, it's no big deal to greet her. The little spiritual fairy hesitated softly. Then she knelt on the ground, quickly bowing her head. She kowtowed before the stone god statue. Spiritual Venerable Shen Shui happily touched her forehead, and her forehead radiated a brilliant light. Not bad, this seat is very pleased. The little spiritual fairy looked at the light in panic. What is this? She silently closed her eyes, and countless images flooded her mind. Spiritual Venerable Shen Shui instructed. Descendant, remember, this seat, and Primordial Venerable Chiyu of the Divine Firmament Holy Land, had an agreement for a duel 500 years ago. Now this seat has passed away, but the agreement cannot be erased. Images of her ancestors' battles flashed through her mind. The one who inherits my mantle must become a disciple at Jade Pool Holy Land, and on that day, you must battle the successor of Primordial Venerable Chiyu. This battle must not be lost. Little spiritual fairy was enveloped in a brilliant purple light. Shen Tian stood outside, gently assessing her. The little spiritual fairy's fortune had clearly increased quite a bit. This was obviously an extremely terrifying inheritance. The little spiritual fairy excitedly turned her head to look at Shen Tian and said, Master passed on 2 inheritances to me. One is the sky-gazing spiritual incantation, and the other is the foundation establishment stage cultivation technique, the God transformation flood dragon emperor scripture. She clasped her hands together, embarrassedly apologizing. Shen Gage, when Master was passing on the cultivation technique, she told me that if I break through to the foundation establishment stage, I can pass on a portion of the sky-gazing heart incantation to Xiang Meng. But because the Dragon Emperor scripture is a secret, I must enter the Holy Land to cultivate it. Shen Tian happily raised his hand to refuse, in a hearty manner. It's alright, he was being sarcastic inside. The Dragon Emperor Holy Land only accepts female disciples. How can us, old guys, enter the Dragon Emperor Holy Land? He thought of himself fainting and worried. Moreover, with my current fortune, even cultivating a crude qi refining technique would likely lead to cultivation deviation 88 times. Shen Tian crossed his arms, his face pale as he thought. If I were to cultivate a profound and mysterious peerless emperor scripture, wouldn't I explode into fireworks within minutes? He sullenly clenched his fist, his expression unpleasant as he left. Forget it. Forget it. Still, that saying, unless my head turns green, I will absolutely not refine qi. The little spiritual fairy excitedly clenched her fist. Shengij, I finally understand why you have to help others find spiritual veins and sever bad luck. Then tell me, he said. She remembered those sharp eyes and explained. The sky-gazing spiritual incantation is a profound technique for finding spiritual veins and severing bad luck. The cultivator can condense divine sense in their eyes, scanning spirit ore to check its quality. The higher the grade of the spirit ore, the stronger the ability to scan it. She immediately reminded him. But this technique absolutely cannot be used continuously. Hearing this, Shen Tian asked in confusion, why? The little spiritual fairy thought of the image of the glowing stone and continued to explain. Because spirit ore, after a long period of time, will generate an unknown power. The man painfully clutched his head, surrounded by killing intent. This unknown power can infect divine sense, polluting the body. Using a spiritual vein, finding secret art to inspect spirit ore will inevitably be invaded by this unknown power, requiring the expenditure of spiritual power to purge it. A person stood in the blinding light, surrounded by people holding glowing stones. But if you give the things opened from the spirit ore to others, you can share some of the karma with those who are destined, greatly reducing the pressure the spiritual vein master has to bear. This way, the spiritual vein master can inspect more spirit ore without being repelled. The little spiritual fairy's eyes lit up, and she asked gleefully, "Am I right, Shengej? Please, little sister, can you stop overthinking things?" Shen Tian painfully covered his head. Even casually setting up a fortune-telling stall can be misunderstood. Suddenly, he asked seriously in confusion, "That's right. What happens if the unknown power can't be purged in time?" She hesitated to answer. "The consequences will be very serious." The little spiritual fairy glanced at the stone statue behind her and said, "If it's not purged in time, you might be invaded by a large amount of unknown power in a short period. If that happens, your whole body will turn to stone, turning into a statue." Hearing this, Shen Tian was startled and thought. He worriedly looked at the stone statue in confusion. So the godly water spirit Venerable also turned into a stone statue because she was eroded by the unknown power. He remembered the image of the godly water spirit Venerable and the statue, and was terrified. She must have been a nascent soul stage expert, such a top-tier master, and she was also eroded by the unknown power, directly turning into a stone statue. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet cracked open, and Giba shouted in alarm, "Your Highness, be careful." 3 stone pillars suddenly emerged from the ground, and the people standing between the 3 pillars were confused. Shen Tian spoke in puzzlement. Why did 3 pillars suddenly emerge like this? He observed his surroundings and hesitantly said, "There's also a stone box on each pillar." Suddenly he was drawn to one. Startled, he stared at a box in confusion, thinking, "Strange. Why do I have an overwhelming desire to obtain the 3rd box? Could it be that inside that box is my great opportunity?" Shen Tian frantically pointed at the box and said loudly to the little spiritual fairy, "Linger, the box on the far right. Can you give me what's inside?" She lowered her head happily and softly said, "Linger has already obtained the most precious inheritance. Everything inside these 3 boxes is for Shengej." Seeing this, he glanced elsewhere, suspicious. Since when did this little girl become so generous? Shen Tian looked at the ring on her head and pondered. The aura of her fortune hasn't changed, indicating that the combined value of these 3 stone boxes isn't as valuable as those 2 inheritances. He thought about his own image, and the little spirit fairy standing on either side of the spirit stones, calculating. Through many practices, I know that I can only divide it into 5 portions at most. The predestined fate of those with luck. This is the limit. The pile of spirit stones was divided in half, and the 2 happily divided it into 5 portions. The luck on both sides would increase to the highest level. If more spirit stones were given to Shen Tian, the 2 would become miserable. But if divided into more than 5 portions, the increase in luck would weaken. If one were to completely monopolize it, luck would not increase, but the luck of the one with great luck would decline, he thought with satisfaction. So I can take this box with peace of mind. He winked, making an OK sign, and said happily, "Thank you, Linger." The little spirit fairy was stunned, completely puzzled. Why is Shengej agreeing so readily this time? What does that hand gesture mean? Suddenly, she thought in horror. Could it be that he's angry because Shizun won't let me pass on the emperor's scripture? She painfully covered her face, crying, "Should I just go against Shizun's orders and secretly pass the scripture to him?" Seeing this, Shen Tian was exasperated. What is she thinking again? He solemnly picked up a box. Let's open the first box first. He held a ring with a blue gem, surprised. There's the inscription Shang Ming on the ring. Shen Tian put his finger to his mouth. This ring is called Shang Ming. Looks pretty good. Let's try blood recognition. His fingertip bled, and blood dripped onto the ring, which emitted a blue light. I could feel the space inside the ring, at least 10,000 miles. 100 times larger than the Qiangkun ring given by Song, the shopkeeper of Tianling Pavilion. Seeing this, he was shocked. This Shang Ming ring also contains a lot of spirit stones. Roughly speaking, there are at least 1 million. He looked down at the ring in astonishment. Depending on the little spirit fairy for predestined luck, I'm directly getting rich this time. Shen Tian happily turned to look at another box. Let's quickly open the next box. He held a whip and a set of armor in his hand, excited. The second box is combat armor and a long whip, not bad either. He suddenly realized, panicking. But this design is for women's wear. Imagining the image of the little spirit fairy wearing the armor, he smiled slyly. Linger. "Do you like this combat armor and long whip?" The little spirit fairy replied shyly. I've never worn combat armor before." Shen Tian coldly closed the box. "Then, I can only put it away for now, and find a chance to sell it later." The little spirit fairy exclaimed in a fluster. Sell it!" she angrily scolded. "I said I've never worn combat armor before. But I didn't say I don't like it. Can't you listen to people finish what they're saying? This girl is so pissed." Shen Tian stood in front of the remaining box, revealing strangeness. "What is inside this stone box after all? Why do I desire to have it so much?" Inside the box emitted a brilliant light. He was surprised by the light. Could this be? The two of them stood in horror, looking at the box. Looking at the box full of water, Shen Tian hesitated. This is water. He was suddenly surprised by something. A flame blazed in his body. He puzzled. Why is my Xinhuo refinement body technique automatically running? Could it be because of this water? Shen Tian reached towards the box, wanting to touch it. A strange desire in the depths of his heart grew more and more intense. He dipped his hand into the water. The water suddenly surged up. The water reached up and wrapped tightly around his hand. What's going on? Why is this water wrapping around me? Shen Tian painfully grabbed his head. It hurts. Unprecedented severe pain. Shen Tian collapsed in pain after that attack. Water spilled from the box onto the ground. Xiao Lizi frantically covered her face. "Shen Gerge, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Giba fearfully rushed to his side. "Your Highness, are you all right?" He painfully collapsed to the ground. "That hurts," Giba kept calling out. "Your Highness, Your Highness." Shen Tian fainted from the pain. Xiao Lizi screamed in terror. "Shen Gage." The calls echoed repeatedly. "Your Highness, Your Highness." The surroundings were blurry. The images of three people, Xiao Lizi and Gibao, exclaimed joyfully. "Shen Gage, Your Highness." Shen Tian's expression darkened as he lay in bed. "Shen Gage, Your Highness, you're finally awake." The three cried tears of joy. "Shen Gage, you've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Mei Lan Fei Niang Yang. Bless Your Highness, you scared this old servant to death." "Your Highness?" He wearily sat up and asked. "Why did I faint?" Giba quickly explained. "How could you not faint? What was contained in that third box was none other than Yi Yuan heavy water," he awkwardly repeated. "Your Highness has absorbed all of the Yi Yuan heavy water." Shen Tian immediately remembered the gourd seed and panicked. Yi Yuan heavy water is ranked 12th on the True Water rankings, so this is even more precious than the 7 treasures immortal gourd, ranked 36th on the spiritual object rankings. He thought of the image of the man enveloped in blue flames, and mused, Yi Yuan heavy water is the greatest reliance of Huang, the divine water spiritual venerable, who dominates the immortal realm with overwhelming power. Even after preliminary refinement, cultivators below the Jindan stage absolutely cannot easily test it. Shen Tian, or rather he. But my cultivation is only at the first stage of the body-tempering realm, yet I refined the Yi Yuan heavy water, Giba quickly interjected. Your Highness, according to this old servant's observations these past few days, the Yi Yuan heavy water seems to have been absorbed into your kidneys, he then said embarrassedly. The kidneys mainly govern water, the root of immortal essence, and the storage place for the essence of the 6 viscera and 5 bowels. This Yi Yuan heavy water being absorbed in, it's unknown if it's a blessing or a curse. Shen Tian fearfully clutched his stomach. Dares to run into this prince's kidneys? Don't tell me I have to get a kidney CT scan? He painfully clutched his stomach, trembling. That's not right. This thing is sucking away this prince's essence. Shen Tian, enraged, clutched his chest and cursed inwardly. They all say women are like water, and that's really not wrong. Yi Yuan heavy water ranked M on the True Water rankings, and to think, he was gaunt, gritting his teeth, can't let it suck anymore. If it sucks anymore, there will be nothing left. The ring on his finger glowed, as if he realized something. That's right. Inside the Kangming ring, there is a large amount of spirit stones. Use spirit stones to convert into essence. A moment later, Shen Tian sat in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by a pile of spirit stone crumbs, clutching his arm in pain. Spirit stones from the ground were sucked into his body. If this continues, I will be sucked into a mummy. I can only absorb spirit stones to fill the holes in my body. The glowing stones continuously emitted light toward him. After a while, the stones lost their original glow. Shen Tian was enveloped in blue light, with stones continuously absorbing into his body. 100 stones, 200 stones, 1,000 stones, 3,000 stones. Xiao Lizi, standing nearby, admired him greatly. Heavens! Absorbing several thousand spirit stones in just half an hour is too terrifying. Giba anxiously clenched his fists. Even a Jindan stage cultivator absorbing spirit stones so crazily would suffer a backlash, right? But your highness shows no signs of stopping? Qin Gao called out uneasily. Your highness? Shen Tian painfully frowned. Second stage of body tempering. 5,000 stones. The stones were continuously emitting light toward him. Third stage of body tempering. 6,000 stones. 7,000 stones. Zhao Lizi sat trembling on the ground. How is this possible? Shen Gija's cultivation is increasing so rapidly, Gibao exclaimed in astonishment. Relying on the spirit stones and the direction Sun Devil manual that your highness bestowed, after more than half a month of diligent cultivation, my cultivation has only risen to the 8th stage of Shi refining. He frantically sweated all over his face. But your highness has broken through to the 3rd stage of body tempering in just a short hour, and it's still increasing. You must know that the new fire body refining technique that your highness is cultivating was only bought off the street for 5 taels of silver, Giba happily cried. Your highness must be a once-in-a-millennium cultivating genius in the legends. If Lan Fei Niangyang knew in the afterlife, she would definitely smile in the netherworld. Shen Tian widened his bloodshot eyes. 4th stage of body tempering. 8,000 stones. He waved his hand, scattering the surrounding stones. He wearily wiped the sweat from his brow. Absorbing 10,000 spirit stones at once, the Yi Yuan heavy water is finally no longer causing trouble. 10,000 spirit stones are enough for a demonic cultivator to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I truly am an extraordinary pay-to-win god. Shen Tian stood up, waving his hands powerfully and smiling with satisfaction. Yi Yuan heavy water is the 12th existence on the true water rankings, and its greatest feature is its weight. A single drop of Yi Yuan heavy water weighs 10,000 pounds. Absorbing so much, failing to control it could lead to exploding and dying. But my new fire body refining technique can not only easily refine and absorb Yi Yuan heavy water, but also allow it to flow throughout my body, tempering my physique, which is truly unimaginable. He happily clenched his fist and said to Giba, Giba, come test my strength. He quickly responded, Yes, sir. Shen Tian replied solemnly and rushed towards Giba. Giba raised his hand, emitting a dazzling light. Demonic sunflower body protection. Everlasting demonic sunflower blossom. The two of them unleashed their light, clashing against each other. Gibaz was struck with incredible pain. How is this possible? His highness is clearly only at the 4th stage of body tempering. Why does he feel stronger than a normal 7th stage body tempering cultivator? Shen Tian was surrounded by a blue glow, radiating self-satisfaction. Shen Tian's eyes sharpened with killing intent. He leaped into the air, his face devoid of emotion. He yelled out in terror, Giba, be careful. Giba gnashed his teeth in a panic. Shen Tian swung his hand towards him. A blinding light erupted. He widened his eyes in shock. Why does his highness's fist emanate such a massive gravitational pull? A large flower appeared on his palm. Everlasting demonic sunflower. Condense. Giba doesn't know that in another world there is a formula for the law of universal gravitation. Shen Tian gritted his teeth and swung his hand. When an object with sufficient mass encounters other objects, it generates immense gravitational force. His fist slammed down. Giba. So the greater the density of an object, the stronger the gravitational force it produces. His fist stopped inches from his face, Giba thought in horror. Even with my demonic sunflower body protection fully activated, I can't withstand a single move from His Highness. Shen Tian broke into a pleased and smug smile. He happily stood with his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. 4th stage of body tempering versus 8th stage of Qi refining. A complete victory. Just now, my whole body felt full of power. It was so uncomfortable not to unleash it. Giba forced a smile, remaining silent. He asked him with concern, Giba, are you all right? Giba respectfully bowed his head and replied hastily, Your Highness stopped in time. This old servant is fine. Giba was overjoyed and wiped away tears. But Your Highness's fist was incredibly powerful. I fear it could even threaten Foundation establishment experts. If Consort Lan Fei knew of Your Highness's current strength, she would surely smile in the afterlife. Shen Tian stared at him blankly. Here we go again, he muttered. He clenched his fist, and water surged around it. He stated firmly, 1 essence heavy water is the M in the ranking of true waters. Its power is naturally extraordinary. That fist just now was the power of 1 essence heavy water. Giba asked him with concern, Your Highness, have you mastered the 1 essence heavy water? He looked at his fist, puzzled, and said, I don't know why, but the 1 essence heavy water seems very compatible with the new flame body tempering art. Surrounded by powerful water currents, he changed his stance and said, As soon as I circulate the new flame body tempering art, The One Essence heavy water follows my internal energy throughout my body, tempering my muscles and bones. Just now, I tried to condense the One Essence heavy water in my hand, and I actually succeeded. Shen Tian held the book in his hand and scratched his head. Strangely, I didn't expect that the new flame body tempering art, bought for only 5 taels of silver, would have such a clear effect. Has no one tried this before? Suddenly, something flashed in his mind. He propped his chin on his hand and pondered. The new flame body tempering art doesn't have corresponding attack moves? Now that I've created a peerless fist technique myself, I must come up with a super cool name. What should I call it? He thought of a series of names. New Flame Divine Water Fist, Rare Jade New Water Fist, Thieving Electricity 5-Chain Heavenly Heavy Water, Stealing Transformation Strike. Forget it, let's just call it One Essence Divine Fist. Shen Tian kicked out, sending water flying from his feet, and said smugly, when I can circulate the One Essence heavy water to my feet, it will be called One Essence Divine Kick. He imagined hitting a man in the face, the water shooting from his palm to slap the other person, and it will be called One Essence Divine Palm. A blue light surrounded him, and hundreds of swords pointed towards him. He laughed excitedly. If I can circulate it throughout my entire body, it will be called One Essence Indestructible Divine Art. Anyway, Great Force shatters bricks, specializing in countering all kinds of flashy deceptions, Qin Gao whispered in fear to Giba. Giba, has His Highness been unconscious for too long so his brain isn't working properly? Shen Tian imagined Zhao Linger blushing shyly and smiled slyly. I wonder if this toy can spray out like a water gun. With the weight of the One Essence heavy water, spraying it in the opponent's face must be very painful, really. How embarrassing. Seeing Shen Tian's perverted smile, Qin Gao whispered in fear. Giba Gi, why is His Highness's smile becoming more and more wicked? Shen Tian asked with concern. Have you collected all the cleansing white lotus and immortal herbs in the first valley? Giba replied proudly. Your Highness, rest assured, they have all been harvested. He then ordered him. All right, Giba, bring me a mirror. Giba made an embarrassed face. He carefully looked at himself in the mirror. Giba looked at him suspiciously. I've never noticed that your Highness liked to preen so much. Could it be because Miss Linger is by your side, so you're pleased with yourself? He clasped his hands together, picturing Shen Tian and Xiao Lingyer getting married, and cried with joy, this is how it should be. Marry Lingyer home soon, and Lady Lanfei will surely be smiling in the afterlife. Shen Tian looked at himself in the mirror, full of self-satisfaction. I'm even more handsome now. How are others supposed to live? His eyes fell on the white halo above his head. Most of the aura of fortune has turned white already. He grinned from ear to ear. Complete whitewashing is within reach. At Mountain Village, people's voices rang out. Come and see. Immortal Master Ao Tian is back. Shen Tian and the group entered the village, and after Zhao Lingzhe disguised herself, everyone exclaimed excitedly, Immortal Master, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for 3 days. He waved cheerfully. 3 days already, Immortal Master. Do you know how we've been living these 3 days? Suddenly, 2 guys rushed to his feet, crying, and shouted, Immortal Master, you're finally back. The 2 eagerly continued. We missed you so much. Seeing this, Shen Tian angrily cursed inwardly. Who the heck are you 2? I don't remember you at all. It's fine to cry, but don't wipe your snot on my robes. He hesitated and replied, You 2. Suddenly he realized something. I think I remember now. You're the faded ones from the other day. He looked at the green halos above their heads, puzzled. The halos appeared again. I just harvested all your leeks 3 days ago. How did you resolve it so quickly? He bent down and helped the 2 up. You 2 brothers are too polite. I, this humble Taoist, also missed you terribly these past few days. The guy with the bun excitedly thought to himself. As expected, the Immortal Master remembers us. After all, we were the founders of the Immortal Master sect, the oldest veteran members. The Immortal Master was only gone for a few days, and we were already missing him. Immortal Master, I even set up a longevity tablet for you at home. Seeing this, Shen Tian secretly cursed. It's gotten to that point. A longevity tablet already. He placed his hands on their shoulders, forcing a smile. I appreciate your intentions. This humble Taoist has received them. I won't hide it from you 2. I'm still fated with you today. Wait a moment, and I'll find spiritual minds for you. The 2 men excitedly replied. Thank you, Immortal Master. The 2 people behind them whispered in confusion. That works too. No wonder he's the strongest senior in this sect. This thigh-hugging ability is terrifying. As expected, fate favors the prepared. Opportunity knocks. A charming girl blew Shen Tian a kiss. Immortal Master, I wonder if I have a chance with you today. He stared at her, blushing and swallowing. He awkwardly waved his hand in refusal. You're not fated with me today. You can visit my stall more often in the future. Maybe your fate will come someday." The girl angrily put her hands on her hips. "You, immortal master." A tall, burly man brushed past her and coldly scolded. "You haven't even hugged his thigh yet, and you want a chance? Get out of the way, there are people behind you." He stood in front of Shen Tian, not saying anything. Suddenly, he spoke. "Immortal master." Shen Tian was shocked. Xiang Meng knelt down, hugged his legs, and said excitedly, "You're finally back. I, Xiang Meng, missed you so much." Shen Tian was horrified and angrily cursed in his heart. "You're as big as a bear, and you're here to hug my thigh? Are you acting cute? Does your mom know about this?" The surrounding people were stunned. Suddenly, the people behind him immediately rushed towards him excitedly. Shen Tian was confused. "One person, two people, are all here to hug my thigh. Do you guys have any shame? No way, I can't let everyone think that hugging my thigh will lead to opportunities." When he saw the bright green halo above Xiang Meng's head, he was surprised. He wondered, looking at his innocent face, "Is this real? This idiot really has a chance." Xiang Meng smiled blankly at him. "Should I just tell him that he's not fated with me? But this tall, burly brother who looks like he could dominate the world? It's not easy for him to bow down and hug my thigh." Shen Tian angrily reached out to help him up. "Come on, brother, you're also fated with me." Seeing his excited face, Shen Tian thought smugly, "You're truly is such a good guy." He clasped his hands and said with a joyful smile, "Thank you, immortal master. If I can get some spirit stones, I'll definitely set up a longevity tablet for you." The surrounding crowd immediately snickered, whispering among themselves, "Seems like sucking up really works. Hey, don't fight me for it. The immortal master's left thigh is mine. The right thigh is mine." Shen Tian waved his hands frantically, shouting to stop them. Hey, you! Don't come over here!" He blushed with anger, pointing at a woman's face and scolding, "That female cultivator over there, what are you staring at my legs for? Aren't you ashamed?" Shen Tian panicked, yelling irritably, Stop! You're not allowed to fight over my legs, otherwise none of you will have any fate with me." The crowd heard this and were heartbroken. The crowd started crying and begging, "Immortal master, please give us a chance to suck up to you. If not your thighs, we'll even hug your third leg. We also want to find our destiny. Your thighs were once presented before me, but I didn't cherish them. It's too late to regret it when I lose them." Shen Tian hurriedly said to the crowd, "Fellow Taoists, today I will select 20 people who are destined." He forced a smile to comfort them. "Don't be discouraged if you are not chosen. Although you are not destined with this poor priest today, there is still a long way to go, and your destiny will definitely appear in the future." One guy crossed his arms triumphantly. "Fellow Taoists, didn't I tell you? This kind of thing, like sucking up to an immortal master, has to be done early. The first few people can still make the immortal master happy, but later on, it won't be as fun anymore." He excitedly added, "You gotta be creative and efficient when you're sucking up." The other guy quickly gave a thumbs up and praised, "Big bro, you truly deserve to have been nurtured in the Immortal Cultivation Academy. You know more than we do. I hope you can teach me how to suck up to Immortal Master Xiang Meng to make him happy later." Xiang Meng cheerfully clasped his hands in response. Of course. Scene changes to another room. A long line of people stood outside the trading house. The crowd clamored, constantly questioning, Shopkeeper Liu, I heard that Fairy Lianer used 50,000 spirit stones to buy that 7 treasures immortal gourd seed. Why did I hear that Shopkeeper Liu, you had already seen that the ore was unusual, and were just waiting for someone who was destined with it?" Hearing this, he was extremely annoyed. "Shopkeeper Liu, that's the 36th ranked treasure on the Spirit Wood ranking. Doesn't your heart ache?" The crowd continued to ask, "I have 100,000 spirit stones. Can you sell me one of those spirit ore? Oh God. Why wasn't the spirit stone opened by me? If I had opened it, wouldn't I have directly stepped onto the pinnacle of life?" Shopkeeper Liu painfully wiped his tears. He cried out in anguish, "Are you guys trying to provoke this old man? I'm not heartbroken at all." "Not heartbroken at all," Shen Tian strutted in, announcing, "Shopkeeper Liu, we're here again." Hearing this, he panicked. He walked in cheerfully. This humble priest secluded himself for 3 days, gained some insights, and is preparing to test his skills. Shopkeeper Liu frowned in annoyance. "You gained something from a 3-day seclusion. Don't do this to me, my great immortal master. You already opened the 7 treasures immortal gourd seed at my place before your seclusion. Now that your seclusion has ended, why are you running to my place to cause harm again? You can't push this old man to his death." The crowd behind him immediately became angry, threatening with sharp eyes. "You hateful, evil, vicious old geezer, how dare you block our immortal master's path? Do you believe we can destroy your Holy Spirit Pavilion in just a few minutes? Hurry up and get out of the way for this old lady." He stammered, rubbing his hands together as he said to Shen Tian, "Immortal Master, please come inside. I missed you so much these past 3 days." Hearing this, Shen Tian nodded happily. Shopkeeper Liu also missed me so much. You're really a man of character. I just regret that we met too late." He stared intently at the 3 stones in front of him. Xiao Lingxian blushed and turned her head, happily saying to Shen Tian, "Shengage, I also want to try spirit seeking." In that instant, the bracelet on her head shone even brighter. Looking at her shyness and the image of Xiao Lingxian holding the golden feather in her hand, Shen Tian was confused. "I can clearly see the treasures inside. Opportunity. Could it be because my cultivation has been upgraded?" He thought about Qin Gao holding the book in his hand and pondered. "Before, I could only see where it was located in the Spirit Ore Pavilion, what position it was in, what kind of stone it was, but I couldn't clearly see what was inside the Spirit Ore." An image of Xiao Lingxian kowtowing to a blurry statue appeared, including the devil tome inside the Great Flame Calendar previously, the inheritance in the Heaven Water Dongfu. It all seems to be vaguely encoded. An image of a man holding a blurry stone appeared. Shen Tian looked at Xiao Lingxian with interest and said, "Go ahead, you'll definitely gain something today." He turned his head and said confidently to the crowd, "If you encounter spirit ore that you're unsure about, you can come find me," he thought in his head. "But now that it's so clear, I feel like I can foresee the future." Xiao Lingxian gently grasped his hand and looked at him. "Don't worry, Shengage. I will definitely open a treasure." Seeing the 3 glowing stones on the table, everyone exclaimed excitedly, "It's out! This time it's 3 spirit essences." The young man excitedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Immortal Master. You're too strong, Immortal Master." Continuously opening 5 spirit ore stones, a real explosion. The girls nearby blushed, angrily crying, "Why aren't I the one with the affinity?" Shen Tian, thinking of Lianaire holding the stone in her hand, felt disappointed. "Although they are all treasures, I still haven't opened a supreme treasure like the 7-treasure Immortal Gore." Xiao Lingxian, holding the tray with 3 stones, hopefully called out to him, "Shengage, it seems like there's something inside all 3 spirit ore stones. Can you help me take a look? Which one do you like better?" Shen Tian pondered, with a serious face, his eyes attentively looking at the 3 stones in front of him. Then Shen Tian turned his head to look at Xiao Lingxian and asked, "Which one do you like better?" She pointed to a piece of stone and explained, "I used a secret technique to probe, and that long, thin, heaviest spirit stone contains an unknown power inside. It might be something good." Shen Tian picked up the stone and said, "This is a top-grade magic artifact, the Huang Yu hairpin. Its origin has been severely damaged. Its value is estimated at 350,000 spirit stones." She and shopkeeper Liu were shocked when they heard that, and the surrounding people immediately became excited. Spirit ore stones are cheap, priced at 99 spirit stones. Yet it hides a magic artifact worth 350,000 spirit stones. If you resell this, wouldn't you directly reap a profit of 500 times? This is truly a small investment with big returns. Shopkeeper Liu clutched his chest in pain and cried, "Another big score! My immortal master! Do you want to pierce through my old heart?" Xiao Lingxian looked at him with admiration. Heavens! Shengage can see what's inside the spirit ore stone. With just one glance. How is that possible? She excitedly looked at him and praised. Even if the spirit venerable of divine insight were resurrected, he wouldn't be this amazing. As expected of my Shengage, you're too powerful. I really like it. Shen Tian turned to look at the man next to him and ordered, "Open it." The man raised his hand, aiming at the stone under the table. The stone immediately cracked under the impact. From inside the stone radiated a dazzling golden light. A phoenix appeared, and the radiance astonished everyone. Shopkeeper Liu panicked when he saw this. It's actually emitting energy fluctuations and can form illusions. This was originally a powerful spiritual artifact, and it also contains a lot of phoenix blood. Qi Jing turned to look at Xiao Liangxian, who was happily hugging the hairpin, and gasped. But, because the sealing time was too long, the origin was severely worn down, so it dropped in grade to a top-grade magic artifact. You just need to find a famous refiner, and spend some money to refine it again, and there is a chance to upgrade it back to a spiritual artifact. The cunning shopkeeper Liu revealed a smug smile. The Immortal Master just said that this treasure is worth 350,000 spirit stones. It seems that the Immortal Master is proficient in spiritual vision and ore breaking, but not skilled in valuation. This is really a bargain for me. He smiled warmly and said to Shen Tian, "Congratulations, Immortal Master, on opening another good thing. This phoenix hairpin is indeed not bad. This shop is willing to buy it back for 50,000 spirit stones. I wonder what the Immortal Master and that little brother think." Xiao Lingxian held the hairpin with regret. "I want to keep it, but I don't have that many spirit stones on me." Shen Tian grabbed the pile and gave it to shopkeeper Liu, angrily saying, "This place has 5 spirit essences, which are worth no less than 5,000 spirit stones. "We're not selling this phoenix hairpin." Upon hearing this, he was filled with panic. "What? No, not selling? This phoenix hairpin is worth at least 20,000 spirit stones. Even taking out 10% for stone mining is 20,000 spirit stones." He held his head in pain and cursed. "Immortal Master, you deliberately priced it at 350,000 to trick me, right? It's an unwritten rule in the stone world. The shopkeeper can only price the goods opened in the shop once." Feeling trapped, Zhao Lingxian suddenly turned to look at Shen Tian, and she said hesitantly, "Shen Gerge, does Shen Gerge want to give the Huangyu hairpin to me? I wonder if he would put it on for me himself." He excitedly put his hand on her shoulder and replied, "Silly girl, I saw that you really liked this hairpin, so I paid for you first, and when you have money, pay me back 5,000 spirit stones. Anyway, I have a lot of spirit stones, you don't need to be polite with me." She gritted her teeth in anger when she heard this. The girls standing around angrily pointed at him and shouted, "The Immortal Master is giving the Huangyu hairpin to a man again. Could it be that the Immortal Master is— Oh no, Immortal Master Gerge, you can't be like this. Immortal Master Gerge, I love you so much, how can you like him?" The crowd continued to curse, making Shen Tian panic. Men together won't be blessed by everyone. Your brains aren't sincere. You filthy perverts, get away from my Immortal Master Gerge, don't corrupt him." He then spoke up. "Calm down, everyone shut up for me." He took Zhao Lingxian's hand and pulled her into his arms. Shen Tian leaned real close to her face and said, "First off, this humble priest's sexual orientation is perfectly normal." Suddenly, he snatched her hat, and Zhao Lingxian's hat went flying. While holding her in his arms, he continued, "Secondly, the one next to this humble priest isn't a dude, but Zhao Lingxian, as you all know." The crowd, blushing, wondered. "It's really Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian is disguising herself as a boy and following the Immortal Master. What's their relationship?" Zhao Lingxian, her face flushed, shyly guessed, "Shen Gae is no longer hiding it, and wants to reveal our relationship." She awkwardly covered her face. "Is he going to confess his feelings to me forcefully in front of everyone next? Ugh, I'm not mentally prepared for this yet." Shen Tian continued to explain. "Thirdly, this humble priest's relationship with Miss Linger is very pure. There's no desire whatsoever for Miss Linger. On this point, this humble priest is willing to swear to my sect. Please don't listen to any rumors." Hearing this, she was furious and her face darkened. Zhao Lingxian clenched her fists angrily, gritting her teeth. "You said so much righteousness, just to tell this old lady that you have no desire for me. I thank you so much, Immortal Master." Shen Tian turned to everyone and said, "The opportunities here have all been revealed. Let's go to Tianling Xuan." He went ahead, leading everyone to follow. Zhao Lingxian suddenly called out to him, "Shen Gage, look over there." He was immediately stunned by the scene before him. On the plaque were the familiar words, "You have fate, don't take a penny." The remaining red plaque also showed the prominent line, "Those without fate, 10,000 gold is not needed." 2 rows of people standing on both sides bowed deeply, and said loudly, "Tianling Xuan welcomes Immortal Master Shen Aoshan to our humble shop, to seek spirits and evaluate ores." Shopkeeper Song approached warmly. "Immortal Master, you've finally arrived. This old one has missed you to death." Seeing this, Shen Tian was very puzzled, looking at Shopkeeper Song. The spirit stone shopkeepers don't want to see me. After all, I must be making them unhappy with my streak of losses. He looked at him smiling happily and was confused. But why is Shopkeeper Song welcoming me so warmly? I knocked out his son's teeth. Logically, he should hate me to the core, right? Thinking this, he secretly guessed, maybe my face-changing technique is so good that Shopkeeper Song doesn't recognize me. "You're too kind, Shopkeeper Song." Shopkeeper Song cheerfully invited, "Please come inside, Immortal Master." Watching Shen Tian's back, he cursed inwardly. The Immortal Master is the man Fairy Leonere likes. My stupid son dared to provoke the Immortal Master. He deserved to be beaten. Looking at the Immortal Master's stern face, he still seems angry. What to do? I have to think of a way to flatter the Immortal Master later. Shopkeeper Song waved his hand toward the shelves and praised Shen Tian. "Immortal Master, please choose freely. You examine ores with divine power and are willing to work hard for those who are destined. This old one truly admires you. All the spirit ores you choose today, this shop will open for you for free. Not a single penny will be charged." The crowd was stunned and exclaimed loudly, "The Immortal Master opens spirit stones and always gets big treasures. Even if we only charge 10% of the mining fee, it wouldn't be a small number." That's right, Shopkeeper Song is giving it away for free. Too extravagant. Song Tian clasped his hands in thanks. Shopkeeper Song's righteousness soars to the sky. This humble priest admires it. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the blue halo above his head. He thought to himself, Shopkeeper Song also has a halo. With that said, Shen Tian bowed his head politely and said, "I won't hide it. Shopkeeper Song also has a connection with this humble priest today. Shopkeeper Song pointed to himself in surprise. Really? I also have a connection with the immortal master. He wiped away tears of joy. The immortal master chose me as someone with destiny, so the immortal master is not angry anymore. So good. My life and the life of my dog son are saved. The two people standing behind whispered to each other, could this be the legendary great method of bullshitting? That's great. So the person with fate with the immortal master is not predestined but can be requested. As long as you make the immortal master happy, wouldn't having fate be as easy as opening your mouth? Shen Tian looked at the stone, with a smug look on his face, and ordered, Shopkeeper Song, let the ore opener open it. It won't disappoint you. Yes. Shopkeeper Song waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, come on, quickly open that spirit ore. The subordinate swung his sword towards the stone. The blade hit the stone hard. A faint light emitted. The stone immediately emitted a dazzling light, stunning everyone. The stone cracked open, revealing a hammer with a dazzling gem embedded in it. Someone in the crowd, seeing this, excitedly exclaimed, by the heavens, this hammer looks incredibly powerful. Another person quickly chimed in, from what I can see, the value of this purple gold mallet is far higher than that wind rain shuttle. Shopkeeper Song, surprised, held the hammer, as Shen Tian happily said, so, Shopkeeper Song, didn't disappoint you, did it? To which Shopkeeper Song replied, Immortal Master is truly amazing. This purple gold is quite extraordinary. In this old man's opinion, its value is at least 10,000 spirit stones. The people around them darkened their faces in anger and cursed. We thought Shopkeeper Song was a smart guy, but now it seems he can't resist temptation. Exactly. A Dharma artifact, emitting lightning from its entire body. A top-grade purple gold light. How can it only be worth 10,000 spirit stones? It should be at least 300,000. In my opinion, he doesn't want to have any more good fortune with the immortal master in the future. Shen Tian crossed his arms and coolly spoke. 10,000 spirit stones isn't bad. At least it won't make Shopkeeper Song lose money. Shopkeeper Song heard this and awkwardly replied, What? Immortal Master? You said that. That raw ore sold for 5,000 spirit stones, and it opened up 10,000. It's already doubled the investment. How could I lose? Sweating nervously, he hurriedly explained. This old man originally wanted to give Immortal Master 5,000 spirit stones, but unfortunately, I've imported too much stock recently and don't have enough circulating capital. The crowd continued to angrily curse. This Shopkeeper Song is utterly shameless. He even dares to deceive the Immortal Master. If he really didn't want it, he wouldn't be whining. The Immortal Master already said that those with affinity don't need to pay a single penny, yet he's still shamelessly trying to force out excuses. Exactly. Such a big shop, and he can't even get out 5,000 spirit stones. As if I'd believe your evil old devil self. Shopkeeper Song regretfully offered the hammer. How about I value this purple gold mallet at 10,000, sell it to Immortal Master, and then deduct half of the fee for Immortal Master's hard work in finding spiritual ore for this old man. Immortal Master, you only need to give this old man 5,000 spirit stones, and this purple gold mallet will be yours. The crowd heard this and was startled. What? Sold for 5,000 already? This top-grade Dharma artifact is worth 300,000. An idea popped into the man's head, and he hurriedly said, Why didn't I think of that, Shopkeeper Song? You truly are my divine helper. This way of giving a gift is simply perfect, so incredibly clever. In the future, why would we worry that our affinity with the Immortal Master won't last forever? Shen Tian carefully observed the hammer in front of him. He imagined himself bravely holding the hammer, then happily held it in his hand, feeling like some crude thief. If he added the one origin heavy water above his head, it would make a sharp weapon for cracking walnuts, he excitedly said to Shopkeeper Song. Alright, this Taoist likes this purple gold mallet. If Shopkeeper Song doesn't have enough circulating capital and wants to sell it for spirit stones, then this Taoist will buy it. Shen Tian continued to calculate. But this Taoist said before that those with affinity don't need to pay a single penny, so forget the 5,000 spirit stones. Just 10,000. That way Shopkeeper Song won't suffer a loss either. Shopkeeper Song heard this and had no choice but to compromise. Alright then. This old man will listen to Immortal Master. Shen Tian looked at the halo above Shopkeeper Song's head and was overjoyed. Shopkeeper Song also said this hammer is worth 10,000, and this prince will pay the full amount, without taking a single benefit. Looking at the still abundant halo above Shopkeeper Song's head, he was so happy he nearly cried. It's probably fine, so I'll take it then. Shopkeeper Song cried out heartbrokenly. What a huge loss. Immediately after, the hammer struck right in the middle of the stone again. Shopkeeper Song happily announced, a mid-grade Dharma artifact, worth approximately 4,000 spirit stones. The man awkwardly turned his head and said to Shen Tian, Immortal Master, I don't have 2,000 spirit stones on me. I'm afraid I can't pay you the excavation fee, Shen Tian replied. It's fine. You have affinity. I won't take a single penny. You don't need to give anything. Hearing this, the man frantically said, No, no, no. Immortal Master has been tirelessly busy for us. How can you not take a fee?
Hey, how about this? Can I sell this Dharma artifact to Immortal Master for 400 spirit stones? He looked at the mallet in the man's hand and asked back. A Dharma artifact worth 4,000, and you're selling it to me for only 400.
He looked at the laughing man and shopkeeper Song and grew suspicious. These two dudes aren't setting a trap, preparing to scam this prince, are they?
He thought of the glowing hammer and got angry. That shimmering golden purple gold mallet was only worth 10,000 spirit stones, and this Dharma artifact of yours looks dead ugly if you stare at it too long. How can it possibly be worth 4,000 spirit stones?
An image of the cunning crowd looking at Shen Tian flashed in his mind. Fattened pigs for slaughter, leeks just waiting to be cut. He angrily clenched his fist. I worked so hard to find spiritual ore segments for you all, and I didn't expect you'd still try to scam this prince. Do you look down on me, thinking I don't know what a fat sheep is? You are truly insulting my intelligence. He angrily mocked the man. Do you really think this Taoist covets your junk? This Dharma artifact? If it's truly your destined opportunity, then just take it. There's no need to pay this Taoist a fee.
Shen Tian angrily turned his head to look at the crowd, whose faces had darkened. This Taoist is not greedy for such petty gains. This is an insult to this Taoist. The crowd heard this and instantly froze. Shen Tian turned and walked away. A frantic call rang out. Please, Immortal Master, stop, the man thought miserably. How could shopkeeper Song easily sell the purple gold mallet to Immortal Master, but my red soul meteorite cudgel isn't allowed? Even my fee, the Immortal Master doesn't want it. Is he angry with me? Did I mess up so badly that I won't be favored by the Immortal Master anymore in the future? He miserably cried to the person next to him. Big bro, am I just too clumsy? I can't even copy shopkeeper Song's homework. The man took out a notebook and started writing, confusing the other guy. What are you writing? The notebook was filled with dense lines of text. 1. Share half of the acquired opportunity with the Immortal Master. Continual affinity effect. Poor status. Effective when hugging legs and declaring, I miss Immortal Master to death. 2. Continual affinity effect. Obvious. Status. Already lost effectiveness. 3. Sell the opportunity at a low price to the Immortal Master. Continual affinity effect. Obvious. Status. Already lost effectiveness. Comprehensive analysis. 1. Must show genuine sincerity and true intentions to be effective. 2. Don't blindly follow trends. Otherwise, the Immortal Master will be displeased. 3. Immortal Master doesn't like petty gains. Only something novel can truly move the Immortal Master's heart. Seeing this, he was incredibly impressed and praised. Big brother, you truly are a talented graduate from the Cultivation Academy, marked by this. So well written, can you let us borrow it to copy a version? Me too, the man proudly smiled. What talent I can't possibly surpass. Shopkeeper Song's wisdom. The two people continuously flattered. It's okay, big brother. We believe you'll definitely figure out an even better continual affinity soon. At that time, whatever you want us to do, just say the word. Me too. On Song the shopkeeper's side, he was actually kneeling down, sobbing in anguish. I was so blind. Inside a room, bathed in sunlight. A moment later, Shen Agyo gloomily stepped inside. He walked over to shopkeeper Song, who enthusiastically grabbed his hand, saying with a smile, This young master, please come in. May I ask for your name? Do you need this old one's help in selecting ore? Shen Io immediately perked up. This prince is the 6th prince, Shen Io, of the Great Yan Kingdom. I'm here to choose a gift for my master. Shen Arrow glanced around and continued. I noticed a large crowd gathered here earlier, so business must be good. That's why I came to take a look. Shopkeeper Song's expression darkened upon hearing this. Why, you just said you're His Highness Shen Ayo, the 6th prince of the Great Yan Kingdom. Shen Ayo retorted sternly. What's wrong, Shopkeeper Song? Do I not look like a prince to you? He grumbled. Let me tell you, I've joined the Tai Bai Cave Heaven under the tutelage of True Person Xiang. Who dares impersonate my name? The shopkeeper replied tentatively. Of course not, it's just talk without any evidence. Shen Ayo presented a dazzling gold token in front of Shopkeeper Song. See this? This is a royal family token. How can it be fake? The shopkeeper curled his lip. This craftsmanship, this carving technique, the fake is too realistic. Shen Arrow asked in bewilderment. What did you say? He thinks.
This shopkeeper seems awfully familiar with the royal family. This prince has never suffered such indignity. This shop is cursed for life.
Shopkeeper Song glanced at him, then bowed his head slightly.
My apologies. I was just being overly cautious. Please don't be angry, Your Highness. I wouldn't dare hide anything. I've always admired His Highness the Sixth Prince, so seeing you claim to be him was a bit unbelievable.
Shopkeeper Song carefully chose flattering words. Everyone knows that His Highness the Sixth Prince, Shen Tian, is incredibly talented, a once-in-a-century prodigy in immortal cultivation within the great Yan royal family. Not only that, but you also possess extraordinary insight, highly skilled in spirit detection and aura evaluation. Shen Tian smiled secretly, thinking, this shopkeeper of Heavenly Spirit Pavilion really knows how to talk. It's even more gratifying than the praises of those little eunuchs in the palace. But who spread the rumor that I'm skilled in spirit detection and aura evaluation? Oh well, if he's misunderstood, let him continue to misunderstand.
With a flushed face, he said modestly, It's nothing. This prince only has a little understanding of spirit detection and aura evaluation.
Shopkeeper Song's eyes immediately revealed a cunning glint as he gestured with his hand, saying,
I was rude to Your Highness earlier. It was truly inappropriate. I implore Your Highness to come inside. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea as atonement, he continued with a bright smile. After that, I will bring out the top-grade mineral resources I've hidden away for many years for Your Highness to freely choose as compensation. How does that sound?
Shen Tian followed the shopkeeper without hesitation, thinking, if this shopkeeper is already a fan of mine and is eager to offer treasures, then this prince won't be polite anymore.
Shen Tian raised the cup and took a sip of tea.
He praised, the best green dew tea from Jadefall Peak. Shopkeeper Song continued to flatter. Your Highness is indeed a tea connoisseur. I am in awe.
Shen Tian lifted the teacup. The shopkeeper spoke. Your Highness, please do not rush. Just a moment, he said. What are you waiting for? Or should the treasure be shown at an auspicious time?
Shen Tian repeated his words. What are you waiting for? Or should the treasure be shown at an auspicious time? Suddenly, Shen Tian froze, panicking. He collapsed to the ground, exclaiming,
You! Shen Tian grimaced, sweating profusely. You treacherous merchant. You dared to poison the tea.
Shopkeeper Song's figure stood towering before him, saying, daring to impersonate the immortal master in front of me. If I hadn't had the honor of witnessing the immortal master's glorious appearance once, I would have almost been deceived by you.
He turned away and ordered, Men, hang this impostor upside down for me. I want to torture him and interrogate him. Why did he have to impersonate His Highness the Sixth Prince?
Shen Tian gritted his teeth, straining to speak. This prince really is the Sixth Prince. Shen Tian's eyes began to bulge as a hand descended with lightning speed.
Son, Shopkeeper Song slapped Shen Tian, who was tied to the pillar, across the face. He said, Are you going to talk or not? I'll show you not talking. He won't talk. Shen Tian, gagged and with a bruised face, became even angrier.
Slapping him again, he said, A rookie like you dares to impersonate His Highness Shen Tian in front of me. His Highness's unparalleled spiritual techniques and unmatched appearance are not something you can imitate. He cracked his knuckles menacingly. I advise you to confess quickly, lest you suffer the pain of flesh and blood.
He slammed a foot onto Shen Tian's head. The shopkeeper's son thought to himself, beating this kid like a fat sheep, when he thought he was smart, feels so good. He seemed to be enjoying it, thinking, no wonder the old man beats me every chance he gets. Turns out it's addicting. Shopkeeper Song came over and asked,
Bae, how's the interrogation going? Has this kid confessed yet? His son wiped? I've been giving him a serious interrogation for half an hour, but this kid is stubborn, hasn't said a word. He observed the situation.
He assessed Shen Tian's appearance. His face was swollen, but his clothes were still gorgeous.
Shopkeeper Song slapped his son's face. Shopkeeper Song said, You useless brat, you haven't even taken out the whip, just slapping him around the head. Is that what you call a serious interrogation? He pointed at Shen Tian, berating his son. Have you ever seen anyone interrogating a criminal with a silencing talisman on their mouth? He can't even talk if he wants to. Shopkeeper Song went to peel off the tape on his mouth. He scratched his head, while his son was holding his face behind him. This brother, really sorry, first time interrogating, no experience. He opened a box full of whips, standing aside. Let me show you how your father interrogates a criminal. Shopkeeper Song and his son revealed menacing faces, saying, Little thief, confess. Otherwise, this whip will have no eyes. Shen Tian's face was covered in tears and snot. I shouldn't have come to the Wanling Garden. When the 13th brother brought Qin Gao to find me in the beginning, he probably replaced all the palace maids and eunuchs. The whip started raining down on him.
Shen Tian thought, it's all because this prince is incompetent. Ended up getting caught in the 13th brother's bad luck. Careless. Then he shouted loudly, Help! Shen Tian kept sneezing in his house. He wondered, which Fathan girl is missing me again? These crazy girls, always clamoring to have monkey babies for this prince, can't chase them away.
He rubbed his nose, thinking,
seems like my actions lately have been a bit over the top. What if some protagonist jumps out one day and uses me as tribute to the heavens?
Shen Tian continued to seriously think. No, better to lay low and develop secretly, and appear when I am invincible.
Suddenly, he unconsciously looked at the bag on the table. He looked inside, saying to himself, this bag of spirit stones has been drained by Ju Krier again. Luckily, my vault still has some savings, or else I couldn't even afford to raise a female ghost. A surge of energy rose from the bag. The ghost mother appeared, saying loudly, not good, master.
She worriedly said, I feel a terrifying aura approaching.
A bright light swept down the corridor.
The ghost mother exclaimed in panic, it's coming. That beam of light shot straight at the door.
The figure of a girl rushed in, then braked hard. She gracefully drew her sword. Then she spoke. Demonic cultivators of the evil sect, surrender and die.
The golden ring on her head glowed brightly. Shen Tian, dazzled and panicked, thought, oh my god, how can there be such dazzling golden halo of chi luck? This is a very prosperous fortune, a very high status, definitely a bai fu mei.
The girl observed and secretly judged. Something seems off. Demonic cults absorb resentment and cultivate killing intent, so their aura should be sinister and cold. But this young master's blood is vigorous, and his aura is ethereal and refined. He doesn't seem like a devil from a demonic cult.
She pondered, then noticed the glowing spirit stone pouch, thinking, it seems he's using spirit stones to nurture a demonic treasure. Isn't that what demonic cults do? Shen Tian and the ghost mother were a little wary. He looked at her and pouted. She stood up straight and introduced herself. Greetings, Dao friend. I am Zhang Yongxi, a holy maiden from the divine firmament Holy Land. I heard about activity at the Myriad Spirit Garden and traces of a demonic cult, so I came to investigate.
Zhang Yongxi pointed and asked, may I ask, why is the Nine Suns Ghost Mother Rosary, a high-grade magic item of the demonic cult, in your possession?
She pointed to the rosary, which was faintly glowing in Shen Tian's hand. Shen Tian clasped his hands in reply, so you're Yongxi Immortal Maiden. I obtained this Nine Suns Ghost Mother Rosary after being attacked by Black Blood Zenrin of the demonic cult a few days ago. He snickered inwardly at Zhang Yongxi. Zhang Yongxi, what a nice name.
The cup of water he drank was still neatly on the table. Shen Tian offered the rosary, saying, everything I've said is true. The 3 law enforcement elders can vouch for me. Furthermore, there's a crack on this Nine Suns Ghost Mother Rosary, Immortal Maiden. You can examine it. Zhang Yongxi contemplated his words, thinking to herself, I'll have to verify this with the 3 squad leaders later. If he truly is from the demonic cult, even if this young master has an extraordinary background, I'll still bring him to justice.
She blushed, secretly admiring. Still, how can this young master be so handsome?
Shen Tian spoke up. Immortal Maiden, I have a request, Zhang Yongxi blurted out. Speak your request. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll consider it. He raised the rosary in his hand, suggesting, could the Immortal Maiden help me to deliver these children inside the rosary from suffering?
Zhang Yongxi's face turned even redder, she thought. This young master's outrageous request is to pray for the sake of those children. She pictured an imposing and dignified man. In the world of cultivators, the strong triumph, the weak perish. Most cultivators would destroy demonic treasures after killing members of demonic cults.
Then she recalled the person surrounded by talismans. As for delivering the souls within demonic treasures, even disciples from sects with ultimate transcendence inheritance wouldn't do that.
Zhang Yongxi asked curiously, young master doesn't know the art of deliverance, so why keep this rosary? This will consume a lot of spirit energy and spiritual power, without any good outcome.
Shen Tian scratched his head, answering, I saw that this girl and these children are trapped inside the rosary, unable to be reborn, so I kept this rosary, initially nurturing them with spirit stones.
He tightened his grip on the rosary, saying with certainty,
waiting until I find someone who understands the art of deliverance like the Immortal Maiden, and can help them be reborn.
Zhang Yongxi pointed at the rosary, saying,
your Dao friend's nobility Yongxi is in awe. Yongxi can use a little art of deliverance, and can help you deliver these children. Then she looked towards the ghost mother, saying, but this female ghost's resentment seems to be getting heavier. Why does Dao friend only deliver those children, and not this female ghost?
Shen Tian suddenly remembered, saying,
thank you, Immortal Maiden, for the reminder. If you hadn't said anything, I almost forgot. If you can, please deliver 9 as well.
His face flushed, thinking,
that's right. Before, 9 always begged this prince to deliver those children. I forgot that 9 can also be delivered. After delivering this female ghost, I can save a lot of my spirit stones. I can't afford to support this female ghost anymore. The ghost mother revealed a worried look, glancing towards Shen Tian. Zhang Yongxi narrowed her eyes, appraising. If he hesitates, then it proves there's something fishy going on. Keeping this 9 sons ghost mother rosary, he's probably after the beauty of the ghost mother. She recalled his cheerful and ruddy appearance, thinking. But his eyes are clear and pure, without a hint of lust. Why does he look more pleasing to my eyes the more I look at him? Suddenly, the ghost mother kneeled down and begged, startling Shen Tian. No, 9 doesn't want to be delivered and reincarnated. She only wants to stay by Maester's side. Maester saved me from the old thief Blackblood. My life is Maester's. Her eyes welled up as she pleaded. If Master wants me to accept deliverance, then I'll scatter my soul and die now. Zhang Yongxi folded her arms and observed, then commented. What's going on, do resentful spirits, 9 sons ghost mothers, also simps for guys these days. Because her new master is too handsome, so she doesn't even want to be reincarnated, and only wants to follow him for life. Shen Tian panicked, thinking, Big sister, have you taken a liking to me? How many spirit stones do you suck up from this prince every day? Haven't you counted in your heart? I saved you from Blackblood Zenran, but you can't cling to me. He opened his mouth to persuade. 9, you should still follow the immortal maiden to be delivered and reincarnated. The ghost mother burst into louder sobs. Does Master dislike 9? Although I am fragile and weak and not worthy of Master, if Master encounters trouble, I can also use my life to protect Master. 9 begs Master not to abandon 9. Zhang Yongxi spoke up. Never mind, I didn't expect that the resentful spirit inside is also grateful and reciprocates your kindness. This Dao friend should still keep 9 around. My divine firmament Holy Land also has some methods for ghost cultivators, which I can pass down to her. The ghost mother was overjoyed when she heard her explanation. If 9 works hard to cultivate, she will surely be able to use spiritual energy to replace resentment before long, and switch to cultivating the ghost Dao only. You must not do evil deeds in the future, otherwise my divine firmament Holy Land's lightning punishment elder will act on behalf of heaven, and will definitely not forgive you. The ghost mother kneeled down, bowing her head before Zhang Yongxi. I won't. Immortal maiden's great kindness, 9 will remember it. In the future, 9 will definitely cultivate diligently, do good deeds, and absolutely not do evil. Zhang Yongxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness Juer insisted on not subduing him. Otherwise, I'd lose face for sure. She recalled her own powerful image. I only believe in physical exorcism. I'm definitely not skilled in exorcising the scriptures. Subduing little kids is fine, but I'm not confident at all when it comes to female ghosts with deep resentment. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight towards Shen Tian, and a voice boomed. Minions of the evil spirit sect, don't even think about harming our prince. A hand grabbed Zhang Yongxi's neck, and a man rushed forward, shouting, Your Highness, don't be afraid. This old servant has already sent Zhao Gao to contact the enforcement hall elders. It was Gi Ba with his staff in hand. Your Highness, this old servant will hold her back. You go first. Zhang Yongxi was surprised, and commented, Ghost Flower Sword Qi. Only a Qi refining 8th stage cultivator can unleash such powerful sword Qi. She narrowed her eyes. Not bad. Somewhat interesting. Could it be the inheritance of that East Wilderness invincible demonic lord? A burst of lightning, like a fierce tiger, materialized. Too bad your old man's cultivation is far from enough to deal with me. Zhang Yongxi gathered lightning on her fingertips. Gi Ba was still gripping her neck, but he was somewhat panicked. She pointed her finger at him, delivering a powerful blow to Gi Ba, and from the tip of her finger appeared an image of a fierce golden tiger. Gi Ba squeezed his eyes shut with difficulty before the blinding light. Zhang Yongxi rushed to get closer to him. She retracted her finger and flicked it instead. Zhang Yongxi's hand touched him, and Gi Ba got struck by lightning, turning pitch black. He lay sprawled on the ground. Zhang Yongxi said, Out of respect for your concern for protecting your master, I'll spare you this time. Shen Tian rushed out to block her way, saying, Fairy, please show mercy. This is just a misunderstanding. Gi Ba doesn't have any malicious intent. Zhang Yongxi retorted bluntly, I know, that's why he wasn't blasted into ashes by me. Shen Tian helped Gi Bao up, asking, Gi Bao, are you all right? Gi Bao replied, This old servant is fine, just a little dizzy. Zhang Yongxi gazed at the green lotus seed on Shen Tian's hand, and smiled. This one is the Holy Maiden of the Divine Firmament Holy Ground. Not a bad person. Gi Baqi immediately revealed a shocked expression. What? Even the Holy Maiden of the Divine Firmament Holy Ground takes initiative to come to His Highness's room. In his disheveled state, he was still proud. His Highness is truly amazing. If Consort Lanfei knew about this in the afterlife, she would definitely be smiling in the netherworld. Suddenly Zhang Yongxi became unhappy. Then Gi Ba continued to be attacked by her. Shen Tian exclaimed, Ah, He glanced at her terrifying figure behind Gi Ba, thinking,
Gi Ba, it's fine if you say crazy things normally, but right in front of the holy maiden of the divine firmament holy ground, a super big boss with a golden warrior halo above her head, you dare fabricate her reputation in front of her, you're practically courting death, Shen Tian said supportively.
That fairy Yangxi, Gi Ba, doesn't have any malicious intent.
Zhang Yangxi looked at the lightning crackling on her hand, saying, I don't have any malicious intent either. Those few bolts of lightning won't hurt him. This old fellow has been overworking himself, cultivating the sun-gazing devil manual, which has drained quite a bit of his essence. She delivered another blow to Gi Ba and explained, the move I just used is the Azure Wood Divine Lightning from the Divine Firmament Holy Ground's 5 Thunder Grand Heaven incantation. Being struck by my lightning a few more times won't do this old man any harm. Shen Tian went to help Gi Ba, and she suddenly remembered, thinking, why do I have to explain so much to him? If it were the old me, I would have directly blasted that old man away with divine lightning for daring to attack me. She seriously pondered, could it be that I softened because I saw this old man so anxiously protecting his master? The key point is that this master is so handsome.
Zhang Yangxi walked towards Shen Tian, saying, we've been chatting for so long, but you still haven't told me your name, Taoist friend, have you?
He cupped his hands and gave a slight bow, saying, this poor Taoist is Zine, Autumn Name Mountain. She quickly shot him down, cutting him off. Don't you dare try to fool me with those flimsy excuses.
Zhang Yunxi confidently raised a hand and said, this lady already did her homework before coming to Wanling Garden. There's absolutely no Autumn Name Mountain Dark Cavern among any of the sects in the Eastern Barrens.
Shen Tian explained.
My humble self is Shen by surname, Tian by given name, courtesy name Ao Tian, and Taoist title Jun Yuan. Zhang Yunxi cut him off. All right. Knowing your name is Shen Tian is enough. You don't need to say anything else, she added, quite sassily. Every heavenly pride in the Eastern Barrens has their own secrets. It's better not to listen to the lies you cook up. Zhang Yunxi gathered energy at her fingertips and shot it out powerfully. She created a formation with the prayer beads in the center and spirit stones all around.
Helping these children transcend will take some time, so you need to protect me while I'm at it.
Zhang Yunxi shot him a terrifying glare, saying, I'm warning you, if you dare to have any naughty thoughts while I'm doing my thing, I will absolutely make you regret ever being a human.
Shen Tian immediately replied, please rest assured, immortal maiden. I'll definitely use my whole life to protect you.
Zhang Yunxi began performing the ritual right before his eyes, shouting loudly,
Supreme Absolution Edict. Transcend all wandering souls, ghosts and demons, and all beings entangled by karmic debts from the 4 births. The children began to appear. She continued chanting, 9 absolutions for all sentient beings, hasten to transcend. 9 absolutions for all sentient beings, hasten to transcend. The children began to soar upwards one by one. And one of them spoke up, thank you, big brother, for the spirit stones. Thank you, big sister, for rescuing us.
Then gradually, all of them chimed in. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. He thanked them. Shen Tian then asked, Immortal maiden, are you still going? Or do you want to take a break? Zhang Yunxi replied nonchalantly, it's just a few hundred little ghosts. No sweat. She thought to herself, come on, Zhang Yunxi, you got this. Almost done. She was flustered when she heard Shen Tian say to Ghost Mother Ju-Er, the immortal maiden still seems pretty chill, huh? She can probably transcend you just fine, so it's still not too late for you to regret it. Both she and Zhang Yunxi turned to him and roared, no way! Shen Tian scratched his head, thinking, did I say something wrong again?
The string of pearl beads emitted shimmering golden light, slowly fading away. Yunxi was trying to infuse a cultivation technique into those beads. Next to her, Shen Tian couldn't help but worry. She reached out to the beads and said,
Yunxi left a ghost cultivation technique inside these prayer beads. Ms. Ju-Er can cultivate with them to transform her resentment. Yunxi held the string of pearls in her hand and glanced at him. Once your resentment fully transforms into spiritual power, it'll be impossible to become a ghost immortal even if you transcend tribulation later. Behind them, the ghost mother was absolutely delighted. Happily looking at Shen Tian, she took the string of beads and smiled. If that's the case, I've truly troubled the immortal maiden. The ghost mother, beside him, cupped her hands along with Shen Tian and slowly gave thanks. Immortal maiden, big sister.
Shen Tian frowned as he looked at the prayer beads. Unlike him, the female ghost next to him was extremely happy and smiling. He thought to himself, sigh, if she couldn't be transcended, then I guess I'll have to keep raising her. Rearing this female ghost isn't easy either, and my one origin heavy water in my dantian has been consumed even more. Shen Tian pursed his lips tightly, heartbreakingly shedding 2 lines of tears. Why are all the people around me such money pits? Good thing I earn money fast, otherwise I really couldn't take it anymore.
Yunxi, meanwhile, relaxed her stance, thinking a bit tiredly.
When I go back this time, I absolutely have to master the Rebirth Sutra. Otherwise, if I run into a situation where I can't transcend again, how totally embarrassing would that be? She blushed, her lips slightly pursed, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. She thought to herself, why do I feel a bit uncomfortable seeing this female ghost clinging to senior brother Shen? Could it be that I'm also a shallow looks-obsessed person? She clenched her hands, looking a bit serious, and began to probe. I heard that senior brother Shen is proficient in the art of spirit-seeking and mineral prospecting, and what's more, he only uses it for those with fated connections. Shen Tian, hearing the question, was a bit hesitant, and respectfully replied, That's right, this humble Taoist understands a bit about spirit-seeking and mineral prospecting. Yunxi listened pensively as he spoke, but I only perform spirit-seeking and mineral prospecting, for those with fated connections. For those without fate, even 10,000 gold won't cut it.
As he said that, he glanced at her, thinking, she doesn't want me to mine spirit ore for her, does she? But I don't see any images of fortuitous encounters in her aura.
She crossed her arms, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked softly, So, according to what Taoist Shen sees, does Yunxi have a connection with Shen Xiong or not? This lady has never heard of any spirit vein masters who need to look at fate to mine ore.
She looked at him, and HMPH, this is totally just picking someone who's easy on the eyes, isn't it?
Yunxi gently closed her eyes, thinking to herself, This lady's appearance and cultivation are both outstanding among the holy maidens of the eastern wastelands, and I even went to the trouble of helping him deliver that vengeful spirit to a better place. She crossed her arms and stared at the person in front of her. Logically speaking, he should at least give me some face and say that the immortal and I have a connection, right? Shen Tian, however, was utterly righteous, and replied respectfully, The immortal and I have no connection.
She was so shocked by these words that she couldn't help but be taken aback. Hey, damn it, can't you give me any face at all? Yunxi clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she said, That Shen, you're really taking it too far. At this moment, a male voice echoed from the sky. The myriad spirit enforcers are here. Who dares to be disrespectful to the immortal master?
He pointed towards Yunxi and shouted,
Where did this heretical cultivator come from, daring to attack the immortal master? In his heart he was now even more excited. Hey, I didn't expect that after just a few days, I'd have the chance to suck up to the immortal master. Fate is truly on my side. A group of people quickly raised the swords in their hands, and a powerful aura enveloped the area. Activate the evil exterminating sword formation, the man loudly commanded. Break her! Each sword created streaks of light. Yunxi immediately lowered her head. She's a dignified holy maiden of the divine firmament holy ground. Even the great sects would give her some respect. The atmosphere around her seemed to sink a bit. But ever since arriving in the great Yuan dynasty, I've been constantly provoked. First, that old servant of Taoist Shen, who doesn't know good from bad, dared to attack me.
Her expression darkened, lost in thought. In her mind, images of Shen Tian mocking and ridiculing her appeared. No connection is no connection. Then, Taoist Shen dared to say he had no connection with this lady, even though I went to great lengths to help him deliver that vengeful spirit to a better place. She reached out to block the power from the sword, still immersed in her train of thought. Now, even a few sword cultivators from the myriad spirit enforcers dare to attack me unprovoked.
The man couldn't help but be surprised at this sight. What? She can block it with her bare hands? Yunxi's eyes were now bloodshot, her face full of bulging veins, and she thought through gritted teeth. Am I really so unwelcome?
A burst of powerful energy was quickly unleashed from her, and a golden light illuminated her whole body. Yunxi clenched her fists, her power shining brightly, and said in a loud voice, This lady will now charge forward.
Full of power, that force seemed to embody a fierce tiger, quickly pouncing forward. The man couldn't help but be shocked by the immense power from Yunxi.
This is the true inheritance technique of the divine firmament holy ground, white tiger gang metal divine lightning. Her hands clenched tightly, her eyes bloodshot, and she declared resonantly,
I am the holy maiden, Zhang Yunxi of the divine firmament holy ground. Not a heretical cultivator. Yunxi looked at the group of people and said bluntly, The holy ground cannot be humiliated. This is just a warning to you. If there is a next time, it definitely won't be this light.
That guy was so scared that he panicked and shouted at the group of people who came with it.
Li Gaozi, didn't you say that there were evil spirit sect villains plotting to harm the immortal master? How did it turn into a big shot from the divine firmament holy ground? Ow, this bunch slammed into our chests, were almost crushed to pieces. Then she pointed to Shen Tian, causing Shen Tian to be momentarily frightened, sweat pouring down his face. Shen Xiong, please think carefully. Is there really no connection or not? He was terrified. His face instantly changed, and anxiety filled his thoughts.
This female brute is too strong. Besides, if I say there's no connection now, won't I be beaten to death? Shen Tian was both panicked and frightened, and tears couldn't help but fall from his eyes. But there really is no fortuitous encounter. In that instant, he seemed to find the light of fate, thinking to himself, wait a minute. It seems like I misread just now. There is an image of a fortuitous encounter. Those blurry images couldn't help but make Shen Tian fall into thought. Strange. Now I can observe other people's fortunes extremely clearly, but why is this image so vague? Moreover, it's fragmented. He clasped his hands in acceptance of reality, trying his best to say, Fairy, you have a connection with this humble Taoist. She looked at Shen Tian, thinking to herself,
consider yourself lucky to know your place. Yunxi put her hands on her hips and said, since you said you have a connection with this young lady, then this young lady will be generous and not bother with you anymore.
From within the smoke, that guy was struggling to crawl out. Immortal Master broke his own rules for our sake, accommodating this brutal saintess for the sake of the overall situation.
He cried streams of tears in helplessness. Wako Mia, we're so useless. To actually make the Immortal Master abandon his principles to protect us? The Immortal Master doing this is like Buddha cutting flesh to feed the eagle. It's truly touching. Yunji looked over at him.
Since Shen Xiang has a connection with me, then there's no time like the present. Let's go prospecting for spirit ore right now.
Shen Tian at this moment felt like thunder had struck his ears. His eyes widened in shock.
Go now.
She waved her hand, a bright smile blooming on her face. That's right, now. She put on a show as if wanting to appreciate a great technique, and said, Yunji really wants to broaden her knowledge of Shen Xiang's abilities.
Shen Tian raised his hands even higher, respectfully replying, if the fairy can't wait then?
He was a bit worried, desperately stalling for time, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Please wait a moment, fairy. Wait for me to bathe and change clothes, then we'll begin. He quickly left amidst Yunxi's anger. What's going on? This guy dares to tell this young lady to wait here while he goes to take a bath.
She frowned, watching Shen Tian's back as she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn it, this young lady has never been brushed off like this before in her entire life. If everyone says his ore prospecting technique is very masterful, then is it possible that there really is some kind of unique secret technique that requires bathing and purification? Suddenly, the sound of the door opening startled Yunxi, and she exclaimed, Who is it?
Qin Gao quickly raised both hands to explain, Fairy, don't misunderstand. Our people. I came to carry Giba back to rest. Giba is lying unconscious on the ground. Lanfei Niangyang certainly. Qin Gao quickly helped Giba onto his shoulders and left. Before leaving, he even gave her a thumbs up. Fairy, keep it up. Xiao Gao supports you. His Highness is already 16 years old, but he still hasn't taken any concubines. Xiao Ren doesn't need to worry. His Highness's attitude towards people. Yunxi watched the two of them leave, still hearing his words in her ears.
Please rest assured, Fairy and your Highness, this servant will guard the door, and will absolutely not let anyone come and disturb you two.
She was provoked by those words and became angry, raising her hand to circulate her power. Why are the people around that guy all so shameless and despicable? With just one move, Yunji sent down a beam of golden light onto the two people.
They were struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning and collapsed on the ground, their entire bodies blackened, struggling to call out,
Your Highness? Over here, Shen Tian was leisurely soaking in the tub. Seems like they're shouting outside. Must be hearing things. He looked up and thought to himself, must quickly recover my spiritual power while bathing. Zhang Yunxi's fortune images are too vague, unexpectedly consuming so much spiritual power. Finally, an hour later, Shen Tian changed into a neat reddish-brown set of clothes. Yunxi looked at him and asked, Shen Xiang is finished bathing. Do you need to bathe again? Need me to have a maid scrub your back?
Shen Tian was a bit apprehensive, clasping his hands in response. No need. Thank you for the fairy's kindness. We can go now. She looked at Shen Tian with meaningful eyes. Well, you big devil. Can't you tell I'm complaining about you?
Then she turned her face to look at the two people lying on the ground with murderous eyes and ordered, You two, follow along too. The two of them quickly replied, Yes, fairy. Shen Tian was immediately shocked. His eyes widened, his mouth agape, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, looking extremely panicked. Xiao Gao, when did you provoke this tigress?
Together they went to a Taoist temple.
As soon as they arrived, Shen Tian called out, Shopkeeper Song, I'm here again, so sorry to trouble you so late. He looked at the group of people inside and said, You guys are here too. As soon as they saw Shen Tian, They rushed over, causing him to be terrified. "Immortal Master, we miss you to death. Why didn't you tell us you were coming?"
Shen Tian's face darkened. He put out his hands to stop them, sweat pouring down his face. "No hugging my legs." Everyone looked at Shen Tian with utter disappointment, a few tears welling up in their eyes.
A burly man scratched his head, looking at him and asking, "So you actually knew everything beforehand, Immortal Master? Are you here to clear our doubts?"
Shen Tian hesitated a bit, asking back, suspiciously, "Clear your doubts about what?"
The man pointed to the person behind him and said, "We want to let Manager Song take on the position of Grand Elder of our sect." He quickly waved his hands in refusal. I wouldn't dare. What talent or virtue do I have?"
Shen Tian looked at them, his face darkening, sweating profusely, and thought to himself, extremely puzzled, "Are these guys all idiots or something? Immortal Master Sect? Aren't they just a bunch of my unofficial fanboys? Is the position of fan club leader really worth fighting over in the middle of the night like this?"
Another person happily chimed in. "Manager Song is famous for being a good manager, not cheating the old or tricking the young in our myriad spirit garden. If he becomes the Grand Elder, the Immortal Master Sect will have funding in the future, and the brothers in the sect can also get discounts on spirit ore, attracting more brothers to join our sect." Manager Song frowned, his mouth agape in surprise. "I knew you guys were up to no good, so you want me to treat money like dirt, providing funding for the Immortal Master Sect, huh?" He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists angrily, thinking to himself, "If the Immortal Master needs it, I'd be willing to offer as many spirit stones as he wants with both hands. That's seeking a connection. But you guys are neither related nor acquainted with me. Why should I give you discounts?"
Shen Tian asked again, full of praise, causing Elder Song's tears to stream down his face, instantly turning to stone. "That makes sense, doesn't it, Manager Song? What do you think?" He quickly softened his expression, answering kindly, "If I were to become the Grand Elder of your sect, I'd be willing to shoulder all the expenses of the sect. Any disciple of our sect who prospects for spirit ore in my shop will get a 12% discount." Manager Song, he clasped his hands tightly, shouting in anguish, tears streaming down his face, "Any disciple of our sect who strikes it big in my shop will have their mining fees reduced by half." In his heart he was in unbearable pain, trying to think, as long as I can continue my relationship with the Immortal Master, I'll risk it all.
Shen Tian secretly calculated, as if he had figured something out. This old guy is really going all in. Although the profit from opening a spirit ore shop is considerable, Manager Song's discount will greatly reduce short-term income. But if the Immortal Master sect becomes stronger, it will also bring a large number of customers to the Heaven Spirit Pavilion. This is a gamble.
Shen Tian quickly made a decision. If that's the case, then let Manager Song be the Grand Elder. Yun Ji, who had been quietly observing everything with her arms crossed, secretly made an assessment. Fanaticism, irrationality, intense personal worship, emphasizing personal interests for the organization. Is this the doctrine of the Evil Spirit Sect? Is this guy really connected to the Evil Spirit Sect or not? Let's see if he really knows how to prospect for spirit ore first.
Finally, she looked at him and spoke. "Fellow Taoists, can you start prospecting for spirit ore now?"
He confidently gestured to introduce.
"The spirit stone slab behind me. You may invite Fairy to take a look. Your opportunity lies in this spirit ore stone." Manager Song had regained his composure, giving a warm smile to introduce. "The Immortal Master's eyes are truly discerning. This spirit ore stone was mined from the ancient battlefield and is also the treasure of our shop." Yun Shi was slightly surprised, staring intently at the spirit stone.
Her mouth dropped open in surprise, sweat soaking her face, thinking to herself, "What? Another spirit ore stone mined from the ancient battlefield?" Images of the tragic battlefield appeared before her eyes. The so-called ancient battlefield was just a battlefield in the eastern part of the great Yongyan kingdom. It was said that 10,000 years ago, that place was once a battlefield between the Holy Land of the eastern wilderness and the extraterrestrial demons, where countless powerhouses fell, leaving behind countless precious treasures and inheritances. All kinds of strange and terrifying evil things often appeared in that place. However, because too many powerhouses fell here 10,000 years ago, the aura of the fierce gods was earth-shattering, so countless terrifying evil things were born, leading to danger everywhere. And this place contains all kinds of rare and hard-to-find exotic treasures. So many cultivators from the major cultivation sects enter it every year for training. Those with poor luck will directly fall, while those with good luck can encounter great opportunities on the ancient battlefield. Things like spirit ore stones from the ancient battlefield are also lost as a result. However, it is difficult to preserve spirit ore stones, spirit energy, and spirit medicines for 10,000 years. The shiny spirit stones that still often appear on the ancient battlefield only contain the overwhelming holy aura, holy medicines, and lost ancient exotic treasures, so they can continue to be preserved on the spirit energy and spirit medicines.
At that time, a holy sun appeared, and is still passed down to this day through writing. It is said that the spirit ore stone that Saint Sun of the legendary Zifu Holy Land opened his nirvana indestructible meridian was also dug from the ancient battlefield. This newly ascended holy sun has become the sun of fortune in the eastern wilderness for hundreds of years. Yunji stared blankly at the spirit stone in front of her, thinking to herself, "This is Zhao Wen ore, a recognized waste ore, because the outer layer of the spirit ore has been broken. Even if there is real treasure inside, its resources have been exhausted."
She turned to look at Shen Tian, who was holding a fan and resting his brow, and said, "Brother Shen, do you really think there's something inside? It doesn't look very promising."
Manager Song heard this, unfolded the fan in his hand, and frowned at her with a gloomy face.
"Since this girl has asked the Immortal Master for help, why don't you believe in the Immortal Master? The Immortal Master's prospecting skills have never been wrong. Is it possible that they are not as good as this little girl here?"
Yun Shi was furious, pointing at the spirit ore stone and shouting, "You con artist! You want to cheat people, don't you? Who doesn't know that Zhu Wen ore is a recognized waste ore, almost impossible to open up any treasure? Moreover, this spirit ore stone is definitely not worth 10,000 spirit stones."
His face darkened, and he slightly curled the corner of his mouth to respond. A straightforward person doesn't speak vaguely. The purchase price of this Zhu Wen ore was already 5,000 spirit stones. Selling it for 10,000 spirit stones is also the normal pricing rule in the industry.
However, since the Immortal Master has taken a fancy to this ore, I dare to guarantee that 10,000 spirit stones will definitely be a worthwhile investment. Manager Song, without any hesitation, said impatiently,
"If this girl can't afford this spirit ore stone, you don't have to buy it, but I won't allow you to doubt the Immortal Master."
"Now this old man will buy this spirit ore stone. I'll gift whatever treasure inside to the Immortal Master. When that happens, you little girl will regret this to death."
Yun Shi's eyes, all red in the silence, scared Shen Tian witless, sweat dripping all over the young man's face. Everyone watched them secretly battle with their eyes, shocked and gossiping like crazy. Ah, here comes another opportunity for Manager Song to suck up. How does Manager Song always manage to be such a kiss-ass? I totally thought of that too, but I'm always one step behind. Huff huff. Yun Shi, getting heated, slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "Can't afford it? It's only 10,000 spirit stones. You're saying I can't afford it? Congratulations, manager, you've done a great job." She gritted her teeth, her hand trembling non-stop, thinking to herself, "These two look like a pair of spirit ore thieves from the spirit ore garden. If Shen Tian wasn't so damn handsome, I would have flipped the table long ago."
Yun Shi looked at Shen Tian, frowning slightly, wondering secretly. Besides, just now when Shen Tian was picking the spirit ore stone, I didn't detect any spiritual sense fluctuations, so how can he find the treasure inside the spirit ore stone without using his spiritual sense?
She quickly took out a pouch and slammed it on the table. "Here are 100 stones. If Shen Xiang says there's treasure inside the Chu Wen ore, then this mistress will buy it and see for herself."
Then she closed her eyes, imagining Manager Song desperately trying to tempt Shen Tian, but failing. Shen Xiang is not only handsome but also so kind-hearted. This mistress won't allow that villainous manager to lead him astray. Yun Shi looked towards Manager Song and asked, "Manager, do you dare to bet with this mistress?" He waved the fan in his hand, looking smug as hell, and said,
"What's there to be afraid of?" Yun Shi declared heroically, straightforwardly.
"All right, if that's the case, let's use 50,000 spirit stones as the benchmark. If the treasure inside is worth over 50,000 spirit stones, then this mistress will gift it to Shen Xiang." Then pointing towards Manager Song, "If the value is less than 50,000 spirit stones, then your heavenly spirit pavilion will have to temporarily close for 3 months. How about it?"
He was a little incredulous. His face turned pale. His mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself, "Something's wrong with this bet. If the value exceeds 50,000 spirit stones, you'll give the treasure to the Immortal Master. But if the value is less than 50,000 spirit stones, then this old man has to close the store for 3 months? I don't even get a little something." He looked over at Shen Tian, who was leisurely indulging in music, and then he seemed to make up his mind. "Well, in order to show my sincerity to the Immortal Master, let's just decide on it."
Manager Song held the shiny blade in his hand, determined to say, "I bet it's a deal. This old man will personally open the ore."
He struck down with the blade without any hesitation.
A stream of blue light gradually cracked out from the gap outside the window. At this time, lightning suddenly appeared, flashing repeatedly, making everyone panic and surprised.
He frowned, a glimmer of sweat on his cheek as he looked at the lightning and thunder in the sky. "It's gonna rain soon."
Everyone waited nervously, At this moment in the room, a stream of purple light illuminated the whole room. That light joined forces to create a powerful force. Yun Shi was surprised by this phenomenon. Her mouth opened in surprise.
Could it be that it's just one spirit or stone? It can make heaven and earth change, with thunder rumbling.
She excitedly looked at Shen Tian and said quickly, Shen Xiang, this Chu Wen ore is about to be opened. Why don't you continue to look? He frowned, smiled, and replied, when this poor Taoist looks at these spirit ores, the result is already clear. In his heart, he thought, seeing that divine lightning is about to fall on that spirit ore stone, I'm not going to stay away a little bit and wait to get struck by lightning.
Yun Ji was a little stunned by the image of Shen Tian in front of her. Could it be that I really misunderstood Shen Tian? How could there be such a handsome ore thief in this world? Moreover, the rumbling thunder and lightning constantly changing outside the window must be related to this Chuwen ore. Shen Tian pointed outside and said, Fairy, you see, the two lightning bolts are starting to intersect. Outside the windowsill, the whole sky was rumbling with thunder, and the light illuminated the whole sky. The thunder and lightning didn't abate at all, and continued to appear in the sky, with purple coloring the whole scene. On the streets, everyone was looking at the vortex in the sky in panic and worry. This is... Outside, powerful thunder and lightning fell, and the whole space was surrounded by purple light. In a remote place in the myriad spirit garden, there was a pair of eyes watching. The eyes of that person contained the purple color of the sky. A heaven-shattering opportunity is about to be born in the myriad spirit garden. At this moment, in the sky, a thunderbolt struck the ground. The stone fell straight down, creating an earthquake. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it fell to the ground. From it emanated a powerful, dazzling energy. The thunder and lightning met with the Chuwen ore, and the entire heavenly spirit pavilion was instantly illuminated. It's too bright, can't open my eyes.
Lightning struck a guy. What the? The electricity is coming this way.
It directly hit him, making him scream bloody murder. One by one, the people around them were also targeted by the lightning.
A man spoke up. This electricity. Let me observe my body and feel it. I feel a surge of power entering my body, flowing through my bones and limbs. This is the power of thunder.
Manager Song was sprawled on the ground, groaning miserably. Zhang Yongxi squeezed her eyes shut and exclaimed, This is... Two glowing jade pendants floated in the air. She stared at them. The legendary Shen Xiao Dragon Tiger jade pendants. Truly priceless treasures.
An old man stood tall before the terrifying lightning bolts. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Shengxiao Lightning Emperor created the Thunder Emperor Sutra. Among them, the highest forbidden art can use the body to transform into tribulation. From then on, the Shengxiao Holy Land transformed itself into one of the top 12 holy lands in the eastern wilderness, specializing in thunder techniques, administering lightning, and acting on behalf of the heavens. Winged demons began to slaughter. In the war 10,000 years ago, the Shengxiao Holy Land, because it controlled lightning and restrained the evil demons from beyond, was subjected to a crazy sneak attack by the evil demons. Even the small world of Shengxiao was breached. In that great disaster, the holy sons, holy lords, and supreme elders of Shengxiao almost all died in battle. Even the sect's ultimate art, the Shengxiao Thunder Emperor Sutra, was half lost. The strongest forbidden technique of using the body to transform into tribulation was directly lost.
Zhang Yongxi began to gather her strength. The Holy Land searched everywhere for 10,000 years but could not find the inheritance. But it unexpectedly appeared in a Peqi, a small spirit or workshop of the Great Yan Kingdom. She powerfully blasted lightning toward the jade pendant. Now that the sacred object has been found, it must be retrieved quickly, she continued. This Shengxiao Dragon Tiger Jade Pendant is also known as the Shengxiao Thunder Emperor Tribulation. The dragon and tiger pendants each record 2 Shengxiao ultimate arts.
The jade pendant was already in the floating orb on her hand. As long as the dragon and tiger pendants are combined and activated with the secret techniques of the Shengxiao Holy Land, one can obtain the highest forbidden art of the Shengxiao Thunder Emperor Sutra, using the body to transform into magic. It emitted a dazzling light, she thought. The sect's casualties were extremely severe, and the secret technique was lost.
Zhang Yongxi lightly raised the jade pendant high, causing the reputation of the Shengxiao Holy Land to decline day by day, and its position is difficult to rise. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands together, whispering, Today, the secret technique appears in the world. The Shengxiao Holy Land will definitely be able to rise again.
That man pulled her sleeve, she teased. Didn't you just say you didn't believe it? Why are you crying now? Who said this mine couldn't yield anything? If it yields a treasure worth more than 500,000 spirit stones, you'd give it back to your immortal master, right?
Zhang Yongxi uncomfortably thought back. That's right. Just now I was provoked and angered by Manager Song's ridicule, so I made a bet. But who would have thought that a broken vermilion mine could yield the Shengxiao Dragon Tiger pendant? Don't even mention 500,000, even 1 million wouldn't be enough.
She glanced subtly in Shen Tian's direction. If it were another treasure, even immortal gold, Shuan earth, or true water, I could fulfill my promise. But this inheritance of the Shenxiao Holy Land absolutely cannot be given up. If only Shen Tian is willing to yield the jade pendant to me, even if I have to repay him with my body, I would be willing to. Zhang Yongxi sincerely clasped her hands and said to Shen Tian, "This jade pendant has a very special meaning to Yongxi. I hope Shen Bro can take pity on me and yield it to Yongxi. Yongxi is willing to exchange it for anything, even if he extended his hand out, loftily speaking."
Fairy, you don't need to be so polite. This humble one said long ago, those without fate won't get it even with 10,000 gold, those with fate won't need a single penny. Shen Tian continued to flaunt his charm and said,
"You, Fairy, and this humble one are fated. Moreover, the money to buy this ore was also paid by Fairy. If treasure appears, of course it belongs to Fairy." He thought to himself, just looking at that expression, it was clear that this was an absolute treasure. If I discovered it, I would definitely directly pocket it and leave. Spirit stones shimmered in the air. But the problem was that cultivators within 100 miles knew that the Wanling Garden had a supreme treasure appear. He imagined the scene of him already peacefully resting in a coffin. In this situation, daring to take that thing would definitely lead to being chased and chopped into fertilizer and having a G-man carry the coffin for reincarnation, right? Shen Tian looked towards the sun outside the window and said, "Fairy, you don't need to pay attention to Manager Song's bet, you can just take it." He turned to look at her and continued, "If we have fate in the future, Fairy can repay this humble one." Zhang Yongxi blushed and blurted out, "Huh," she excitedly exclaimed. "No, how can that be? Yongxi is a woman of her word. If I dared to bet, I will naturally accept the loss. According to the bet, this Dragon Tiger Jade Pendant should belong to Shenbro. I only hope that Shenbro can bear the pain of giving up what you love. Yongxi is willing to exchange it at any cost."
Shen Tian helplessly thought, is this girl an idiot? This prince already said that I don't need any reward, yet she keeps wanting to exchange it for something else. The celestial phenomenon in the Wanling Garden will definitely bring top-tier powerhouses. To protect my small life, I must quickly throw this hot potato away.
He looked straight into her eyes and asked, "Anything is okay?" Zhang Yongxi confirmed, "Yes." He glanced at her and continued, "So I want the Fairy." Zhang Yongxi tightened her body, worriedly thinking, could it be that this guy really intends for this lady to repay him with my body? Matters concerning the prosperity of the Holy Land? Plus this heavenly beauty of mine, it's not entirely out of the question to consider.
Shen Tian pointed to her face, saying, "The mask on your face," she stammered, asking back. The mask." Zhang Yongxi panicked and embarrassedly thought, did I misunderstand Shen Gongzi? He's not the type to loot a burning house, wanting my phoenix feather mask to see my appearance? Or does he want to keep the mask to remember me by later? Shen Tian asked.
"Is that not allowed?" he observed, thinking to himself. "Why is her face so red?" Zhang Yongxi circulated her energy while saying, "It's allowed, I agree with you. This phoenix feather mask is an extreme grade spiritual item passed down by ancestor Crimson Feather Yuanzun." Lightning surrounded her fingertip and shot out powerfully all around.
She said, "The phoenix feather mask can block all divine sense investigation and can also conceal one's aura," she muttered to herself. "Since I put on this mask, I've never taken it off in front of outsiders. Does Shen Gongzi want to use some emperor-level technique to see my face?"
Zhang Yongxi fantasized, thinking, could it be that she already has feelings for me after such a short time?
Giba suddenly looked towards the lightning that was condensing, enveloping Shen Tian and Zhang Yongxi within, while the others were blocked outside. Zhang Yongxi slowly took off the mask. Shen Tian revealed a clear expression of surprise, so shocked that he couldn't form words.
A dazzlingly beautiful Zhang Yongxi appeared.
Shen Tian blushed, thinking, unlike Xiaoling Xian's alluring charm, Lian Hare's cute naivete, and Zhu Share's pitiful melancholy, this is an absolutely stunning war goddess.
Zhang Yongxi's face flushed red as she stepped forward to hand him the mask. Yongxi understands Gongzi's intentions, but today Yongxi has important matters to attend to, and cannot stay by Gongzi's side. I dare not hide it. This divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant is the secret treasure passed down by my divine firmament Holy Land. Today, with this heaven-shaking phenomenon, Yunxi must immediately bring this jade pendant back to the Holy Land.
Shen Tian received it as it still crackled with powerful lightning. She continued, "If Yunxi can successfully bring the jade pendant back to the Holy Land and fulfill my duty, I will definitely return to find Gongzi. At that time, Yunxi will agree to all of Gongzi's intentions." Before the mask was handed to his hand, she said, "If Yunxi is unlucky and encounters misfortune on the way back to the Holy Land, I respectfully ask Gongzi to agree to one request from Yunxi." Shen Tian said with a resolute face, "Please speak plainly, fairy. This humble Taoist will not refuse even if it means death." He squinted, thinking, "What do you mean you understand my intentions? This crown prince just wants to take your mask. What's with all that roundabout explanation?" Zhang Yunxi raised her hand to her mouth and bit down. Fresh blood dripped onto the two jade pendants, from which burst forth a dazzling light. He asked himself in shock, "What is she doing?" The light shone directly on him. "It's too bright." Shen Tian tightly closed his eyes. A lightning vortex appeared above his head, he exclaimed in surprise. "This is..." Zhang Yunxi explained. Yunxi has transmitted one portion of the 3 inheritances of the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant to you. She continued, "If Yunxi encounters misfortune this time, and cannot bring the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant back to the Holy Land, I respectfully ask Gongzi to return the inheritance in Yunxi's stead, should you be able to enter the divine firmament Holy Land in the future." Zhang Yunxi disappeared in the lightning, leaving behind the image of a brave tiger. She shot straight up. "Gongzi, farewell," Shen Tian thought to himself. After obtaining the dragon tiger jade pendant, this girl's torrent of luck turned into a golden sun. With this kind of luck, who would dare snatch her stuff? He worriedly thought. He's afraid that he'd only hold the thing for a few minutes before she turned it into ashes. Shen Tian looked at the mirror in his hand. "Dude, don't worry about her. You should be more concerned about yourself." A strange symbol appeared on his forehead. What's this mark appearing now? But it makes this handsome lord even more charming, he suddenly realized. This is... Shen Tian rejoiced when he saw the halo above his head turn green. This lord is finally green. Giba, seeing this, asked, "Your Highness, why are you so happy?" He hid the mirror, replying, "It's nothing, just a little cultivation enlightenment." Shen Tian saw 2 similar symbols on Giba and Qin Gao's foreheads. They have marks on their foreheads too. He suspiciously turned his head to observe the 3-song shopkeeper. He thought, everyone has marks, and their auras are changing too. Could this lightning mark be related to the dragon tiger jade? Did everyone here get a strand of Zhang Yunxi's fortune? Shen Tian rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "But I don't see this fortune in their auras. Could it be because I interfered with Zhang Yunxi's fortune, causing a butterfly effect?" The man spoke up, asking, "Shopkeeper Song, why do you have a lightning-shaped pattern on your forehead?" He replied, "You have one on your forehead too." Xiang Meng also chimed in, "Me too." Shopkeeper Song quickly guessed, could it be the yin-yang mixed origin divine lightning? The other 2 exclaimed, "Huh." In surprise, he added, "This treasure ranks 88th in the divine lightning rankings and is also in the top 100 divine lightning. It's the only divine lightning that can be used for cultivation." A cultivator who has achieved the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and a descendant of the divine firmament Holy Land, who cultivates the lightning emperor scripture to a certain realm, can mix the 5 elements of divine lightning with yin and yang, to refine it into the yin-yang mixed origin divine lightning. This is the signature divine lightning of the divine firmament Holy Land. Although it only ranks 88th in the divine lightning rankings, it can be produced in large quantities. Shen Tian was still lost in thought, and that divine firmament dragon tiger jade, sealed for 10,000 years on the ancient battlefield, refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, is also like a powerhouse cultivating the lightning emperor scripture, condensing yin-yang mixed origin divine lightning. The 5 elements gathered in that big rock earlier, and the jade pendant's bombardment of the heavenly tribulation was probably to break this origin, which is why it entered everyone's body here. Shopkeeper Song kept exclaiming, "It's amazing, my spiritual power has been tainted with lightning properties," Xiang Meng said. "Me too," Qin Gao waved his hand, saying, "Great, I feel like my speed is faster than before too." Gil Ba observed them, saying, "Who would have thought that His Highness casually picking a spirit or stone could reveal such a treasure?" He happily shed tears, remembering a woman. His Highness's luck has finally improved. If Consort Lan Fei knew in the afterlife, she would definitely smile in the netherworld. Shopkeeper Song wondered, "Immortal Master, where's that little girl who dared to doubt your spirit or appraisal technique? Where did she go?" Shen Tian retorted firmly, "Little girl, Shopkeeper Song, you really dare to say anything? She's the holy maiden of the divine firmament Holy Land, Zhang Yunxi," he exclaimed in a fluster,
Immeasurable heavenly lord. Another person spoke up. Shopkeeper song, you're in big trouble this time.
He clung to Shen Tian, crying, Immortal master, this old man argued with the holy maiden to protect your honor. You must take responsibility for me, he said helplessly. Don't worry, out of respect for me, she won't make things difficult for you. Shopkeeper Song thought happily. As expected of the immortal master, his status is equal to that of the divine saintesses, and he even maintains face for the immortal master.
He slumped down, muttering to himself. When betting with the holy maiden earlier, she even said that if she opened a treasure, she would give it to the immortal master, so the holy maiden also intends to curry favor with the immortal master? That kid wanted to impersonate the immortal master? I've already investigated it thoroughly. I must hand him over to the immortal master now. I can't wait any longer.
He remembered Shen Ao's bruised face.
Sucking up to the immortal master must be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, even the holy maiden will come to snatch my rice bowl. How can this old man survive? He spoke up. Immortal master, this old man has something to tell you.
Shopkeeper Song hastily reported. Yesterday, this old man caught a thief impersonating you. Shen Tian's face darkened as he seriously asked.
Impersonating me? Then he thought to himself, I've only been impersonating the immortal master for a few days, and someone is already impersonating me.
Are knockoffs in the immortal master world made so quickly? Shopkeeper Song presented a token, saying loudly, Immortal master, look, this token belongs to that thief. Shen Tian reached out to take the token. He continued. He dared to call himself Shen Aiyao, the sixth prince of the great Yan kingdom. He stared at it in a daze, thinking, this is the real deal sixth brother's token. Shen Tian awkwardly asked, what does him impersonating the sixth prince Shen Aiyao have to do with me, Shen Wei Tian?
Then he asked with a meaningful look, have you ever considered that this Shen Aiyao might be the real deal?
Shopkeeper Song put his hand to his chin, wondering, is the immortal master not convenient to reveal his identity? You saw my boy being rude to Miss Linger before and taught him a lesson, and that kid was lucky enough to learn your true identity because of it.
He put his hand on Shen Tian's shoulder, confidently confirming, you're here too, Shen Tian. No way that can be true, Shen Tian worried. How is that possible? How could store manager Song see through this prince's disguise technique?
Shen Tian stroked his chin, thinking, that's right. Earlier, I beat up store manager's son, Giba, and he saw Giba following me, so that's how he got this idea.
He became even more confident. Besides, this prince's face is a 1-in-a-million deal. Even with a fake beard, my beauty still stands out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Shen Tian avoided store manager Song's gaze, muttering, a real con man meets a fake one, but I can't just turn around and leave now that Shen Aiyao is still my brother.
What if store manager Song decides he's an imposter and kills the hostage?
Then he waved his hand, loudly saying, let's go, let's check the quality of this merchandise. He thought to himself, if this merchandise is also fake, this prince will just keep pretending.
Shen Tian frowned, worried.
But what if it really is sixth brother who got captured? Headache. He suggested, Giba, you and Qin Gao stay here.
Shen Tian carefully calculated.
Giba and Qin Gao can't both come along. What if it really is sixth brother, and he recognizes Giba like store manager Song did? He looked at the mask Zhang Yongxi had given him. That's right, I still have the Phoenix dance mask Zhang Yongxi gave me.
Shen Tian put it on, confidently saying, this mask is like it was custom made for me. Perfect. They went together to a house, which was where Shen Aiyao was still being tortured. Whips kept striking him.
His face was already bruised beyond recognition.
Shen Tian witnessed it, panicking.
Are you guys specializing in hitting faces?
Shen Aiyao opened his eyes slightly, saying,
why does that voice sound so familiar? Then he seemed to recognize it, and shouted, could it be you, 13th brother?
Shen Tian thought helplessly. Oh crap. You can tell even with this, he denied. No way, it's not me, don't talk nonsense. He looked at Shen Aiyao, thinking, I knew it, why am I so unlucky? I just arrived at the Myriad Spirit Garden and got caught up in something for no reason, and who knew this unlucky 13th brother was also at the Myriad Spirit Garden? If I'd known earlier, this prince wouldn't have come here.
Shen Aiyao said smugly, 13th brother, don't mess around anymore.
He directed his gaze to the shoes, saying, look at your shoes, they're specially designed for royalty. Shen Tian thought, sixth brother really lives up to his title as the genius of the great Yan dynasty, only seen once every 100 years. His face is swollen like a pig's head, and yet he's still so sharp. But still thinking, but my fake persona absolutely cannot be exposed.
He still crossed his arms, dismissing what Shen Aiyao had said. I don't understand that. What are you even saying?
Shen Aiyao strained to say, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. I understand. You're not 13th brother. You're an assassin who doesn't understand feelings, right?
He thought to himself, Brother, why did you kidnap me? First, I have no desire to fight for the throne. Second, I've never bullied you. And besides, even if you kill me, it won't do you any good.
Shen Tian remained unmoved, thinking, does this 6th brother take this prince for a fool? He just said he believed I wasn't 13th brother, and now he's calling me brother.
He questioned. This is obviously after you saw through this prince's disguise technique. How can you expect me to release you? He began imagining being assassinated. What if you hold a grudge after being rescued and secretly plot revenge on this prince? Although the top of this prince's head is already green, I'm not afraid of thieves, just those who remember me.
Store manager Song was puzzled. So, Immortal Master, you're not Shen Ao, but Shen Tian. Shen Tian shouted.
What do you think? Store manager Song clasped his hands, saying,
so that's how it is this old one understands now.
He squinted, giving a sharp glance.
Store manager Song reached out and knocked his son on the head, scolding, look at the virtue of you, brat. After the Immortal Master beat you up, he clearly said he was the 13th prince, so how did your hairy ears hear 6th prince? Your ears are even deafer than Manager Wang's next door. His son rubbed his cheek, resentfully saying, I remember clearly that I didn't mishear. The Immortal Master probably called himself 6th prince. He questioned suspiciously, could it be that I was hit on the head at the time and misheard?
The father and son duo realized in shock. So that means the person in front of us is really the 6th prince. They covered their faces in embarrassment before Shen Tian's words. What do you guys think?
Shen Ao angrily cursed. I originally thought it was a big conspiracy targeting me, the genius of the Great Yan Dynasty. But it turns out I suffered so much because of a young store manager who couldn't hear clearly. As expected, if 13th brother is involved, it's definitely not going to be a good thing. He said tremblingly, 13th brother, tell them to pity your big brother. Your big brother promises not to hold a grudge. Shopkeeper Song quietly asked Shen Tian, Immortal Master, what do you think? What should we do? Shen Tian asked back. What do you think, Shopkeeper Song? What if he does hold a grudge?
He turned away with a grim face, then pulled out a knife from his clothes and said, this old man understands. He gripped the knife tightly, facing Shen Agyo. If we've already made an enemy, it's better to deal with it ourselves than to hope they won't hold a grudge. The Immortal Master means that if you've made a mistake, be decisive. Either don't do it, or if you do it, see it through to the end.
Shopkeeper Song, knife firmly in hand, rushed forward, thinking, while no one knows yet, I'll just kill him to silence him, and prevent him from competing for the Emperor's throne with His Highness later. Shopkeeper Song stood in front of Shen Ao, holding the sharp knife.
Shen Ao thought in a panic, hey, this dude isn't really gonna kill me, is he? He raised the knife high, making Shen Ao scream loudly.
Shopkeeper Song. He rushed forward fiercely.
Goo. It was already right in front of Shen Akio's face, but suddenly stopped. He slowly opened his eyes.
Shopkeeper Song knelt down, hugged Shen Tian's leg, and cried, Immortal Master, I'm sorry, this old man just can't do it. Heavenly Spirit Pavilion does honest business. We only rely on our wits to make money, unlike those cultivators whose hands are stained with blood. Shen Tian thought in a daze. Shopkeeper Song. What in the world is this divine logic of yours? Just now, I clearly asked a question, not made a statement. Okay. Shen Ao screamed in fear. Don't kill me, 13th brother. Two good sirs, aren't you afraid that after releasing this prince, I'll find people to take revenge on you? He cried louder and continued. Don't worry, this prince can swear on his character. He absolutely won't do that.
He continued to beg. If you're still not at ease, you can make me eat a memory-severing pill. After eating the memory-severing pill, release me. When this prince wakes up, all memories of this day will be completely forgotten. Will you still worry that this prince will hold a grudge then? Shen Tian clapped his hands and said, that's right, how could I forget? Eating one memory-severing pill can solve all worries. He began to explain what the memory-severing pill is. Cultivating immortality also requires cultivating the heart. There are many times when cultivators are affected by certain events, which impacts their mental state.
He thought of an image of a man frantically chasing a couple moving on a flying treasured sword. For example, a Tao companion breaking up with them, or harboring grand ambitions in cultivation.
He then imagined the man angrily shouting around, enveloped by black qi, or their master being killed by an enemy sect, their daughter being taken away by someone else. The man painfully knelt on the ground, clutching his head in fear. Shen Tian continued, startled. All these things cause a cultivator's mental state to fluctuate, leading to negative effects. They can even give rise to heart devils, ultimately leading to QID deviation.
He excitedly thought of a beautifully carved bottle. Thus, after many generations of arduous cultivation, research, and experimentation, a grand alchemist finally created the memory-severing pill.
Made from over 10 types of immortal herbs, refined 10 times, just one memory-severing pill can make you completely forget the memories of one day.
He thought of images of precious herbs, then happily held the bottle in his hand. What a great medicine! On the path of cultivation, Shen Tian pondered, resting his chin on his hand, and said to Shen Gao, "Sixth imperial brother makes sense. This small misunderstanding doesn't necessarily have to lead to murder." He awkwardly turned his head and asked shopkeeper Song, "I wonder if I could trouble shopkeeper Song to go buy a memory-severing pill and bring it here," he happily replied. "No need to buy." He immediately took out a large, brightly glowing jar, smiling smugly. "Memory-severing pill. Extra large jar. This old man always carries memory-severing pills on him." Seeing this, Shen Tian asked in a panic, "Shopkeeper Song, what do you intend to do carrying such a huge jar of memory-severing pills with you?" He immediately thought of a scene where shopkeeper Song was flirting with young girls. "I heard that some misguided cultivators, acting as flower thieves, always carry memory-severing pills with them. After the deed is done, they use one pill so the girl won't remember anything the next day. Father, I can't believe you're that kind of person." Shopkeeper Song hastily explained in a panic, "Immortal Master, please don't misunderstand." He immediately pointed at his son and explained, "This old man prepared the memory-severing pills for my son, this good-for-nothing son of mine, to eat. This brat doesn't move a muscle, only knows how to cause trouble outside. This old man often uses a whip to teach this rotten kid a lesson." The son turned pale and screamed, "Father, father, are you going to whip me again?" "What happened?" He frowned in suspicion. "But why do I have no impression of it at all?" He stared intently at the pill in shopkeeper Song's hand, guessed his intention, and instantly flew into a rage. "Don't tell me every time Dad whips me he feeds me a memory-wiping pill to make me forget. How could you, Dad, be so cruel to your own son? Am I even your biological son?" Shopkeeper Song tearfully explained before his son's tantrum, "Spare the rod, spoil the child. Wouldn't Dad hitting you be for your own good?" When he saw him about to pour out a pill, Shen Alio pleaded, "Hurry up and eat it so I don't get punished." He opened his mouth as he brought the pill closer. He said, "Hold on. This jar contains stage 1 memory-wiping pills. They're super effective on qi refining cultivators." Shopkeeper Song hesitated and withdrew, saying, "His Highness 6th Prince has already broken through to Foundation establishment. He can totally use his cultivation to dispel the pill's effects." Shen Arantio spoke up, guaranteeing, "This prince guarantees I absolutely won't dispel the pill's effects," he retorted. "But even if your highness dispels the pill's effects, who would know?" he shouted. "This prince swears to the heavens." Suddenly, Shen Aba was struck hard. It was Shen Tian, who knocked him unconscious with a hammer. He muttered, "Knock him out, then feed him. That way there's no way to dispel the effects, right?" Shopkeeper Song and his son's jaws dropped. Worthy of being an immortal master, one moment they're brothers, and the next he hammers his brother into a neat, clean package. Shopkeeper Song fed him the pill, thinking to himself, with a hammer blow that hard to the head, what's the point of even using the memory-wiping pill? Shen Tian held out a green pill, saying, "Give him this spring-returning pill too. Looking at that two-faced mug and that swollen head, we have to wipe out all evidence." Shopkeeper Song awkwardly said, "Immortal Master is truly thoughtful." Shen Tian waved his hand and turned to leave, saying, "Consider this, as if nothing ever happened today. You guys take care of my 6th royal brother. This prince is off." Shen Ao lay sprawled in the forest, in a pile of garbage. He cracked open his eyes, puzzled. "Why am I sleeping here?" He sat up and rubbed his head, saying, "I can't remember anything. Could it be I suffered a qi deviation?" Shopkeeper Song and his son hid behind, observing. Shen Ao continued, "But shouldn't a qi deviation hurt the dantian? Why do I feel like my dantian is fine but instead my head hurts, I'm dizzy, and my head is still ringing?" He sighed in relief, saying, "Looks like he really doesn't remember anything." He pointed directly at his son. "You eat one too so I can rest easy." He confusedly affirmed, "Dad, I won't tell anyone." Shopkeeper Song clenched his fist, sternly saying, "Today's matter concerns the Immortal Master's reputation. The more people who know, the more dangerous it is. I've been in business for so many years, and my mouth is sealed tight. Naturally, I won't carelessly reveal anything, but your mouth can't close. If you accidentally leak it, how will the Immortal Master get along with His Highness Shen Ako in the future?" He grew even angrier, continuing to scold, "Moreover, this whole thing is entirely because of you, you little brat. Mishearing." His son reluctantly took the pill and put it in his mouth, saying, Dad, don't say any more. I've eaten it, haven't I?" The next day, his voice was heard in the house. "Dad," Shopkeeper Song's son happily came to see him, saying, "Dad, guess what I encountered today?"
He proudly bragged to him, "I just met a thief. This guy doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and actually dared to impersonate the immortal master in front of me. After all, I'm a believer who has benefited from the immortal master's grace, so how could I stand by and watch this brat disrespect my benefactor?"
Shopkeeper Song was petrified as he continued, "I invited him to the back courtyard, drugged him, and now he's still tied up in the secret chamber. Dad, isn't your son very clever?" Shen Tian was tied to a pillar again, thinking,
"Yesterday I suddenly suffered a chi deviation, fainted in the garbage pile, and today I came to the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion to choose gifts for my esteemed master. And then I got knocked out and thrown into this place. Who exactly did I offend?" His face was bruised and swollen. It must be because he interacted with 13th brother a few days ago that he became so unlucky. He shouted to the heavens, "This prince shouldn't have gone to the myriad spirit garden. I was too careless." A sneeze echoed in a house. Shen Tian rubbed his nose, wondering, which fangirl is thinking about this prince again? Over there, Shen Ario continuously cursed. It's all because of 13th brother, so unlucky. He grinned, thinking, that Zhang Yongxi girl passed on 3 parts of the Dragon Tiger Talisman's cultivation method to me. They're all top-tier cultivation methods from the Thunder Emperor scripture of the Divine Firmament Holy Land. Shen Tian sat upright and began to cultivate, saying, "Giba, Qin Gao, protect me, Giba," and Qin Gao said in unison, "Yes, your highness," he thought to himself. Now this prince has washed himself white as snow. I'm no longer unlucky. I can finally embark on the path of closed-door cultivation. He concentrated and gathered power in his clasped hands. Shen Tian closed his eyes tightly. Focusing, a circle formed, enclosing Shen Tian, along with a series of cultivation techniques surrounding him. He thought to himself, the transformation of tribulation is a forbidden chapter of the Thunder Emperor scripture. With my current cultivation level, I can't cultivate it yet. He raised his hand high. Let's cultivate the 5 Thunder True Heavenly Decree first. It's perfect timing, as I haven't cultivated any chi refining techniques yet. It seemed Shen Tian was walking in a special place, surrounded by spiritual objects. The 5 Thunder True Heavenly Decree has over 10 types of thunder techniques, each with incredible power. Mastering just one of them would allow me to dominate the Tuhuang region, he thought seriously. Among them, Jia, Bing, Wu, Gang, Ren, are yang in nature, and can condense the yang 5 elements divine thunder. Shen Tian waved his hand, manipulating the surrounding energy. Yi, Ding, Ji, Jin, Gui are yin in nature, and can condense the yin 5 elements divine thunder. 2 blazing flames appeared in his hands, the yang 5 thunder and the yin 5 thunder clashing against each other. So cultivating them simultaneously will be quite difficult. He wrapped his arms around himself, closing his eyes tightly. But if I can master all 10 types of thunder techniques, merging yin and yang, I can condense the legendary 5 elements yin-yang chaos divine thunder. Shen Tian smirked triumphantly. Luckily, my body already contains the original grand 5 elements, yin-yang chaos divine thunder from the Dragon Tiger pendant. Does this mean I can cultivate all 10 types of divine thunder? He became even more excited. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. If that's the case, let's give it a try. He closed his eyes tightly. Which thunder technique of the 5 Thunder True Heavenly Decree should I cultivate first? The decision lies in my own 5 elements attribute. From the lightning bolt symbol on Shen Tian's forehead, a series of lightning bolts shot out, and something within him wanted to burst out. He opened his eyes in alarm. It's 1 yuan heavy water. He thought awkwardly. So, my 5 elements attribute is water. No wonder my temperament is so good. My heart is as kind as water. Shen Tian reached out, controlling the water flow. The 5 Thunder True Heavenly Decree and the 1 yuan heavy water merged together, instantly breaking through to the 5th level of body tempering. After a while, Giba and Qin Gao were still gaping, observing the situation. Overjoyed, he said with tears in his eyes, "This is such a blow to others. In just 3 short hours he's already reached the 5th level of Qi. Refining. People struggle for months, even years, to advance 1 level, but His Highness is amazing." Overwhelmed with emotion, he took out spirit stones to cultivate, breaking through with a few rustling sounds. Qin Gao also chimed in excitedly. I told you, the Sunflower Manual is one of the fastest cultivation techniques in the Eastern Wilderness. Shen Tian frowned, recalling when he was struck by lightning. Back at the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, I needed to absorb a large amount of the origin of the Chaos Divine Thunder. Obtaining the origin of the 5 elements Yin-Yang Chaos Divine Thunder, my cultivation speed is getting faster and faster. He felt the powerful energy and thought to himself, I can already sense the bottleneck of cultivating Renwater Divine Thunder, and it's gradually forming. At this stage, all I need is enough spiritual energy to easily condense Renwater. Shen Tian wrapped his hand in qi. Let's try to unleash it and see what happens. He launched the energy upwards. The 5 thunder true heavenly decree can condense the 5 elements divine beast phenomenon, boosting oneself and suppressing the enemy. He recalled the technique Zhang Yongxi used, thinking, Zhang Yongxi once unleashed the white tiger phenomenon, roaring at the sky, almost invincible under heaven. Shen Tian braced himself, pushing his hand forward. They're all divine thunder, so the Renwater divine thunder I cultivate will naturally have a phenomenon, and that is the ultimate defensive suppression phenomenon. Black tortoise suppresses the rivers and mountains. Gathering power in both hands, he unleashed a powerful force. Once this phenomenon is unleashed, it can condense my own divine beast protector. At that time, the black tortoise divine thunder will condense into a protective armor, practically unbreakable. Qin Gao and Giba observed the vortex Shen Tian created. A sharp eye appeared from the dark light, and the divine beast black tortoise roared angrily and rushed out. Qin Gao and Giba stared, dumbfounded. Shen Tian grinned proudly at the little turtle on his head. Shen Tian's version of black tortoise suppresses the rivers and mountains. Giba and Qin Gao's faces darkened helplessly. Shen Tian asked smugly, "Why are you so surprised? Are you frightened by my talent?" Giba said awkwardly. "Your Highness's cultivation speed is unprecedented. Amazing talent. It's truly delightful. If Lady Lan Fei knew in the afterlife, she would surely smile in the 9 springs." Qin Gao presented a mirror, saying, "Your Highness, please take a look in the mirror." Shen Tian wondered. "Look in the mirror." He took it eagerly, adding, "So, the thing this prince cultivated, it's gotta be super cool, right?" Shen Tian's face immediately darkened when he looked in the mirror. He glared at the tiny creature on his head. "Seriously? This Xuanwu head is a bit small, isn't it? The turtle's head isn't even as long as my fingertip." He mused, his face dark. "Why is Zhang Yongxi's white tiger so big, but this prince's turtle is so tiny? Unfair." Shen Tian shook his head vigorously. "No way," he declared. "Later, when I'm out and about, I absolutely cannot display this useless Xuanwu manifestation. It's way too embarrassing." He propped his chin, imagining a mighty azure dragon. Or maybe I should try cultivating the water elemental violet armor wood azure dragon divine thunder and see how that goes. And then it turns into a green worm. No way, I'll just temporarily not cultivate that one. What if the azure dragon turns into a tiny insect? That would be super embarrassing. Shen Tian raised the orb in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Forget it. I'll fully master the Renwater divine thunder cultivation technique first, then we'll talk." He frowned as he looked at the orb containing the entirety of the Renwater divine thunder from the one origin heavy water. Can its power be even stronger? Shen Tian forcefully pushed the orb forward. "Let's give it a try." Shen Tian unleashed a powerful surge of energy. That surge shot straight out of the house. Everything it hit instantly exploded. Yi Ba and Qin Gao watched with wide eyes. Both exclaimed, "Whoa! That power is terrifying." Obliterated in an instant, this destructive power can rival a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator. Shen Tian clenched his fist, saying, "This attack power is truly top-notch. Next, let's test its defensive power." He continued to gather energy into an orb. In the records of the 5 Thunders righteous heaven art, a supreme technique, the Xuanwu armor, with Renwater divine thunder, can condense a lightning armor shield all over the body. Giba was startled. "This is." Qin Gao also gaped, saying, "His Highness still has such a wondrous move." Suddenly, Shen Tian created a Xuanwu turtle shell technique. He was also puzzled, wondering, why does this Xuanwu armor look so much like a turtle shell? Shen Tian looked at the shell in his hand with annoyance. "Hold on. This thingy condenses into an armor covering my whole body." He imagined himself with a turtle shell on his back, thinking, could this be the divine old turtle? No way, that's just too tacky. He thought again of those with mighty power. People who cultivate immortality, the higher their strength, the higher their aesthetic style should be. Qin Gao and Giba looked at Shen Tian curiously, also darkening their faces as they looked at it. But why does this prince have such a strange lightning technique? Do I have to wear a turtle shell? He suddenly became resolute. "Forget it, no more dwelling," he commanded. "Let's test the defensive power of this turtle shell first. Giwa Ba, attack me with all your might." Giba gathered energy in his hand, replying, "Yes, Your Highness." He attacked fiercely, saying, "This old servant will try attacking with Qi refining 8th level first." A powerful punch landed straight on the shell. Shen Tian remained almost completely unmoving. Then both were sent flying in 2 directions. Giba was sent flying far away, his face pale, thinking, the defensive power is too strong. An 8th level Qi refining attack didn't even budge it a bit. Half of the turtle shell broke, Shen Tian observed, thinking to himself, "Not bad. Although the design is a bit dated, Its strong defensive power still has a recoil effect. He began to imagine ways to use it in the future. At the same cultivation level, who would dare hit me? This prince will stand still and let you hit me. Just relying on the counterattack, surely it's enough to kill people.
Shen Tian continued to sit down and cultivate. After fully mastering the Ren Water Divine Thunder Power, Shen Tian's attention then shifted to another inheritance. Next, I'll cultivate the Thunder Emperor Body Tempering Art. Let's see how that goes. The Five Thunders Righteous Heaven Art uses 10 types of divine thunder to nourish the Dantian.
Shen Tian frowned, the lightning mark on his forehead glowing.
The thing Yun Shi once gave him appeared above his head. The Thunder Emperor Body Tempering Art uses all sorts of powerful thunder and lightning to temper the body,
He looked at his arms wrapped in energy. If you cultivate to a certain level, you can transform into a thunder spirit body, enhancing the power of your lightning techniques.
Shen Tian compared it with the New Fire Sutra from before. I've always cultivated the New Fire Sutra, a body tempering technique bought for 5 taels of silver. Just how big is the difference compared to the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds Thunder Emperor Body Tempering Art? Sweat poured down. Shen Tian placed his hand on his chest, feeling something amiss, and suddenly he was bewildered.
What's going on? Why is it that when I circulate the Thunder Emperor Body Tempering Art, the divine lightning and divine water in my body are fighting each other?
Shen Tian frowned, looking dejected. Could it be that this prince is about to suffer a Qini deviation again? Didn't they say a green halo above my head meant no more bad luck?
He started absorbing spirit stones around him, calming down, and circulating his qi. A new question arose in Shen Tian's mind. Just now, when I circulated the New Fire Sutra, the divine lightning and divine water were suppressed. How could a supreme body tempering art of the divine firmament sacred ground be threatened by this tattered New Fire Sutra?
Shen Tian recalled his previous attack, thinking, that's right, before, I could use the New Fire Sutra to circulate the 1 yuan heavy water to temper my body, so could I use it to circulate the primal chaos divine lightning to temper my body?
Flames began to surround him again, Qin Gao exclaimed. Is your highness about to break through again?
Shen Tian's eyes widened,
seemingly glowing, and he gasped in surprise. It really works. Moreover, the body tempering effect is good. Exceptionally good.
He glanced at the pile of spirit stones he had used.
It's just too damn expensive. Shen Tian slapped his face in frustration, thinking, it seems that even if you transmigrate to a world of cultivation, you still need money to become strong.
In a forest with a backdrop of towering mountains, a shocking explosion occurred.
Zhang Yunxi flew out from the explosion, landed on the ground, and looked at the fiery blaze.
She collapsed. Panting tiredly, Zhang Yunxi wearily looked towards a figure.
Yunxi is in danger. Yunxi looked at the crowd in front of her in astonishment and didn't say a word for a long time before spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The crowd looked excitedly at her, collapsed on the ground, and reminded, amazing, you've truly cultivated the divine firmament sacred grounds white tiger howl to the heavens phenomenon. One of them immediately sneered. As expected of the 9th-ranked existence on the Eastern Wilderness Golden Core ranking, it's just a pity you're only at the Golden Core stage. The crowd continued to stand there, warning. Saintess Yunji, we are not enemies of the divine firmament sacred ground. We've only come looking for a treasure. As long as you hand over that treasure, share a part with us, I guarantee we won't hurt you, and we'll definitely let you leave here safely.
She completely ignored their words, wiped away the blood with one hand, and mocked.
A bunch of one-eyed cowards hiding their heads and showing their tails. A bunch of you nascent soul cultivators are besieging me. Yunji was now bursting with anger, leading to a surge in power. Come at me one by one. Which of you dares to step forward and fight this saintess? The cloaked figure at the back spoke with disdain. Just a small golden core girl dares to be arrogant. The old hag smiled secretly, thinking she didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yunji rushed forward with great speed. You old hag. Her figure rushed forward powerfully, seemingly fearless. And the old hag glanced in confusion before she could react. Too fast. How can a golden core cultivator be so strong?
She poured great strength into her right fist.
Her powerful strike intertwined with lightning, hitting the old hag painfully.
The old hag painfully took the hit directly on her chest, immediately turning black. Not good. This strike wants to tear apart even my internal organs. Run. Then, in the next second,
a long black mark, and the old hag's face separated painfully and ran away. Yunxi figured it out real quick and immediately used her powers in anger.
You want to run?
Her beam of light chased after her instantly, catching her in just a few seconds, trapping her in a painful, questioning light. Damn it, how could I, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, not be able to beat you? Yunxi glanced to the side, reminding her. Who's next? During the fight just now, not a single one of those other powerhouses came to help. I think the reason is pretty simple. The crowd watching the fight just now retreated in shock. They aren't from the same force, and any one of them could become an enemy. I'm eliminating a potential rival for them, so of course they won't refuse. Yunji smiled coldly and seriously, using her powers and glancing at the group. You all have your own agendas. Lightning escape technique. The beam of light then trailed down to the ground, immediately making the crowd realize her bad intentions. She's trying to escape. Stop her now. She drifted silently along the beam of light, wanting to leave to avoid injury. With the help of the divine lightning escape technique, I can turn into lightning and travel hundreds of miles in an instant. As the holy maiden of the divine firmament Holy Land, of course I have plenty of life-saving methods. She looked back, somewhat surprised. They're not chasing after me with all their might. Are they afraid of revealing their identities? The escape is going smoothly, but something else is making her worried from the side. What's that? A huge crack appeared in the sky. A bunch of useless trash. Can't even catch a golden core girl. A large claw appeared under the hole in the sky, followed quickly by golden feathers and sharp eyes. A huge golden eagle appeared, spreading its wings in the sky. She was startled and terrified, looking back. What? The eagle observed, fully sensing the demonic aura within her, and a huge fire ignited as it cackled excitedly and rushed over. This little girl has a lucky encounter. Anything I find is all mine, King of Eagles. Yunji winced, sweating and desperately trying to escape. It's a transformation stage demon, the golden-winged Eagle King. She worried, turned around and looked, gradually losing her will. Zhang Yongxi, am I going to die here today? She immediately closed her eyes, thinking of someone and blushing. Guess I'll just have to repay Shen Gongzi in the next life. Just as the eagle was about to touch her, a blue flower suddenly burst forth. It was confused and surprised as it watched Yunji lying painfully on the ground, crawling, her whole body protected by a warm, sturdy shield. She looked back in shock, realizing what was happening. Azure Lotus, the lotus is protecting me. She blushed, realizing the situation. Could it be? A familiar figure appeared in her surprise. Azure Lotus Shibo. The crowd looked on in confusion, guessing that it was a mutation of the 7 types of creation. Azure Lotus, the Azure Firmament Lotus. The figure of Azure Lotus smiled gently at her. Could it be Azure Lotus Celestial Lord Chu Longhe? The crowd scattered like cats and dogs, running away. Oh God, this plague is untouchable, let's bail. He exploded in anger, with bright eyes. Not that easy. Ropes immediately tightened, dragging the runners back, and then, without waiting, he unleashed his powers along with lightning bolts. In the blink of an eye, a huge figure appeared in front of the crowd of cloaked men. Under the strike, the sky lit up, leaving only scraps of cloth. Yunji sat on the ground, covering her mouth in astonishment. So powerful, Shibo truly is one of the most untouchable cave masters in the eastern wilderness. Bilikian laughed, warning the group. Dare to touch the daughter of this old fart Shishay. You think you can run? Seeing the guy burning with unquenchable flames, the remaining people frantically scattered. Run! Bilian excitedly cast a spell. Want to escape? His eyes grew even more excited. No worries. Once I get my hands on you, there's no getting away. And just like that, wave after wave of spells were unleashed from his hands. Green sparks shot out, hitting the dark figures, causing them immense pain. The light, carrying immense power, sent them flying. His hand extended, revealing a golden ring. As soon as the ring was taken out, a small flame ignited, creating a hazy, magical light. Along with a similar streak of light, they flew towards the same place. In front of Yunji, identical golden rings gradually appeared, then slowly flew towards Bianlian. He carefully examined the rings, pleased, as if his cultivation base was constantly increasing, thanks to the rings. Yunji hesitated for a moment, then shouted a warning, Shishu, be careful behind you. He calmly reassured her, waving his hand. Behind me, a sharp claw about to strike. Jinir, don't be afraid, this chicken won't hurt you. The great rock angrily dug its claws in, questioning, Damn human, die! Just as it was about to land, it was struck on the cheek. Bilian nimbly turned and kicked it away powerfully. The great rock immediately spread its wings and flew high, furious. How is this possible? The feathers covering my wings are tougher than Shuan iron, like an unparalleled divine weapon. Ignoring the great rock's rambling, Bilian remained in a defensive stance, building momentum for a counterattack. Broken by this human race cultivator's kick, even though the great rock was sweating profusely, terrified, it still yelled, Human, you've angered me. Since this king descended to the eastern wilderness, you will be the first killed. Transforming God stage expert I've killed. The great rock assumed a stance. Unleashing a mountain-severing kick with blazing golden light, it shouted, Witness my skyrock's first of 9 severing strikes. Bilian calmly faced it, replying,
So you're from the southern border rock clan's royalty, the golden-winged great rock.
The rock was still aggressively launching the attack. It threatened. HMPH. Scared now, are you? But it's too late for regrets.
Seeing the rock so reckless, old Bilian just curled his lip, repeating, regret. Old Bilian teased the rock by winking, licking his hand, and saying, Such a delicious ingredient, what dish should I make, haha. It's really racking my old Taoist brain.
As soon as he finished speaking, boom, rocks and soil rained down on where he stood. Luckily, he was quick enough to escape, or else next year would be his death anniversary. But being all cheeky and stuff, typical old Bilian, he raised his hand in a defensive stance and taunted, Let's catch you again, then we'll see. A giant hand of emerald energy appeared along with a declaration, Behold my newly refined body tempering divine power. As the giant hand approached, aiming to grab the plump little rock, it panicked and cursed internally. Damn it! This humiliating rock, getting caught by a chicken-catching hand seal. It thought in a frenzy, I'm done for. There's no escaping. Not believing the reality unfolding before its eyes, the rock shouted, No, impossible, old Taoist. You actually have space divine powers, a heaven-defying hand seal, goddammit.
Bilian just twisted the knife, telling the eagle the truth. What heaven-defying hand seal? This move is called chicken-catching hand seal, you little chick. This Taoist's here. Squeezed tight by Bilian, the eagle wailed even more miserably. You can't kill this king. This king is the son of the Eagle clan's 3rd elder. If you dare kill this king, my father will definitely not let you off. The eagle's size shrunk right before his eyes, and the old geezer looked all shifty as he asked, Oh, how old is your father? The dumb eagle, hearing Bilian's question, proudly boasted, My father is 5,000 years old, and just 1 foot is already in the saint realm. You dare injure this king. Aren't you afraid of starting a war between the Eagle clan and the divine firmament Holy Land? The eagle paled as it watched Grandpa Bilian sigh, looking disappointed as he said, 5,000 years old. Probably not that tasty anymore. He grabbed the eagle, scaring the crap out of it, and his devilish words made it want to cry, Sigh, looks like if I wait for your father to come knocking, I'll just use you to make soup. The eagle's shriek echoed through the mountains and forests, along with its golden feathers falling everywhere. The eagle was also shocked by its bald, featherless appearance. Grandpa Bilian was way too decisive. Then the eagle screamed in terror as it saw Bilian looking like a demon about to pounce on its prey. Help! No, Bilian happily said, but roasting a tender little chicken like you is the best. The eagle was scared to death. It wailed. Probably even Mengpu's soup wouldn't make it forget old Bilian's demonic image. No way. Old Bilian left that loudmouth eagle to shut up on the fire.
He calmly rotated the eagle. The guys in black robes saw Bilian's peaceful scene, but their hearts were stormy. This madman? He defeated the golden-winged rock eagle so easily.
Bilian didn't open his eyes,
but he still sensed the presence of those black-robed guys and their judging eyes, as he said loudly, Seeing as you didn't attack or run away, each of you leave behind 1 million spirit stones, and this Taoist might let you off. Otherwise, what happened to those guys who turned to ashes earlier will be your fate.
From the sky, a series of brown pouches appeared right after he spoke.
Looking at the spoils on the ground, he contentedly sipped his fine wine and smacked his lips. Not bad. Not bad. This is enough for this old Taoist to use for a few months, fellow Taoists. You're welcome to follow the disciples of my holy ground next time. Just bring a little more spirit stones, and this old Taoist won't make things difficult for you.
Yunji, standing next to him, looked black-faced, speechless at old Bilian's actions and words. But don't follow my junior disciple's daughter next time. She's still a girl, after all. The way Jiang Wenxi was followed, like those 2 idiots who got beaten up, was deserved. Seeing Yunxi's appearance, he turned and shared a drumstick with her. Yunxi also hesitated a little to accept. Zhennier, your injuries aren't light either. Quickly eat some chicken to nourish yourself.
Thank you, Martial Granduncle. 2 big chunks of meat in 2 hands. Clown Bilian chewed noisily as he said, Jair, you sent word that you found the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant. Is it true? That's the sacred artifact for my divine firmament holy land to rise again. Hearing this, Yunji took out the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant to show her sincerity. But the guy gnawing on the bone seemed inclined to refuse. Martial Granduncle, you see, this is the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant. Since Martial Granduncle you're here, how can I keep it? After all, I found it. Yunji blushed shyly as she spoke her mind. Martial Granduncle's cultivation is profound. It would be safer for Martial Granduncle to keep it.
Seeing Yunxi's sincere heart, Bilian agreed, but insisted on making her eat. leaving her no room to refuse. If Yunxi, you're so insistent, then your martial granduncle will try my best. Rest assured, no one will dare snatch it from your martial granduncle. After you finish this chicken, we'll immediately head back to the divine firmament Holy Land.
Bathed in the shimmering sunlight, phoenixes soared through the mountains. Truly a paradise. That paradise is the divine firmament Holy Land, where countless Taoists gather. Stepping into the Holy Lord's Hall, with its exquisite wood carvings, a voice rang out. Father, Lian Care has not disgraced the mission, bringing back the sacred artifact. Zhang Longyuan, hearing his beloved daughter's report, happily praised. Very good, Yunxi continued to report.
When the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant appeared, the divine lightning origin exploded and entered the bodies of those with affinity. Zhang Longyuan listened seriously, Yunxi continued. If these people with affinity cultivate our sex lightning techniques, they will surely achieve extremely high accomplishments. This child feels we can send people to bring them to join the Holy Land for cultivation.
Good. The divine firmament Holy Lord, Zhang Longyuan, replied. Yunxi respectfully clasped her hands. Then, this child takes her leave. Soon after, Yunxi turned and left. His eyes still followed his daughter's figure, but he seemed to be pondering what he had just heard. A mysterious man, no one knows when, was leaning against the wall, his voice deep as he asked, Junior brother, you're secretly practicing that evil art again, aren't you, Sing? Just for the sake of using yourself to transform into a tribulation, you abandoned the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It seemed that Zhang Longyuan didn't even sense his presence before he spoke, and he was startled. Turning around to glance, Zhang Longyuan also recognized that the looming presence was Bilalian, and he responded with a question. Bilalian also broke out in a sweat before the sharp gaze.
You really think Yunji said the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant is in senior brother's hands? Old Bian, this guy's eyes are really scary, but our clown is not afraid at all. He still showed a funny look when he admitted it, and took out the jade-colored divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant. That's right. But if you want me to hand over the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant to you, you must agree to my conditions.
Bai Lian, the clown, with a face full of calculation, started teasing Zhang Longyuan by setting conditions.
The first condition is, senior brother, give me a smile.
Zhang Longyuan froze upon hearing that, coldly replying, Senior brother, stop joking.
Bai Lian stepped closer,
now with a more serious tone, and questioned, Aren't you cultivating the mending heaven scripture to support body transformation tribulation? Now that Yun Shi has found the dragon tiger jade pendant, do you still want to continue cultivating that demonic art?
Zhang Longyuan sighed, seemingly expressing his honest thoughts. Senior brother, you don't understand. I've touched a new realm. That Danao technique is hard to manifest. I, this emperor, want to quickly find a new breakthrough.
Upon hearing that, Bilian turned around and slowly walked out, casually saying, If that's the case, then you should go find a new Dao technique, lest you suffer a qi deviation. I'll keep this jade pendant for now, just in case you become unrecognizable one day, and the jade pendant gets lost.
Hearing Bin Lian's words, the corners of a cold person like Zhang Longyuan unexpectedly turned up into a smile. Zhang Longyuan didn't stop at a smile, he burst out in hearty laughter. Bi Lian, who demanded the laugh earlier, was now a little spooked, thinking to himself, that laughter is really hard to listen to. Zhang Longyuan was a bit embarrassed by his outburst. He really needed the item in Bi Lian's hand, so he expressed, It's been over 100 years since I last laughed. I'm really not used to it, senior brother, please don't laugh. I have already followed what senior brother said. Can you give the jade pendant to me? Old Bilian happily said.
The first condition is done. In his heart he was rejoicing. This is more like it. He turned around and continued to make things difficult. The second condition is that I saved your daughter. Based on the market price, each time I take action it costs 1 million spirit stones. Old Billy Lian was shamelessly distorting the truth, recalling how they both enjoyed the food together, praising it as delicious and fragrant. Now he was demanding even more. Your daughter even ate a drumstick from the golden-winged great peng I caught, which is equivalent to 500,000 spirit stones. Zhang Longyuan, a bit impatient, compromised, saying, I'll give you 15 trillion spirit gems, just tell me the third condition.
Seeing how easy it was to get what he wanted, Bilian couldn't help but get excited. Good, junior brother is really generous.
Old Bai Lian held up 3 fingers and began to complain to get Zhang Longyuan to agree. The third condition is, you see, senior brother has already reached the spirit transformation stage but still doesn't have a spiritual peak. Can you give senior brother a spiritual peak to cultivate on? Zhang Longyuan sighed, explaining his refusal.
Senior brother, did cultivating the new fire scripture make you stupid? You've sucked dry all the spirit stones and mineral veins of your spiritual peak, turning the spiritual peak into a barren mountain. I can't be blamed for that. I can't agree to this condition of yours. Just tell me the last condition.
Old Bilian wasn't granted the third condition, because Zhang Longyuan was absolutely right. He pouted unhappily and continued. The last condition is very simple. The ancestral teachings of our sect say that if you are fated to find all the Dragon Tiger Jade pendants and the Thunder Emperor scripture, you can serve as the Holy Son of the Holy Land. Old Bilian thought of Shen Tian and Yuanji and made a fierce demand. Your daughter is talented and virtuous, and even took in a kid named Shen or something as a disciple. Thanks to him, she found the person fated to have the Dragon Tiger Jade pendant. You must let him become my disciple. Zhang Longyuan couldn't comprehend this hopeless situation, but old Bilian pretended not to notice and pressed urgently. Well, isn't that too much? From his hand, a golden object with a light like fire appeared.
Zhang Longyuan received a shining map, carefully examining it and asking. Bilian went crazy, yelling when he heard the suspicion from Zhang Longyuan. That junior brother, this is a map of the spiritual peak. Take a look at this spiritual peak. Go, senior brother. What do you mean? You would rather give senior brother a spiritual peak than let me take a disciple? Is it that extreme, senior brother? I just want one disciple.
Zhang Longyuan struggled to stand up, saying, Senior brother, although I cultivate the mending heaven scripture.
He closed his eyes wearily, asking the person opposite, discarding the 7 emotions and 6 desires. But I didn't discard my brains. Don't you know how special this person is?
Zhang Longyuan calmly continued. Listening to Yuanji, Shen Tian's age isn't even 20 yet, but he has the spiritual vein search and aura appraisal technique.
Ah, you should also be shocked, he honestly shared. Spiritual arts are many times harder than cultivation. Profound grandmasters seek the spiritual vein search and aura appraisal technique, but only a nascent soul stage cultivator can cast it.
Bilian was stunned when he heard Zhang Longyuan talk about Shen Tian. A 17-year-old teenager, how can he be proficient in such a profound spiritual art? And this teenager has chosen ore, mined nearly 100 times in the myriad spirit garden, but there has never been a mistake. He can also open the 7 treasures immortal gourd and the divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant. Even the spiritual vein search and aura appraisal grandmasters may not be able to judge as accurately as him.
He continued to talk about the past, about Zifu Holy Sun. That year, Zifu Holy Sun entered the spirit ore workshop, casually picked 3 ore stones, and as a result, opened the golden-bodied halberd and the imperishable nirvana scripture. Zhang Longyuan honestly expressed his thoughts. In my opinion, this teenager's luck is even stronger than the Zifu Holy Sun's. I'm afraid it can't even be described with the son of luck. Calling him the son of the heavenly Tao is not an exaggeration. Bilian was so surprised that he couldn't control his volume, and spoke loudly. How can there be such terrifying luck in this world? This is completely unreasonable. Zhang Longyuan brought out a pile of books, sincerely advising, Senior brother, if you have nothing to do, please read books. Never use normal thinking to guess the luck of others. He shared the values of the books. These books record nearly 10,000 years to date, and the lives of people with great luck. Some fell off a cliff, and as a result, received the inheritance of the ancient great emperor.
One by one, each life was briefly told by him. Some people were captured by the monster sage, taking advantage of people to evolve bloodlines, to make people fall asleep. Different lives, but sharing the same magic about luck. There are also people who picked up an ordinary ring, but inside it contained the residual soul of a quasi-emperor.
The images of those with top luck appeared in his head.
Zhang Longyuan concluded. Yes, these people all have something in common. That is, they are smooth sailing. Wherever they are, great opportunities will always follow them. You dare to rely on your high cultivation base to plunder their opportunities, and you will surely suffer a backlash. Shen Tian, holding a fan, appeared with the elusive words of Zhang Longyuan.
When you finish seeing 1,000 lives of people with great luck, you will find that there are very many strange and unimaginable things in this world. Some people are born favored by heaven. Bai Lian still couldn't accept it, and shouted loudly. Zhang Longyuan calmly answered, That's not right. Why don't you let me teach him if this kid is so important? Because he is very important, even able to make our sect rise again, like the Zifu Holy Sun. So I can't let him become your disciple. Bilian played the trick of provocation again. He smirked and asked,
Hey Zhang, what do you mean by this? Are you sure you don't have any feelings?
Zhang Longyuan successfully piqued Bilian's interest in Shen Tian, so he offered a deal. How about this, senior brother? You give me the Dragon Tiger Jade Pendant, and then trouble you to take a trip to the Great Yan Empire with Shen Jir to bring this guy back. Once he arrives at the Holy Land, let him choose who he wants to be his master. What do you think?
Bilian smugly imagined Shen Tian kneeling before him, screaming, "Master, oh master, this disciple won't do it again," along with his deeper thoughts. "This old Taoist is gonna go to the great Yan Empire to build a good relationship with this kid first, threaten and exploit him, and establish a master-disciple relationship contract with him. What's done is done, and when I officially take him as my disciple, this old Taoist can rely on his luck."
Awesome! This idea isn't bad at all, no problem. Bilirian brought 2 fingers close to his mouth, and an emerald green light appeared between his fingers. After giving the order, he raised his hand high. Enveloping Zhang Longyuan in that emerald light, he explained, "For now, senior brother will keep the Dragon Tiger Jade Pendant. I'm giving you a portion of the inheritance inside."
Zhang Longyuan was surprised, and reached out to feel the energy being transferred.
Bilian happily waved goodbye to Zhang Longyuan, and ran off to find Shen Tian. "Disciple, my son of destiny. Here I come. Wait for your teacher to come and dote on you." Zhang Longyuan, seeing this scene, was disgusted and thought to himself, "Senior brother, you haven't changed in all these years. You haven't matured at all."
As Bililian's figure disappeared, he smirked, revealing a sly smile and evil thoughts. "The ancestral teachings state that the Holy Son must marry the holy maiden Yun Shi, who is my daughter. How could that Shen Tian possibly become your disciple?"
One sunny day at the great Yan Imperial Palace, a voice rang out. "Tomorrow, 6th Prince Shen Ao will go to the Taibai Cave Heaven to seek immortality." People gathered around, listening intently. That's right. He's already been favored by immortal Zhu Yang, of the Taibai Cave Heaven, who plans to make him his direct disciple. As long as the 6th Prince practices the tiger-subduing arts, breaking through to the nascent soul realm in the future isn't impossible. With a nascent soul realm cultivator protecting our great Yan, and with the backing of the Taibai Cave Heaven, we'll definitely usher in an era of peace and prosperity. One man flattered, "6th Prince Shen Ao, Your Highness, it's been months since we last met. You've become so powerful and intelligent." Another chimed in, "Your Highness is amazing. Only 18 years old and already in the foundation establishment realm. A genius, an unparalleled genius."
A girl standing nearby also said, "I'm only 16, and I've always admired your Highness. I hope to be by your side, serving you." "Your Highness, do you need a servant? Just say the word, and my daughter is at your beck and call."
Surrounded by officials and girls, Shen Acio thought,
Seriously, this prince suffered chi deviation and fell head over heels under a tree, unconscious for 2 whole days in the Myriad Spirit Garden.
He remembered Shen Tian and thought to himself, I heard there's a legendary figure in the Myriad Spirit Garden named Shen Tian, the heaven-seeking mineral snatcher, who unlocks hundreds of mines for people with fate, each one at least 10 times more productive. Such an amazing immortal master. And I was unconscious for 2 whole days, missing out. So heartbreaking. Shen Akio continued to ponder. I still want to meet that immortal master, see if I can unlock some treasures for my master, no? It seems I can only spend a large sum of money to buy them now.
A voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. His Majesty has arrived. All the officials knelt before a man in a yellow cloak at the entrance. We greet your Majesty.
The man was the great Yan Emperor, Shen Xiao. He said, Rins, my beloved subjects.
He looked happily at Shen Ao and said, Today is a joyous day for my son, Ao Quarer. Do you have any wishes? Just tell your father, and I will grant them.
As a young man slowly entered, a handsome figure who was late because he was buying gifts for his 6th brother, rushed to the outside of the Weiyang Palace. He uttered, Acho, who's thinking about me again? The young man outside the door suddenly realized that as the figure brushed past him, he hurriedly said loudly,
The 13th Prince, your Highness, has arrived. Everyone inside also exclaimed in panic. What? The 13th Prince?
Shen Ao anxiously looked over, thinking, The 13th brother is here too. Have I been cursed by the Grand Duke this whole time? Since the 13th brother was 6 years old, he's rarely participated in royal banquets. Always alone in the Langxin Palace? Did this unlucky child come to celebrate my banquet? To put my heart at ease? The young man walked in, radiating dazzling rays of light. Could there still be such an otherworldly and refined beauty in this world? No wonder his fate has been filled with so many wrongs and misfortunes since he was young. Perhaps this is what they call a beauty with a tragic destiny.
It was Shen Tian, with a bright and radiant face, causing the girls to scream in fascination. Could there still be such an otherworldly and refined beauty in this world? No wonder his fate has been filled with so many wrongs and misfortunes since he was young. Perhaps this is what they call a beauty with a tragic destiny.
Shen Tian looked at Shen Zhao, sitting majestically on the throne, and thought, This ordinary-looking emperor is my old man in this life that I transmigrated into. The emperor of the great Yan Empire. Although I'm a transmigrator, I don't have any feelings for this cheap old man, but he's still my biological father, so I have to do the proper etiquette.
He raised his hands high above his head and said, This son greets Father Emperor, he replied while also asking, Riz, Tianherer, why have you come here?
Shen Xiao's face flushed red, remembering a girl, Lan Nuer. The child she exchanged her life for back then has now become a young man. If she knew from the Yellow Springs, she would be smiling in the 9 Springs. Shen Tian smiled and continued. Hearing that 6th brother is going to the Taibai Cave Heaven to cultivate immortality, this child has come here specially to see him off. Shen Ao's face suddenly turned green, annoyed to hear Shen Xiao say, It's rare to see you brothers so affectionate. If that's the case, then you and Aer should sit together and chat. After today, when Aer goes to seek immortality, I'm afraid it will be difficult to meet often. He spoke up.
Reporting to Father Emperor, this son still has to entertain the other new guests. In my opinion, it would be better for him to sit with 2nd brother.
The brother he mentioned was the 2nd prince, Shen Long. He coughed twice and said, 6th brother and 13th brother are deeply devoted to each other. It's better to sit together. This brother will help you entertain the guests.
Everyone was even more horrified when Shen Tian said, 2nd brother, 6th brother, I'm the youngest, how about I entertain the guests in your place? He thought to himself.
Who said the royal brothers have to deceive each other and engage in fratricide? Look how polite and warm my 2nd and 6th elder brothers are.
He watched everyone eating tensely but thought, as expected of relatives of the imperial family who can attend the banquet, truly high quality, they fully embody the excellent tradition of eat without speaking, sleep without speaking.
Shen Zhao happily spoke up. It seems the new guests are all hungry. Then Nhi, Long, Awer and Tianjie, you all sit together, Shen Tian said with delight.
Thank you, Father Emperor.
Once everyone was at the table, Shen Tian said, 6th brother, I shouldn't have arrived late to see you off this time.
Taking out a box to show his sincerity, he said, This younger brother especially prepared a gift for you.
Shen Akio's face turned green as he waved his hand, saying, 13th brother, why be so polite? We brothers are deeply devoted. No need for such polite gifts. He thought to himself. 13th brother, it's fine that you came, but why bring a gift? This gift you're giving me, I dare not accept it.
Shen Tian gave a thumbs up, winking, and said, 6th brother, you're too polite. As brothers, if we don't express ourselves, what kind of brothers are we, 6th brother? See if you like it.
The 2nd prince, Shen Long,
sat and sneered beside him. Shen Ao awkwardly said, Okay, thank you, 13th brother, he thought. Forget it, he is my blood brother after all. Anyway, I was already so unlucky before.
Shen Agio anxiously looked at the glowing box in front of him, thinking, It probably won't be unlucky, right? While Shen Tian was staring intently,
waiting, looking so fascinated. It seemed 6th brother really valued my gift. It was a short knife with beautiful patterns, a top-grade magical weapon, a pure white silver flight sword, extremely light, made from snow spirit silver, Shen Ao unexpectedly asked.
13th brother, where did you find such a good gift? It must be worth at least 30,000 spirit stones.
Right,
Shen Tian proudly replied.
I picked this sword up. He praised himself. I knew 6th brother would ask. Luckily, I already thought of an excuse. This prince is so clever.
Shen Ao still couldn't help but ask again. Picked it up, he thought. Picked it up. With your luck, you could pick up something this good.
The glittering knife was placed neatly on a red cloth, and he was somewhat worried. It's probably not the discarded scrap after some immortal cultivator used it, is it? His face turned green as he began to speculate. One day, when this prince uses this sword handle to fly with the sword, it won't suddenly self-destruct, will it?
Suddenly, a purple vortex appeared in the sky. Why did purple clouds suddenly gather above the palace?
A person landed in front of everyone. A man with a dignified demeanor appeared, Shen Akio exclaimed. Master, why are you here?
Shen Tian wondered. Who is this person?
Such a powerful pressure. The man stood tall in front of Shen Tian and Shen Ano. He was Ziyang Zhenren, from the Taibai Cave Heaven.
Suddenly, Shen Tian's face turned green with worry as he thought, with the oppressive feeling right now, I am definitely no match for this person.
Shen Akio politely asked, Master, why did you come here in person?
Shen Ao observed the token on the Elder of Taibai Cave Heaven, thinking,
the sensory token of the Taibai Cave Heaven won't be wrong. He smiled at Shen Ao. The man Li Xianfo praised is right here. The person with the most potential here is Shen Ao.
The Elder of Taibai Cave Heaven pointed and said,
As your teacher, I guessed right, it's you.
Shen Ao was full of questions when he saw him pat his shoulder and say, Good disciple, I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. This teacher is happy for you. The two girls whispered to each other.
Since ancient times, disciples have always proactively sought out masters. I didn't expect that Xiang Zhenren of Taibai Cave Heaven would personally descend to the Great Yan Kingdom to welcome his beloved disciple. Just how high is the sixth prince's talent that such a noble master would personally come to the door to see him off?
Shen Tian scratched his head and said,
Master, this disciple doesn't understand what you're saying.
Elder Taibai Dongxinyan frowned and said, Good disciple, stop pretending. He blushed and continued,
What did you do in Wanling Yuan? That girl, Li Lian Fair. Have you forgotten everything?
Shen Ao's face turned completely red and he thought in confusion, What did I do to Li Lian Yuan? I only remember that I went into a qi deviation and lost all memories of those 2 days in Wanling Yuan. He thought of his perverted appearance and began to suspect, Could it be that I did something terrible during those 2 days? Could it be that I and senior sister Lian He shyly asked again.
Master, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand anything? Elder Taibai Dongshin said with a smile. Do you still want me to explain it clearly? That girl is now shouting that she won't marry anyone but you, Li Liangke once said. I will only marry Shen Lan. He gave Shen Tian a thumbs up, saying, Let me tell you, if you are really targeted by Lian Hamer, you can kiss your nascent soul goodbye after your golden core shattered. The two girls cheered, as expected of His Highness Shen Ao. So awesome, yeah, Shen Ao thought in confusion. I thought that after disguising myself I could freely roam in Wanling Yuan, but unexpectedly, the people from Taibai Dongxian came all the way to the royal palace.
Shen Tian secretly hid behind the crowd, thinking, No, I must escape quickly before I get into trouble.
A gentle hand rested on his shoulder. Tian Sir, don't rush to leave.
Shen Xiao said, Later, if possible, I'll see if this emperor can ask the immortal elder to allow you and Shen Ao to join Taibai Dongshan together.
He pressed him down to the table and continued. If you're lucky, it might help you defy fate and break this unlucky destiny of yours, Shen Tian muttered to himself. Why are you guys coming here? Is there a GPS tracker on this prince's body? He suddenly realized. Wait, GPS tracker? Shen Tian reached behind his back. Could it be that Taibai Dongxian? He found a token with symbols similar to those on Elder Taibai Dongxian's token. 2 tokens of the same style, with the words Taibai Dongxian on both. Shen Tian looked at Shen Ao's blushing face. Sixth brother, you're too reckless. You don't understand anything but are blushing like crazy, thinking weird things. He wrinkled his face, threw it towards the trash can and thought, Should I throw away this token first? It's better if I don't show my face. He continued to ponder. In this dangerous world of cultivation, finding a backer isn't a bad thing. His hand began to tremble. Shen Tian thought in confusion. What's going on? The token and the azure water sword inside the storage ring are both trembling. Lian Her said schemingly, I sense it. It's the azure water sword. She flung the door open, held a pot of flowers in her hand, and shouted, Brother Shen, Lian Care is here to find you. Shen Tian quickly hid under the table. Another one is here. There's no escape now. Elder Taibai Dongshin stepped forward and said, Lian Zhe, why did you sneak out here? Does senior brother know? He gaped when he saw the pot of flowers in her hand. That's the supreme grade lily of the valley that senior brother likes the most, he thought. Could it be that this girl not only sneaked out of the house, but also brought this lily of the valley with her? He worriedly thought of Li Changlan. This time, his senior brother must be furious. He will definitely vent all his anger on Shen Ao. Shen Aoju was very puzzled when he saw Elder Taibai Dongxian's pale face. He clasped his hands and thought, Good disciple, I hope. You can be more resilient. Only by enduring the storms can you see the rainbow. Li Lianhe turned to ask. Uncle Master, why are you here? He replied. Aren't I here under the orders of your senior brother to find your brother Shen? She happily asked. Then, has Uncle Master found brother Shen yet? Elder Taibai Dongtian reached out, confidently saying, Your Uncle Master knows how to read fortunes, and knows that the Shen Ao Tian that Lian Care mentioned is using a false name. Therefore I have secretly spied on the secrets of heaven. And of course I know. He pulled Shen Ao over. Lian Croyer, who do you think this is? Lianhe asked in confusion. Who is this? Seeing Shen Ao's awkward expression, she wondered, Why is Martial Uncle asking me this? How would Lianhe know who this ordinary-looking man is? Shen Ao scratched his head and said, Senior sister Lian, Nugger. Although I don't remember anything, please rest assured. If I really did something I shouldn't have to you. He mustered his courage and said, This prince will definitely take responsibility. Lian Kerr was bewildered, wondering, Who is this person, really? What is he saying? Lian Kerr doesn't understand at all. She spoke up and said, No, it's not.
She turned her back, wondering, could it be that I sensed it wrong? Great Elder of Tai Bai Cave Heaven asked. What's wrong? Is something amiss?
Lian Hair pointed confidently. Martial uncle, you've got the wrong person. This isn't Shen Gage. Lian Hair pointed towards Shen Agao and said, Martial uncle, you've got the wrong person. This isn't Shen Gage.
Both he and the Great Elder of Tai Bai Cave Heaven were caught off guard.
What? His expression began to change, becoming angry, saying, You ungrateful wretch. His face became strained. He shouted loudly, I haven't treated you badly. His eyes flashed with light. I didn't expect you to deceive me. Shen Aliu's eyes widened in fright. Master is angry. Master, I don't understand, he said shyly. How could I possibly deceive, Master? Didn't you say that the little Princess Lianlair, immortal of Cave Heaven, doesn't want to get married right now? Lian Hair tossed her head. This disciple is willing to take responsibility. Does Tai Bai Cave Heaven want to break the engagement?
The Great Elder of Tai Bai Cave Heaven moved closer to him. You ungrateful wretch, still talking nonsense. Why did you have to impersonate immortal Master Ao Tian? Shen Tian trembled, thinking, this prince is impersonating immortal Master Shen Ao Tian, so he thinks immortal Master Shen Ao Tian has something going on with immortal Lian Tier. He became worried, remembering, Shen Tian is because this prince's name is too similar to immortal Master Shen Ao Tian's, so Master misunderstood. He hung his head low. Under Tai Bai Cave Heaven, I deserve to die. It wasn't easy for this prince to be accepted as a disciple by Master. Just half a step away from entering Tai Bai Cave Heaven, how could I suddenly encounter such a huge misunderstanding? I feel like my future is doomed. Shen Akio clutched his head in fright.
He imagined the scene of being kicked out of Qifeng Valley. What should I do? Because of my mistake, Master has lost face in front of so many people in the hall. Get out.
If Master doesn't handle this well, it's only natural that he will be expelled from the sect by Venerable Xing Yang.
His eyes became firm, thinking, that's right. At this moment, I must find someone else to take the blame.
Shen Akio said stiffly. It's because this disciple was muddle-headed. This disciple was once possessed by qi, deviation during cultivation, lost his memory for a few days, and when I heard Master tell the story of senior sister Lian Nuer, I was overjoyed and even casually replied before knowing the whole story, causing Master to misunderstand. He cupped his hands and continued. This disciple's mind is not yet stable, and is willing to be punished, hoping that Master can forgive this disciple. The Great Elder of Tai Bai Cave Heaven listened angrily. Suddenly his facial muscles twitched. Who told you to be my disciple? I am not an unreasonable person, that's all. You step aside. He continued. I will punish you to go to Tai Bai Cave Heaven alone, to pay your respects after today, Shen Ao respectfully replied. Thank you, Master. He walked towards Lian Hair and said, Martial uncle thinks this matter should end here. The positioning is definitely not wrong based on the formation, she said. Lian Gaer can also feel the emerald water sword. Shen Gaerge is in here. Shen Alio was tense, observing the situation under the table. It's getting worse and worse. Gotta run. Lian Her circulated her energy, saying, Martial uncle, let's cast the spell again. We can definitely find him. In response, the ring on Shen Tian's hand trembled even more violently, and then the sword and the token flew out, shining in front of him, so dazzling. Lian Hair blurted out, Shishu, over there. Elder Tai Bai Dongtian followed the direction she pointed, asking, Is it him? Shen Tian thought. Oh no. Lian Tier's eyes lit up, shouting, It's him! It's him! It's definitely him. She immediately darted towards Shen Tian, flying into his arms and yelling, Shen Gage, Lian Gaer has come to find you! Shen Tian exclaimed. Don't come over here. Everyone around was stunned, exclaiming, What? The purple Yang Immortal Master's token and the sword intent of Liandrer Immortal are both pointing towards the 13th Prince? Could it be that the 13th Prince Shen Tian is the one Liandrer Immortal is looking for? One of them exclaimed. Could it be that the legendary Shen Ao Shen Immortal Master isn't Shen Ao, but Shen Tian, the once-in-a-millennium calamity star of the Great Yan Empire? A red-faced young man continued. Unbelievable. The second-generation young miss of Tai Bai Dongtian actually brought flowers all the way to the distant Great Yan Empire to find her husband. Shen Tian pushed Lian Care away, saying, Lian Care Immortal recognized this prince at first glance. It seems my disguise technique is useless, he thought to himself, blushing. How am I supposed to U-turn on the spot? Desperately seeking online answers, the elder of Tai Bai Dongxian also commented. What an extraordinary and refined man. He truly has the bearing of an immortal master. If he could join Tai Bai Dongxian, his immortal arts would surely succeed, and conquering the eastern wastelands with his sword would be a feat sung for generations, he thought of Lin Kanglan. Of course,
The prerequisite is that he must defeat my senior brother's infamous crazy Dao sword style, he continued. With Li Lianair clinging to Shen Tian like this, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Shen Aoshin Immortal Master, correct? He helplessly said. Immortal Elder, why be so insistent? This junior and Tai Bai Dongshin have already formed a good karmic bond. Letting things take their course is best. He gave up. I surrender. Shen Gage. The two girls cheered. He admitted it. The 13th prince has admitted it, he imagined. The father of this young girl must be the #1 legend of Tai Bai Dongqian for 3,000 years, Changhe Sword Sovereign Ye Kanglan. If I can latch onto Lord Kanglan, getting his daughter is even more beneficial than joining a holy land and becoming an inner disciple. Shen Xiao also happily said, I didn't expect Tian Sher to have such good fortune these years. Relying on the beauty inherited from Lan Sher, he captured the heart of the little princess of Tai Bai Dongqian. He clasped his hands and continued. With someone from Tai Bai Dongshen backing him, defying the heavens and changing his fate might not just be talk. Shen Ao stood behind the crowd, wondering, what exactly happened? He pondered. Clearly, I am the once-in-a-millennium genius of the great Yan Empire's royal family. Clearly, 13th brother is just an unlucky guy from head to toe, even getting struck by lightning when he walks. He angrily looked at Shen Tian. 13th brother. This is Wei Xiong's farewell feast. Are you trying to see Wei Xiong off like this? He observed, and bitterly thought. Isn't this stealing Wei Xiong's fame? Shen Agyo recalled his arduous days, saying, based on what? I cultivated so hard, 365 days a year without rest, and barely managed to get my master's approval. He clenched his fist. And 13th brother can just get the heart of Lianair immortal, just because he's good looking. Shen Ao gritted his teeth, thinking, that's right, 13th brother just said, Shen Aoshin Immortal Master. So the Immortal Master I've been revering for the past few days is actually my unlucky younger brother, and that Hao Yin flying sword was just something he picked up. Ridiculous, I treat you like a brother, and you're just playing with me. Suddenly, the bracelet on Shen Tian's hand chirped. Master, the Devil Mother has appeared. It said, Ju Per Shir. Sensing a strong wave of resentment behind them, Shen Ao was enveloped in darkness. This resentment emanated from 6th brother Shen Ao. He angrily muttered to himself. That Shen, I won't let you off. Shen Tian looked towards Shen Akio. The Devil Mother said, Master, I sense a strong wave of resentment coming from 6th brother. He thought, that's understandable. He unexpectedly took the blame. It would be strange if 6th brother didn't resent his master. Shen Tian lowered his head slightly, clasping his hands, and said, I dare not hide it. This junior's original name is Shen Tian, the 13th prince of the great Yan Empire. Shen Ago is this junior's 6th brother, he admitted. The misunderstandings earlier all stemmed from this junior. I hope senior doesn't blame 6th brother. That evil elder from Tai Bai Cave Heaven gave a thumbs up, saying, so the one who used to mine in the Myriad Spirit Garden was Shen Tian's fake name, Shen Aoshin. Even when going out to train you have to use your brother's name. The bond between you two brothers is truly amazing. He put his hands on his hips and said, it's all right. Since the Immortal Master has spoken, how could this old man not show some face? He continued. Alo Sher. No need to cultivate in the mortal world anymore. After the banquet ends, follow me and little friend Shen Tian back to Tai Bai Cave Heaven. Li Lian Care cheered. Shen Gage, let's go, Shen Tian muttered. Wait a minute. When did this prince agree to go to Tai Bai Cave Heaven with you? He looked down at her adorable face, thinking, this time, Li Lianher secretly ran away from home again. That Siscon is probably furious. Going to Tai Bai Cave Heaven with Venerable Xiang at this time will definitely keep me from getting beaten to death. Shen Tian asked, much to Lianher's surprise, Senior, can I not go to Tai Bai Cave Heaven? The elder from Tai Bai Cave Heaven looked angry, and asked back, not go to Tai Bai Cave Heaven? His face turned red with anger, and he thought to himself, are you kidding me? This old man was ordered by senior brother Changhe to come here to find you. If you don't go, how am I supposed to face senior brother Changhe's terrifying rage? The elder from Tai Bai Cave Heaven cracked his knuckles, and said, little friend, this old man has been entrusted by his senior brother. Please don't make things difficult for this old man. Li Lianher stepped forward to block Shen Tian, and said, Shishu, you're not allowed to harm Shen Ge. The elder from Tai Bai Cave Heaven formed a hand seal, and said helplessly, don't worry, your Shishu knows his limits. A huge magical hand appeared, and he pulled Li Liankir up. She struggled, and said, Shishu, Liangir won't back down. She shouted even louder, Shishu, let me go, you're not allowed to harm Shen Gage. The elder from Taibai Cave Heaven said hoarsely, "Little friend, please save some face for this old man." Another palm appeared, and he said, "Otherwise, when this old man takes action, don't blame me if things get ugly for both of you." He faced Shen Tian, and continued, "Little friend, don't worry, this old man has no malicious intentions. It's my senior brother, Swordmaster Chenghe, who wants to meet you." Shen Tian's face darkened, and he thought,
who said that the protagonist Long Aotian would always encounter enemies weaker than him, or at most on par with him, and after a little fighting he could break through?
He clutched his head and cried, "Why is it that when it's my turn, everything goes wrong? Back then, at Qi Refining First Level, I met a Golden Core Stage Cultivator, and now that I'm at Qi Refining and Body Tempering 5th Level, it's a nascent soul." He looked into the mirror, and thought, has this prince really been whitewashed? Does that mean I need to be even greener to be safe? The hand reached towards him, Shen Tian. "Little friend, don't resist anymore, just follow this old man." A bolt of lightning descended, and a voice boomed at the same time. "Who dares to harm Brother Shen?"
Shen Tian yelled,
"This is." The elder from Taibai Cave Heaven jumped back, dodging the tiger made of condensed soil, launched from the cloud of dust.
It charged straight at him. He formed a hand seal from the Qi of the East, creating a surging lightning shield to protect himself.
The shield shattered into pieces. The attack landed directly on him. Hao Dengzi Ri shattered everything. The elder from Taibai Cave Heaven spat out blood. "Not good," Shen Aotian watched, yelling, "Shizun."
He struggled to cling to the rocks.
Zhang Yongxi appeared in front of Shen Tian, shouting, "I am the holy maiden Zhang Yongxi of the Divine Firmament Holy Land," she said forcefully.
"With this holy maiden here, who dares to be disrespectful to Brother Shen?"
The two girls were stunned and said, "Girl, what? The holy maiden of the Divine Firmament Holy Land?"
They exclaimed in panic. What is an ultimate sect, a child of destiny, doing in the Great Yan Kingdom?
And it seems like she knows the 13th prince. Li Lianhair stood on the side observing. Then she happily waved. Yun Shiji. Li Lianhair waved excitedly. Yun Shiji. Zhang Yongxi was surprised and responded, "Turns out it's Lianhair." Shen Tian panicked. His face darkened as he fearfully asked, "Fairy Yun Ji, Fairy Lianfair, you two know each other?" He thought of Zhang Longyuan, Li Shenglan, Li Lianhair, and Zhang Yongxi, and thought, 12 holy lands, 36 heavens. The relationships within are so messy and complicated. Most of the trusted disciples are friends within a circle.
He further assessed. The Changhe Sword Sovereign is one of the absolute power holders, so his daughter Li Lianhair's status is naturally high. So Zhang Yongxi and Li Lianhair are actually close friends, knowing each other since childhood. Shen Tian imagined Li Lianhair intimately hugging Zhang Yongxi's waist, and continued, "As close as sisters." Zhang Yongxi was stunned and asked, "Why are you here?" Li Lianhair happily waved her hand to explain. Yun Shiji misunderstood. Jiang Shishu has no bad intentions. Yun Ji clenched her electric fist and innocently asked, "What? Jiang Shishu? The one I just punched away was an elder of the Taibai Cave Heaven." She sweated as she looked at the Taibai Cave Heaven. Elder stuck to the shattered pillar. "There are tons of elders in Taibai Cave Heaven, how can I remember them all?" She worriedly glanced at Shen Tian behind her. Just now, this guy looked like he was about to attack Shen Lang fiercely, so I had to step in and save Shen Lang first. Then she continued. Zhang Yongxi blushed embarrassedly, coughed lightly, and dodged the topic. "If it's a misunderstanding, then let it pass," she sternly asked Levi Lianair. "Lianair, I heard you opened a 7 Treasures Immortal gourd. Why aren't you taking good care of it and nurturing it, instead of running all the way here?" Lianair bashfully lowered her head in embarrassment and replied, "I brought the gourd here to find Shen Gag." She happily raised the potted plant above her head, beaming as she said, "This gourd is the crystallization of my love with Shen Gage." Yun Shi's face darkened upon hearing this, angrily glaring at Shen Tian. "Is that so?" Shen Tian panicked and embarrassedly explained, "She's just overthinking it. It has nothing to do with me." She coldly glanced and said to Li Lianhair, "Did you hear that?" Startled by her words, Li Lianhair angrily shouted, "Shen Gage, didn't we already have an engagement?" He frantically reached out to stop her. Suddenly, Zhang Yongxi's arm blocked in front of him, and she coldly replied, "It's over now." He was stunned upon hearing this. Li Lianfair panicked at this. Power surged around Yun Shi, enveloping her. She seriously said, "Lianxie, Shen Tian retrieved the heavenly Zhang forbidden technique for the divine firmament Holy Land, and used his body to transform into the Tribulation Emperor scripture. According to the Holy Land's ancestral teachings, he will assume the position of Holy Son of the divine firmament Holy Land." She fell silent, closed her eyes, and continued. Moreover, although I am not particularly willing, according to our sect's ancestral teachings,
An image of herself and Shen Tian happily getting married flashed in her mind. My beloved wife, my dear husband.
She blushed shyly, and seriously said loudly, I, as the divine firmament holy maiden, must be married to holy son Shen Tian. Shen Atu, the emperor, and the others were stunned upon hearing this.
Li Lianhe was dumbfounded, speechless. A confused man exclaimed. The 13th prince retrieved some supreme inheritance for the divine firmament Holy Land. So according to the divine firmament Holy Land's ancestral teachings, he will assume the position of holy son, and can even marry the holy maiden. His face darkened as he continued to shout, Isn't this just a promotion, a raise, becoming a CEO, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life?
He saw Zhang Yongxi and Li Liange glaring at each other ominously and panicked. Tai Bai Cave Heaven's Fairy, Shengxiao Holy Land's Holy Maiden, what are you two doing here? He embarrassedly questioned. Oh heavens, are you two fighting over Shen Tian?
His expression was ugly, face turned purple. He originally thought he was joining the Tai Bai Cave Heaven Elders faction, and suddenly became a highly regarded direct disciple which was already prestigious beyond compare.
He gritted his teeth angrily, but now his master had been sent flying by the Shengxiao Holy Maiden's punch, and she was even actively trying to marry junior brother 13, not asking for gifts, but also giving away the position of holy son.
He thought mournfully of Shen Tian and complained, Heavens, is junior brother 13 really a jinx? Meanwhile, Shen Tian was clutching his head in despair. Oh, for the love of all that is holy, that damn Cupid happily stuck 2 arrows into him, causing him pain and resentment. Heaven, do you hate me that much? He thought of Zhang Yongxi and Li Lianye. This Li Lianye is already hounding me relentlessly, giving this prince a non-stop headache, he cried mournfully, hugging his head. Now you're giving me another one. Shen Tian suddenly fearfully imagined if he were with Li Lianhe. He thought of the terrifying images of Li Changlan and Li Chengge looking at him, and panicked. Facing the sister-obsessed Li Chengge and the daughter-obsessed Changhe Sword Sovereign, he collapsed, covering his face and crying about Zhang Yongxi. Now there's some Shengxiao Holy Land ancestral teaching, forcing the position of holy son onto this prince, and even giving away a holy maiden as a bonus. He panicked at the image of the crowd, angrily wielding weapons. Wouldn't those admirers of Zhang Yongxi in the Holy Land try every means to kill me? Imagining himself injured and collapsing, he murmured, How could this prince, who is so cautious, let Xiang Venerable bully the small with the big? Accepting Zhang Yongxi is no better than being surrounded and killed by a nascent soul stage in a moment.
Shen Tian bowed respectfully to Zhang Yongxi. Fairy Yongxi, no need to be so polite. Although I retrieved the forbidden scripture for you, I certainly don't expect anything in return. He clasped his hands together earnestly. Shengxiao Holy Land is the top-tier immortal sect of the Eastern Wilderness. Shen Tian's cultivation is shallow, and I truly don't have the qualifications to assume the position of holy son.
He turned around smugly with his hands behind his back and continued.
As for the ancestral teaching that the fairy must marry me, if the fairy doesn't want to, please don't force yourself. He smiled sweetly, his eyes narrowed. Shen Tian is wholeheartedly devoted to cultivating the Dakyo, and has long sworn that he will not enter the nascent soul stage, and will absolutely not find a Dakyo companion, so the fairy doesn't need to feel troubled.
Li Lianhe's face lit up happily upon hearing this, while Zhang Yongxi was stunned. Zhang Yongxi blushed shyly, and remained silent. The surrounding people immediately began to gossip in surprise. Such a good holy son, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to marry the holy maiden presented before him, and the 13th prince rejected it.
The man from before cried mournfully. Has this 13th prince been unlucky for too many years, so his bad luck has gone to his head? The Tai Bai Cave Heaven Elder placed his hand on Shen Tian's shoulder darkly. So, it is holy maiden Yongxi. He gave a weary, sarcastic laugh. You've heard what my friend Shen has said, right? He continued sternly. Since my friend Shen has made it clear, then you don't need to abide by the ancestral teaching. Let this old man take my friend Shen back to Tai Bai Cave Heaven to meet my senior brother Changhe Sword Sovereign. Zhang Yongxi sneered angrily. Just a small elder of Tai Bai Cave Heaven, and you dare interfere with the ancestral teachings of my Shengxiao Holy Land. She frowned solemnly and continued. If the Holy Land set down ancestral teachings, then of course I must fulfill the promise. She glared, a ball of lightning appearing in her hand, and said grumpily, Even if I, this holy maiden, lose face, I will never betray the sect. Venerable Ziyang, you saying this, could it be that you want to compete with Shengxiao Holy Land for the Holy Sun? The Tai Bai Cave Heaven Elder hesitated upon seeing this.
Zhang Yongxi is ranked 9th on the Eastern Wilderness Golden Core rankings, and it is said that she can defy and punish venerables, and can even kill weaker venerables. He lowered his head humiliatingly. Forget it. This old man is completely not your opponent. He then took out a golden token, blazing with purple fire. He raised the token high, and shouted loudly, "I respectfully request the arrival of Senior Brother Xian Sheng." The elder looked at the token and thought, "The Sword Sovereign token in my hand is a transformation of my senior brother Chenghei's Sword Sovereign. It can be said that carrying this Sword Sovereign token is like Li Changlan himself arriving." He threw the token into the distance. This unique token, if it weren't necessary to rely on it to sense the sword owner, my senior brother would definitely not have lent it to me. The dazzling purple command token spun in the sky, and a man appeared out of nowhere. Li Kanglan's face was flushed with anger, and he braced his hand. Zhang Yongxi became wary at the sight of this. He frowned and sneered. Another great 5 elements yin-yang mixed origin divine lightning origin, truly rare. Shen Tian, seeing this, was apprehensive. Such strong pressure. Is this a powerhouse of the spirit transformation stage? Ling Kanglan angrily reprimanded, "Junior brother, you lost to a golden core stage again. Clearly your sword isn't strong enough, not fast enough." The elder, hearing this, fearfully replied a few times. Kanglan continued, darkening the elder's face. "Fine. This time when you get back home, find me behind the mountain for more training." Ling Kanglan angrily questioned, Lian Seer, why did you sneak out again?" He frantically looked at the potted plant behind her. "That pot of flowers, you, she playfully replied. Can't see dad, can't see." He restrained himself, crossed his arms, and left. He angrily pointed forward, questioning, "Who is Shen Tian? Step forward." Shen Tian, frightened, dodged. "They've come knocking on our door. Only an idiot would step out right now," Giba, seeing this, anxiously urged, "Your Highness, quickly escape." Shen Tian panicked. "Where can I escape to?" Zhang Yongxi sternly spoke up. "Senior Uncle Chenghei, Shen Tian, is already the holy son of our divine firmament Holy Land." She threateningly added with a cunning look, "As a spirit transformation stage senior, you're making things difficult for our Holy Land's holy son. Wouldn't that look bad if word got out?" Shopkeeper Liu crossed his arms and laughed loudly with pleasure. Then suddenly his face darkened, reminding Yongxi to be cautious. "This old man has never cared about what others think. Divine Firmament Holy Land has always had good relations with our sect. If he is now the holy son of Divine Firmament Holy Land..." The more he spoke, the more Shopkeeper Liu gritted his teeth. This old man will take him back to the Taibai Cave Heaven and teach him wholeheartedly for a while, waiting for him to return on behalf of Holy Master Senior Brother. Hearing this, Shen Tian broke out in a cold sweat and silently clasped his hands in prayer. "No need, thank you," Zhang Yongxi spoke up. "In that case, Senior Uncle Chenghei, you're not going to give me any face." As soon as she finished speaking, Shopkeeper Liu replied with disdain, "Those words would work coming from your grandfather, but you're still far from it." Yongxi clenched her fist upon hearing this. Her face darkened with anger, but she still tried to restrain herself. Suddenly, a voice appeared from a crack of light on the ceiling. "Second Junior Brother's words might work, but what if I say it?" The man stepped out of the space of light. It was Bill Lian. A blue flame emanated from his body, and he looked down, smiling as he said, "Second Junior Brother, long time no see." Shopkeeper Liu looked up and replied, "So it's Senior Brother B. Liqian." He was a little flustered, and wanted to change the subject. "How have you been lately?" Billion was still enveloped in blue light, his tone as if it were obvious. "How could I be doing well? I'm broke as hell." Shopkeeper Liu looked at Billion, feeling annoyed as he thought, "This useless Billion, meeting him always brings trouble." He then intended to flee. Running is the best option. Seeing her father fly up, Li Lian here was somewhat puzzled. "Father?" Billion opened one of his eyes and looked toward Shopkeeper Liu, saying, "Want to run?" Seeing that he intended to escape, Billion flew over to block his path. "Hundreds of years since we've met, Cockroach Junior Brother Kanglan, you're still as cautious as ever." A smile appeared on Billion's face, and he continued, "Shen Tian is behind you, but Cockroach Junior Brother doesn't know. This Shen Tian kid just caught Senior Brother's eye." Seemingly ignoring his words, Shopkeeper Liu shot away far into the distance, leaving Bic Lian dumbfounded. "He ignored me again." Like, total surprise. But the dude gets his act together, chases down Shopkeeper Liu, and grills him. "You attack my favorite disciple and don't stick around to compensate, you Cockroach Junior Brother. You think you can just walk away?" Shopkeeper Liu sees Big Lian closing in and thinks, "Damn, he's fast." Shopkeeper Liu immediately activates his inner power, inwardly annoyed as hell. Ugh, what a pain. And with that, he unleashes his magic at Billion. Limitless River Sword Chi.
Shopkeeper Liu's eyes are blazing with rage, those purple energy beams shooting at Bilian left and right. Cockroach Junior Brother is still so hot-headed, I see. Meanwhile, Bilian's just waiting to counter. Come on then, let's see what you got.
A huge green flame bursts out. His mouth opens up, dark and cavernous inside, and it swallows up Shopkeeper Liu's attack whole.
Seeing the tables turned, he's totally shocked.
Green flames. That big mouth just ate my sword Q. Unacceptable. So he's about to counterattack. I, River Sword Venerable Li Kanglan, have roamed the eastern wastelands for years. I only attack, never defend, only advance, never retreat. But if my avatar goes head-to-head with this shameless old fart Bilian, I'll just get the short end of the stick. Time to bail. Thinking this, Shopkeeper Liu shouts a challenge. True body of Chu Longhe. This seat wants a showdown right now. The green flame's wide-open mouth says, don't run, just come willingly to your senior brother's mouth. By now, Shopkeeper Liu is panicking like crazy, and the flames on his body disappear. What? Senior brother's here too, he thinks? This is bad. That big mouth's coming for me. The green flame swallows Shopkeeper Liu whole, chews him up real good, then spits him out with a ptooey, and drops Shopkeeper Liu on the ground. He's lying there sprawled out, naked as the day he was born, clothes all torn to shreds. Shopkeeper Liu, dizzy as hell, says with a voice full of anguish, this is bullying. Witnessing this fight made Shen Ao and Shen Tian break out in a cold sweat. Poor Shifu already got his butt kicked by the Divine Firmament, Holy Maiden's soft white hands, and now the Divine Firmament Elder's stolen his clothes. All that's left is his underwear. Shopkeeper Liu wakes up, face bright red, says one thing, then bolts. So embarrassing, leaving Shen Agao reeling as he calls out from behind, Shifu. He clenches his fists, grinding his teeth. Looks like for the next few months, Shifu's gonna be haunted by this mental trauma. He might even develop a heart demon and weaken his cultivation.
Shen Ao glares at Shen Tian, cursing in his heart, and it's all because he had to join my banquet. Heavens, who's the real jinx here?
After defeating Shopkeeper Liu, Bilian turns back into his human form. He examines the immortal gold in his hand, marveling. That kid Li Kanglan is loaded, using immortal gold to refine his external avatar. Now it's all mine. Bilian clutches the item in his hand. Gotta make sure this amazing immortal gold doesn't go to waste.
Shopkeeper Liu may have lost the fight, but he's not gonna lose the war of words. Bilian, you're taking this too far. If you've got the guts, then release my avatar.
Let's have a fair fight. Bilian scowls, chewing on the token in his hand, and replies, Shopkeeper Liu, this avatar of yours attacked my disciple, the bigger bully exploiting the smaller one. Your senior brother is just holding on to it to give him some proper education. If you want your avatar back in your original spirit, then prepare 1 million spirit stones, and then talk to your senior brother. After he's done, he licks his fingers and says, still not full. Why didn't that kid make the token a little bigger? Suddenly, Bilian smirks.
His sinister gaze sweeps over Shen Ao, Shen Tian, and Yun Xi, leaving them totally bewildered. He's still not full, and he's looking over here. What's he after?
Lai Lian hair, wearing the 7-treasure immortal gourd like a hat, hides behind Yun Xi in fear. Yun Xi, Gerge, he's looking over here. Shen Ao and Shen Tian are stunned, almost in disbelief. That old Taoist ate the token. Sword Venerable Shen Tian thinks while staring blankly.
He's looking over here, right? He's not going to eat us, is he?
Bilian's gaze makes Lian Grouter burst into tears.
She clasps her hands, begging Yun Xi for help. Seeing this, Yun Xi finally speaks seriously. Senior Uncle Bilian, the 7-treasure immortal gourd seeds have already recognized Lian Kara as their master. There's no way to change owners. Bilian acts all offended, retorting reproachfully, Little Jir, what kind of person do you take your senior uncle for? He scratched his head and chuckled. How big could the sprouts in this flower pot get? There's no way my senior master would even notice them. Yunji listened, looking suspicious, clearly drooling at the thought of eating them. Then, Bilian turned around, a sinister glint in his eyes that made Shen Tian shudder. Damn it, that old Taoist is looking over here again. Suddenly, he realized something. This kid. Looking at Shen Tian surrounded by flames, Bilian thought, boundless heavenly lord, this Shen Tian kid is actually cultivating the Xinhuo Jing. He was a bit surprised. Is this the infamous cursed inheritance that's all the rage in the southern city? Bilian pondered seriously. A cultivator who practices the Xinhuo body refinement technique. The deeper their cultivation, the more intense their destiny becomes. Or should I say, misfortune. Then he remembered shopkeeper Liu from years ago. Back then, Chu Longhe, was also a heaven-defying prodigy, famous throughout the eastern wilderness. He was admired by many, and his destiny was extraordinary. Every time he went out to train, he would encounter incredible opportunities. Later, because of an accidental switch to cultivating the Xinhuo Jing, Things went downhill fast. Shopkeeper Liu's destiny took a nosedive, and now he's dirt poor, unable to even cultivate.
Saying this made him angry. How could such a person be the favored son of heaven that second brother keeps talking about? If I took him as a disciple, wouldn't I just become poorer and unluckier? No way. Biluyan chuckled to himself. That scheming second brother is trying to trick me. A little calculation took place in his heart. Such a good disciple should be gifted to second brother.
Thinking about Zhang Longyuan's terrified expression in front of Shen Tian made him a little happy. If second brother takes this jinx as a disciple, and he causes him trouble every day, then my junior brother's life will no longer be dull and boring.
Then, he stood in front of Shen Tian and asked, "This must be little friend Shen Tian, right?" Shen Tian bowed his head in response, "Yes, this junior is Shen Tian. May I ask what the immortal elder wants to instruct?" Biluyan smiled and said, "I want to promote you, little friend Shen Tian. You have recovered the heavenly Zhang forbidden taboo divine firmament emperor scripture for our sect. According to our sect's ancestral teachings, we might just have to make you a holy son."
He patted Shen Tian on the shoulder, startling him a bit. "The brothers and sisters of our sect are all one big happy family. Once you join, you definitely won't be disappointed." Shen Tian broke out in a cold sweat, rubbing his padded shoulder, thinking of the image of shopkeeper Liu running away because he was beaten by Billy Gan, and the fact that a moment ago Billy Gan was chasing after Purple Sun Honored Lord to strip him bare, but now he's firing on all cylinders advertising Shenshao Holy Ground.
Looking at Biluyan's beaming smile made him suspicious. "Why does this feel like a pyramid scheme recruitment?" he asked again. "Immortal Elder, did you just say that I'm your disciple?"
Biluyan coughed a few times, explaining, "That was just a casual remark, so it would be easier to speak up for you. You don't need to mind it." Before he knew it, Biluyan had looped around behind him, draped his arm around Shen Tian's shoulder, and winked with a mischievous smile. "If little friend Shen Tian agrees to join the holy ground, you can choose any holy son or elder in our sect as your master. You can even ask the Holy Lord to be your teacher, no problem." Shen Tian's face fell, his heart flooded with 1,000 questions. Choose my master at will. Such good treatment. Is there some kind of conspiracy? Sweat poured down his forehead, imagining the worst-case scenario. Forget it, I should just stay safely in the Great Yan Kingdom. I don't want to be killed before I even get to warm the Holy Sun's seat. Thinking this, Shen Tian bowed his head and clasped his hands, saying to Biluyan, "As I said, I don't take a single spirit stone from a destined one, so this junior does not expect compensation for finding spiritual ore for immortal Yunxi. Your esteemed sect need not dwell on it." Suddenly Shen Tian's mention of Yunxi startled her. Moreover, immortal Yunxi also says that she has no feelings for this junior. If a Tao companion has no basic feelings, there would be no happiness. His words made her frown unhappily, radiating a sense of menace. Lianair could only force a smile. So becoming a holy maiden is still out of the question. Being rejected by a Lian still said with a smile, "This goes against the ancestral teachings. According to the ancestral teachings of our sect, you have found the heavenly Zhang forbidden taboo emperor scripture. You may refuse the holy maiden, but you must become a holy son, otherwise we can only take back the inheritance. After all, it's our sect's secret that can't be passed on." Lian Care seemed very excited as she said, "Shen Gage, you should agree to become a holy son. After you become a holy son, no one will dare bully you anymore." Lian Share continued innocently, seemingly not paying attention to Yun Shi, who was standing angrily on the other side. "As for Yun Shi Jiji, can't he just not take her? Anyway, she said she doesn't want to either." At this moment, Yun Shi was truly holding back until her anger erupted. Biluyan then stepped forward, draped his arm around Lian Yer, and analyzed. "Little friend Shen Tian, you saw how smitten Shen Kang and Lan Meng were just now. This girl Lian Yer clings to you all day long. That Siscon just wants to torture you to death every day." He continued to entice Shen Tian. "If you don't take the position of holy son of the divine firmament holy ground, who do you think will dare to protect you?" After hearing Biluyan's words, Shen Tian secretly cried in his heart, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. "That's right. Today, Sword Venerable Changhe suffered heavy losses at the hands of the old Taoist. It's not certain that he won't be ashamed into anger and bear a grudge against this prince." He weighed the old man's suggestion. Finding a strong backer to rely on isn't necessarily a bad idea. Thinking this, he still asked, "Immortal Elder, is it really impossible not to become a holy son?" He bluntly replied, "Little friend, this really can't be done." At this point, Shen Tian agreed. "Then we've said it. I'll only be a holy son, nothing more," Biluyan then added. "Rest assured, you won't take the holy maiden." At this moment, Yunxi was truly angry, interrupting the two of them. "Enough! Are you at the commoner market buying food? Buying a pound of pork and getting 2 onions free? This holy maiden is not cheap giveaway.
Can you take the matter concerning this holy maiden's honor and the divine firmament holy ground a little more seriously?
Bi Lian, with a delicate cough, brought her hand to her mouth. Well, since little friend Shen has decided, Yunji and I will stay here for another day, then head back to the sacred ground of Shengxiao tomorrow. Shen Tian sweated slightly, while Zhang Yunxi's face darkened, glaring at her father.
Li Lianhe, hearing Bi Lian's words, beamed and turned to Yunxi, asking, Yunxi, can Lianxi come with you? Yunxi, hearing this, questioned, Lianhe, aren't you going back to the Taibai Grotto heaven with your father? Lianhe giggled, explaining, it's not easy to sneak out. I'm not going back.
After reaching an agreement with Zhang Yunxi, Li Lianhe switched targets, turning to Shen Tian and calling out, Shen Gage. Shen Tian, hearing the call, paled and became wary, questioning in his head, what does this girl want now?
Lianxi clasped her hands together, appearing shy, and smiled brightly.
Shen Gage vowed not to seek a Dao companion until he reached the nascent soul stage, which I felt was a bit difficult. She winked,
then proposed with excitement. Lianxi can go to the sacred ground of Shengxiao with Shen Gage, and we can cultivate together. Zhang Yunxi, upon hearing Lianxi's invitation, grew so angry that her face turned dark.
Yunxi gritted her teeth,
pointed at Lianxi, and said sternly, your home isn't at the sacred ground of Shengxiao, go back. Unexpectedly, she refused to listen, puffed out her cheeks, crossed her arms, and firmly objected. No way, Lianxi can stay at second uncle's place. In Li Lianhe's mind, she recalled the image of her second Shishu, a muscular man with long hair covering his eyes, wielding a magnificent sword. Lianhe's second Shishu, Li Qinghe, was one of the 9 great transformation god stage elders of the Shengxiao sacred ground. Suddenly, Lianhe realized something, and she turned back in shock to confirm her intuition.
This aura, it's Shishu Xiang.
All 3 of them looked up at the strange light above, Lianhe said in surprise. Shishu is back.
Suddenly, a giant hand emerged from the light, reaching directly for Lianxi, grabbing her clothes before the astonished eyes of Zhang Yunxi and Shen Tian. Lianxi was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth, and she called out embarrassedly,
He. She struggled and resisted, but it was too late. The giant hand had tightly grabbed her. Shishu Ziyang, Lianxi doesn't want to go back.
She flailed like a fish out of water, shouting, Let me go, Taibai Grotto Heaven. Heaven looked stern on the outside, but was actually teary-eyed. Remembering Shixiang, he told me to bring Shen Tian back, but not only did I not complete the mission, I also lost Shixiang's sword sovereign token, and even let Lianhe sneak out. Only by returning can I atone for my mistakes. A purple aura surrounded him as he contemplated with his hands behind his back. Besides, Shen Ao is Shen Tian's biological brother, so he can reluctantly bear Shixiang's anger as well. Shen Ao, who was standing by, heard the transmission.
Ao Kirher, as long as you can endure the high-intensity charcoal refining of Shibo Chenghe, then you will definitely have a place as the youngest sword cultivator in the eastern wilderness in the future, he called out in astonishment.
Shizun, Lianxi couldn't escape the grasp of her Shishu, so she reached out and shouted loudly, Shen Gage, Lianxi will come to the sacred ground of Shengxiao to find you soon. Remember to wait for Lianxi. Shen Tian, witnessing the girl's reluctance, couldn't help but sigh in relief. This little ancestor is finally gone.
Zhang Yunxi said softly in the misty air left after Lianhe's departure. When we get back, we must suggest to Sword Sovereign Chenghe that Yan manage his daughter.
She turned to look at Shen Tian with sharp, dagger-like eyes and gritted her teeth as she said, leaving home to find some man she just met, without any restraint of a young lady. Shen Tian, seeing Zhang Yunxi's anger, fearfully backed away. What's wrong with her again? What did I do to provoke her?
In another scene, the farewell banquet for the 6th prince spread quickly throughout the great Yan Empire. Rumors spread throughout the mortal world. What little princess of the Taibai Grotto heaven, the holy maiden of the Shengxiao sacred ground, actively ran to the great Yan Empire to snatch the 13th prince? The mortal world was hazy with smoke as rumors spread. The legendary supreme sword sovereign of the eastern wilderness and elder Bi Lian of the Shengxiao sacred ground fought a battle for the 13th prince. In a tower illuminated by red lanterns, people were chatting and laughing about everything in the world. What 13th prince rejected the position of holy son, refused the holy maiden of the Shengxiao sacred ground, and abandoned his dignity to fish? The 13th prince, in exchange for accepting the position of holy son, made a rich condition. Can arbitrarily choose the prosperous capital sky full of Kongming lanterns flickering in the wind.
The streets were full of lanterns, and people were coming and going in great numbers. For a time, everyone was discussing the 13th prince of the great Yan Empire. Just what kind of divine person was he?
On the tiled roof of the tower, The round moon was faintly visible behind the clouds. While at this time, in the palace, Shen Tian was on a large bed.
Shen Tian, wearing a white robe with his chest wide open, was snoring loudly, sleeping soundly. His legs kicked at the blanket, and he murmured in his sleep, "Please, immortal maiden, have some self-respect. Don't bully me, this honored one, with my high face value."
Not knowing what Shen Tian was dreaming about, his face flushed red, and beads of sweat dotted his face. This honored one has vowed to devote himself to cultivation, and will not seek a Dao companion until reaching the nascent soul stage. Immortal maiden, don't take off my pants. While the people below continued their bustling lives, a flying boat emitting golden light soared in the sky.
The next day, Shen Tian boarded the airship to welcome the group of people. Shen Tian, Xiang Meng, and 2 other men fawned over him with great enthusiasm, vying to speak.
"Immortal Master, we've finally found you. Do you know how I haven't been able to eat or drink properly these past few days, how much I've missed you? No, it's me and Brother Yi who turned this entire myriad spirit garden upside down looking for you. Me too, me too."
Shen Tian led the group, followed by Zhang Yunji and a few other men. Seeing this flattering scene, he couldn't help but sweat.
Manager Song saw this scene and clenched his fist, yelling, startling the 3 men, "These people have no manners. Such an important matter of flattering the boss, Immortal Master, and they don't even know how to line up. Who's the senior elder the Immortal Master sent?"
Shen Tian saw his strong reaction and could only sweat lightly, saying nothing. He continued to scold.
"Looks like this old man can get some heat too." Suddenly, he knelt down at Shen Tian's feet, startling him.
"Immortal Master, my opportunity was bestowed by you. If you hadn't opened up the mines, I wouldn't have obtained the origin of the chaotic divine lightning." He grabbed Shen Tian's hand, tears streaming down his face, as he muttered, expressing his feelings and gratitude. "It was Immortal Master who helped this old man, bestowing upon me a great opportunity, washing my marrow and cleansing my bones, and reforming my foundation. Even if you join the Shenxiao sacred ground today, I will follow Immortal Master forever." Seeing Manager Song kneel down, Xiang Meng and the other 2 men also immediately knelt down, performing a great salute to Shen Tian, vying to promise, "Me too! The Immortal Master bestowed upon me a great opportunity, guiding me into the sacred ground. From now on my life belongs to the Immortal Master, and I vow to share weal and woe with the Immortal Master, to never leave in life or death. Me too." Shen Tian was terrified by the scene before him, and he hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Get up, get up!" Shen Tian broke out in a sweat and rushed to help them up, thinking to himself, if these 4 weren't carrying a sliver of the primal chaos divine lightning's origin, they wouldn't even be accepted as outer sect disciples, let alone inner sect.
Zhang Yunxi, witnessing this emotional display, clutched her head, her face darkening. "A bunch of sycophantic bootlickers. Where's the Taoist spirit?" Resigned, she folded her arms and said to Shen Tian, "Shen Xiong, what should we do with this immortal teacher sect?" Hearing this, Shen Tian turned to Yun Shiferi and asked, "Yun Shiferi, what do you think is the best way to handle it? I'll follow your lead." Outwardly, he was asking for her opinion, but inwardly he was quietly calculating. Right now, this crown prince has to go to the 12 sacred grounds of the divine firmament Holy Land. Every place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Standing in the position of the Holy Sun, carrying a grudge, and dragging these 4 goons behind me? Is that me complaining that I'm not pulling enough aggro? Gotta deal with this quick. Zhang Yunxi, hearing this, nonchalantly replied, "Calling me Yun Shiferi is too formal. Now that junior brother has joined the Holy Land and become a holy son, a direct disciple, just call me senior sister from now on." She blushed slightly, lowering her head, pondering. The immortal teacher sect was created single-handedly by Shen Tian, so it probably has a very special meaning to him, right? If he's handing it over to me to handle, what kind of trust is this? She continued, raising her hand and saying, "According to the sect rules, we can only form organizations, not independent sects, and the title Immortal Teacher is too exaggerated, easily causing resentment. I suggest changing the name. Junior brother's name is Shen Tian, so I suggest that the organization have the character Tian. It sounds more impressive." Xiang Meng, hearing Yun Shi's words, clenched his fists, excitedly replying, I got it. A name with the character Tian has to be more awesome." Before Shen Tian's expression could fully turn to stone, Xiang Meng clenched his fist and raised his hand in a show of determination. "Then let's call it the Heavenly Court." After hearing Xiang Meng's grand idea, Shen Tian broke out in a cold sweat, trembling, thinking to himself, "You 3 dare to take the name Heavenly Court. Are you not afraid of bumping into some supreme invincible superpower? When that time comes, it won't be called the Heavenly Court, but the Heavenly Punishment." He waved his hands, wanting to nip that idea in the bud. No way, that's way too much. Shen Tian forced a smile on his face, inwardly panicking. With fans like you guys, I won't have to worry about not becoming the enemy of the world. Zhang Yongxi gently rubbed her chin, hesitantly pondering. We can't use heavenly court? According to ancient records, there was a heavenly court in ancient times, and although that inheritance has long ceased to exist, many of today's blessed lands and grotto heavens have deep connections with them.
The other two guys also racked their brains, deep in thought. Heavenly court is no good, how about changing it to heavenly teacher, calling it the heavenly teacher organization? They argued with each other. No, heavenly teacher is okay for calling the immortal teacher, but it doesn't sound good for calling an organization. Suddenly, shopkeeper Song clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention.
His face glowed with excitement as he shared his idea. The immortal teacher's real name is Shen Tian. In this old man's opinion, this name is really good, especially the word Tian. So how about calling it Heavenly Gods? Our organization will be called the Heavenly Gods Association. Heavenly teachers take care, gods protect, it's priceless.
Zhang Meng and the other two guys, hearing this, felt like they had discovered the truth, excitedly agreeing repeatedly.
Hearing this, Shen Tian froze, his face unable to muster a smile, his features twisting together. Heavenly Gods Association, shopkeeper Song, did you transmigrate too? Why don't you suggest calling it the Alliance of Shield Bearers Association?
Panicked, he vehemently opposed, his face turning pale, raising both hands to express his disapproval. No way, that's too much. In my opinion, let's call it the Heaven's Favor Organization. He explained the name he recommended, the image of the large bronze mirror reflecting the cold sunlight, as if to emphasize his words. Heaven's favor? The heavens watch over us. Hoping the halo above my head will become increasingly green, he turned the mirror to look at himself, inwardly muttering, if not, sitting in the position of Holy Sun, surrounded by a bunch of sycophantic idiots, this crown prince will sooner or later be envied by the direct disciples of the divine firmament Holy Land. What will happen when this crown prince encounters danger during training? Shopkeeper Song, hearing Shen Tian's words, was also extremely excited, praising, a great name, a great name. Let's call it the Heaven's Favor Organization, which is to say, an organization watched over by the heavens. He happily clasped his hands together, his face glowing with happiness. Being taken care of by the heavenly teacher is like being watched over by the heavens. Is His Excellency calling himself the heavens? How generous, how generous. While the four were excitedly discussing the new name, Shen Tian retreated to a corner, feeling bored and breaking out in sweat. Hey! Why doesn't heaven send down lightning to strike these nasty guys? This whole bunch are not people, they are completely landmines waiting for this crown prince to step on. With you guys around, this crown prince doesn't have to worry about not attracting all the enemies from across the entire cultivation continent. Just as he cut off his train of thought, Shen Tian was startled by a scene. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light struck down where shopkeeper Song was standing. He was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, his mouth gaping open. Holy crap, I just said it, and he got struck by lightning. It turned out that Zhang Yongxi had cast a spell. She coldly warned the somewhat reckless group, there are some heavens that you can't speak ill of, heaven cannot be offended. If you don't want to live, don't drag Holy Son Shen Tian into it. Then, she folded her arms and said indifferently to everyone, today is just a small punishment. After joining our Holy Land, you absolutely cannot speak recklessly. When she looked at the rest, Yongxi immediately became angry, loudly scolding. What kind of example is it when a holy son is surrounded by sycophantic flatterers every day? Sooner or later, his cultivation will be crippled. In her mind, she thought. Sigh. As a senior sister, this miss has to find junior brother in the future and urge him to cultivate diligently, and cultivate more. Finishing her words, Yun Shi grabbed Shen Tian's hand, determined to pull him away. Shen Tian, junior brother, now that you have become the holy son of our sect, you will definitely encounter many challenges in the future. So you must increase your strength quickly. There is still some time from here to the divine firmament Holy Land. We can't waste it. Let's go, senior sister will urge you to cultivate. Shen Tian couldn't argue, and could only shout, Yaa. The other three stood stunned at the scene, thinking to themselves, is cultivation that urgent? Zhang Yongxi had dragged Shen Tian to a quiet room. She poured a cup of tea, gently conversing. The last time we parted, senior sister imparted to you a set of 5 thunder great heavenly decree. Have you tried cultivating it these past few days? Shen Tian felt the temperature around him drop as he heard the question, his face darkening as he sheepishly confessed. I am ashamed, junior brother has been training, but progress is not fast. He silently thought, I can't let senior sister know so quickly that I have already cultivated the Ren water divine lightning. Shen Tian encouraged himself in his heart.
That's right. After all, the gun shoots the head bird. Only by letting everyone see me as a weak chicken can I live in peace. Zhang Yongxi heard this, embraced the teacup with both hands, swirled it gently, and asked leisurely, "Junior brother, what level have you reached in cultivating some of the lightning arts?" Facing the senior sister's question, Shen Tian chuckled sheepishly in trepidation. "My 5 elements are water, and the first cultivation path is Ren water black tortoise divine lightning. Sadly, I haven't condensed a phenomenon yet." Hearing this, Yongxi exclaimed in surprise. "Your 5 elements are really water." She covered her mouth and giggled, her gaze softening a bit, and comforted him. "Junior brother, don't be discouraged. The 5 Thunder Divine Decree is incredibly profound, and not easy to cultivate at all. Among the true disciples of the Divine Firmament Holy Land who cultivate the 5 Thunder Divine Decree, not many can successfully condense a phenomenon." Shen Tian scratched his head, replying awkwardly, "That's right, the Ren Water Black Tortoise Divine Lightning is truly too profound." Yongxi continued to encourage, "Junior brother, don't lose heart. You have the origin Hongmeng Divine Lightning by your side. As long as you work hard in cultivation later, you will definitely succeed." Suddenly, her face turned red, and she shyly looked down at the ground. Actually, it's not like there isn't a method for accelerated learning. The 2 fingers she used to hold the teacup suddenly rubbed lightly against the table to ease her embarrassment. Everyone knows that the 5 elements generate and overcome each other. Geng metal generates Ren water. Senior sister cultivates Geng metal divine lightning, which according to the 5 elements aligns perfectly with you. Shen Tian listened while drinking tea and thought, "This 5 Thunder Divine Decree even has an accelerated method. Can it be faster than this, prince?" Zhang Yongxi opened her rosy lips and called softly, "Junior brother." Her face was flushed, and she confessed shyly, making a request, "Let's cultivate together." Facing Yongxi's shy face, as red as a ripe Gallic fruit, Shen Tian was startled, thinking, "Holy crap, she's suggesting this." This surprised him so much that he spat out the tea he was drinking, his face turning red, and repeatedly said, "Huh, huh, huh," while inwardly wondering, "We have to engage in dual cultivation." Seeing that Shen Tian seemed to misunderstand something, Yongxi blushed and tried to explain, "Junior brother, don't misunderstand. The dual cultivation I'm talking about is using my origin Geng Metal Divine Lightning to help you condense the origin Ren Water, helping you control the Ren Water Divine Lightning." Hearing her explanation, he understood and said, "So it's this kind of pure dual cultivation." Yongxi was still blushing. Even after clearing up Shen Tian's misunderstanding, he sighed in relief and thought, "But I've already condensed the black tortoise phenomenon, so I don't need much assistance." But after thinking for a moment, Shen Tian intended to decline. Or maybe, let's just forget it. No need to trouble senior sister with such a small matter. Hearing him refuse, Yongxi slammed the table in anger and stood up, saying, "How can that be, junior brother? No need to be polite with me." She made a very convincing argument. "We're not just senior sister and junior brother, but also the holy son and holy maiden of our sect, so we should help each other." Suddenly, Yongxi leaned her face close to Shen Tian's ear and whispered, "All right, sit cross-legged on the bed, and slowly circulate the divine water incantation." That action made his face turn completely red, and she reassured him, "Shen Tian, no need to be nervous." In the end, he agreed. "All right, then I'll trouble senior sister." The preparations began. Shen Tian sat on the bed, while Yongxi stood to the side, observing. He started adjusting to be able to assist her. In the meantime, there were black smokes surrounding Shen Tian. He did it because he must adjust the success output to the minimum level, so he wouldn't let her find out that he already successfully cultivated. Okay. After a while, everything was completed. Shen Tian raised both hands and shouted, "All right." Yongxi praised him. "I didn't expect that in just a few short days, junior brother has already cultivated Renwater Divine Lightning to the entry level." She was happy and constantly praised Shen Tian. "Worthy of being the one chosen by the Hongmeng Divine Lightning, you truly have powerful lightning talent, junior brother. Calm your mind and spirit. Extend your hand." Hearing Yongxi's request, he extended his hand as instructed. In the meantime, she continued, "The Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Pendant was born, and the Origin Divine Lightning accumulated for 10,000 years exploded. You are the one who absorbed the most Origin." The two of them began to close their eyes and move closer, with golden and black light radiating out. While the two were preparing to cultivate, Yongxi said, "In a moment I will introduce the Geng Metal Origin within my body into your body, guiding the Origin Divine Lightning to help you condense Renwater Divine Lightning." A moment later, the two opened their eyes. Perhaps seeing Shen Tian's worry, Yongxi reassured him, "Don't worry, just relax your mind. Try to sense the Geng Metal and Renwater, and see the essence of all things." The two continued to close their eyes, but in his mind he thought, Hearing her say that makes me even more nervous. It's not about worrying about failing to condense Ren water divine lightning, but about worrying that my disguise won't be convincing. What if senior sister Yangxi sees through me? After cultivating for a while, Shen Tian's face was covered in sweat. At this time he thought, according to the speed of other Holy Land disciples, it seems like it should take a very long time to enter the entry level. In the past few days, this prince has cultivated to great completion, and even modified other versions. It's too easy to be the nail that sticks out. Suddenly, when receiving Yangxi's energy, his body began to twitch. Starting from Shen Tian's legs, he felt, holy crap, senior sister's lightning is pouring into my body. When absorbing it, he made a face as if he was extremely enjoying it. The feeling was described clearly as representing masochism. The sharp origin Gangmetal divine lightning made the Ren water true energy in my body grow rapidly, from both hands to the internal organs, and finally, that Gangmetal divine lightning poured into my entire kidneys. The Gangmetal divine lightning poured in to the point where it was like the origin Ren water divine lightning drank chicken blood, becoming unprecedentedly excited. In the meantime, Shen Tian felt, this feeling, I can't take it anymore. While you were transferring energy, your hand started shaking, making Yun Shi open her eyes. Shen Tian was groaning, and in his head he was thinking, this is bad. The Ren Shui divine lightning is about to come out. Seeing you act so strangely, she was surprised too. Yun Shi asked worriedly, junior brother, are you Shen Tian suddenly turned red and shouted, it's so good. The next sentence Shen Tian shouted startled everyone outside, and that sentence was, it's coming out. Qin Gao panicked, thinking something was wrong. It seems like His Highness is in trouble. Gi Ba, who had seen a lot, stopped him. Xiao Gao, calm down, he explained to Qin Gao with a blush. His Highness is very happy right now, it's something we can't even imagine. Hearing that, he understood and imagined the two of them. Qin Gao said with a red face, really? His Highness is doing that with Holy Maiden Yunxi in the room. Inside, after the two finished cultivating, a small turtle appeared. It was Shen Tian's version of the Ren Shui Xuan Wu Zhen Jiangshan phenomenon. Yunxi exclaimed in surprise, praising Shen Tian. It came out so quickly. Junior brother's talent for cultivating lightning techniques is indeed amazing. She was so surprised, because normal disciples take decades to cultivate, and some might not even succeed. Recalling her own cultivation, Yunxi said, as for condensing the divine beast phenomenon, it's even harder. It took me a month to refine the Gang Jin White Tiger divine lightning, and 3 months to condense the phenomenon. Looking at junior brother's speed in cultivating the 5 lightning righteous heavenly scripture, this talent can truly be called terrifying. Despite the praise, she didn't forget to tease Shen Tian. But, junior brother, it's so small. He blushed, closed his eyes and protested. It can get bigger. Yun Shi approached Shen Tian and asked, can senior sister touch it? She tilted her head, giving her reason. Because touching it might make it bigger. He agreed, but turned away shyly with a red face. If senior sister wants to touch it, then just touch it, but remember to be gentle. Shen Tian blushed because it was all embarrassing words. Yun Shi blushed when he agreed. It wasn't just a simple touch, but she channeled electrical current into her hand, and then Yun Shi made the turtle bigger. Perhaps she used a little too much strength because sweat was dripping from her face. Junior brother, look, it's bigger now. Seeing Yun Shi like that, Shen Tian turned away with a red face and said, senior sister's complexion doesn't look good, how about we stop? But she refused, and moved even closer, saying, no need. This is also my first time doing this, I'm a little uncomfortable. Continue. Enough. You need to hurry and increase your strength. Senior sister's problem isn't big, a night's rest will be enough. The two faced each other. At that moment Shen Tian made a comment. Senior sister is so good to me. Recalling the words just now, he thought to himself embarrassedly. But why do senior sister's words give me a feeling like I'm driving a plane? Their boat was flying peacefully in the sky, when suddenly an explosion occurred below. It was so big that it almost hit their boat. The people on the boat started panicking, shouting loudly. Because the shock made the boat shake, they shouted, I'm so dizzy, me too, what's going on? Yun Shi opened the door and came out when she heard the commotion, asking, what happened? She walked towards where Bilian was standing on the deck. Yun Shi said to him with anger and doubt, Senior Uncle Bilian, why did you close the defensive formation of the airship? Bilian could only smile awkwardly, but he also raised his index finger, trying to justify, well. Senior Uncle just felt that on the road, opening the defensive formation is too wasteful of spirit stones. Hearing that, she folded her arms and questioned Bilian. Senior Uncle Bilian, you wanted to close the formation, then steal some spirit stones saved, right? He chuckled and replied, Little Ginger, what are you thinking? Is your senior uncle that kind of person? Bilian put his hand on his chest, assuring, Moreover, I have the aura of a strong expert here. What do we need a defensive formation for? Yun Shi was still full of suspicion, demanding him, "Please, senior uncle, explain to me why the airship suddenly had such a strong shock." Bilian looked down, raised his hand high, and loudly accused, "Who is that blind bastard who dares to blow me up?" But when he took a closer look, he noticed something was off. The water surface was churning, sending sprays of water high up. A golden-haired boy popped up from the water. The boy, Yundi, cheerfully greeted them. Yundi greets Senior Marshal Uncle Bilian. Bilian was absolutely fuming, grinding his teeth as he demanded, "So it was you little punk. What kind of explosions were you experimenting with this time?" Yundi, still hovering in the air, confidently replied, "Yep. Yundi's testing a new spirit-chi combination method. The stronger the power, the more intense the thunder, lightning, and storms it can create. All the mountains nearby got flattened by my explosions already, so I had no choice but to come to the Mirror Lake to test it out." He grinned, eyes squinting, as he explained his predicament. "I literally had nowhere else to go, so I just had to come to Mirror Lake to test it out." Looking around, they saw plenty of things ruined and smoking. The folks on the boat all wondered to themselves, did he seriously blow all this up? Yundi maintained his squinty-eyed grin and said, "Whoops! Didn't realize my thunder, lightning, and storm talisman array would disturb. Senior Marshal Uncle Yundi is truly sorry." Bai Lian groaned, covering his face with his hand. "This brat?" He finally let his hand drop, glaring at Yundi with eyes blazing with fury, and roared, "You think sorry cuts it?" Billy Lian exploded in a fit of fiery rage, bellowing, "You just blew up my flying boat, you will pay for this." Yundi, still cheerful, argued, "But Senior Marshal Uncle Bilian, by the rules, shouldn't the Shenshao sect's flying boats always have their defensive arrays up?" But inside, Yundi was totally panicking. "Oh crap, Grand Senior Marshal Uncle Bilian's fierce reputation is legendary throughout the Holy Land. Seriously bad luck to piss him off this time." Yun Shi quickly stepped in to defend him. "Senior Marshal Uncle, how can you blame junior brother for this?" Bilian seemed to cool down a bit. You have a point. Fine, I won't pursue it this time." Even as he forgave him, he didn't forget to send Yundi a warning. "Brat, you better watch yourself next time." Hearing that, Yundi quickly chimed in with a, "Thanks, Senior Marshal Uncle." Though his grin remained, he inwardly breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Whew, good thing Saintess Senior Sister was here to uphold justice. Otherwise, I'd be in deep trouble." Shen Tian turned to Yun Shi and asked, "Senior Sister, was that guy just now also one of our senior brothers from the Holy Land?" She answered him, a mental image of a whole crew of people flashing through her mind. "That's right. Our sect currently has 9 elders at the soul transformation stage, each stationed at one of the 9 spirit peaks within the Holy Land." Yun Shi then clarified Yundi's identity. The young man just now is Qin Yundi, the top disciple from Jin Lian Spirit Peak, and also the only son of Martial Aunt Jin Lian. Hearing that, Shen Tian grinned, as if everything clicked. "Ah, I see. Junior brother Qin Yundi really seems impressive and extraordinary." Hearing that, Yun Shi gave Shen Tian a gentle nudge and corrected him. "But junior brother, you're the saint son of our sect, so according to the rules, he should be calling you senior brother." Knowing that, he secretly sized up Yundi. A huge red destiny halo glowing with golden light. This guy's definitely no background character. Assessing the situation, Shen Tian thought to himself, if only there weren't so many people around right now, making it awkward to put on a mysterious show, this humble prince would totally rush over to butter him up and earn some brownie points. Hearing that, Yun Shi crossed her arms, looking a bit exasperated, and said, "He's truly extraordinary, all right. It's just a shame junior brother Yundi keeps wasting his talent." She then filled Shen Tian in on Yundi's actual abilities. With his innate aptitude, if he just focused on cultivation, he'd at least be at the golden core stage by now. It's just a total shame. Junior brother Yundi has zero interest in cultivation and is completely obsessed with researching thunder talismans instead. Yun Shi then recounted a story about him fighting a giant bear, adding that the power of the thundering talismans he crafted was absolutely insane. Back then, Yundi pulled out a huge stack of talismans and chuckled, "Running into me. Your luck's just run out." Just as the bear turned its head, its eyes blazing, ready to charge, tons of talismans instantly flew right towards it. The talismans arranged themselves perfectly. As Yunji continued her tale, the scene vividly unfolded. Yundi had once used 6,000 thundering talismans to set up a grand array, and the giant bear was instantly halted by those very talismans. At that moment, all he had to do was clasp his hands together and utter a single word, "Explode!" The giant bear instantly detonated. A golden core mid-stage demonic beast, alive and kicking just moments before, was blown to smithereens. Seeing his chance, Shen Tian started praising Yundi. Who knew he was a tech genius? Inside the space, the ship started speeding forward. Zhang Yongxi yelled with a serious tone, "Everyone hold on tight! We're entering the small world Holy Land." Shen Tian, standing behind her, also shouted, "It's too dazzling up ahead." The ship passed through a dazzling gate and then appeared before the Shengxiao Holy Land small world. Everyone who appeared here was attracted by this beautiful scenery, with exclamations echoing around. "This is Shengxiao." That's right, look around you. Everyone saw strange creatures and cheered. Spirit birds flew in the sky, and they also cheered when looking down at the creatures in the water. Spirit fish leaped over the water's surface, and there were even people flying on swords, making everyone around admire them. Elite disciples flying on swords. Bi Lian, seeing this, also nodded happily. The Shengxiao world is so beautiful. He excitedly raised both hands to the sky and shouted, "Shengxiao Holy Land, I'm back!" As soon as he spoke, all the surrounding scenery, even the spirit birds flying in the sky, froze in shock. The spirit fish swimming in the water also stopped in shock. Even the disciples flying on their swords had to stop, their faces filled with fear. What? Shizu Bi Lian is back. Everyone simultaneously dove into the dense forest to hide. Seeing their reaction, Bai Lian maintained his pose, but his face revealed embarrassment. Seeing this, Shen Tian broke out in a cold sweat and said, "It seems like everyone is afraid of seeing Martial Grand Uncle." Zhang Yongxi, next to him, glanced at him and said with a calm tone, "What else would it be?" Then Yunxi took on the role of a guide and began introducing the Holy Land. "Let me introduce you all. In the Shengxiao sect's small world, there are a total of 36 spirit peaks, all with mineral veins. Apart from the Holy Master Peak, the Holy Sun Peak, and the Holy Daughter Peak, there are also 8 Elder Vein Peaks, with a powerhouse of the nascent soul stage residing there, accepting legacy disciples. These 11 spirit peaks are places for scenic tours, and intersect disciples can visit." Speaking of this, she had to explain seriously. In addition, the other 24 spirit peaks are the residences of the supreme elders of our sect. Even intersect disciples are not allowed to disturb them at will. Yunji raised her index finger and asked seriously, "Otherwise, they will be severely punished, according to the sect rules. Understood?" Bai Lian stood there listening, seemingly feeling something was wrong, and spoke up. "That's not right. I've counted. 36 minus 11. Shouldn't there be 26 spirit peaks left?" Zhang Yongxi, hearing this, glared angrily at Bi Lian, thinking to herself, "What a blockhead. Can't leave that damn wine gourd." Seeing Yongxi's glare, Bi Lian's body trembled. However, Zhang Yongxi still gave him a nameless title. That there is one more spirit peak, because an elder cultivated too much and sucked dry the mineral vein of the entire spirit peak, so it has now been sealed off. When they arrived, the ship slowly landed on the ground, and many people suddenly appeared on the ship. Those people respectfully said to Bi Lian, "Shizu, the Shengxiao disciples are waiting nervously." Bi Lian replied. He just turned his face and said with a calm tone, "This time, this venerable one drove the spaceship back without any damage. Inspect it." After speaking, he continued to Shen Tian and said, "Shen Tian, Martial Grand Uncle will take you to see the sect leader. Follow me." Zhang Yongxi, seeing this, was also doubtful. Why is Shizu in such a hurry? Suddenly, a disciple rushed out of the ship and said loudly, "Ah, Holy Daughter Senior Sister, there are no spirit stones left." They respectfully said, "Holy Daughter Senior Sister, before the spaceship took off, we carefully checked, and the ship's cabin was filled with spirit stones." Zhang Yongxi, hearing this, was also angry, thinking to herself, "I knew there was no good in it." She quickly flew after them, leaving the order, "Please, martial brothers, fill the ship with spirit stones again. I will go explain to the sect leader now. New martial brothers, I have notified Li Yunfeng, the highest level disciple of Haoran Peak, to pick you up." The disciples also bowed respectfully. "Yes, Holy Daughter Senior Sister." Everyone behind them saw that no one was paying attention to them, and wondered, Why is everyone gone, leaving only us here?" The person next to him folded his arms and nodded in agreement. That's right. The Shengxiao sect's hospitality is really bad." Suddenly in the sky, a person dived down. His voice rang out, "You've been waiting long." Then the young man had a precious sword strapped to his back, and his whole body exuded a strong aura. With a handsome face, he calmly asked, "You guys are new to the sacred ground, right?" He smiled and said in a gentle voice,
I am Li Yunfeng, the most senior disciple of Hao Ran Peak. My father is Li Qinghe, with the Taoist title Spring and Autumn Swordmaster. I'll take you junior brothers to your residences. Li Yunfeng walked ahead, leading the way for everyone. Follow me closely, everyone. I'll give you a tour of the sacred ground.
As he walked, he introduced warmly. Please take a look, everyone. That building to the south is planted with all kinds of spirit trees, with maple trees as red as fire, Ling Hong, that is, Crimson Lotus Peak of Crimson Lotus Celestial Venerable. The description focused on a woman with an imposing aura. Martial Aunt Lian has a terrible temper, so don't offend her, otherwise the punishment will be severe.
The description then shifted to a person with a gentle and soft aura.
That spirit peak to the north, covered in ice and snow year-round, resembling a snow mountain, is White Lotus Peak of White Lotus Celestial Venerable. Among the 9 celestial venerables of our sect, only Martial Aunt Lian is the nicest. She often lectures the disciples. A woman with a hot figure appeared in Li Yunfeng's description, and that building to the west, with its whole body emitting glittering golden light, like a mountain of gold, is Golden Lotus Peak of Golden Lotus Celestial Venerable.
Speaking of this, Li Yunfeng smiled and said mysteriously, Martial Aunt Jin's cultivation is profound. 10,000 times, don't look directly at her, or you'll be fascinated, and might do something embarrassing in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone's face turned red with embarrassment. Li Yunfeng led everyone to the place and instructed, let's go to the guest room to rest first. Then, he waved his hand cheerfully.
In short, if you don't understand anything in the future, just come to Haoran Peak to find me, Li Yunfeng. With his hands behind his back, he affirmed, I dare not say anything else, but I know everything that goes on in the sacred ground.
Everyone bowed their heads in unison to thank him. Thank you, senior brother. Xiongmeng raised his strong arm and said, Senior brother, you're too good. If senior brother needs me for anything in the future, just say the word. Li Yunfeng was surprised to hear this. Is this junior brother serious? Xiongmeng patted his chest and confidently replied, I never lie. Hearing this, Li Yunfeng smiled slyly. You never lie. His face darkened, and he raised his hand and pretended to cough.
Ahem, well, if that's the case, senior brother has a few things I hope junior brother can help me with,
Li Yunfeng said in a dangerous tone that sounded like a complaint. There's a junior brother named Shen Tian who retrieved the Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Amulet for the sacred ground, and he has done a great deed for our sect. Therefore, according to the ancestral teachings, he can assume the position of Holy Son of our sect, and even marry Yun Shi senior sister as his Tao companion. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Li Yunfeng reassured them. Don't worry, everyone. These words of mine are definitely not malicious, just a little curious.
Everyone paled even more when he asked, how did junior brother Shen Tian find the Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Amulet? How old is he? How far along is he with senior sister?
The more Li Yunfeng asked, the darker his face became. I, Li Yu, am known as the Encyclopedia of the Divine Firmament. I know all the secrets of our sect, but I always keep them tightly sealed, so you don't need to worry. I will definitely not tell a third person. Please tell senior brother. Seeing this, store manager Song had no choice but to stand up and say respectfully, please don't be impatient, senior brother. Wait for us to discuss it for a moment, and then we will give you a proper answer. Hearing this, Li Yunfeng narrowed his eyes and nodded with a smile. Very good, very good.
After saying that, they huddled together and discussed excitedly. Since the celestial being has become the Holy Son, as soon as he entered the Divine Firmament sacred ground, there must be many people who are not convinced in their hearts. Why don't we take this opportunity to tell senior brother Lai some of the Celestial Master's preferences? Perhaps it can help them make friends, store manager Song said in a low voice. But, will the Celestial Master be unhappy? The Celestial Master thinks of himself as carefree and unrestrained. How could he be unhappy because of these small things? Now, there are many disciples in the Holy Son who don't understand the Celestial Master. Now we should help the Celestial Master and promote that great deed to raise the momentum. Li Yunfeng smiled calmly behind them as he watched them huddle together and whisper. After discussing, they said in unison, that's a good idea. Let's take this opportunity to help the Celestial Master promote for the Celestial Qian organization. After a while of introductions, the group sat down together, including Li Yunfeng, to tell about what happened. Li Yunfeng was very surprised when he heard the story. What? The Holy Son is proficient in surveying and mineral vein-breaking techniques, and he never makes a mistake with the minerals he chooses. The more he listened, the more surprised he became. What? The period of time before, when my cousin Li Lianer opened the immortal gourd seed, was also chosen by the Holy Son. In the end, his surprise turned to embarrassment as shameful scenes flooded his mind, and he shouted loudly, What? The Holy Son cultivated with the Holy Maiden on the airship before OSHT, all explosive news.
Unbelievable hot gossip, it can definitely make the front page.
In the end, after listening, he felt a little dizzy and thought to himself, miscalculation. I didn't expect the Holy Son Shen Tian to be so powerful.
Li Yunfeng lowered his head and said calmly, Junior brothers, you must not talk nonsense about these things, especially the Holy Son's cultivation with the Holy Maiden. It must not be spread. At this point, he said seriously, Senior brother Feng Chang has always been hopelessly in love with Yun Shi senior sister. If he and second senior brother come out of seclusion and hear this news, they will definitely go crazy.
After finishing, he stood up, turned around, and walked out, saying as he walked, Rest assured, as long as you don't talk nonsense, then I, your senior brother, will definitely keep it tightly sealed.
He waved his hand casually to say goodbye.
It was very pleasant talking with you junior brothers today. Farewell. Li Yunfeng also left behind a sentence that left everyone dumbfounded. You are welcome to Haoran Peak as guests in the future.
Shopkeeper Song's face darkened as he stroked his chin, worried. Why do I feel like the people from the Shengxiao Holy Land are a little unreliable?
He looked out the window, lost in thought. I wonder how His Highness's meeting with the Shengxiao Holy Lord is going.
Inside the Holy Lord's hall, bathed in warm sunlight,
Bilian led Shen Tian into the hall, introducing him to Zhang Longyuan, second senior brother. I've brought the person back for you.
Shen Tian looked solemnly at Zhang Longyuan, thinking, This is the Shengxiao Holy Lord. He calmly looked back at Shen Tian, saying, Young man, you truly are a force to be reckoned with. Shen Tian composed himself and respectfully bowed. Shen Tian greets the Shengxiao Holy Lord. Shen Tian looked at him, marveling in his mind, as expected of the Shengxiao Holy Lord, a tribulation stage powerhouse, practically a saint in legends. Even his aura of destiny is so different. He compared him to Bi Lian. Whether it's status, appearance, wealth, or fate, or even, compared to daughters, he could instantly obliterate that black and white old Taoist.
Zhang Longyuan calmly looked at Shen Tian, saying, This seat wishes to thank you on behalf of the Shengxiao Holy Land for your great contribution to our sect. If you have any wishes, speak them freely. This seat will grant them all.
Shen Tian was overjoyed and exclaimed, Really? Anything at all?
Zhang Longyuan simply closed his eyes and nodded calmly. That's right. Even if you wish to become my disciple, it's possible,
Shen Tian said hesitantly.
Then, can I? He scratched his head, looking troubled, and asked directly, Can I not be the Holy Son? This responsibility is a little too heavy. Bilian, hearing this, was shocked and disbelieving, exclaiming, Hey, what are you saying? Zhang Longyuan was also taken aback, stunned for a moment, but then he reacted and sidestepped the issue. Ah, very good, this seat understands. The Holy Son finds thunder cultivation difficult and hopes to become my disciple. This seat grants your request. Bilian cheerfully gave a thumbs up. As expected of junior brother, Shen Tian was utterly shocked, thinking, Wait, did I just say that? Zhang Longyuan didn't give him time to react, waving his hand forward. The Holy Son's 5 elements belong to water. As your master, I bestow upon you the Xuanwu water-type spirit artifact shield.
Shen Tian stared blankly at the aquamarine shield, hearing that it was a mid-grade spirit artifact. After injecting spirit energy, it could condense into a Xuanwu shield, practically an absolute defense weapon. At the same time, wearing it could enhance water-type spirit energy, assisting in cultivation. Shen Tian, still unable to figure out what was happening, broke out in a cold sweat and scratched his head. That, Holy Lord, did you perhaps misunderstand?
Zhang Longyuan didn't reply, only glaring around as gusts of wind swirled around him, blowing toward Shen Tian, saying,
The Holy Son has traveled far and is surely tired today. Return and rest. Shen Tian was blown away by the force. Along with the shield, before he could do anything, he was blown out of the main hall, face-planting on the ground, and yelling, Ouch! Shen Tian finally understood what had just happened. It's over. This prince suddenly has a Holy Lord Master. The fall made him a little dizzy. He rubbed his head and cried out, Ow, that hurt!
Wiping off the dust, he glanced around, thinking, Although being accepted as a disciple by the Shengxiao Holy Lord adds a bit of security, this Holy Lord Master seems a little unreliable, and his hearing doesn't seem too good.
Shen Tian held the aquamarine shield in his right hand, thinking, The Xuanwu shield the Holy Lord gave me.
And in his hand, a purple mallet appeared. Purple gold hammer in his left hand, Xuanwu shield in his right. This look is a little familiar. Holding these 2 items, he naturally thought of a character with a similar appearance. Extremely similar to someone who can't wield a hammer, but secretly learns all the moves of his big brother.
He had no choice but to accept what had happened, and stood up, calmly saying, Sigh. It seems I can't escape this holy sun position. For the plan, I can only quickly go green. He quickly became cheerful again, thinking of Yundi. Meeting the young scientist Qin Yundi at Mirror Moon Lake earlier was not bad. Gotta try to leech off his luck a bit.
Inside the main hall, Bilian approached Zhang Longyuan and said, "Second senior brother, are you sure you don't have any real feelings?" He tilted his head close, saying in a mocking tone, "I never thought you'd have such a shameless moment, truly rare." Zhang Longyuan calmly said, "Based on a rational analysis, I should keep him here. Compared to the Holy Sun, my face isn't as important, and I can do without the Green Lotus." Seeing him say that, Bilian stopped joking and asked seriously, "Are you sure he's a favored son of heaven? He's cultivating the scorching fire scripture." Zhang Longyuan closed his eyes and denied it. "That question is not definitive. The world is unpredictable, and a dragon can defeat heaven. How would we know without trying?" Having said that, he looked at Bilian seriously. "Senior brother, I think very soon you will feel regret." Bilian was taken aback and wondered, "Regret? Regret what?" Zhang Longyuan smirked, saying with a tone full of hidden meaning, "Regret that you didn't accept him as a disciple today, here at the Holy Lord's Hall." Bilian was stunned to hear that, disbelievingly asking back, "What? Regret not accepting him as a disciple?" He turned away, exploding with anger and scolding, "HMPH, if I regret it, then I'm your grandson." While leaving, he angrily thought of Shen Tian. "Are you kidding me? This old Taoist has lived a carefree life, alone and independent. Regret taking in that parasitic leech? That kid cultivates the scorching fire scripture and eats gold, silver, and jewels." But then he thought of something and hesitated. He's also a favored son of fortune. Even if he knelt before this old Taoist begging me to take him as a disciple, I wouldn't even bother. Seeing Bilian angrily stomp out, Longyuan thought to himself, his fate since childhood was full of wrongdoings, a solitary star of calamity, yet now he possesses a great destiny. A trapped dragon ascends to the heavens, laughing arrogantly at the world. His fate is inestimably precious. Then he revealed a mysterious smile, muttering to himself, "Senior brother, you miscalculated this time." In a certain forest, the calm river surface was illuminated by the sun. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down into the river, causing the water to splash everywhere. Qin Yundi, who directly caused the impact, calmly stood on the river. Seeing such a scene, he frowned and thought to himself, "Sigh, the power is still a bit weak." He clenched his fist, unwillingly thinking, "Where exactly did I go wrong? It was clearly so powerful that one time, but now it's unbelievably weak." Yundi stubbornly took out a stack of talismans, pondering, "That time, I just casually arranged a thunderous explosion talisman formation, and the power was amazing, but unfortunately, no matter how many more times I try, the lightning power effect just isn't the same." Then he earnestly focused, forming hand seals for the final time, setting up the talisman array. Hopefully, this time it will be successful. Afterward, he threw the pile of talismans forward, thinking to himself, "After using them this time, I need to honestly sell lightning talismans to make more money." At the same time, Yundi used both hands to control the talismans, arranging them in an X shape. The talismans began to form a magic array under Yundi's control. Then Yundi clenched his fist, signaling for the magic array to activate. All the talismans accordingly created a chain explosion. However, he was still disappointed looking at the explosion. As expected, it's still not as powerful as that time. Suddenly, a round of applause sounded encouragingly. It was Shen Tian. He approached and applauded, praising, "Yundi, powerful thunder explosion talisman array. Your research into the thunder explosion talisman array is indeed extraordinary." Startled by someone approaching, Yundi turned around defensively, asking, "Who are you?" Seeing Shen Tian approaching, Yundi calmly and coldly probed, "Who might you be, fellow Taoist? Is there something you want to instruct?" At the same time, he secretly thought, he's the person that Shibo Bilian brought back. He is a bit suspicious. But thinking of Bilian's personality, he thought otherwise. Surely Billy and Shibo wouldn't intentionally send someone to trick me, would he? Shen Tian approached, leisurely and confidently introducing himself. "This one is Shen Tian." Although he already knew who he was, Yundi still feigned surprise. "Shen Tian, are you the newly established holy son of our sect?" Shen Tian was stunned to hear that, surprisingly asking, "What, I just agreed to be the holy son. How did you know?" He casually said, "Senior brother doesn't need to be surprised." Yundi smiled, raising his hand to his chin to explain. "A few days ago, senior brother Li Yunfeng already told us. The Holy Sun retrieved the supreme forbidden scripture, turning his body into tribulation, and this fated person to find it will also be given inheritance, not only being appointed as the holy son, but also having the opportunity to marry the holy maiden. Saying this, Yundi smiled happily again. You could say all the true disciples of our sect probably know your name now. Hearing this, Shen Tian was speechless, thinking to himself, can't a guy catch a break? Seriously. However, on the outside, he still acted like it was no big deal. He happily said, I've also heard a lot about junior brother Yundi's name from senior sister Yun Shi. Yundi also smiled insincerely and said, Senior sister must have said I'm not following the righteous path, right? But Shen Tian didn't care, and steered the conversation in another direction. Junior brother, you misunderstand. What I mean is that I'm also interested in studying thundering talismans. Hearing this, Yundi was stunned, not knowing what to say. After a moment, he opened his eyes seriously and asked, Senior brother, are you serious? Shen Tian nodded very calmly and affirmed, That's right, as far as I'm concerned. And then he said loudly and clearly, A thundering talisman exploding. That can be called art. Yundi was confused when he heard this. Art? What is art? Shen Tian seriously touched his chin and thought for a long time before replying, Art? What do you think is the most beautiful thing? That is art. Hearing this, Yundi seemed to suddenly understand. His face flushed red. The most beautiful thing. He seemed to have realized something, clenched his fist, raised it and shouted, I get it now, art is explosion. Yundi doubtfully raised both hands and asked, Senior brother, is it true that you also like to study thundering talismans? Seeing this, Shen Tian decisively replied, If junior brother doesn't believe me, I'll show you a few moves. With that, he raised the jade ring in front of him, and secretly called out in his mind, Ju Guer. The jade ring on Shen Tian's hand glowed, and a voice came from within the ring, replying to him, Yes, master. Then, it shone spiritual power onto the water's surface. The calm water suddenly rippled, and a water ball rose from the water's surface in mid-air. Yundi behind him couldn't help but wonder, asking himself, What exactly does the Holy Sun senior brother want to do? Seeing this, he explained to Yundi unhurriedly, still pointing the ring at the water's surface, I was observing just now, and it seems that junior brother is still stubbornly trying to create and arrange the Thunderlord Dharma inscription formation. A dark black aura appeared on Shen Tian's hand, and he frowned slightly and continued seriously. This is indeed a method that can enhance the power of the Thunder Talisman formation, but it's not the only option. Then, Shen Tian raised his hand forward, smiled, and said, Sometimes, if junior brother is willing to change your approach, you might discover a whole new world. The water ball gradually shrank under the influence of the black aura. Yundi craned his neck to look at this wonder and wondered, What is senior brother doing? Why did the lake suddenly disappear, and what is that mass of air? Hearing this, Shen Tian secretly ordered in his mind, Jushu, add more green spiritual energy, so that junior brother Yundi can see it clearly. The person in the ring immediately obeyed, Yes, master. Then, Shen Tian reached out, snapped his fingers, and said, Next is the moment to witness the miracle. That ray of energy took the shape of an arrow as he stretched out his hand, shooting forward before Yundi's eyes. Then, a loud explosion echoed in the clear green water. The wind blew everywhere, fluttering both of their clothes. Yundi couldn't help but be shocked, shielding himself with one hand while his eyes remained fixed on the lake where the explosion occurred, dazedly shouting, What was that? He looked up at the sky in shock, where a colorful rainbow appeared, unconsciously smiling brightly, but still constantly questioning Shen Tian, How is this possible? There's electric light on the tip of senior brother's finger, and it's clearly only at the first level of qi refining. Why is it that after shooting out this electric light, the explosive power can be so terrifying? He clenched his fist, his cheeks flushed red with excitement as if he had just discovered something new, and clenched his fist to ask Shen Tian, Senior brother, What's the name of that move just now? He grinned very triumphantly, and agreed to teach him, reaching out with one hand to express his sincerity before the dazzling light. You want to learn it? Then I'll teach you. Hearing this, he was shocked, his eyes widened, his expression changed slightly, and his heart was filled with thoughts. Teach me. Everyone has always said that I can't do anything right, they don't understand my love for thundering talismans. Then, Yundi suddenly gritted his teeth, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, constantly recalling the pitiful images of the past. Even my mother, Jin Lian Tianzun, has never understood me, and even stopped me from indulging in this love I thought that no one would understand. That action startled Shen Tian, his heart filled with panic as he awkwardly raised his hands, not knowing what to do, and asked, Junior brother? What's wrong with you? Yundi knelt down again, thinking, But at this very moment, the Holy Sun's senior brother selflessly taught and encouraged me. With tears still glistening in the corners of his eyes, Yun Di was incredibly grateful and happy. His face flushed for a moment, thinking,
"After all these years, I finally have a confidant who understands me, and is even willing to share this magic with me." He asked excitedly, "Senior brother, can you really teach me?"
He could only chuckle, a little sweaty and helpless, raising his hand. "Of course, listen closely." Then he pointed his hand towards the lake, and a ball of water appeared in his hand, crackling with electricity, just like before.
Shen Tian lectured seriously. "Junior brother, this water is made up of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom." Yun Di excitedly responded quickly, 2 yin atoms and 1 yang atom."
He looked up slightly, continuing to explain to Yun Di. "Through lightning we can decompose the water once again, creating hydrogen and oxygen atoms." A questioning voice immediately rang out. "Lightning can decompose water into yin-yang atoms." Yun Di blushed again,
pursed his lips, suppressing the excitement from escaping, and secretly marveled with one eye closed. "Although I don't know what these yin and yang atoms the Holy Sun is talking about are, anything related to yin and yang must be awesome. Once I increased my power during a thunderstorm. That thunderstorm gave me the idea." So he grasped his hand as if he had found true love, and 2 streams of tears stretched like rivers. "So in a moment of carelessness, I once touched upon the yin-yang grand Tao."
Suddenly he shouted, sweating with excitement, sharing his guess with him, his cheeks still flushed.
"Senior brother, I understand. Is it that yin and yang atoms, when stimulated by a secret art, can harmonize yin and yang, unleashing great power, right?" Shen Tian was shocked to hear this, sweating bullets as he thought, yin atoms, yin-yang harmony.
Then he stroked his chin, pondering carefully. But if based on junior brother Yun Di's explanation, it's not impossible to mix hydrogen gas and oxygen gas in a 2:1 ratio, which is the same as hydrogen and oxygen combining. If I don't explain it clearly, I might end up teaching Yun Di a crash course in chemistry. Better not. He turned to look at Yun Di, agreeing with him, his hands still surrounded by rays of energy. "That's right, you're absolutely correct, but there's no need for secret art stimulation, just a spark of lightning fire will do."
"This is also a water-type lightning technique I accidentally discovered." Hearing this, he praised him non-stop, and Shen Tian also blamed himself. No, he's worthy of being the Holy Sun's senior brother. He really has great luck around him. Junior brother is ashamed. All this effort studying for months could not discover the magic of yin and yang atoms. The more Yun Di spoke, the more excited he got, without knowing where to stop. "The best goodness is like water. Water benefits all things and does not compete. Its essence is like wuji, and wuji creates taiji, taiji creates yin and yang, so water is made up of yin and yang atoms, which can transform yin and yang. So profound, so profound." Shen Tian's face twitched as Yun Di continued to point directly at him. "Senior brother, I feel that you are emanating a unique great Daoyo. Perhaps it can be considered the beginning of creating an unprecedented water reversal yin-yang great emperor." His face turned black, sweating profusely, thinking in his head. "The best goodness is like water. The essence of water is like wuji. Wuji creates taiji. Taiji separates yin and yang. So according to the understanding of electrolysis of water is yin and yang atoms. Damn it. If I hadn't read books, even I wouldn't believe it. Should I call you Qin Safety Lavon later? Yun Di, you will become a great man of the cultivation world." Even so, Shen Tian still let him hold his hand, calculating in his heart, "That's right. I see a chance encounter in Shin Yun Di's halo. It is indeed Shin Yun Di's 1 in a million chance to discover the phenomenon of water electrolysis." Once, Shin Yun Di arranged a great lightning axe formation on Mirror Moon Lake, electrolyzing a large amount of hydrogen and oxygen. And then he conveniently arranged another great lightning talisman formation, detonating the hydrogen in the air. Images of Yun Di in the past with lightning still flashed in his head. Also because the explosive power of that formation far exceeded his expectations, Qin Yun Di has been careful every step of the way these months, hoping for a miracle like that time. The image of him kneeling on the ground, his face down, but his eyes still full of determination, not giving up hope for the future, made him sigh involuntarily. It's just a pity that the more careful he is, the longer it takes for the 2 explosions before arranging the formation. Of course, Qin Yun Di still remembered that ray of great Tao, so he continued to experiment in Mirror Moon Lake. Sooner or later he would discover this magic. He still looked at Yun Di, his eyes narrowed, silently thinking about his plans. "And what I want to do is just use a natural science identity to help this guy with the beginner science course." Shen Tian picked up the mirror and looked at himself. "After helping Qin Yun Di, my luck has also increased. Great. The light above my head is greener." He closed his eyes, thinking with satisfaction. Sure enough, a person with good luck is more comfortable. It's worth the hard work of remembering what my teachers taught me. Yundi next to him looked at him suspiciously as he stood looking in the mirror.
What does senior brother mean?
He clenched his fist, realizing something. Could it be that he wants to remind me not to be dizzy with a momentary gain? Look in the mirror more often? Think about where I need to change? Thinking like that, Yundi said, worthy of being the Holy Sun's senior brother, he is indeed hiding his talent. Suddenly he lowered his head.
His messy hair covered half of his face, and he said in a deep voice from behind, "Senior brother, forgive me for being too excited." Shen Tian was still enjoying his rising luck, and replied casually, "It's okay. It's good that junior brother is happy."
Then he raised his head again and asked loudly, "Senior brother, have you named this move?" Shen Tian crossed his arms and pretended to be thinking, saying, "If water electrolysis produces hydrogen and oxygen atoms, then it will be called godly lightning hydrogen oxygen." He said that, and turned to leave.
"I've squeezed out all the luck. Time to bolt." Leaving Yundi stroking his chin, thinking about something.
Suddenly he shouted, raising his hand to hold him back,
and said sincerely, "Senior brother, please accept me."
Shen Tian stopped, thinking he had misheard, turned around to look at him, a little surprised and unexpected. "What do you mean?"
But Yundi still sincerely put his hand on his chest, sadly. Willing to follow Shen Tian senior brother. Senior brother is the holy son of our sect. He will definitely build his own organization in the future. Yundi is willing to follow senior brother, as long as senior brother can teach Yundi a few moves.
Teach Yundi some great Tao water reversal yin and yang.
Yundi kept trying to persuade him. "For the sake of our shared passion for the arts, please, senior brother, take me in." Seeing Yundi so persistent made Shen Tian's head hurt. He reluctantly agreed.
Fine.
Shen Tian was a little bummed, but quickly grinned, thinking about the future. If this holy sun teaches Shin Yundi grenade fragments, thunderous lightning, and spiritual energy electronic cannons.
He stared at Yundi and the halo of luck above his head, calculating. Before Qin Yundi invents these things, will I be able to see the opportunities for invention beforehand?
A sinister smile crept across Shen Tian's face. If I can't find any opportunities, then this holy sun will create them myself.
Shen Tian chuckled, stroking his chin. Junior brother, you're too polite. What do you mean, follow or not follow? He gently bent down, took Qin Yundi's hand to help him up, and softly replied, "Since you and I are already fellow disciples, shouldn't we support and help each other on the path of cultivation?" Shen Tian grinned, fondly recalling the image of the two of them playing on the green grass. "Besides, we both love the art of explosions. You could say we're kindred spirits. How about this? We share the good times and the bad. What skill would senior brother not teach you? And finally, like Ignite." The two of them harmoniously hooked their arms around each other's shoulders. Shen Tian gave a thumbs up and shouted, his eyes wide with excitement. Yundi grinned and agreed. "Art is an explosion." Shen Tian put his hands on his hips, his mouth slightly raised, and said with a confident and certain expression. A beam of sunlight flashed between them, as if adding strength to his words. "In the future, if senior brother encounters danger, can you come and help me without telling the elders at home?"
He kept a smile on his face, cupping his hands in front of his chest in a respectful salute. "Senior brother is too kind. Yundi appreciates senior brother, and hopes that senior brother will continue to guide me."
Hearing this, Shen Tian happily continued without hesitation. "If we're talking about improving the method of explosion, it's not impossible." He also eagerly perked up his ears to listen to the knowledge he was about to spew out. "Senior brother, please tell me." He raised his hand in the air, creating a pure water bubble, and slowly explained to Yundi. He watched him intently, and then imitated him exactly. "Junior brother, if you want to try my method, first rub 2 divine thunder hydroxides together." Yundi created a ball of water between his palms, and performed it seriously. The big ball of water slowly shrunk. Shen Tian kept an eye on Yundi's every move, a few drops of sweat dotting his forehead. He rummaged in his pocket for something. He closed one eye and mumbled a magic incantation, with a few talismans in his hand. A flash of golden lightning appeared on his hand holding the talismans. He still stood still, his eyes somewhat stunned, not leaving Yundi who was performing the spell. His hands were raised again, with the talisman being enveloped by the swirling lightning bolts behind the ball of water that had been created. Shen Tian panicked on the spot, his eyes and mouth wide open, sweating profusely, waving his hands in shock and fear. He thought, this holy sun just taught him a trick to rub thunderwater electrolysis, and he was already able to infer 1 from 3, gathering Qingdian Qi into a gaseous state, preserving hydrogen and oxygen, directly filling a large number. He couldn't help but admire him, giving an admiring look to the figure who was concentrating intensely with the talisman emitting extremely powerful energy.
As expected of Lavo Yundi,
Shen Tian looked at him and held out the glowing talisman to him. He put one hand on his hip and said with a smile, "Senior brother has finished drawing the thunder and fire symbols on the Qi gathering talisman, you can explode it." Seeing this, he sweated a little, and took them.
Okay. In an instant, Shen Tian threw the talisman away. With a whoosh, the talisman flashed brightly in the air, as if it were about to unleash something terrifying. Then, it quickly exploded. The wind blew everywhere, and countless flashes of light flashed for a moment. Shen Tian had already backed away to avoid being hit. A cloud of black smoke billowed up, obscuring a patch of the sky. After the explosion, small burning dust was still crackling below. Yundi was very excited, pointing to the pillar of smoke he had created, and saying to Shen Tian, "Senior brother, look! This just exploded a hole about 10 meters wide. The power of this talisman can threaten Foundation establishment stage experts."
Shen Tian stroked his chin, muttering with some dissatisfaction, "It's just that the range of damage is a little small."
Then he bent down and picked up the glowing pink crystal lying among the stones, rolling on the ground after the aftershocks. Also, the speed of releasing the talisman is not fast enough. It's not easy to escape.
Yundi was standing right next to him, looking down curiously and listening attentively.
The hazy smoke had not dissipated, but was still lingering around the two of them. Holding the talisman in his left hand and the crystal in his right hand, he continued, "It is also possible to improve the space, increase the speed and range of the bombardment." Then Shen Tian stood up, having combined the two in his hand. With the talisman on the outside and the crystal on the inside, he said, "Maybe we can try holding it together with spirit stones to see what happens." Then, he threw it away again, towards the green forest in front of him.
He sat down. The stone landed on the dry ground in the direction he threw it, and it landed hard enough to hear a sound. Yundi stood beside him, and watched him attentively, quickly creating a green shield in front of him. When he bent down, several green rays of light radiated from it. Yundi next to him clenched one hand, and looked blankly. "Junior brother, come hide behind me, it's safer."
Yet he was carefree and fearless, and only pointed his finger and replied calmly, "Senior brother is too worried. I'm not even afraid of the intensity of this storm lightning talisman."
Shen Tian had no choice but to leave him alone. Yundi remained in his defensive posture behind his sturdy shield, sitting cross-legged, while he stood calmly in front of the upcoming explosion with his hands on his hips. "Then I'll leave you alone."
Then, that thing started flashing, bursting out with dazzling golden rays of energy, and a huge explosion went off, right in front of the unprepared dude. And of course, Yundi caught the full blast, while senior brother Shen Tian was still hiding behind his shield. Alright. The crystal shattered into tiny pieces, scattering everywhere.
He furrowed his brows, trying to hold on behind the sturdy shield being bombarded by the fragments. Shen Tian was a bit cautious, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Damn, that's powerful. Even the shield is getting numb from those fragments." He frowned and asked, "Junior brother, you okay?"
Only to see that he was far from okay. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his hair was standing on end. He freaked out, screaming in fear, "Junior brother." Seeing Yundi clutching his chest and vomiting blood, he paled, anxiously reaching out towards him. "Junior brother, you all right?" But who knew? He wasn't trembling in fear at all, but even more excited than before. Ignoring his tattered clothes, he clenched his fist and enthusiastically shouted, "So strong! If I didn't have this to protect me, I'd probably be a goner. So powerful. This is enough to seriously injure a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator." The more Yundi spoke, the more excited he got.
Seemingly not caring about the explosion just now, he only thought about the power of the thunder talisman, even grinning from ear to ear, despite his face being covered in dust and scratches. Senior brother's yin-yang thunder talisman is simple to make, has high destructive power, and only costs a tenth of a normal thunder talisman. He held out both hands, his face flushed with excitement. Adding solid objects increases the destructive power even more. But Shen Tian just smiled lightly, winking and waving his hand. "This is just the basic version," which shocked him, his eyes lighting up. "There's a more advanced version." Seeing this, he slowly explained, raising his index finger, sharing his knowledge with Yundi. "If junior brother Yundi is interested, you can replace these spirit bodies with more solid and durable spirit iron beads." He bowed his head slightly, placing his hand on his forehead, while Yundi's eyes shone like stars, listening eagerly. "Under the force of the explosion, these spirit iron beads will fly out in all directions. The power will only be greater." Hearing Shen Tian say this, he stroked his chin with one hand and said, "Right, I was always considering how to advance the formation symbols, but I didn't think about adding other things to increase the destructive power." Then he started thinking about a futuristic version, thinking about the prospect of this thing spreading.
If I can research and develop this invention, it will definitely cause a huge storm in the entire Thunder Talisman market throughout the Eastern Wilderness. But he rejected that idea again, confidently saying,
"Of course, this is still a basic version." Shen Tian's mental image of Yundi using those balls appeared.
Then he crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a proud face, "If junior brother Yundi can make these spirit iron beads like normal arrows, with a shooting direction, this type of divine thunder will be even more controllable."
Shen Tian was also very excited and pointed up, saying,
"Just imagine the power of that kind of damage, hitting exactly where you aim." Yundi was still stroking his chin and pondering, muttering, "Hitting exactly where you aim?" He imagined himself holding a machine gun, with a hazy cloud of smoke behind him, super cool. He quickly conjured up an image of a monster, with 2 horns on its head, a terrifying figure, green skin, wearing a loincloth, standing in front of him, and he calmly said, "Release, Imperial, crossing, here, go." Yundi didn't flinch at all, unafraid, slowly taking the machine gun in his hand and firing non-stop at the monster, laughing triumphantly, confidently saying, "You're dead."
Then came a series of images of himself firing continuously at the monster, causing it to fall to the ground in an instant without being able to touch him,
his eyes shining with joy,
exclaiming, "Too brutal. Just thinking about it is exciting." Shen Tian had to smile helplessly, looking at Yundi with a slightly contemptuous gaze.
Under the roaring waterfall, 2 figures were practicing. Both of them were highly focused. Rushing forward, Li Chengge shouted, "Swordmaster conquers heaven and earth." Shen Anyo quickly parried, shouting, "Heavenly hammer, 100 refinements, must be hard, must be fast." Li Chengge impatiently said loudly, "Use more strength." Then both of them shouted in unison and struck hard at the waterfall. "Use the power of the Tai-Bai Cave Heaven."
Exhausted, Shen Aochao collapsed to the ground, saying to Li Chenglan, who was still standing steadily, in a tired voice, "Senior brother, you've been training me for a whole day and night, let me go." Hearing this, he turned his face and said to him, "But junior brother's endurance is still too weak." Li Chenglan turned in the opposite direction and said loudly, "Shen Aozhou, now that you've joined my Tai-Bai Cave Heaven, you can't disgrace our sect." Images of ancient heroic figures appeared. Li Shenglan then continued, "In a month, it's the Shang Ancient Battlefield Joint Training for the 2 great sacred grounds and 6 great heavens." He warned them extremely seriously. This training ground is the Shang Ancient Battlefield. Outside the Great Yang country, Golden Core cultivators won't be participating.
Then, with a slightly challenging and smug look, he said, "In order for you to show your talents in this month's trial, I will teach you in place of your master, and impart sword techniques to you."
The 2 boys plopped down by the crystal-clear stream, panting for breath. Li Shenglan raised his elbow in a threatening gesture, his face full of murderous intent, and said in a deep voice, "In a month, I don't expect you to still be so weak, embarrassing our sect, otherwise." Shen Ao's face paled when he saw this, and he thought in a panic, "I have no grudge against you, why do you have to do this?"
Afterwards, he quickly regained his spirits, thinking about his words as he continued to lift the wooden sword and practice. "There's still a month of special training. Have you ever seen anyone who can improve even faster after just breaking through to the foundation establishment stage with a month of special training?" Even though he was working very hard, he couldn't stop the self-deprecating thoughts in his head.
"And I'm supposed to participate in the joint trial of the 2 great sacred grounds and the 6 great heavens. I'm afraid you could randomly find someone with a higher cultivation than me." Suddenly, Shen Ao remembered the main point in Li Shenglan's words, and his face revealed a look of suspicion, pausing for a moment. "Wait, 2 great sacred grounds? It wouldn't happen to include the divine firmament sacred ground, would it?"
Then he clenched his fist, remembering Shen Tian's demonic face, and said, "Sixth brother, long time no see." Shen Ao thought with tears in his eyes, "Please don't let us meet. That 13th bro of his is poisonous." Meanwhile, under the warm golden sun, light shone down on the peaceful jade-green mountains, hidden in the misty smoke rising from the water pits in the eastern wilderness, the sacred ground of interweaving harmony. A beautiful bird flew over and landed on a slender, fair hand. Suddenly, a little girl approached and said, "Senior Sister Lingyur, Celestial Venerable Dan Wu has instructed you to go to Lingyu Peak to find him, saying that he has news of Shen Akon to report to you." Hearing this, little fairy Linger gently covered her mouth and chuckled to herself, muttering softly, "Shen Ageo." She walked gently step by step on the water surface, then ran in small steps, her whole body exuding a joyful light, her voice full of excitement. All right, at the same time, in the East Wilderness, East Jiao City, Divine Firmament, Somewhere in a cultivation dwelling, a large explosion suddenly erupted, completely destroying the house. The two people inside were also blown out by the force of the explosion.
Their hair a mess, Qin Yundi was covered in soot, but his face was still very happy. He excitedly clenched his hands and shouted, "Success! Success!" Shen Tian was still dizzy from the explosion, staggering, and asked blankly, "Who am I? Where is this?" Qin Yundi shook his head slightly to fix his frizzy hair, his face showing pride, and affirmed his discovery with a firm voice. "Senior brother, I discovered that when yin atoms and yang atoms are combined with spiritual energy in a ratio of 4:1, the power is the strongest."
He held his achievement in his hand, his face full of joy, and said to Shen Tian, "In addition to the thunder yin-yang armor-piercing bomb just now, the yin-yang demon-breaking gun you mentioned, Senior brother, I've also made it. Senior brother can try how powerful it is. Can it satisfy you?" Then, Shen Tian proudly picked up the gun, thinking that in just one short day, he had made grenades and silencers.
"Junior brother Yundi, you truly live up to your name."
While Shen Tian was studying the gun, Yundi stood beside him and slowly explained how to use it. The yin-yang demon-breaking gun is used by inserting thundering talismans and spirit iron beads inside. Then it can be fired. After understanding the principle, Shen Tian raised the gun, closed one eye to aim, then he decisively pulled the trigger. And the bullet flew out, as if there was a burst of power coming from the gun, accurately shattering the rocks on the opposite side. The dust around it seemed to be stirred up. Yundi opened one eye to look at his results. Because resources are limited, the barrel of this yin-yang demon-breaking gun cannot withstand large explosions, so the power is limited. He continued to frown and consider. This kind of ordinary spirit metal used to make the yin-yang demon-breaking gun has a fairly good killing power against mid-stage Foundation establishment experts.
Of course, if you can use stronger spirit metal materials to make it, I believe you can create even more powerful destructive force.
In the end, Yundi helplessly concluded, "It's just that the price of high-strength spirit metal is too expensive, your junior brother can't afford it." Shen Tian glanced back, thinking to himself, "How can scientific research not cost money?" He silently calculated in his head. "But researching this kind of gun, don't need to worry about money at all. On the market now, thunder talismans that can injure Foundation establishment cultivators are priced at over 10 spirit stones. If you can make thunder talismans that can injure mid-stage and late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, you can sell them for 50 to 100 spirit stones." Looking at Yundi across from him, who was sad, he was a little hesitant. The ordinary yin-yang divine lightning that Qin Yundi refines, including spiritual energy consumption and the finished talisman, doesn't cost more than 2 spirit stones at most. Even with the addition of low-grade spirit metal components, the thunder yin-yang armor-piercing bomb, a finished product, is no more than 5 spirit stones.
He raised his hand to stroke his chin, a smug look on his face, pleased with his calculations. Casually selling just one of these will net a huge profit, like 20 times over. Just a few minutes and I can turn my life around. Shen Tian's mood, which had just sunk, suddenly shifted as he considered another scenario. Hold on a sec. Money is definitely useful, but if your strength isn't up to par, having too much money might not be a good thing. I remember in history, there was this old bro named Shen, who was richer than a country, making the emperor green with envy. In the end, the emperor found some random excuse to arrest him, sentence him to death, and confiscate all his assets. Yundi stood behind, helplessly watching. His mood was all over the place, and now he was frantically messing with his hair. This is the cultivation world, where the strong eat the weak. I'm just a chi refining cultivator with a tiny little green halo over my head. How dare I try to snatch business from those big shots? After thinking it all through, Shen Tian's face was filled with despair and fear. He clenched his fist, trying to calm himself. Stay calm. Can't be too reckless. Shen Tian and Yundi spent the whole day worrying about funding. Shen Tian's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and sweat poured down his forehead.
Yundi looked at him, confused, and called out, "Senior brother, have you figured it out?"
He stood backlit, looking incredibly imposing, his eyes full of determination. He looked at Yundi and said firmly, "After careful consideration, we're submitting it to the Holy Hall."
At that moment, inside the Holy Hall, a vast and desolate space, there were only Bili Lian and Zhang Longyuan.
Suddenly, a shout echoed from somewhere, shaking the entire room. "Junior brother, you're being unreasonable." It turned out to be Bili Lian. He frowned, pointed at Zhang Longyuan, and angrily accused him. "You promised me a spirit peak before. I just remembered when I got back. Where's the spirit peak?" Zhang Longyuan was sitting on the only wooden chair in the room, wearing an exquisite gold-plated robe, In contrast to Bai Lian, he was dressed in simple cloth clothing. He leisurely rested his hand on his chin and replied, "That's right. We initially agreed you would trade the Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Badge for 15 million Spirit Stones and a Spirit Peak." Hearing him say that, Bilian became even angrier, his face darkening. If that's the case, why is second junior brother going back on his word? Is this how things are done?
Zhang Longyuan slowly tilted his head, his eyes slightly closed, and retorted, "Right after we agreed, you didn't give me the Dragon Tiger Badge, you just gave me a verbal agreement."
Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, fierce, and his blue pupils glowed as he gritted his teeth. "Therefore, I reject that transaction."
Seeing that, Bitlian glanced at him sideways. Faced with his decisive action, Bitlian's tone softened, and he scoffed. "Playing it like that, huh?" He felt he couldn't let this deal slip away, and raised his voice, his face full of determination. "Well, now the Dragon Tiger Badge is here, can we continue the transaction?" But Zhang Longyuan didn't want to satisfy Bai Lian's greed, so he coldly refused. "This time, I refuse." His eyes stared blankly in one direction, the scar on his forehead becoming even more prominent. He brazenly continued. "The entire inheritance of the Five Thunder Grand Heaven Incantation, the secret of the Thunder Emperor's corporeal transcension, I've already mastered it all. This Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Badge is no longer of any great significance to me. If you like it, just keep it." Bilian's face darkened as he held out the Dragon Tiger Badge. "Junior brother, you're learning bad habits?" His eyes changed, his pupils narrowed, his gaze fierce, his face hardened, and he snarled menacingly,
"Didn't you say before that this Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Badge was the Holy Lord's token?"
Hearing that, Zhang Longyuan looked away, avoiding Bilian's gaze. "But I feel what you said makes sense. The Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Badge has been lost for 10,000 years, and it's not like I don't have the Holy Lord's other token." As he finished speaking, Bilian was suddenly astonished. He felt a little happy inside, but threatened Zhang Longyuan, "Aren't you afraid I'll sell this jade pendant?" But Zhang Longyuan seemed to have anticipated his move and replied, "You won't sell it, and no one would dare to buy it." Zhang Longyuan raised his voice, extending his hand to explain, 150 million Spirit Stones in exchange for the Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Badge, and also allow you to teach Tian'er body refinement techniques. That way, you can be considered half of Tian'er's master.
I wonder what senior brother thinks.
But Bilian didn't believe in his proposal and immediately made his decision, causing Zhang Longyuan's face to darken.
"This old Taoist doesn't believe in so-called child of destiny. How about this? 20 million Spirit Stones for you to take this unlucky jade pendant." Zhang Longyuan saw that he couldn't entice Bilian no matter what he tried, so he agreed to his request, completing the transaction of Spirit Stones from within the spatial ring, only hoping that Tianguer would rise up in the future, and his senior brother wouldn't regret it.
Immediately, the Spirit Stones flew into Bilian's hand, and he didn't pay any attention to Zhang Longyuan's words. Regret, what a joke. After receiving the Spirit Stones,
he also kept his promise, throwing the 2 Dragon Tiger Badges back towards Zhang Longyuan and saying magnanimously, "Why are you joking around? If I regret not taking him as a disciple, then I'll be your grandson." As the two were talking, a voice echoed from afar, "Master, your disciple seeks an audience." 2 figures were gradually approaching the door. Bilian recognized them, and turned to Zhang Longyuan, saying sarcastically, "Your disciples have arrived." The 2 entered one after the other. They were Shen Tian and Qin Yuandi. When he saw the 2 enter, Bilian was a little stunned, thinking to himself. After Qin Yuandi returned, he argued with Jin Lian Celestial Venerable, and his personality has become increasingly eccentric. Bilian frowned, thinking about Yuandi. Normally he wouldn't come to the Divine Firmament Small World to interact with the other senior brothers. He only knows how to tinker with explosive talismans. He was also surprised to see him with Shen Tian. Why did he suddenly appear with Shen Tian today, running to the Divine Firmament Holy Hall? Could it be that this kid and Shen Tian have some kind of conflict?
Not only Bin Lian, but even Zhang Longyuan was surprised and asked, "Shen Tian, what's brought you here?" Shen Tian responded while pointing at Qin Yuandi, "I'm here for Yuandi Shidi." He held out his hand, showing off a thundering talisman, and proudly introduced to Zhang Longyuan. Reporting to Shizun, Yuandi Shidi has invented a new kind of thundering talisman that can benefit all disciples of our sect. Hearing Shen Tian's words, Yuandi shyly waved his hand. "I didn't invent it. All the secrets were taught to me by Senior Brother Saint." Then he resolutely declared, "I'm ashamed. This disciple merely exerted a bit of effort to refine the magic item that Shixiang told me about." Hearing the 2 of them, he became interested in the new thunder talisman invented by Yuandi. "Shen Tian, use your new thunder talisman to attack me." Qin Gao freaked out a little bit when he heard that. Shen Tian was also scared by this reaction. Seeing their worry, he reassured them, "Don't worry, you won't be able to hurt me." Although still apprehensive, hearing that, Qin Gao had no choice but to obey.
Alright, he thought to himself, does Shizun have a penchant for self-torture? Shen Tian held a thundering talisman in his hand and threw it with all his might towards his Shizun.
The thundering talisman flew towards him, emitting a dazzling golden light. That light successfully made Zhang Longyuan alert.
The thundering talismans rushed forward like they were carrying fire, heading towards him.
Seeing this, he activated a magic barrier to block the thunder talismans from hitting him.
Because of the magic barrier, the thundering talismans lost all their energy upon contact and fell to the floor with a soft thud.
After the display, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad. It's considered a top-grade level 2 thundered talisman, worth 200 spirit stones." Zhang Longyuan then asked them, "How many spirit stones does it cost to refine one of these exploding talismans?"
Shen Tian respectfully clasped his hands and reported, "The production cost is only around 5 spirit stones. Moreover, the method of making this kind of thundering talisman is very simple, and the success rate is very high. Foundation establishment disciples can refine dozens of them every day."
Bilian, who had been watching the whole time, was startled and asked, "What? The production cost is that low?" Zhang Longyuan was equally surprised to hear this. He compared it to previous thunder talismans. For top-grade thunder talismans of the same level, it's already good if the profit can reach over 100%, and that includes the cost of failed refining and wasted resources. Compared to refining top-grade spirit talismans, which also consume spiritual power and energy, frankly speaking, refining spirit talismans for sale doesn't have high profits. Yet, Shen Tian can lower the production cost so much.
He immediately asked them how to refine it. "Shen Tian, how did you refine it? Tell me quickly."
Afterwards, Yundi and Shen Tian demonstrated the refining process in front of the Saint Lord, under the Saint Lord's request. Finally, Shen Tian demonstrated the explosion power again, which didn't cause any harm to the Saint Lord. In the end, he still had to give another exclamation. The power is indeed not bad. He held a thundering talisman in his hand and gave his instructions.
"But this kind scatters spirit beads that aren't very distinguishable, so it's easy to accidentally injure the sect's disciples, which is a bit dangerous." Seeing him say that, they weren't discouraged. Qin Yundi continued to present another sample. "Shibo, there's also this."
Zhang Longyuan was curious about the new invention he was holding. "What is this?" Hearing that, Qin Yundi was nervous. He activated the object in his hand.
It quickly shot out countless bullets with dazzling golden light.
Those lights illuminated the entire room. When that light disappeared, it revealed a thick black smoke and a pungent smell that made everyone suffocate. Zhang Longyuan's eyeballs almost popped out when he witnessed this scene. He couldn't believe his eyes. So that's it. You control the direction of the spirit beads through a magic item, thereby avoiding accidental injuries. He quickly analyzed the object in Yundi's hand. The idea is very good, but the power can't avoid smaller areas. Is this also a method you guys came up with?
Hearing that, Qin Gao excitedly replied, "Yundi only refined these things according to Shixiong's instructions. Shixiong even said that this is just the simplest method of refining the yin-yang demon-breaking cannon." Shen Tian's face darkened when he heard that, and he flinched.
He was sweating profusely, scolding Yundi inwardly. "Butt kisser, didn't we agree to push all the credit to him, and that he was just assisting? The Saint Lord, Shizun, is so heaven-defying that he only praised you a few times and you couldn't control yourself, and started exaggerating this saint's achievements. Heavens, I really don't want to take the credit." At this point, he had to speak up. That's right, there were indeed other improvement methods. Because this time, junior brother Yundi only used the cheapest spirit metal for chi refining, which couldn't withstand excessive explosive force. So this yin-yang armor-piercing lance could only be a semi-finished product. A shoddy job.
Its power could probably only deal with a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator.
Shen Tian got more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes shining brightly, enthusiastically explaining to everyone.
In reality, an exquisite yin-yang armor-piercing lance could use high-strength spirit metal, coupled with high-level defensive formations.
He's tested their operability and sings their praises. Such a setup can totally handle the destructive force of several yin-yang thunder talismans, converting them into impact rounds. Next, he presented a small hammer that had also just been invented, and the bullets couldn't be ordinary small steel balls. It's best to replace them with a small, pointed head hammer made of high-strength spirit metal. If possible, engrave a mini law-breaking formation on the pointed head of the hammer.
Zhang Longyuan listened and pondered, then offered them an idea. "If we use the essence of profound iron, perhaps it can meet the requirements of this magic tool."
He held out his hand, gleefully continuing, "If that's the case, This magic tool might be able to defeat a golden core's Dharma domain. Countless scenarios flashed through his mind. Unlike Foundation establishment cultivators who are only condensing the foundation of the immortal Tao, golden core cultivators have touched upon laws. Cultivators who reach this realm have different cultivation methods and can condense different Dharma domains outside their bodies. In that case, it is very difficult for Foundation establishment cultivators to challenge golden core cultivators through formations or drawing talismans. Only cultivators of the same level or higher can draw Crimson Earth Divine Talismans to kill golden core cultivators. But the secret weapons that Shen Tian and Yundi had just created, the weapons Shen Tian and Xin Yundi created, could defeat golden core powerhouses with protective domains. But on second thought, he had a question. If you already have a method, why haven't you refined it? Seeing this, Shen Tian quickly expressed their difficulties. The essence of profound iron is too expensive. Junior brother Yundi doesn't have the money. That's right, he frowned thoughtfully. The essence of profound iron is one of the main materials for refining top-grade magic tools for immortal cultivators. A piece of earth profound iron essence, as big as a thumb, can be sold for 3,000 spirit stones. The size of the yin-yang armor-piercing lance in Yundi's hand, if it were to be completely refined with the essence of profound iron, would cost no less than 100,000 or even 1,000,000 spirit stones. It was simply impossible to hope for. At this moment, Zhang Longyuan unexpectedly said decisively, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. Our sect has plenty of spirit stones." Hearing him say this, Bia Liwan was startled, dumbfounded, and surprised by his willingness to spend. He grimaced, so angry that his hands trembled. "Damn it, senior brother, you've never been so generous with me." Meanwhile, he was leisurely sitting with joy and delight, saying to Yundi and Shen Tian, "Tianyer, just do it with peace of mind. As long as you create high-quality thunder yin-yang armor and yin-yang armor-piercing lances, our sect can buy them all." He tilted his head and enthusiastically declared, "As for the price, we won't let you suffer. Of course you must also pay attention. You must never sell to opposing sects." Shen Tian didn't expect his master to do this. He had even imagined being forced to hand over the exclusive rights. He thought the Holy Master would take the initiative to force me to hand over the exclusive rights, and then award a banner as a reward. He was delighted in his heart at this decision. Unexpectedly his master was so righteous, actually letting me do fair business. In contrast to that joy, Bai Lian's expression was extremely varied at this time. Of course, Shen Tian didn't notice how special the old Taoist beside the Holy Master's hall looked. If he had noticed, perhaps he would have understood the different intentions of the Divine Firmament Holy Master for making this decision. Shen Tian clasped his hands to express his gratitude for Zhang Longyuan's actions, thinking to himself, "Although I am now the Holy Son of the Divine Firmament, this is the Holy Master's territory. The Holy Master said that I can make thunder talismans and do business fairly with the sect. The Holy Master said that he doesn't need a share of the profits from me. Can I believe it? Master doesn't need such great righteousness. I can't not be understanding." His eyes continued to look at his master leisurely sitting on his chair, continuing his own calculations. Right now, this Holy Son isn't strong enough and relies entirely on Master's protection. At this time, is more money as important as having a backer? Once I have invincible destiny, how much money won't I have? He gave a radiant smile, clasping his hands righteously. Master is absolutely right. Both he and Bai Lian looked dumbfounded at what he had just said. At this moment, Shen Tian excitedly continued to express his views. "Master Yundi and I researched explosive talismans not for money, but for the art of exploding, for the holy ground to become more and more prosperous." Qin Yundi, who was beside him at this time, also nodded at those words. He spoke loudly to express his determination. "That's right. Senior brother is absolutely right. For art, for dreams." Shen Tian put one hand on his hip and one hand on his chest, to attest to the sincerity of the two of them at that time. There seemed to be dazzling rays of light around him, highlighting his determination. "Because the Holy Land was built by us, for everyone. I am the Holy Son of our sect. I love the Holy Land very much." The steadfast eyes were illuminated by the rays of light, making his youth blaze with energy. His eyes flashed with determination, and he continued, "I am proud that I am a person of the Divine Firmament. My junior brother and I don't care about money. We only hope to research in order to revitalize the Holy Land." Now, both Shen Tian and Yundi stood with their feet shoulder-width apart, their backs straight, their hands clasped in front of their chests, showing their determination. "Therefore, my junior brother and I have discussed it, and decided to donate the Thunder Yin-Yang armor and the Yin-Yang armor-piercing lance to the Holy Land, only hoping that the Holy Land can grow stronger and more prosperous. Stand up for the youth we have spent." He also did. Before the attitude and actions of the two of them, Zhang Longyuan was extremely grateful. Good, very good. I didn't expect Tianhe and Yundi to not have high cultivation, but their willpower is so great. He gave a satisfied smile, saying, touching. This old one hasn't been so moved in a long time. You've done very well. Hearing Master say this, the two of them were a little embarrassed, Shen Tian said. It's just that in the process of research, a lot of spirit stones need to be spent. Understanding that worry, he said words of comfort, encouraging them to continue to do so. The product of your loyalty to the Holy Land. How can the Holy Land let you down? All the yin-yang divine thunder products you have researched, all the expenses are borne by the Holy Land. Don't worry, he waved his hands towards them, offering a deal with significant benefits. The rough thunder yin-yang armor and yin-yang armor-piercing lances you refine, the Holy Land will sell them to the disciples of our sect. All the profits after deducting the products, half is handed over to the Holy Land, and the rest belongs to you. Hearing Zhang Longyuan say that, the two of them were overjoyed. But at this moment, Bai Lian was completely astonished, his eyes angrily looking at Shen Tian, his mouth wide open. He thought about this huge profit. If this deal goes through, the profit is huge. Clearly Shen Tian also cultivates the Xinhao Sutra, but why did this little brat become so rich overnight? Thinking of that money, Shen Tian also worried, his face a bit resistant. Master, we can accept the research results, but the distribution is really unnecessary. He was a little surprised by that refusal, but then he understood his heart, Tianhe. The sacred ground is not the sacred ground of one person, but the sacred ground of all disciples. If your contributions to the sacred ground are not praised throughout the world, wouldn't this cool the enthusiasm of the sacred ground's disciples? Hearing that, his face was as resistant as possible, thinking, TCH, can't I refuse? Then he came up with a more reasonable idea. But 5 parts is too much. How about taking 1 part? Zhang Longyuan pointed at him, expressing his dissatisfaction. 1 part is not possible. The sacred ground does not take this kind of advantage. At least 4 parts. They continued to argue with each other. How about 2 parts? 3 parts? This is the limit. This made Bilian so angry that he scratched his head. You don't want money when you have it. Give it to me if you don't want it. He still sat leisurely on the chair and continued. In addition, the sacred ground will send the elder who is most proficient in Qi refining to assist you in research and also protect your safety. Suddenly he performed a magic trick with his hand, and a small girl with a charming figure appeared in his hand. Jin Lian Jr. sister, quickly come to the sacred Lord's hall. Amidst the magnificent mountain scenery, a golden mountain stood out, shining brightly. At the foot of the mountain, a courtyard house was quietly located. Jin Lian Peak is located in the west of the divine firmament small world, the location of the Jinxing formation. This spiritual peak is arranged very specially. It can transform ordinary spirit veins, so that the spirit ore vein naturally emits metal-type spiritual energy, which helps cultivators. Most of the disciples of the 5 elements earth in the divine firmament sacred ground live in Jin Lian Peak, a very big presence. Approaching the courtyard house at the foot of the stairs, several men were talking together, with panic looks on their faces. Have you guys heard? The chosen one to be the holy son of our sacred ground for 100 years has been decided. It is said to be an outsider. The guy who heard that was extremely suspicious, and asked the person who just spoke, how can an outsider be the holy son? How can someone who is not a disciple of our sect be convinced? In the head of the speaker appeared the image of a man whose appearance was very beautiful and pure. However, it had a hint of dignified killing intent. He explained to the person who doubted his words. He is proficient in spirit seeking and ore breaking. Every spiritual ore he picks is accurate. He found our sect lord's Longhu token in some spiritual ore workshop. According to the ancestral instructions of our sect, the mortal who finds the Longhu token for our sect will be made holy son, and he'll get a holy maiden to spice up the story. With a dangerous look on his face, he secretly revealed a shocking piece of news. Let me tell you, I heard my cousin Yun Feng say that the holy maiden's senior sister has already cultivated with the holy son. The 2 people remembered the image of Li Yunfeng, and their eyes almost jumped out of their faces, red and purple ears, and shouted, "What?" The 2 disciples heard, nose enlargement, blood and eyes sparkle with delight and cunning, thumbs up for approval, reaffirmed. Senior brother, rest assured, I will absolutely keep this a secret, and do not say nonsense. While these 3 guys were not paying attention, busy eavesdropping from a distance, Jin Lian's figure appeared brilliantly under the sunlight. She had a beautiful back as smooth as jade, sharp features, and a gentle gait, all of which enhanced her extraordinary beauty. Indifferently asked, Where did this news come from? When the three disciples saw Jin Lian coming, they quickly clasped their hands, bowed and saluted. Greetings, Peak Lord. This girl with a captivating beauty is one of the 9 transformation god realm elders of the divine firmament sacred ground, Jin Lian Peak Lord, Jin Lian Tianzun. She folded her arms in front of her chest, glanced at the three and asked, "You were saying strange things just now, and they accidentally fell into my ears. Is what you just said true?" The ringleader clasped his hands politely and replied, "Reporting to the Peak Lord, this disciple heard it from my cousin's senior brother Yun Feng." The two on the other side flinched, no longer the excitement and enthusiasm they had before. Shi Khan softly heard the report. "Well done, you sold your cousin so quickly." Jin Lian has small, rosy lips like peaches. Her eyes are purple, which further enhances her evil beauty. About this dual cultivation matter, she turned to instruct the distant people what she needed. "Jin Lian, junior sister, quickly come to the Sacred Lord Peak. There is an important matter to discuss." The coldness radiated from the depths of her eyes. Perhaps the things she just heard made her not very happy. "I also wanted to find you anyway." She clasped her hands again, concentrated her chi, and turned a golden lotus flower in her hand. The flower radiated golden light. She stretched out her arms, and the flower suddenly emitted powerful spiritual energy, and golden light spread around her. She lightly pressed her feet to the ground and jumped into the air. The wind caused her hair to cover one eye, and the remaining eye still showed coldness. It was a scene of Jin Lian being extremely cold, folding her arms indifferently in front of the admiring and worshipping eyes, kneeling at her feet, offering flowers to please her. "In the past, I was also the holy maiden of the sacred ground. At that time I was proud, cold, and never looked at any of the heroes who pursued me. Until one time I met her." Suddenly the scene changed, and standing amidst the lustful eyes of those men was no longer Jin Lian, but the image of another girl with pure beauty. "That was the biggest obstacle in my life. That woman's appearance completely overwhelmed me." The smile of that mysterious girl was as radiant as sunlight, spreading a positive and warm energy to those around her. She was holy and charming, beautiful and dignified. Clearly her cultivation was very ordinary, but her temperament was like a celestial being. All of this made a woman who was originally very confident about her beauty like Jin Lian now become timid and fearful. The appearance of her made me feel defeated with my appearance, and even gave birth to a demonic thought. If compared in terms of holy temperament, I am afraid that I will not be able to compare with that person for the rest of my life. Jin Lian curled up. The cold appearance just now disappeared instantly. She became small and weak. From then on, I took a surprising move, started part-time cultivation, and unexpectedly achieved peerless charm. Day after day, perhaps the magic she practiced has become more mature than ever, surrounded by men who admire and worship her. Over the years, my charm cultivation has become more and more profound, and my attraction is also getting stronger and stronger. She stood in front of someone's altar, on which there was a bunch of incense flowers, perhaps she had just lit them, and the incense smoke spread around, causing her to suddenly fall silent. But years ago, I was preparing to go find that woman to compete with her once again, but found that the other party had been lost for a long time. In Jin Lian's eyes, she couldn't hide her surprise and astonishment. This blow made me extremely angry. One night of cultivation was filled with regret and unwillingness. Her excellent image has taken so much effort to forge only to be successful, emitting a special charm. 10 years have passed. My charm has been practiced to the pinnacle realm. One frown, one smile also makes people go crazy. She recalled the girl with the innocent and radiant smile. I have confidence. Even if that woman who calls herself Lan were to be resurrected. Her eyes flashed with hatred mixed with confidence. Believing in herself, I still won't be defeated by her. Outside the room, Jin Lian was sitting beside Zhang Yungxi, looking at her. She thought to herself, seeing Zhang Yungxi's aloof arrogance, I feel very close to her. I treat Yunxi like my own daughter. In Jin Lian's mind, a scene suddenly appeared. Zhang Yungxi bashfully standing before Shen Tian, the two of them cultivating together, words of refusal echoing in her ears. Today, Yunxi, because of the clan's teachings, has no choice but to become a Dao companion with a stranger. She was furious, grinding her teeth and cursing. She hasn't even officially joined the sect yet, and is being forced into dual cultivation with that shameless brat. No sooner said than done. She angrily kicked her golden lotus and flew to another building. Second senior brother, you're a heartless bastard, only remembering to discuss things with me now. As she landed, a firm idea took hold in her mind. Yunxi, martial niece, I will definitely get justice for you. Jin Lian's eyes opened, filled with murderous intent. She kicked open the door of the room in front of her. Much to the astonishment of those within, Shen Tian,
Bi Lian and Zhang Yundi were stunned, watching Jin Lian enter. She looked doubtfully at the three men frozen in the room, wondering, what's going on? The shameless grand senior brother and my idiot son who doesn't even try to compete are here too. She looked at Shen Tian, the handsome-looking man who was also stunned, her eyes revealing a complex mix of annoyance. Who is he? Why does this youth look a little familiar? Zhang Longyuan, sitting comfortably on a chair in the distance, raised his hand to introduce Shen Tian to her. Jin Lian, junior sister, you've arrived. Let me introduce you. This is our sect's newly appointed holy son, Shen Tian. Shen Tian, following Zhang Longyuan's lead, cupped his fist and greeted her. Greetings, martial aunt Jin Lian. After the introduction, Jin Lian radiated murderous intent, asking in a low voice, your surname is Shen. What is the relationship between you and Shen Xiao, the ruler of the Great Yan Kingdom, and Ye Lan Yu? Shen Tian politely replied to the other party's threat, not letting it affect his mood. Shen Amayao is indeed my father, and Lan Fei is my mother. Hearing this, Jin Lian showed a disgusted expression, her face darkening as she recalled the distant past. 20 years ago, Ye Lan Yu, it was enough that you relied on your beauty to overshadow my reputation. On the surface, she acted like this, but she still questioned. 20 years later, your son is also so handsome, crushing my son. Standing before Shen Tian and Zhang Yundi's blank, youthful faces, and her unfortunate son, who was considered graceful but completely incomparable to Shen Tian, she was extremely angry, her eyes gradually turning red, her eyebrows furrowing, grinding her teeth. Gao, sometimes people are too much. Ye Lan Yu, if I couldn't conquer you, then I'll conquer your son. She suddenly changed her attitude, radiating spiritual energy, becoming extremely charming. So you're Shen Tian? I've long admired your name, Shen Tian. Not yet paying attention, maintained a proper demeanor, cupping his hands in reply, martial aunt is too kind. Jin Lichuan happily winked at Shen Tian. He suddenly blushed, his eyes blurred, spinning, his mind muddled. What's going on? His brain was thinking uncontrollably. Seeing the reaction she was hoping for, Jin Lian let out a light, proud smile. It seems he's fallen for the bewitching enchantment scripture. Zhang Longyuan, seeing this scene, could only freeze, silently watching Jin Lian put her hands on her hips, radiating absolute confidence. You've fallen for this type of illusion. The desires in your heart will be amplified infinitely, and you'll become infatuated with the caster. Her smile was cunning, bewitching, yet still utterly charming. Shen Tian, I want to see what your composure looks like when it's gone, she disdainfully declared. Ye Lan Yu's son is nothing more than this. Jin Lian stared wide-eyed at Shen Tian, feeling a little flustered. What? He's still so calm even after being hit by my enchantment technique. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face, his mouth hesitatingly saying, Teacher? Is you okay? Teacher. She was sweating buckets, her mind racing. I used the enchantment technique to conjure all sorts of lustful images, yet I still couldn't make him lose his composure. Jin Lian unwillingly thought, heavens, what was the point of me painstakingly cultivating the enchantment technique for hundreds of years? What was it all for, Ye Lan Yu? You can disregard my beauty, I wouldn't say anything, but to think that your son would also insult me like this. She secretly shed tears. I laid out all my enchanting skills before him, stirring up the desires in his heart, and he ended up seeing a teacher. Kid, are you an idiot? What teacher could possibly be more charming than me? He looked embarrassed, shaking his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel all the illusions before his eyes. Jin Lixian shrank to one side, dejectedly blaming, indeed, in this world of cultivation, danger is everywhere, full of scheming. Even Bi Lixian Heavenly Venerate is secretly plotting against me. After escaping from the enchantment technique, he saw this scene and thought, so the Bislian Heavenly Venerate that was in front of me suddenly transformed into the familiar teacher Shang. Shen Tian smiled inwardly, remembering when he was sitting in front of the computer screen. Fortunately, I tempered my heart in the mortal world in my previous life, having experienced countless trials and tribulations, and cultivated a kind nature. Zhang Longyuan immediately clapped his hands and praised. Good. Excellent. I didn't expect that even though Tiancare's cultivation is still low, his Dao heart is so firm. He looked down at the somewhat chaotic scene before him and praised. Even in junior sister Bilatian's illusion, he saw a teacher. This is very good. You must know that ruthless struggle can only lead to self-destruction. Reading more books and learning more can lead to progress. Zhang Longyuan raised his index finger to the sky. Maintain this pure heart, and in the future, our sect will rely on your leadership to flourish. Jin Lian was a mess of self-reproach and assessment. My good-for-nothing kid won't put in the effort to cultivate, and while his peers are all golden core,
He's still stuck in foundation establishment, ages behind. It's already giving me a headache.
She looked at the person in front of her, thinking wearily. Looks like I've completely failed. Then Jin Lian looked up at Zhang Longyuan. Seeing second senior brother acting like this, she was sure he was treating Shen Tian like a holy son to nurture. Turning to look at Xin Yundi clinging to Shen Tian, she realized something. After all these years, this was the first time she'd seen her blockhead son so happy. Then, the Holy Sun casually told Jin Lian Celestial Venerable about the grand principles of the water-reversing yin-yang and the magical artifact that Yundi had researched and created. She thought smugly, to think my son could research such a magical artifact, he's amazing.
But when Jin Lian Celestial Venerable learned that everything was suggested by Shen Tian, her face darkened, and she secretly complained,
Lost. As expected, other people's sons are more talented.
Zhang Longyuan slowly explained. Although the theory came from the Holy Sun, junior nephew Yun Di also contributed to helping the Holy Sun research and create the magical treasure.
Therefore, this sect leader has decided to build a secret palace on Jin Lian Peak specifically for producing this kind of lightning axe. He continued to explain to Jin Lian, junior sister Jin Lian's task is to refine a decomposition of lightning magic artifact that can be used cyclically. This type of magic artifact must be sealed, with profound formation inscriptions covered up, so others can't discover the secrets inside.
Zhang Longyuan elaborated on the process. Disciples tasked with participating only need to convert spiritual power into lightning and feed it into the magic artifact. On the other hand, it can output 2 yin-yang energies. An image of a talisman appeared as he spoke. According to Tian Care's words, if this magic artifact can simultaneously absorb 2 yin-yang energies and directly produce an exploding axe, then that would be even better.
He proactively offered ideas. Based on the requirements for refining this magic artifact, it shouldn't be too difficult, Jin Lian responded. The core of this magic artifact will have a formation to cover it. The rest is easy. This celestial venerable's inscriptions will cover up the grand formation, and even a saint wouldn't easily see through it.
Zhang Longyuan said gently. If that's the case, this old man thanks you on behalf of the holy ground. If a true yin-yang exploding talisman is made, the Holy Sun gets 4 parts of the net profit, and Yun Di gets 1 part. If junior sister is willing to sit guard at Jin Lian Peak and supervise the creation of the divine axe, the holy ground will pay you 2 parts as a reward, and you definitely won't be disappointed. Shen Tian and Xin Yundi replied in unison. Many thanks, master. Bai Lilian, after hearing this, scratched his head in frustration, his mind in a panic. He cursed inwardly. You old geezer, you bastard. Everyone here except me gets a cut. Just as Jin Lian seemed to agree, she spoke up. Refining the yin-yang exploding axe magic artifact isn't difficult. This celestial venerable will go back to prepare and begin refining. But I have one matter. I hope that Holy Sun senior brother can give me an explanation, he replied gently. Please ask, junior sister.
She put one hand on her hip and slowly declared. This celestial venerable remembers clearly that the sect's ancestral instructions don't stipulate that we have to take a saintess, right? Why did this celestial venerable heard that this sect has a holy son who is using the sect's ancestral instructions name to coerce Hikashir into giving herself to him? Furthermore, there are even rumors that he has taken Hikar's innocence. Jin Lian glared at Shen Tian, saying, although the yin-yang exploding axe has great benefits, that doesn't mean you can sell your soul. I treat Yunxi like my own daughter, and I absolutely won't allow her to suffer injustice, especially from someone who lusts after Yunxi's beauty and is also the son of the enemy, Ye Lan Yu. Shen Tian suddenly became meek and said softly, misunderstanding. Jin Lian glared at him, questioning, misunderstanding? Do you dare say that you don't intend to use the sect's ancestral instructions to force Yunxi to marry you? He was flustered by the question and scratched his head, answering, no. She pointed directly at him, saying sternly, do you dare say you haven't taken Yunxi's virginity? Do you dare say you don't lust after her beauty? He quickly tried to explain, this really isn't the case. If I lusted after her, I'd be struck by heavenly lightning. Jin Lian became angrier as she spoke. Moreover, you look down on her, he worried inwardly. I messed up. I shouldn't have tried to reason with a woman, especially this senior auntie who seems to be senior sister's foster mother. Zhang Longyuan quickly interjected to defuse the situation. All right, junior sister, Shen Tian really hasn't forced Yunxi to marry him. Furthermore, this sect leader can see that Tianxi is so outstanding and handsome that even Yunxi would willingly agree. Jin Lian loudly denied. How could that be? Yunxi hates this kind of arrangement the most. In short, this celestial venerable only has one thing to say. Anything can be discussed. except for this. Although Yunxi is someone else's daughter, I've always treated her like my own. If Yunxi ever wants to form a Dao companion with someone, she'll choose herself. No one can force her. Otherwise, even if this celestial venerable doesn't join the holy region, in the eastern wilderness, there are still a few righteous Taoists who would be willing to help. Saying that, she pointed directly at him and yelled, "Senior brother, you gave up lust, but you haven't given up your conscience." He calmly responded to his junior sister's words. Tianke and Yunji are innocent. Don't believe the rumors spread by the disciples. She had already walked to the door at this moment and gave a faint smile. Then she raised her hands high and circulated her internal energy.
From Jin Lian, a series of ice ribbons appeared. The ice ribbons tightly bound Xin Yundi, and he was unable to speak, and she spoke to persuade him. "Don't struggle. Obediently follow mother home," Jin Lian announced with a calm face.
"Don't worry. From now on, I won't force you to form your golden core anymore. If you don't want to focus on cultivating lightning techniques, then your mother won't force you."
He didn't understand what she was saying, but his mouth was already sealed shut. Because he couldn't explain, he could only make unclear noises. Jin Lian's eyes were bloodshot, her face becoming incredibly scary. "Bao," this time returning to Jin Lian Peak, "your mother will transfer the bewitching heavenly charm scripture to you. You must strive to cultivate it."
She thought to herself, "Yilan Yu, you died too early for this old lady's centuries-long regret. But don't think that just because you're gone, we don't need to compete anymore. There's still the next life."
She excitedly continued. "My child, your mother wants you to devote yourself to cultivating the bewitching heavenly charm scripture, striving to seduce Yuan Shi, defeating Ye Lan's son. This is your mother's lifelong obsession."
He struggled desperately, still trying to utter sounds from his mouth.
"Yeah?" She didn't bother to care, slowly pulling him out the door, walking away. He frantically resisted.
The people of Binlian watching this scene, looking back at Shen Tian, were completely speechless. Zhang Longyuan said to Shen Tian, "Tian Ke, you have made so many contributions to the sect since joining, it is truly rare. With merit comes reward, you can ask for whatever reward you desire." He was a little worried. "In my heart I want to stop being the Holy Son, would you agree?" "Definitely not," so he lowered his head and said honestly, "Sect leader, this disciple's cultivation is still low and I don't have any protective treasures." Shen Tian pondered carefully in his head. "That master command sword is strong, but it costs at least 3,000 spirit stones to use once. Too expensive. If the sect leader could bestow upon this disciple a master command sword like Venerable Xinyang used, that would be great. It would be reassuring to go out."
He cast a spell and said, "It's rare for a holy son to be so cautious. Very well, this is for you." A glittering golden tortoiseshell appeared before him. He curled his lips. "Why is it a Xuanwu shield again?" He slowly explained, "Tian Fear, don't say that. This is not the Xuanwu shield.
This is a top-grade Xuanwu spirit armor that even a transformation stage demonic beast would covet. Xuan Ming treasures it, and it can block the attacks from a transformation stage cultivator. It's worth 10 times a mid-grade Xuanwu spirit armor. Just wearing it, even a golden core stage cultivator attacking you won't be able to hurt a hair on your head."
Shen Tian was stunned for a moment after listening. Then he respectfully bowed. "Thank you, sect leader." On the other hand, he thought, "Sounds good, but isn't it just a tortoiseshell? How can I wear it like a turtle?" Then, dejected, he turned and left, sighing to himself. Sigh. I have to accept what the sect leader bestows. However, unless it's a life-threatening situation, this holy son will definitely not wear this kind of armor.
Zhang Longyuan waved his hand and threw a command token towards him, instructing, "This is the Holy Sun token, and also the Holy Sun Peak Pass. Anyone holding this token can control all the formations within Holy Sun Peak." Shen Tian caught the command token while listening to Zhang Longyuan's last sentence. "You left too hastily before. Today I bestow it upon you. If there's nothing else important, go back and refine your treasure." Holding the command token in his hand, Shen Tian's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited in his heart. This is a good thing. Then he turned around, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you, sect leader." This disciple takes his leave. After Shen Tian left, Bilian slowly approached Zhang Longyuan. "You have to be more careful,"
and then said, "Second junior brother, actually, for refining this yin-yang divine lightning, I, your senior brother, can also help guard." Bilian raised his index finger with confidence, affirming, "As long as you are there, even if a saint-level expert attacks, it will be absolutely safe."
Zhang Longyuan's face suddenly darkened. He stood up from his chair and laughed for a long time.
Zhang Longyuan, gently approached Bilian, whispering provocatively into his ear, "You should call me Grandpa first."
Bai Lian shouted angrily, pointing his finger at Zhang Longyuan. "Don't go too far, this old Taoist is your senior brother."
Zhang Longyuan feigned ignorance and replied, "Going too far where? I didn't force you, you said it yourself," he replied. "I didn't swear, I just said it casually."
He turned and left, pretending to be disappointed, saying, "It's okay, if you don't have anything else, I'm going to rest." He looked back in a panic. Bilian raised his hand, stammering confusedly,
"Don't go, junior brother, I'll prepare for that." Then Bilian gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Grandpa," Zhang Longyuan calmly replied. "Can't hear you?" He couldn't help but shout. "You Zhang, you are taking it too far," he said calmly. "Don't rush. Since you are sincere in fulfilling your previous oath, then I allow you to pass on your body refinement technique to Tian Sher." Bilian's eyes lit up, and he approached him, whispering, "Then, the yin-yang lightning armor breaker and the yin-yang demon breaker, can I also help with them?" Zhang Longyuan deliberately asked, "Can you help or not? Senior brother should know in his heart, right?"
Bilian gritted his teeth again, spitting out like silk. "You Zhang, what do you mean I've even called you that?"
He suppressed his anger, grabbed his shoulder, and complained, "You can't refuse me now. You're not even going to share the profit from one spirit stone. Do you believe I'll find someone else to take this deal?"
He casually dodged him and replied, "You wouldn't dare." Annoyed, he retorted, "You're getting on my nerves." Zhang Longyuan then offered, "Fine, if you're so eager to contribute to the Holy Land, then I'll give you a chance to join the defense of Jinlian Peak. But to protect the secrets of the Lei Po armor and the Shangpo demon, you must agree to 3 conditions."
Before he could finish, Bilian cut him off, pressing, "What conditions? Tell me." Bilian's face had turned pale, and he thought to himself, 3 conditions? Why do I feel like I've heard these words somewhere before? Zhang Longyuan then laid out his demands. First, to prevent you from running your mouth and accidentally revealing secrets, you must take the Ji Yi pill and forget the method for refining the yin-yang divine thunder.
He raised 2 fingers and added, "Second, you must wholeheartedly teach Shen Tian the Xinhua body refining technique," he then asked. "And the 3rd condition,"
Zhang Longyuan continued, "Third, to prevent you from going back on your word, I must collect 2,000 spirit crystals from you as collateral. If you refuse to teach Shen Tian, or if you hide anything, I'll take back all the commissions I gave you." After hearing the string of conditions, Bilian finally fumed. "I agree to the first 2 conditions, but you want my money? Isn't that like asking for my life? What if I take the Ji Yi pill and you change your mind? I'm not stupid. Besides, how much commission did you even give me?" He still held up 3 fingers and clarified, "As for the commission, after deducting the shares for Tianyer, Yundi, and junior sister Jin Lian, there are 3 parts left. You can take half of it. I swear to the heavens, if you agree to these 3 conditions, I absolutely will not go back on my word." With that, he tossed a medicinal pill towards him and said, "I've sworn to the heavens, so I absolutely won't go back on my word." Bilian quickly caught the pill. He closed his eyes and swallowed the pill. Suddenly, Bilian was startled, his face turning pale, and his eyes glazed over. Before he could react, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, Bilian opened his eyes and woke up. He propped himself up and suspiciously wondered, "What happened? Why do I feel a little dizzy?" He stood up and asked, "Hey, Zhang Longyuan, where's that kid Shen Tian? Where did he go?" He calmly replied, "I've given him the Holy Sun's command, so he's gone to arrange the Holy Sun Peak," he continued, surprised. "No matter what, I brought your senior brother back for you." Seeing this, Bai Lian crossed his arms and skeptically asked, "Second junior brother, the 1,500 spirit crystals you promised me, and the spirit peak, when will you give them to me?" Zhang Longyuan rubbed his chin and replied, "Any time." Zhang Longyuan deviously bit his nails and said, "However, I want you to show me the dragon tiger medallion for a bit first," he gravely continued. "Any time for me, but I hope you'll let me see the dragon tiger medallion for a moment." Bilian started rummaging through his belongings for a while, then his face turned pale, and he cried out in panic, "Infinite Heavenly Venerable, what the heck? This old Taoist clearly remembers putting it in my chest pouch." He propped his chin with one hand, expressing doubt. "Hey, did you lose the Holy Master's token?" He waved his hand, hurriedly trying to cover up. "Don't worry, let me go find it. The dragon tiger medallion will definitely be found." Then he turned and left, thinking to himself, "Bad luck. Ever since I started cultivating the Xinhuo scripture, it's been getting more and more unlucky. I even managed to lose the divine firmament dragon tiger medallion. That thing is worth 15 million spirit crystals, plus a Holy Land spirit peak," Zhang Longyuan firmly stated. Of course, if there's no Dragon Tiger medallion, then this deal doesn't count. Zhang Longyuan envisioned Shen Tian in his mind and asked,
The newly appointed holy son, Shen Tian, is also cultivating the Xinhuo scripture body refining technique. You don't mind passing on your lineage to him, do you? Bi Lian refused. I'm not in the mood to teach him right now. What body refining technique? I need to go find the Dragon Tiger medallion, he thought to himself. No reward for me, and you want me to do manual labor? That kid cultivating the Xinhuo scripture will definitely become more and more unlucky. Bi Lian turned his back and walked away, still dissatisfied. His own affairs weren't going well, and if he took on another disciple who was just as unlucky, how could he even survive?
Zhang Longyuan persisted, pressing again. Oh, are you sure you won't regret it? He irritably turned around and yelled, If I regret it, I'm your grandson. As he walked out the door, a strange feeling vaguely surfaced in his heart. Why do I feel like I've said this before? Zhang Longyuan chuckled to himself. As expected, after body refinement, they don't like using their brains anymore. He sat alone on the throne, laughing to himself. Senior brother, this is a condition you didn't complete. This humble one hasn't violated the oath. Divine firmament holy ground. Azure Dragon Peak, one of the 6 spiritual peaks within the holy ground. A spiritual peak of the wood element. This spiritual peak doesn't have an elder of the nascent soul stage guarding it, but it has a grand elder in slumber. This is the place for dual cultivation of senior brother Feng Chang and second senior brother Zhang Yunding. Divine firmament holy ground. Daily seclusion. There is a hooded boy sitting by the stream, the boy's hand gently touching the surface of the zither. The boy's hand plucks the zither, creating a powerful melody, which seems to have its own will and transforms into a dragon shape. Second senior brother Zhang Yunding, brother of Zhang Yongxi, the so-called 5 elements generate and overcome each other. Geng metal generates ren water generates jia wood generates bing fire generates wu earth generates geng metal. Elsewhere, the senior brother is also summoning a dragon shape circling around himself. Just as Zhang Yongxi's geng metal can assist Shen Tian's ren water, Zhang Yunding's jia wood can assist Fang Chang's bing fire.
Senior brother Fang Chang, on the verge of Golden Core stage, is both a genius and a mediocre talent. This realm isn't like the Qi refining stage, which is only divided into 9 heavens, nor like the foundation establishment stage, which is divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. The Golden Core stage focuses on the foundation. When condensing the Golden Core, the practice of refining cannot be interrupted, making the Golden Core shed its impurities, becoming stronger and stronger. After each breakthrough and creation of the Golden Core, an additional layer of divine cloud appears around the body, and the cultivator's strength also undergoes a transformation. Only after 3 successful transformations can one attempt to shatter the core to advance, but the nascent soul stage advancement is the weakest. A golden core that can reach 6 transformations is praised as a genius. 7 or more times is an unparalleled genius, and a golden core with 9 transformations is the limit recognized by the cultivation world, which can be said to be the golden core stage of great perfection, Eastern Wilderness Continent. Ironically, only the sacred son Qi Shaoxuan of the Zifu Holy Land has a golden core with 9 transformations. The number 1 golden core ranked first throughout the Eastern Wilderness. Fang Chang gently shrunk the Yuan Dan in his hand. He opened his eyes full of ambition after finishing the process of refining the Dan. Fang Chang then spoke. Junior brother, you've worked hard. The divine cloud has condensed, only 1 step away. Zhang Yunding clasped his hands and greeted the senior brother with congratulations. He also clasped his hands in return and firmly said, Second junior brother, I will remember your help in my heart. When the Holy Land chooses the sacred son, I will definitely do my best to support you. Zhang Yunding heard this and smiled gently, explaining, Senior brother is joking. In the Golden Core ranking list, Yunding is only ranked 7th. How is he qualified to take the position of sacred son of our sect? And senior brother is ranked 3rd in the ranking list. Today is about to transfer 9. There is hope to become a legend, Feng Chang said with confidence. I am not interested in the position of sacred son of our sect. You manage the disciples of our sect neatly and clearly. The junior brothers all believe in you. You are fully worthy of this position. He patted Yunding on the shoulder and affirmed. So don't refuse. This position of sacred son is yours. Later senior brother will fully support you in front of the Holy Lord. Feng Chang quickly became embarrassed because of his purpose. Just if junior brother say a few good words in front of Yunxi, it will help senior brother. Hearing this, Zhang Yunding smiled casually and replied, This, Yunxi on the other side always says one sentence. It's a pity that she is wholeheartedly cultivating immortality and has no desire to find a Tao companion.
He recalled the words Yun Shi said, rejecting Dao companion.
Fang Cheng then suggested, "Seclusion for many days is a little tired, junior brother. Let's go out for a few days to rest, and then break through again." He immediately replied, "This seclusion is to help senior brother break through. Everything is up to senior brother."
A black shadow rushed down from the top. This guy gasped and shouted, "Senior brother, second senior brother, you two are finally willing to leave seclusion." Fang Cheng asked suspiciously, "Junior brother, what's wrong? Why are you rushing here?" This guy hurriedly continued, "Junior sister Yu has been bullied by the new sacred son." Both were surprised when they heard it, and shouted in unison, "What did you say?" Zhang Yunding's face darkened, stuttering. "New sacred son."
Fang Cheng speculated randomly in his mind, a little embarrassed, and shouted, "Yuan Ji was bullied."
He raised his spear high, and shouted, "During our seclusion there was a new sacred son. Junior brother, take up arms. Let's go find the new sacred son."
Shengxiao Holy Ground, Saint San Peak. The Shengxiao Holy Ground's Saint San Peak is one of the spirit peaks, with the densest spiritual qi. Every 100 years, the Shengxiao Holy Ground will select a Saint San, who can cultivate on Saint San Peak for 90 years. After 90 years, the position of Saint San will automatically revert to the previous generation, and Saint San Peak will await its new master. It's been 8 years since the previous Saint San left Saint San Peak. The Shengxiao Holy Ground was originally hesitating between Zhang Yunding, who had the highest popularity, and Fang Cheng, who had the greatest strength, for the position of Saint San.
But unexpectedly, the new master of Saint San Peak turned out to be Shen Tian, who wasn't strong enough or popular enough.
Shen Tian was sitting and cultivating fervently, when he suddenly sneezed non-stop. He frowned, trying to focus on his cultivation, and thought to himself, "Who's talking about me behind my back? My cultivation has improved a bit lately. Time to show it off." With that, Shen Tian clapped his hands together, and the 5 elements Shengxiao appeared before him as 5 cute spiritual objects. After half a month of secluded cultivation and spending over 10,000 spirit stones, he finally condensed 5 types of visions. Shen Tian sat cross-legged, looking at the 5 spiritual objects, wondering in his head, "But why are these 5 things so easy to get? They don't live up to their name at all. Why is senior sister Zhang Yungxi so big, and the Holy Maidens is so tiny?" He looked at them with a bit of disdain, then put all his effort into transferring them into the Zijing hammer. He thought, "My cultivation has reached the 9th level of qi refining. I can officially start breaking through and forging my Dao foundation." Shen Tian raised his hand high, releasing a large surge of power. He brought his hands down to condense it, exclaiming in his heart, "This power is so great. Is this the 5 elements thunder Dao foundation? Even the Hunyuan divine lightning inside wants to submit to this Dao foundation." A series of golden lightning bolts radiated from Shen Tian's location. He took out the Zijing hammer from his person and raised it, and the golden lightning bolts suddenly disappeared.
Shen Tian was stunned. "The thunder in my hand poured into the Zijing hammer."
Seeing this, he continued to raise the Zijing hammer to absorb lightning, thinking to himself, "The Zijing hammer is like an energy-filled battle hammer, full of power. Is this its true form?" Shen Tian gripped the hammer tightly in his hand, and then he slammed it down onto the floor with all his might.
This blow quickly created a huge aftershock, with thick smoke and dust caused by the explosion. He expressed surprise. This mountain protection formation, even a golden core cultivator, would have difficulty leaving a mark on the ground.
Shen Tian stood up, still holding the Zijing hammer, and smiled, thinking, "So my destructive power has surpassed that of a golden core stage cultivator by a lot."
He suddenly frowned, startled. Shen Tian suddenly collapsed, wearily thinking, "However, this one move consumes too much spiritual energy. It's a bit tiring."
Suddenly, the command token in his hand beeped. Shen Tian held the command token in his hand, surprised, and said, "So fast. Someone's already come to visit."
Over there, Qin Yundi was respectfully reporting, "Shen's senior brother. Yundi requests an audience," he thought to himself. "Does the Saint San token also have image messaging?"
A passage opened up before his eyes,
and he slowly walked into the center of the passage. Seeing this, Shen Tian asked, "Yundi junior brother, what's the matter?" Qin Yundi respectfully bowed and reported, "Shen senior brother, the method of making the improved Thunder Law weapon and the armor-piercing arrow you mentioned have both been successfully refined." Yundi presented a new sample and asked repeatedly, "My master refined this yin-yang cauldron based on my suggestion. Senior brother, take a look. Does it meet your requirements?"
Shen Tian quickly replied, "If that's the case, then junior brother, show me a demonstration. Let your senior brother see the results."
Looking at the product in front of him, he secretly admired. As expected of the Luvo version of the cultivation world, he actually invented an improved version of my ideas.
Then Qin Yundi handed the gun to him, and while operating on the pill furnace he explained, Senior brother, take this, I'll give you a demonstration.
Yundi reached out and said, "First, you have to embed this spirit stone into the yin-yang cauldron." He slowly put a few talisman papers inside the cauldron, then gathered spiritual chi talismans into the cauldron. Then Yundi gathered spiritual power in the middle, creating a purple electric arc. Next, you need magical power. He's gradually channeling spiritual power into the yang cauldron. Injecting force into this cauldron should activate it. The power within the yang cauldron immediately erupted, and a cannonball flew into Shen Tian's hand. He looked at it and said, "So this is when it takes the form of a ball," he exclaimed. "So quickly, you've already created a good lightning talisman?" he thought to himself, then waved his hand and threw the cannonball aside. "Let's test its power." A terrifying explosion rang out, and he shouted in shock, "Holy crap!" In his heart he assessed, the destructive power is a bit scary. He excitedly turned to praise Qin Yundi. "Not bad. With this kind of magical artifact, both the manufacturing efficiency and the secrecy can be greatly increased," he immediately replied. "That's right. That's why Yundi specially brought this from Jinlian Peak for senior brother to see. In the future, if senior brother needs to refine exploding yin-yang talismans, you can mass-produce them at any time," he continued. "Junior brother is so thoughtful. Is this an improved version of the Kangpo Yao?" he eagerly said. "That's right, senior brother. This was refined by the mistress using 10,000-year-old Xuan Tai essences, so it's much more powerful than the ordinary yin-yang Kangpo Yao, and can fire continuously. Mistress even gave this spear a special name, Divine Rapid-Fire Spear." Qin Yundi cheered joyfully. "This Kangpo Yao barrel is sturdy, unparalleled, and can withstand the explosive power of several Zhonglei explosion talismans," he continued, while the muzzle was raised. "Hidden inside are 100 Zhanglei explosion talismans and 200 Ming shards, controlling the Po Yu divine nail formation." An image of Shen Tian gliding on the extremely cool spear appeared in Yundi's words. "After senior brother drips blood to recognize it as its owner, you can use this spear as a flying sword to control and kill enemies." His eyes lit up as he watched him drip blood into it. "When facing the enemy, relax your grip and activate the formation to shoot the opponent to death." After Shen Tian dripped blood, he raised the gun again according to Yundi's words. "Each time senior brother activates the formation, it will detonate 5 lightning talismans." Inside, a golden lotus appears from the barrel. At this time the golden lotus will open, firing the Po Yu divine nail. He just fired the gun straight ahead. Then the bullet slowly pierced through the stone in front. Then it also pierced through several mountain ranges, piercing through the protective barrier. Shen Tian was a little stunned after witnessing the test of power. He thought, "It actually pierced through the great mountain protecting formation. This power is not inferior to my axe just now." On this side, he was still happily explaining to him. 2 Po Yu divine nerves hidden inside the barrel will be transmitted inside the lotus. Just senior brother activates the formation again, and the 2 Po Yu divine nails will be fired. Shen Tian secretly pondered. "I only told Qin Yundi that electrolysis of water can produce 2 yin-yang gases," and then showed him the direction. As a result, in just a short half-month, this kid has independently created a fully automated production line, and a rifle that automatically fires 20 rounds. Qin Yundi excitedly explained further. "Senior brother, after solving the enemy, you can also rely on the formation to retrieve the fired Po Yu divine nail, then install it and continue using it." Hearing this, Shen Tian curiously pointed to the gun. "Is this the place to open the formation?" He immediately raised his index finger and replied, Yes, just add a little strength." The bullet that was just fired then changes direction. After a few small operations, the bullet flew back to the gun in his hand. Shen Tian was full of interest and smiled and said, "The bullet can be fired and retrieved. Not bad, not bad." Hearing this, he smiled brightly and replied, "It's good that senior brother likes it." Then, Yundi added more information for Shen Tian. Yundi still has a question about the water reversal yin-yang to ask senior brother. Suddenly from somewhere, Feng Chang shouted from above, "Shen Tian, get out here for me." He stood high up, radiating a coercive aura, and said, "You shameless bastard. Dare to use the ancestral teachings of this sect to bully Yun Shi Jr.'s sister." Feng Chang shouted angrily and challenged, "If you have the ability, come out and compete with Fang. Fang wants to see what ability you have to take on the position of Saint Son of this sect." Zhang Yending hurriedly rushed to stop him. "Senior brother, don't be impulsive. Everyone is a fellow senior brother and junior brother in the same sect. Peace is the most important thing. Everything is about peace," Qin Yundi shouted loudly. Senior brother Feng Chang and senior brother Zhang Yunding. Feng Chang was fuming, yelling like a madman, "Junior brother, don't stop me.
It's bad enough he stole the Holy Sun position from others based on some ancestral rule, but now he's eyeing Yunji too.
He was spitting fire, grabbing his weapon and saying, "In the cultivation world, love between men and women should be mutual. Forcing Yunji to become his Dao companion based on some stupid ancestral rule. What kind of hero is that?"
Before anyone could say a word, Feng Cheng charged forward, attacking. "Today, I, Feng Cheng, will teach this pervert a lesson. He'll learn the price for bullying Yunji."
With that, he slammed headfirst into the barrier.
Feng Cheng's strength was no joke. The aftershock forced Shen Tian to shield his face. The power of the attack rattled Shen Tian a bit. Damn, that's a fierce attack. Can the mountain defense formation handle this? Feng Cheng wasn't giving up. He charged again. Shen Tian, seeing this, frantically pulled out his command token, thinking, dude's got grenades. Judging by his attack, he wants to kill me.
Suddenly, the token beeped. Beep! Activating Guardian mode. Looking at the token in his hand, he thought, right, the Holy Sun token can control the Holy Sun Peak's defense system.
Shen Tian desperately raised the token,
activating level 2 defense mode, thinking, my life's more important. Maximize the defense immediately. The barrier was reinforced with another layer.
Feng Cheng obviously noticed this, grinding his teeth and cursing, damn it! He angrily slammed his full-powered attacks into the protective barrier.
Another full-force blow landed on the barrier.
Seeing that the barrier hadn't been breached, Shen Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It's holding. Even if he continues attacking, he mused.
As expected of the mountain protection array, my attacks can't get close at all.
The tip of the spear trembled
as it touched the outer layer of the barrier, making Feng Cheng realize that even a full-force strike couldn't budge the formation. He stood high above, looking down, understanding. On the contrary, my hand is numb.
Seeing him holding the token,
Feng Cheng realized, the Holy Sun token looks like he's the new master of Holy Sun Peak. Annoyed, he insulted him. You're Shen Tian, HMPH. Looks so proper, doesn't look like a good guy at all, Zhang Yunding whispered. Senior brother, Shen Tian complained. Looks proper equals not a good guy. What kind of weird logic is that?
Suddenly, Feng Cheng spun around, alarmed.
Why is there suddenly so much resentment?
He turned to him dissatisfied and said, I'm not talking about you. Are you planning to just watch the fun from the side? Zhang Yunding grumbled sadly. Looks so proper, so not a good guy. Without wasting more time to argue, Feng Cheng gritted.
So you're the Holy Sun? I'll see what you're capable of.
Seeing the preparation for a fight, Yun Ting quickly explained. Senior brother, Holy Sun Shen Tian, found the Holy Lord's token for our sect and the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Manual. According to the ancestral rules, he truly has the qualifications to take on the position of Holy Sun. If he agrees, he is completely qualified to take the sect's Holy Maiden. He saw and shouted back, Hey, whose side are you on anyway? Feng Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't spout ancestral rules with me. The ancestors made the mistake, so why should we have to carry the responsibility?
He gnashed his teeth and whispered his hatred. Without the last Lightning Emperor Manual, you and I could reach the road to invincibility. Ridiculous. There's no such thing as invincibility in this world, only non-invincible people. And no taboo physique either. The more he spoke, the more furious he became, looking at Shen Tian with eyes that wanted to eat him alive, snarling. Finding a taboo physique so you can take the Holy Maiden, did you ask senior sister if she's willing or not?
Feng Cheng, playing the role of a lovesick fool demanding justice for Yunji, said, Senior sister Yunji is a living person with feelings. She is not a tool for exchanging happiness for cultivation methods. It's ridiculous. Shen Tian, get out here.
Even though he was innocently attacked, he still spoke respectfully.
You are the senior brother Feng Cheng of the sect, right? I have long been admired. Shen Tian raised his head in doubt, wondering what advice the senior brother had. In his heart he thought, you want Bao Bao to come out? You're probably just trying to provoke me, aren't you? Does this Holy Sun look like someone who's easy to bully?
He looked up at Feng Cheng above, thinking, Kid, you're so strong, why don't you try breaking in yourself?
Feng Cheng wasn't backing down either, replying in a low voice, not daring to accept. Feng Cheng is just a small-time true disciple, not worthy of being called brother by the Holy Sun. Shen Tian, thick-skinned as ever, casually teased him, Oh, so junior brother Feng, is there some misunderstanding between you and me? Hearing that, he bristled with anger and shouted, Shen Tian, you're bullying me too much. You come out here, and I promise I won't hold back.
Shen Tian replied gently, his eyes closed. Junior brother Feng, I'm in closed-door cultivation. The mountain protection formation can't be opened. Outwardly calm, Shen Tian frowned inwardly. Yeah, right. I believe you're a pretty old man.
Seeing that Shen Tian wouldn't come out, Feng Cheng gritted his teeth. You won't come out, fine. He charged forward, yelling,
Then I'll break the mountain protection formation and drag you out.
Zhang Yunding,
seeing the tense situation, quickly stepped in to mediate. Senior brother, don't get excited. We're all fellow disciples. Harmony is to be valued. He didn't stop, immediately shouting back, Junior brother, don't stop. With that, he continuously unleashed full-power palm strikes at the formation.
Protector Shin Yundi, seeing the tense situation, hurriedly asked, Senior brother, it seems the senior brother is very angry. What should we do? Shen Tian said nothing, closing his eyes to calm himself. Then, he took out a token,
activating the strongest defensive form. Instantly, 6 golden green gates appeared before him, spirits that Shen Tian summoned, blocking Feng Cheng's advance. He showed no sign of backing down, replying, Let's go together. Who am I, Feng Cheng? Afraid of? His eyes were filled with fierce light. Thinking to himself, in a moment,
Feng Cheng was battered and bruised, his cheeks swollen from the beating. Looking at the 6 towering spirits before him,
he loudly complained, Shameless! If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I, Feng Cheng, beg you for mercy, then I'm not a real man.
Shen Tian, watching the show from inside, was full of admiration. Feng Cheng is indeed unparalleled in combat, able to tear apart thunder divine beasts. His face suddenly darkened, thinking,
But this is the mountain protection formation, with spirit veins maintaining it. The thunder divine beasts can revive infinitely. Zhang Yunding, seeing Feng Cheng beaten half to death, barely able to stand, was also speechless. Senior brother, although the cultivation world respects strength above all else, brains are also important. You're just a golden core stage cultivator. Even if you were to charge in, even the transformation god stage mountain protection formation would block you. Aren't you asking for death? Then he helplessly held his forehead, thinking, With your IQ you want to pursue a girl. Seriously.
Zhang Yunding then spoke up to intervene. Holy Son, please show mercy. Although senior brother Feng Cheng is a bit impulsive, we're all fellow disciples after all. Harmony should be valued. Shen Tian, seeing this, quickly bowed in return, inwardly assessing, Senior brother is too reckless. Look at the Holy Sun, standing in the Holy Sun Peak smiling lightly. He's already defeated you, knows how to use powerful weapons to deal with enemies. He pondered for a while, then praised, Shen Tian is both intelligent and rational. Yunji senior sister can marry someone like that. At least she'll be safer in the future. No need to worry about becoming a widow. Moreover, Yunding smiled, thinking about the prospect of Yunxi being with Shen Tian, considering his appearance. If I were Yunxi's senior sister, I might have already agreed to become a Dao companion with Shen Tian.
Feng Cheng angrily shouted, Junior brother, what are you standing there for? Come here and help me. Zhang Yunding immediately replied, Yes, senior brother. At the same time, in the Holy Sun Hall, Bi Liyan angrily questioned Zhang Longyuan. Second junior brother, you tricked me. He sat on the high throne, wondering, what does senior brother mean? Has this seat ever tricked you? In his heart he felt uneasy. Could it be that the memory-severing pill has worn off?
Bi Liyan spoke.
Before, we said there were 3 conditions for exchanging the Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Pendant, right? He nodded in agreement. Right. But senior brother hasn't given this seat the Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Pendant yet, Bi Liyan mumbled under his breath. But... Then he excitedly exclaimed, But wasn't some of the inheritance already given to you? So, the Shengxiao Dragon Tiger Pendant is just a token for me, right? It's not like you're the only one in our Holy Land without a token in the last 10,000 years. Zhang Longyuan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Oh, so that's what senior brother is talking about.
Seeing his relief, Bi Liyan asked curiously, What else would I be talking about? Is there something else going on? He immediately denied.
No. Zhang Longyuan's lips curled into a sly smile, and he casually asked, So you're saying that even though the Dragon Tiger Pendant is gone, you still want me to pay you?
Bi Liyan crossed his arms and lowered his voice slightly. Junior brother, the Dragon Tiger Pendant was supposed to be exchanged for a spirit peak.
Then, he pointed directly at Zhang Longyuan and angrily shouted, Even though the Dragon Tiger Pendant is gone, you still owe me 1 million spirit stones for saving your daughter and N million spirit stones for that darned eagle thigh your daughter ate. You should at least pay that back, right?
He justified himself.
I will definitely repay you for saving Yun Shi, and for that eagle thigh. Zhang Longyuan's expression suddenly changed, and he threatened, But don't forget, Yun Shi entrusted you with the Dragon Tiger Pendant for safekeeping, and now you've lost it. The Holy Child token might not be important, but isn't the Dragon Tiger Pendant itself worth that many spirit stones? Bi Liyan was suddenly threatened, and his expression visibly worsened.
Zhang Longyuan continued to press. How many spirit stones do you think Yunji should ask for in compensation? Before Zhang Longyuan could finish speaking, Bi Liyan turned and ran away with his tail between his legs. He shouted back, Junior brother, just pretend I never came looking for you today, Trask. he suddenly said sternly.
Actually, if you want to earn spirit stones, it's simple. Billy Lian's eyes immediately lit up, and he jumped back and eagerly asked, Really? Tell me now. Zhang Longyuan offered an idea.
Do you remember what I told you before? Shen Tian is a child of destiny. As long as your senior brother is willing to teach him body-refining techniques and form a good relationship with him, he will definitely be able to change his fate and ensure his opportunities don't diminish.
Bai Lian seemed a little hesitant, but agreed anyway. He scoffed. That kid has been making a scene as the holy child for half a month, and countless disciples are complaining about him.
Billion smiled calculatingly,
raising his index finger. I'm actually planning to see if Feng Chang will go and beat that kid up after he finishes his seclusion.
He turned to leave, waving his hand and saying, His cultivation of the new fire scripture already is giving him bad luck. My junior brother says he is a child of destiny. What a joke. Billy Lian made a face, sticking his tongue out at Longyuan. Want me to take that kid as a disciple? No way.
Zhang Longyuan calmly asked. Hey, have you thought about it carefully? He replied without hesitation. What I, Bilian, say, I will never regret.
He calmly and resolutely said, You will definitely regret this.
And very soon, Bai Lian didn't bother to pay attention, and indifferently replied, Trying to trick me. If I regret it, I'll be your grandson. In his heart, he was a little suspicious.
Strange, why do I feel like I've said this line many times before?
Not far away, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Zhang Longyuan secretly sensed it. Through Zhang Longyuan's eyes, he saw that the sound came from the Holy Child Peak.
That idiot Feng Chang
actually went to find Shen Tian to cause trouble as soon as he came out of seclusion.
Billion also knew what happened and sarcastically said,
See, I told you that kid's luck must be terrible. He is having bad luck cultivating the new fire scripture. How can he be a child of destiny? I bet that kid will be crippled by Feng Chang.
He opened the passage behind him, then turned to him and mockingly said, Of course not. On the contrary, that Feng Chang has been learning body-refining techniques from you for a few days and is becoming more and more unruly. He loudly protested in dissatisfaction.
What are you implying with those words? The scene shifted to the tall tower of the Holy Child Peak. The disciples who were watching the excitement discussed animatedly, Holy crap! The new Holy Child is finally fighting with senior brother Feng Chang. I've been waiting for half a month. Senior brother Feng Chang is being reckless. He rushed in to force a fight before breaking the grand formation. A male student loudly retorted, What do you mean senior brother Feng Chang is being reckless? A warrior shouldn't be afraid. So what if the formation is strong? How can a timid cultivator achieve immortality?
The others chimed in agreement. That's right. It's clear that the new Holy Child is defending without fighting, hiding in the mountain protection formation. He doesn't even have the courage to face the enemy. So disappointing. He must be the fakest Holy Child in our Holy Land. How can he become the Holy Lord in the future?
No way. One of them began to insult Shen Tian. He's like a tortoise. The person who takes the position of Holy Lord is the most outstanding and strongest among the holy children of the 10 realms. This shrinking turtle still wants to compete for the position of Holy Lord. I'm the first to object. Me too. Me too. The other female disciples immediately spoke out in defense. Do you think the muscle-brain type like senior brother Feng Chang can get our approval?
A pink-haired dude piped up, leading the charge.
Knowing the Grand Mountain Protection Array can stop even a nascent soul-stage cultivator and still barging in like an idiot. You want to be the Holy Son with that brain? Our sacred ground is in real danger then? The girl next to him chimed in, hyping him up. That's right. That's right.
Shen Tian's handsome face popped into their heads and they gushed.
This girl thinks the new Holy Son is on point, smart and resourceful. Clearly he can use his brain to solve problems. Why bother fighting senior brother head on?
More importantly, the new Holy Son is super handsome. His totally our sacred ground's visual representation.
Totally. Totally. I'm so jealous of Yun Shi, senior sister.
Zhang Longyuan slowly appeared from above. Everyone saw him and started whispering and passing the word around. That blinding ray of lightning. It's the Holy Leader. The Holy Leader is here. Everyone, quiet down. Let's welcome the Holy Leader.
All the disciples respectfully bowed. Greetings, Holy Leader. He didn't say anything, just waved his hand, and the Dongfu's protective barrier vanished. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Feng Chang, face all swollen, thought to himself, the Grand Mountain Protection Array is open. Zhang Longyuan's voice boomed with authority. Feng Chang. And then he unleashed a torrent of scolding without holding back.
You, as a direct disciple, are being disrespectful and barging into the Holy Sun's mountain gate without permission. I sentence you to face the wall for a month, copy the sect rules 3,000 times, and no using magic or letting Yun Ting copy for you. I know your handwriting, buddy. He replied respectfully.
Master, can I exchange copying the sect rules for another punishment? He didn't budge. replying calmly, 5,000 times. He was about to protest. Master, Zhang Longyuan immediately changed the number of punishment. 88,000 times. Feng Chang whimpered. Master, what I meant was, I have no objections to your punishment. 5,000 times. 5,000 times is enough, sob sob. Shen Tian then stepped forward and saluted. Disciple Shen Tian greets Master. He turned and asked, Tian Buyer, how's your cultivation been lately? He excitedly bragged. Thank you for your concern. Master, today I just broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The girls who heard this were shocked, their voices revealing their concern. What, holy son? Senior brother's cultivation just broke through to the foundation establishment stage? The male students were equally surprised. With this level of cultivation, what is he relying on to take the position of Holy Son of the Divine Firmament, Sacred Ground? What is he relying on to make the other disciples accept him? Then they all protested in unison, shouting, just foundation establishment, and you can be Holy Son. Based on what? Shen Tian secretly rejoiced. Hey, protest away. It'd be best if all the direct disciples protested to the holy leader. The crowd kept protesting, dissatisfied, unwilling to accept that a foundation establishment cultivator could be the Holy Son. He imagined Zhang Longyuan's embarrassed face, saying, Disciple, Master is at a loss, and then he would pretend to cry and reply, Master is too much, I don't want to be the Holy Son anymore. He clasped his hands together, thinking, maybe the pressure is too great, and the holy leader will agree to let me leave the Holy Son position. Then I'll be free. He looked at this scene, remained silent for a while, and then Zhang Longyuan slowly explained, Very well, Tianxie. Although you have enlightened to the profound yin-yang realm, you still need a foundation. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, he continued. It is said that in ancient times there was a race that enlightened to the will of the heavens, awakened to the great path, and formed golden cores, and transcended into celestials. A sense of panic rose in his head. What's happening? Zhang Longyuan raised his thumb, and confidently declared, Your master hopes that you can be like the ancient ones, break through to the highest peak, to condense in a supreme great path, and bring rise to our school in the future. After listening, everyone screamed non-stop. Am I hearing things wrong? Bring rise to our school in the future. For the holy sons and holy leaders, they only say, try to cultivate, and not bring dishonor to the school. Some people started to get interested and asked, the holy leader said this in front of so many people, could it be that this holy son senior brother will become the holy leader in the future? Just how high is the innate talent of this new holy son senior brother, to be able to let the holy leader think that he can lead the school to rise? Shen Tian's face sunk, and he couldn't say a word. At this time, everyone's whispers became even more intense. To form golden cores and transcend into celestials? Were there such perverted beings in ancient times? Does the holy leader mean that this new holy son senior brother is that kind of person? Does holy son senior brother have the strongest foundation in the world? I'm really curious. How strong is the foundation of the most outstanding talent? Do you all think the holy son, who just broke through to foundation establishment, can defeat a golden core stage expert? Since it's an supreme database, it must be extraordinary. I feel that he can defeat a nascent soul expert. As Shen Tian heard these words, his body instinctively shrunk back. That's right. Just now the holy son was facing senior brother Feng Chang, and he disdained to attack himself, and was able to defeat the senior brother just by using the great array. The holy son is too amazing. Not only is he as beautiful as a celestial being, but he also has supreme talent. Foundation establishment saint, with nascent soul, I really admire such a saintess Dao partner. It's very safe. After hearing this, he felt disgusted and thought, the divine firmament holy leader only said a few words, but why did they turn around so far? You're asking me, a foundation establishment cultivator, to fight a nascent soul? Do I have to wait until I reach the golden core stage to fight the king? Shen Tian hugged his face and felt bitter. What a joke. At most, I can only beat the late stage golden core now, okay? Originally, I was just a small foundation establishment cultivator. But someone already wants me to encounter misfortune, and may send other golden cores to me. In that case, this holy son, in his black armor, and with a mixed yuan purple golden hammer, can slap their true colors out in one blow. Shen Tian showed a look of extreme confusion. But later on, everyone will think that I am in a supreme database with invincible strength. If they send other nascent soul experts to deal with me, how am I supposed to live? Why is this cultivation world so careless? Zhang Longyuan glanced at Shen Tian, signaling his expectations. Tears streamed down Shen Tian's face as he cursed inwardly. That stingy old fart, this saint master, is truly heartless and unscrupulous. Then, he solemnly announced, furthermore, today I, your sect leader, want to announce another important piece of news. Zhang Longyuan, without batting an eye, proclaimed, Earth-shattering news. Our divine firmament sect's saint, Shen Tian, has guided the senior disciple, Qin Yundi, of Jin Lian Peak, in successfully improving the explosive talisman,
creating a new yin-yang version.
The power of this explosive talisman is several times greater than that of a normal thunder talisman.
But the price is only half that of the old thunder talisman, and it's currently on an 80% discount. If anyone needs it, they can go to Jin Lian Peak to buy it tomorrow.
Everyone, upon hearing this, became excited and exclaimed, "Several times the power of a normal thunder talisman. Isn't that equivalent to the force of a Foundation establishment cultivator's attack?"
The two disciples below were half believing, half doubting, but also overjoyed. Is there really such an explosive talisman? The price is only half, super affordable, and an 80% discount. If our Holy Land's explosive talismans are this cheap, it will be much safer for us to go out and hunt demon beasts and train in the future.
The crowd shifted from disdain and opposition to admiration and support.
Senior brother Saint Shen Tian is amazing, not only handsome but also intelligent.
I really envy senior sister Yun Shi. She's really hit the jackpot. Who said our saint isn't a big deal? Improving the explosive talisman is so convenient for us. It seems the sect leader is right. Senior brother saint is definitely the legendary young paragon.
Several junior sisters in the crowd, fueled by their admiration, praised him even more. Senior brother is truly worthy of the saint position. Support senior brother saint. Senior brother is the best. Shen Tian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. He lamented inwardly. What's going on? I haven't done anything, so why have I suddenly become a celebrity? Bilian's eyes widened at this scene. He felt a pang of conscience. This kid improved the explosive talisman as soon as he joined the Holy Land. Oh crap, how much can the Holy Land give him? Have I made a mistake? No. Surrounded by the crowd, Shen Tian's face was pale, and he wondered, I want to quietly protect my life and wait to cultivate to the earthly immortal stage before disappearing. Why is it that every so often, someone comes looking for trouble? The halo above my head is clearly green already. Shen Tian cried out in his head, Sect leader master, can't you tone it down a bit? You're directly stacking so many hatred points on me. He was sweating profusely, racking his brains. What should I do? How can I reduce my presence? Suddenly, Shen Tian had an idea. That's right. He imagined the scene when an enemy came looking for him.
He would be able to confidently respond. What? You want to challenge me? This Saint Shen Tian? At that time, he would point to the people behind him and say, First, fight my defeated general Feng Chang. Only if you defeat him will you be qualified to challenge me. Thinking of this, he secretly rejoiced. I can increase the strength of other core disciples in the divine firmament Holy Land, and, in the future, if I encounter danger or need a challenge, I can just send them forward.
Shen Tian raised his hand and stroked his chin proudly in his mind. Yes, let's do it that way. I'm just too smart.
Zhang Longyuan suddenly spoke, asking, Tianshare, your improved explosive talisman has made a great contribution to the sect. Is there anything you want to say? He immediately stopped daydreaming and respectfully replied, Reporting to Master, I do have a request, and I hope Master can agree. The sect leader answered without hesitation, Speak, don't hesitate. As your master, I agree to anything. Upon hearing this, Feng Chang angrily shouted. Before even hearing what Shen Tian's request is, Master has already directly agreed. After shouting, looking back at himself, he felt a little heartbroken, muttering, On what basis? I try so hard to cultivate, but Master is still not satisfied with me. And this newly appointed saint, who just joined the Holy Land, Master dotes on him so much, he exclaimed indignantly. Could it be because this guy is handsome, dashing, suave, and otherworldly? It's not fair, Shen Tian gently and softly said. Master, his face showed seriousness, asked, Master, what do you think is the most important thing for our sect to grow stronger?
So Zhang Longyuan used his knowledge to answer. Cultivation is nothing more than laws, companions, resources, and location, among which laws come first.
After listening, Shen Tian continued. The final part of the celestial Zhang Thunder Emperor scripture was ultimately lost, so that the geniuses of our sect in the past could not reach the highest realm. They could have defeated the 9-cycle Golden Core geniuses, but they could only unwillingly stop at the 8-cycle Golden Core.
Shen Tian opened his firm eyes and said, Originally there was hope to successfully overcome the Thunder Tribulation and become an unparalleled celestial venerable saint. But we fell short one step under the celestial tribulation. Now that the final part of the celestial Zhang Thunder Emperor scripture has been found, and it has been recovered, I boldly implore Master to bring this method into full play.
Zhang Longyuan was somewhat stunned and said, Tiankur, do you know what you're saying? Our sect's celestial Zhang forbidden supreme thunder emperor scripture consumes the body to overcome the tribulation. Only the saint and saintess are qualified to cultivate it.
Zhang Longyuan widened his eyes and threatened. This is the ancestral teaching. Does your intention want me to violate the ancestral teaching and widely spread the forbidden method? Shen Tian explained softly.
It's not about spreading it widely, but choosing talented powerhouses to teach. The image of a cultivator sitting in despair appeared in the 36 spiritual peaks of the sect, many of whom were near the end of their lifespan, using the spiritual peaks to prolong their lives. However, the spiritual energy of the spiritual veins could barely delay them. The ancestors were weak, but it was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Then the same person transformed into a powerful cultivator under Shen Tian's description.
These are the lifetime contributions of the Holy Land, the most loyal elders of the sect. If they can be taught the supreme law,
he explained, gesturing with his hands, it's very likely that they will be able to break through, thereby increasing their lifespan, and the strength of the sect will also increase accordingly.
He also pointed to Feng Cheng and Yun Ting in the distance, and also mentioned other talents like Senior Brother Feng Cheng and Senior Brother Yun Ting who just had bad luck and couldn't reach the position of the saint. In their surprise and disbelief, Shen Tian continued to praise. If they hadn't been born in the same era as you, talented disciple, they would certainly have been qualified to become saints of our sect. However, because of the rules of the Holy Land that were established tens of thousands of years ago, combined with the lack of access to this supreme inheritance of our sect, he nodded firmly. This undoubtedly means that the foundation of their immortal path cannot be forged to the supreme degree, and perhaps their future immortal path will be just a tiny bit short. Shen Tian just knelt down on one knee and said,
Therefore, this disciple feels that the ancestral teachings are teachings from ancient seniors, and may not necessarily be suitable for the current state of the Holy Land. This disciple boldly requests the sect leader to specially impart the Dharma. If I violate the ancestral teachings, this disciple is willing to give up the position of Holy Son and accept punishment. Zhang Longyuan listened and remained silent.
The crowd on the side was in an uproar, their mouths agape as they thought,
He then spoke clearly to him. Tianshare, do you know that this request is not at all beneficial to you?
Zhang Longyuan continued to explain to Shen Tian. The reason the Holy Land has supreme forbidden arts, not passed on to the Holy Son, and no one else except the Holy Son, is so that the Holy Son's cultivation will completely overwhelm his contemporaries, so that the other disciples will willingly submit. If everyone cultivates the same techniques, then other disciples who obtain great opportunities may surpass the Holy Son. The image of him being defeated by Feng Cheng appeared in his words.
At that time, the Holy Son's authority in that 100-year period will also be challenged.
Shen Tian immediately retorted, This disciple does not want to be a phoenix in a flock of chickens. If possible, I even hope that everyone in the Holy Land is like a dragon, all able to attain immortalhood. Shen Tian stepped forward to stand in front of Feng Cheng and Yun Ting, saying, If Senior Brother Feng Cheng's cultivation increases rapidly after practicing the forbidden scriptures, becoming invincible in his generation, this disciple is willing to yield the position of Holy Son to him. Feng Cheng thought for a moment. He actually suggested that the sect leader transmit the forbidden Thunder Emperor scripture to me. Is he not worried that after I break through I will threaten his position? If after I cultivate the forbidden scriptures, my strength becomes stronger than his, he's still willing to yield the Holy Son position to me. How arrogant. He looked at Shen Tian's back, thinking, but those last two sentences, doesn't want to be a phoenix in a flock of chickens, everyone in the Holy Land is like a dragon, are truly impressive.
Feng Cheng gave a thumbs up, praising him. In Shen Tian's mind, as expected of my rival in love, I approve. In the future, I am willing to compete for the junior sister fairly with you.
Everyone immediately began to discuss animatedly. Originally, I thought that the position of Holy Son should be given to Senior Brother Yun Ting, or someone with the strongest strength like Senior Brother Feng Cheng, but all of that is just clouds before Shen Tian's senior brother. That's right. The girls imagined the scene of Feng Cheng hugging his face and generously speaking to others. They excitedly said, Shen Tian's senior brother, whether it's his temperament, appearance, or cultivation talent, is better than Yun Ting's senior brother and Feng Cheng's senior brother.
The boy also cheered with delight. May everyone in the Holy Land be like a dragon, and attain immortalhood. These words are so impressive, I feel so fired up.
Zhang Longyuan replied calmly. Regarding such an important matter, I cannot make the decision myself, and must convene the sect elders for discussion.
He secretly considered carefully. If he really convened the sect elders to discuss, this proposal would likely be approved.
At that time, the forbidden scriptures that have been around for hundreds of years would be made public, and the strength of the Holy Land's successive generations of direct disciples would greatly increase. In Zhang Longyuan's mind, he clearly saw the prospect of his own authority being shaken. However, the authority of the Holy Lord in the eyes of the elders, and the authority of the Holy Son in the eyes of the disciples, would be challenged. It could be said that unless one had top-notch confidence and spirit, one would not dare to make such a decision.
But then he smiled and decided, all right, I'll give it a try. Zhang Longyuan thought to himself, so what if others can cultivate the supreme techniques? I was able to suppress them to become the Holy Lord back then, and I can do it again later. His mind recalled Shen Tian and the green halo above his head, realizing, moreover, this disciple of mine is a child of destiny, and will not be weaker than anyone. Suddenly, a thunder tiger prison palm came from nowhere.
Everyone dodged, so it crashed into the ground, shaking the surrounding area, and causing cracks and rocks to fly everywhere.
From the white smoke, a girl gradually emerged. It turned out to be Zhang Yongxi. Fang Chang stuttered when he saw her. Junior sister. Why are you here?
She angrily scolded. Zhang Yunting, Feng Chang, who allowed the two of you to come to the Holy Sun Peak to cause trouble. Could it be that? Zhang Longyuan stepped forward and said,
all right, Yongxi. I have already punished Fang Chang. Let's end things here.
She bowed to him and said, daughter greets father. He glanced at her cultivation and praised, golden core heart transformation, not bad.
Zhang Yongxi enthusiastically explained. Fortunately, senior brother Shen Tian found the heaven-hidden forbidden scripture, and also allowed daughter to absorb a lot of primordial divine lightning. Otherwise, how could daughter have successfully reached the golden core 8th transformation? At least it would take several more years of hard training.
Fang Chang immediately interrupted to congratulate. Junior sister is exceptional, she turned to glare.
Eldest senior brother. Why did you come to Holy Sun Peak to cause trouble? He pointed at Shen Tian and yelled, senior brother heard that this little brat Shen Tian is bullying you.
Then he continued confidently,
junior sister, don't worry, I have deliberately investigated. The ancestral teachings only say that if two people are of one mind, then the one with fate can marry the holy maiden. Although this kid pleases me very much, if he forces and bullies you, then your senior brother will definitely not agree. He blurted out blankly. The ancestral teachings really say that. Zhang Yongxi's face darkened. Hearing him say that, her cheeks flushed red, and she glared at him with murderous intent. Shen Tian fidgeted. Why is she angry again? Where did I offend her?
After Feng Chang talked about the ancestral rules, Shen Tian's eyes lit up. He radiated a light of eagerness to learn, and asked again, the ancestral rules say that. Feng Chang looked at Shen Tian with disdain and said, of course. So don't rely on the ancestral rules. He sighed, put one hand on his forehead, and raised the other in front of him, saying, if that's the case, you don't need to worry about anything then. He made a fist, and put his hand in front of his chest, affirming, I and senior sister are completely innocent. At this moment, Yun Shi's face darkened, and Fang Chang gritted his teeth angrily, saying, Shen Tian, don't you lie to me. Clearly junior brother Yun Feng said, I heard junior brother Yun Feng said that you already finished the dual cultivation with junior sister. And he imagined the scene of Shen Tian being intimate with senior sister. At the same time, Shen Tian's mouth dropped open when he heard this. He couldn't believe his ears and asked again, what did you say? But Feng Chang pointed at Shen Tian's face, his eyes full of anger, and shouted in a harsh tone, I warn you, I am willing to compete fairly with you, but if you dare to be unfaithful to junior sister, even if you are the holy son of this sect, I, Feng Chang, will absolutely not agree. Shen Tian clenched his fist, several veins popping up on his face, thinking, that bastard dares to say that I and senior sister Yun Ji have already finished the dual cultivation. Yes. Where is that Yun Feng? Call him out here for me. This holy son guarantees not to shoot him twice with the godly rapid-fire gun. His mind was already imagining the scene of holding a gun and shooting at him continuously. Yun Shi finally ran out of patience. A flame erupted around her, and she said, Senior brother, Yun Shi has just refined the 8th turn golden core. Perhaps we can spar a little. He listened and his face flushed, and he showed a smug smile to Shen Tian. Did you see that? The first person junior sister thought of to spar with is me. Opposite him, looking at Yun Ji, Shen Tian suddenly turned pale, unable to say a word. He wanted to warn Fang Chang but didn't dare to speak out, only cursing inwardly. This idiot! The flames around Zhang Yunxi grew larger and larger, and Shen Tian could tell that something was off. Yunxi got closer and closer. Only then did Fang Chang wave his hands and explain, Junior sister, rest assured, I, your senior brother, am not an old-fashioned man. I won't mind whether you're still pure or not. Then he smiled and said,
Senior brother will compete fairly with Shen Tian. If junior sister feels that.
Zhang Yunxi gritted her teeth so hard that the veins on her face popped out.
Her face became more serious than ever, and she said, "Senior brother, can you please stop talking?" A large ball of light appeared in the palm of her hand,
firing golden chains towards Fang Chang, causing him to stagger backward in surprise.
But the chains were still faster, wrapping around and tightly binding him.
Fang Chang shouted with a worried face, "Oh shit, this power is too strong." The huge battle caused many people to gather around to watch the fun, from passers-by to merchants nearby. But behind the crowd was Li Yunfeng standing and watching, thinking that the situation was not good. Gotta run first. Suddenly, Zhang Yunxi detected his aura. She quickly released the chains towards him, gently asking, "Junior brother Yunfeng, why are you in such a hurry to leave?"
Li Yunfeng was chained up by her, unable to say a word of explanation. He still pretended that he didn't know anything, and greeted her, "Senior sister, long time no see."
Yunxi, with an angry look, clapped her hands together and said, "It's been so long since I've seen junior brother Yunfeng. It's really nostalgic. How about we spar a little too?" Hearing this, his whole body twitched, and he broke out in a cold sweat from fear. In the end, both Fang Chang and Li Yunfeng were tied up in the same place by Zhang Yunxi, unable to move.
After dealing with these troublemakers, she asked permission from mother's son, and asked to take her leave first. Zhang Longyuan looked at her with a cold face and said, "Okay, go ahead." As soon as he agreed, she grabbed the two chains tying the two people and dragged them away. Yunji dragged them across the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. She dragged the two people with such a heavy weight as easily as feathers, without batting an eye.
Shen Tian turned around and couldn't see her, thinking to himself, "Senior sister just arrived. Why did she leave already? And those two people disappeared too."
He felt confused, thinking, if she wants to leave, she should just go alone. Why drag senior brother Fang Chang along?
Shen Tian was full of thoughts, and the image of himself and Fang Chang frolicking together appeared in his mind. I still wanted to reassure Fang Chang, and then maybe we could become friends and go out for experience together, couldn't we? He recalled the images of Feng Cheng and Yun Shi, both having golden halos above their heads. Feng Cheng also had a golden glow above his head. Although not as dazzling as Zhang Yunxi, it could be considered a faint light. This is the blessing of a fool for a fool. Shen Tian's face lit up as if realizing something, thinking to himself, this senior brother's about to stumble upon a major stroke of luck soon. Not bad. Shen Tian's face changed as a plan formed in his mind. So how can I possibly miss out on a huge opportunity like Fang Chang's?
But then he turned pale, remembering how he got beat up by Fang Chang. Senior brother, let me rest for a bit. No rest for the wicked. Get up now, he wondered. But seriously, if I actually go out to train with Fang Chang, won't that brainless simp for Zhang Yunxi just chop me into bits? Under the clear blue sky, he sighed. Sing. This great opportunity is really hard to get. In the end, he decided to let fate decide by plucking petals off a flower. As he plucked, he muttered, "Go out to train with him." The rose petals fell to the ground, but he kept rambling. "Don't go out to train with him." People around him looked at him with confused eyes, while Shen Tian just kept muttering to himself, "Go out with him, don't go out with him, go out with him, don't go out with him." Giban, standing outside, suddenly thought of Zhang Yunxi, his face turning red, thinking, go out on a journey with her. Could it be that His Highness wants to ask the Holy Maiden out on a journey? Has His Highness finally seen the light, and is getting ready to find a Dao companion? He grinned, his eyes squinting, clasping his hands behind his back and thinking, with His Highness's charm, if he's willing to go on a journey with the Holy Maiden a few times, he's sure to succeed. His face lit up, imagining Shen Tian's future family and children, and the day His Highness and the Holy Maiden give birth to a few chubby little grand princes who are brought before Lan Fei to greet her. If Lan Fei knew in the afterlife, she would definitely be overjoyed. In the end, Shen Tian was still dazed in the great Yan country, where all he saw was white, with a few hints of light green being a rare sight. On the ground were shredded rose petals, and his face was full of thought. Then came the godly firmament holy ground, which was basically all green, shining so brightly, filled with so much vitality. Shen Tian's thoughts continued. Those direct disciples of the godly firmament holy ground, each one of them is green with hints of red, some even speckled with red. Shen Tian looked ahead, saying nothing. But sadly, high providence doesn't guarantee an opportunity. Timing is everything. Shen Tian thought seriously. Among the many direct disciples of the godly firmament holy ground, I can only see the opportunities of Qin Yundi and Fang Cheng right now. The image of Fang Cheng fighting heroically appeared again. Now that I'm forced to be the holy son, My urgent need is to find opportunities to level up and become stronger than Fang Cheng. This golden child of providence, I must get to know him.
Shen Tian suddenly had an idea. If inviting him to train together doesn't work, then I'll just cut off all his opportunities first, leaving him with something like he had back in the Great Yan country's royal palace, like when Shen Tian took Qin Gao's sun-devouring scripture and then taught it back to him. He glanced at Ba and Qin Gao, then thought smugly. As a result, Qin Gao's providence, my providence, and Ba's providence all increased. If Qin Gao's opportunities can be improved, then maybe Fang Cheng's can too.
Shen Tian suddenly hesitated, pondering. But then again, stealing a major opportunity, is that golden halo of his really that easy to snatch? The sun-devouring scripture? If it weren't for Ba's green halo helping out, I wouldn't have been able to uncover its secrets. He rubbed his chin in annoyance and thought, when I opened the 7 treasures immortal gourd before, if Li Cheng hadn't intervened, I would have been killed. And the godly firmament dragon tiger jade, if I hadn't given it to Zhang Yangxi, it definitely wouldn't have come out of the myriad spirit garden. In this cruel world of cultivation, it's a crime to be talentless but possess a treasure. And without high providence, you absolutely can't steal other people's opportunities. Sigh, how can I make sure I'm safe when I steal Fang Cheng's opportunity and then return it to him?
Suddenly he clapped his hands excitedly. My providence isn't enough yet, but pushing it to someone else, isn't that okay then?
Observing the auras above their heads, Shen Tian analyzed and wondered. Ba and Qin Gao's red, golden lotus, and green lotus red halos, and Qin Yandi's 2/3 golden halo. If I put it on these 3, maybe things will stabilize.
Shen Tian clasped his hands behind his back, guessing. And there's also senior sister Yun Xi. Her providence is much higher than Fang Cheng's. I don't believe I can't squeeze an opportunity out of that idiot. He suddenly walked over to Qin Yundi, raised his thumb and pointed at himself, then said, Junior brother, are you willing to leave with me?
Qin Yundi blushed, flustered. What do you mean, senior brother? Qin Gao saw that scene, feeling shy, remembering how His Highness seemed to glance at him a few times earlier, that looked just like the first time we met.
He covered his face in panic, thinking,
could it be that my initial thought was right? His Highness doesn't accept the immortal's favor because he's thinking about that.
Qin Gao racked his brains, screaming in his heart, this servant can't do it! Ba was clueless seeing him like this.
At this moment, Qin Yundi spoke up, reporting to senior brother. I want to go into seclusion for half a month to break through to the foundation establishment stage, Shen Tian explained calmly. Because of the saying, from stillness comes movement. I want to leave the holy ground and go out on a journey. Shen Tian gave a flattering smile and asked, I wonder if junior brother is willing to go with me. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yundi thought, senior brother wants to invite me to go on a journey with him.
Yundi carefully considered it. Although I prefer to stay near the holy ground to study exploding talismans and lightning formation, but since Holy Sun's senior brother has opened his mouth to invite me, how can I refuse? Then, he replied, if senior brother has invited, then Yundi is willing.
He was secretly rejoicing in his heart, thinking, who knows? On the way, senior brother might even teach me more about the art of explosions.
Having persuaded one person, Shen Tian turned to the others and said, Ba, Qin Gao, you guys too, you guys come with me. Both of them respectfully replied, yes, your highness. Then, Qin Yundi offered an idea.
If we're going out for training, we need to be well protected. Senior brother Saint, please wait a moment. Yundi went back to Golden Lotus Peak to prepare some necessary defensive items. He felt a little shy and hesitantly replied, okay. A moment later, Shin Yundi excitedly shouted, senior brother, open the door, I'm here.
He was carrying a pile of luggage so high you couldn't see the top, making Qin Gao and Shen Tian's eyes pop out in surprise. He enthusiastically said, senior brother, sorry to keep you waiting, look what I brought.
Everyone was truly speechless. Unbelievable.
Qin Yundi smiled and opened a crate.
Inside was a brand new firearm.
He excitedly took it out and introduced it. This is the improved Yin-Yang Lightning Blast Amulet version, along with the Lightning Yin-Yang Armor Piercing Edition. The steel and all aspects of its performance have been improved. It's not bad for self-defense. He pointed to the stack of crates behind him and said, I didn't bring much, just a dozen or so crates. The 3 of them were shocked, thinking, a dozen crates isn't much. Shen Tian looked at the mountain of crates and thought, as a cultivator, going out for training should have the look of training. If you don't prepare enough defensive gear, guns, and ammunition, what if you encounter danger? Shen Tian reluctantly said, junior brother has prepared too much. However, you can keep these material things, junior brother. You don't need to take them all out. Qin Yundi quickly explained, senior brother, you've misunderstood. These lightning talismans and lightning bullets are for you guys.
He turned to Ba and Qin Gao and said, you too. This is also an yin-yang demonic piercer gun. Although its power isn't as great as the continuous fire railgun, the divine bullet of domain breakage can still tear open the law domain of a normal golden core and injure a golden core true person. After giving one to Giba, he encouraged him. If you can use a mind of no mind, it will definitely be able to help you too.
Shen Tian then wondered, "Junior brother, if you give these weapons to us, what about you?" He lightly explained. "Thank you for senior brother's concern, I'll just use whatever." Then Yundi pulled out a series of guns, surrounding himself, and said, because time was too short, the amount of profound iron essence was limited, so the master has only refined this much for now. Originally, it was to prepare for the immortal sect competition in half a month, gathering enough 99 for the disciples to use for self-defense. But if senior brother wants to go out for training, just take them and use them, it doesn't matter, the master can still refine more. Shen Tian was a little scared in his mind. You call this using whatever? Whatever is more than 30 long spears. These 36 long spears will be beaten into a sieve even if they break through the encirclement of the golden core stage. Gone in one move. Simultaneously manipulating 36 yin-yang demonic piercer spears. Accurate control will definitely be affected. Looking at Yundi, who was happily waiting to be praised, Shen Tian secretly thought. However, this kid can perfectly coordinate 6,000 lightning blast amulets, making demonic beasts into late-stage golden core freaks. 36 spears probably won't be difficult for him. He gave a thumbs up and praised. Not bad. I'm very happy that junior brother can take this trip down the mountain so seriously, but I still have one thing I want to remind. Qin Yundi, junior brother. His eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, Please teach me, senior brother. Is senior brother already going to teach me new knowledge? Shen Tian denied in horror and said, Point the gun barrel in another direction. Shen Tian turned pale and taught, Never, ever point your gun at your teammates, because once it goes off, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Yundi confusedly replied, Yes, senior brother. On the other hand, he felt uneasy in his heart, originally thinking that senior brother would continue to teach him the profound water reversal yin-yang grand Tao. He held the gun in his hand and sadly thought, But what senior brother said is not wrong. After all, I'm not very skilled with this yin-yang demonic piercer gun yet. What if the gun really goes off, accidentally injures, or even kills a fellow disciple like the new senior brother? I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. He hurriedly rattled off. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother, Yundi remembers. I know what this yin-yang demonic piercer gun is missing. Yundi also talked about Jin Li Wan. I have to tell the master to add a special restriction to this yin-yang demonic piercer gun, and it can only be used after unlocking the restriction. Yundi affirmed responsibly. Not only can it prevent accidental firing and injuring teammates, even if the weapon is stolen, the enemy will not be able to use it immediately. Standing among the guns, he happily said, Senior brother is indeed senior brother. While we are still worried about how to increase the power, you have already considered the safety aspect. Seeing this, he indifferently replied, All right, whatever you say goes. Then he thought to himself, Anyway, this kid has a bad habit, he's not afraid, unless there's not enough firepower, it's not a bad thing. Beside him, Giba looked at him and secretly recalled the image of his mother. Qin Yundi eagerly said, Senior brother, I'm too excited. Shen Tian is very thoughtful. Bringing a gunpowder magazine, I also feel very safe, as long as this kid doesn't blow himself up, leaving no one alive. He led the three of them, thinking in his head, After finishing these 3 big fortunes, I'll go and meet the last person. The image of Zhang Yongxi appeared in his mind. Shen Tian wanted to obtain Zhang Yongxi's gorgeous golden fortune, who was also an important person in the training group. Shen Tian thought of Yunxi's shining image, and said, Next, I will have to go and meet senior sister Zhang Yongxi, the person with the most dazzling and gorgeous fortune. Her fortune power is no less than Feng Chang. Thinking about it, he muttered to himself, If I were to snatch Feng Chang's big opportunity, and the karmic burden becomes too much, I'll just toss it to her. The terrifying look on her face when she's angry flashed in his mind, making Shen Tian sweat bullets. The only trouble is, that girl's too strong. Keeping her around might mean she won't listen. Shaking off the thoughts in his head, he looked forward and shouted, Forget it, let's just head to Saintus Peak and ask first. As they approached the entrance, Yundi said to everyone, Senior brother, Saintus Peak is right ahead. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from within, sending a person flying out, turning Shen Tian green in the face. Shen Tian immediately recognized the person flying out. Holy crap, it's senior brother Feng Chang. His face was swollen and bruised from being beaten, and as he flew he shouted, Great! After junior sister's breakthrough to 8th cycle golden core in seclusion, her combat prowess is indeed much stronger. Feng Chang landed in the distant forest, still shouting, The power of the chaos origin divine lightning is too terrifying. Senior brother admits defeat.
I'll wait until junior sister refines to the 9th cycle golden core before coming to spar again." Seeing this, the group standing at the gate was speechless.
Shen Tian turned his head to look behind him, trying to see who caused all this.
It was none other than Yun Shi, who was currently stomping on another person lying on the ground, and this person's face was just as battered as Fang Chang's.
Suddenly, their eyes met.
Yun Shi said in surprise and embarrassment, "Shen Tian junior brother." She shyly looked away, not daring to meet their eyes, and said, "Shen Tian junior brother, what brings you to Saintus Peak?"
Shen Tian was horrified. When he saw the battered person lying on the ground, he thought, "Who is this guy? She's way too ruthless." Switching gears with lightning speed, he clasped his hands respectfully and greeted Yunji. "Ah no, nothing, just passing by. Greetings, senior sister." "Farewell, senior sister."
Yun Di innocently informed Yunji, "Senior sister, Shen Tian senior brother, wants to go down the mountain for training, and he specially came here to invite you to be companions." This innocence shocked Shen Tian. Hearing this, she happily said, "Junior brother specifically came to find me to be companions for training." Yun Shi replied shyly, "My entire cultivation life has been spent cultivating my heart in the mortal world."
She continued smiling, making the surrounding air bloom like flowers. Now that junior brother has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, it's also time to go out and gain experience to consolidate your cultivation. But she was still puzzled, wondering in her head, but why is junior brother bringing so many people for training? Is he organizing a group? Giba and Qin Gao following along is fine. After all, they're originally eunuch servants by Shen Tian's side.
Yun Shi looked at Shen Tian and Yun Di, who were happily chatting, and continued asking, "But why is Shin Yun Di also following? Isn't this kid the most averse to traveling and training?" It's also not a problem, they are fellow senior brothers. It is also a good thing that Shin Yun Di wants to progress. She stepped forward and asked Shen Tian, "When does junior brother plan to depart?" He immediately clasped his hands respectfully and said sweetly, "The sooner the better, if it's convenient for senior sister."
Hearing these words from Shen Tian made Yunji ecstatic. Junior brother wants me to go training with him, the sooner the better, she thought in her heart, but on the outside, she still had to appear calm, and she happily said,
"Shen Tian, if junior brother is in such a hurry, please wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes first." Afterward, a fiery aura surrounded her, and she quickly left. When Yun Shi had left, Shen Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The scene before his eyes startled him.
It turned out that the battered person who was lying at her feet earlier had woken up, Shen Tian wondered, and he politely asked that person,
"Are you all right?" Turning around, that person's head had been beaten into a pig's head, shocking Shen Tian. That person turned his head and said mournfully, "CT senior brother chicken wither chicken wasted newly have." Not understanding much, he asked the people behind him, "What did he just say?" Giba politely replied, "Perhaps he is saying that he is thankful for senior brother's rescue." Keeping it in mind, that person nodded and raised his thumb upon hearing that. "Put him down." That guy kept saying incomprehensible things. This humble one is Hai Nanfeng, a resident of Li Yuanfeng, with he as the father of Li's family. I'll continue translating for Shen Tian. This humble one is Li Yuanfeng, a disciple of Hao Ranfeng. My father is Li Qinghe. Meanwhile, you were freaking out at what Gibalgori just did, because, holy crap, you can even translate that?
Shen Tian sighed and thought, senior sister Yun Shi doesn't hold back at all when she hits someone. Looking at junior brother Yun Feng getting beaten like that, I bet even his mom wouldn't recognize him. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his head.
Wait, his name is Li Yunfeng. So Shen Tian asked him, "Junior brother, did you say you're Li Yunfeng?" That guy clasped his hands and replied, "Alas, my senior brother pities me." At the same time, he kept doing his translator duty. "It's me, senior brother, it's me," Shen Tian told him. "Giba doesn't need to translate this, I understand." Hearing this, he cracked his knuckles and grinned deviously. "It's you, that's perfect." Shen Tian pointed to the sky and yelled,
"Junior brother, look." Yun Shi, senior sister, Yun Shfeng, fearfully looked up and asked, "What pearl?" He looked around nervously, searching for the real pearl. Suddenly, Yun Feng cried out in pain as he got whacked on the head. Contrary to what everyone thought, it wasn't Yun Shi, but Shen Tian. He grabbed a hammer and smashed it on his head, yelling furiously, "I finally found you, you little brat!" The reason Shen Tian was so angry at Yun Feng was because, "I'll show you lying with your mouth, I'll show you talking nonsense, I'll show you fabricating stories, I'll show you spreading false news." He ordered Giba, trouble you to go to Manager Song's place and ask him to bring over a forgetfulness pill. We need it. He rushed over, hammering away at him with the hammer. Meanwhile, everyone else stood there dumbfounded. The story goes that after Shen Tian felt satisfied from giving Li Yunfeng a beating of a lifetime, he fed him the forgetfulness pill. An hour later, Zhang Yongxi walked out in a light, charming pink dress. She said gently, "Junior brothers, sorry for the wait," but before she could finish, her expression darkened when she saw the scene before her. A group of people in the courtyard, not paying any attention to her, were surrounding and watching Shen Tian doing something. She burst into flames of anger, thinking furiously, to think that this lady seriously dressed up like this, looking in the mirror for over an hour, all for nothing. Looking at the group of people, she cursed inwardly, "You men, none of you care about me." And she quickly corrected herself when she saw Giba and Qin Gao. That's not right, those two don't count as men. Suddenly, the bracelet on Shen Tian's wrist warned, "Master, I can sense the resentment on Yunxi's body is raging like crazy, there's so much." He raised his hand to look at the jade bracelet, sighing inwardly. Little jeweler can even sense resentment. He immediately looked towards Yunxi. Seeing her beautiful appearance, he praised her in his heart. She lost some of her arrogance and aggressiveness after changing clothes, and gained more elegance. Her looks are still useful. Then Shen Tian spoke up and asked, "Senior sister, are you dressed up?" Seeing that he noticed and seemed to care, she blushed shyly. Putting her hand to her mouth, she said bashfully, "Well, I just dressed up a little. I didn't expect junior brother to notice." Looking at her like this, he suddenly thought, senior sister's charm and appearance have increased when she's dressed like this. Taking her out for training would be like attracting bees and butterflies, and in his heart he screamed at the thought of being ganged up on. What heavenly chosen senior brother, what Holy Land prodigy, by then a whole bunch will rush over to make enemies. Shen Tian calmly asked, "But we're going out for training. Why are you dressed like this, senior sister?" Hearing him ask that, she frowned slightly and asked back, "Is there something wrong with the way I'm dressed?" He didn't dare to say it out loud, only daring to think in his head. If senior sister wore battle armor, I wouldn't dare to approach even if you paid me. Basically, there's no need to worry about people coveting her beauty and coming to cause trouble, but on the outside, he pretended to praise her. "Senior sister looks so beautiful. Going out for training, I'm afraid you'll encounter trouble." Being praised for her looks, she blushed, feeling embarrassed, and her mind was in a mess, thinking, "Junior brother praised me for being too beautiful. I'm too flustered." Yunxi closed her eyes and shouted, "Then, does junior brother think I was beautiful before, or am I beautiful now?" Her unexpected question startled him a bit. Realizing her question was a bit off, her face turned crimson. She berated herself. Why did I say something like that? He looked at her with a thoughtful gaze. Shen Tian happily thought to himself, Yunxi looks awesome in armor. The more heroic the better. I'm so happy with her fierce look. The more senior sister fights, the more scared the enemies will be. Then, he replied cleverly, I still prefer seeing senior sister in her battle armor. So majestic. Yunxi blushed hearing his answer. Junior brother Shen actually likes my armored look more, she secretly rejoiced. Perfect. This lady doesn't find that style uncomfortable at all. Then, she put on a gentle act and said, Then please wait a moment, junior brother. I'll go change quickly. Quickly, Yunxi returned, wearing her battle armor, and asked with her hands on her hips, Junior brother, sorry for the wait. Where are we going this time? Shen Tian immediately corrected her. Senior sister, we're going for cultivation experience, not sightseeing. Her face darkened from his nitpicking. Paying little attention to her mood, he and the other three turned away. As they walked, he said, This time we're going to Wuyin Nation, Donghuang, and spoke of a large, ancient city, Misty Cloud City. Here's some background on Wuyin Nation. Wuyin Nation is a powerful country in Donghuang, with a history of several thousand years. There are at least 10 nascent soul venerables in the royal family, which can be said to be very strong. Speaking of that place, outside of Misty Cloud City, the capital of Wuyin Nation, for hundreds of miles, Dongyao has a misty plain. This plain is vast and boundless, covered with dense spirit mist all year round. If cultivators enter the mist, their divine sense and spiritual perception will be completely blocked. If they simply rely on their eyesight to discern directions, they will likely lose their way after only 100 meters. Therefore, normally, Misty Plain is definitely a forbidden area of Wuyin Nation. Even nascent soul venerables don't dare to recklessly barge in, but every 20 years, Misty Plain experiences a rare misty tide, where the mist expands or shrinks like the tide. After the area shrinks, the exposed area contains many rare and exotic treasures, as well as high-quality elixirs for refinement. A particularly precious material is mentioned. If your luck is good, you might even find a super valuable spirit herb. Immortal Binding Vine. Immortal Binding Vine is one of the main materials for refining top-grade immortal binding cords.
and its potential is immense. A level 3 immortal binding vine used to craft an immortal binding cord can trap true men, while a level 4 immortal binding vine can even trap venerables. At this moment, Shen Tian's group had arrived at the place. Shen Tian went ahead and